In case he didn't talk when he was answering, this guy would handle it. Then who are you going to talk to? Excuse me, do you remember anything you need to do? When Lillian was silent and didn't know how to answer, Sheila suddenly asked. This sentence is actually a test. Qi Lu also wanted to know whether the inheritance phantom had this awareness about the inheritance of his own rank. What do I need to do? Shadowhunter Inheritance Shuiying took a serious look at Qi Lu, thought for a moment, and then spread out his hands. To be honest, I really don't know what I should do. Because normally, I should have completed the final task now, and then fell into an eternal sleep. Having said that, Shadowhunter's legacy phantom shrugged helplessly. TSK. Qi Lu understood as soon as he heard it. When I talked to the system before, the system was throwing the blame. We are not responsible for the goods out of the warehouse. If there is any black pot, you have to carry it all by yourself, the store manager. However, it is useless to say these things now. It is business to find a way to deal with the guy in front of him first. Then don't you think that you should find an inheritor for your own strength? Qi Lu thoughtfully hinted. But it's almost becoming clear. Inheritor. Yes, that's it. I almost forgot. When I woke up this time, I should be looking for an inheritor. The Shadowhunter Legacy Phantom is like waking up from a dream, slamming the palm of the hand. Fortunately, the system has done something. Hearing this, Qi Lu let out a long sigh of relief. If the inheritance phantom did not plan to find an inheritor at all, it would be really fun. Then do you have any requirements for the inheritor? Qi Lu continued to ask. This is asking for the conditions of the qualified person. If the Shadowhunter Inheritance Shadow already has its own goal, Qi Lu can also save a lot of trouble. There are no requirements, in fact, anyone can be found. Shadowhunter Inheritance Phantom said casually. In Qi Li's big eyes, a big doubt suddenly appeared. No requirements? Anyone can? This answer is a bit too perfunctory. Anyway, it is also an ancient class, really there is no standard for selection. It's true that anyone can, but they have to pass a little test of mine. Shadowhunter Inheritance Phantom didn't seem to notice the doubts in Qi Lu's eyes, and continued to talk to himself. There is a test. The doubts in Qi Li's eyes immediately dissipated more than half. Inheritance phantoms of each rank. The method of selecting qualified candidates is not necessarily the same, it may be the same, or it may be different. It seems that the method that Shadowhunter's Legacy Phantom uses to select qualified candidates is a small test. You have heard it, the way to get the ancient class is here. Now it's your turn to come and play on your own. After Qi Lu asked these things clearly, he knew that he had nothing to do with himself. After all, Qi Lu himself doesn't need these ancient classes. And the system probably won't allow Qi Lu to transfer to another class. Therefore, whoever wants the inheritance of this ancient class will come out to participate in this small test. Although Qi Lu did not know what this little test was. Manager Qi, can I also take this test? Manager Qi, can I take this little test? Tiana kept waiting behind, until Qi Lu backed back and asked aloud. You? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows and glanced at Tiana. It is a very conventional magician class. Speaking of which, among the elven queens of the elven race, the magician class accounted for the vast majority. It's just that the element types are different. For example, Tiana's class, Light Magician. A slightly rare, but definitely a regular class. The rarity of light magicians is not because of how powerful this class is. Mainly because of the light magic used by light magicians, most of them tend to be auxiliary types. In terms of combat power, light mage is one of the weakest types of all mage classes. After all, the main task of the light magician is to assist in the battle. How much combat power can he have? Basically rely on teammates to play output. If you don't have teammates, it's best not to come out. After all, you can't beat anyone. So it seems rare. But for Tiana, will the elf queen be short of teammates? When a bright magician has reached the realm of the powerhouse level, the effect of auxiliary magic is absolutely terrifying. Even if it is to assist a powerhouse level power, Tiana can more than double her combat power abruptly. Not to mention those cultivators whose realm is not high. Therefore, although the light magician is rare, it is definitely a very powerful class. But only if you have teammates. And a strong level light magician is even rarer in the world. With Tiana around, if there is a real battle, the overall strength of the elves can triple in an instant. To be honest, I don't think the Shadow Hunter will be an advancement of the light mage. Sheila thought for a while, before patting Tiana's shoulder and speaking seriously. Not to mention a powerhouse like Tiana. Even if it is a hero, if you want to change your rank and obtain the inheritance of the ancient rank, you must be an advanced or derivative rank of your own rank. Because at the hero level, his own way has been fixed. Unless you want to start all over again. Otherwise, the path of the rank cannot be changed in a lifetime. Can only go further. Also known as advanced or derivative. As for those ancient ranks that were created out of nothing, as long as the realm is promoted to the hero level, it is basically only for watching. Grandmaster level may still be a little possible. Yes, I was too excited. Tiana was patted on the shoulder by Qi Lu and calmed down immediately. But this is also impossible. The legendary ancient class, who can still be calm after encountering them, I am afraid they can count them with one hand. Unless it is a magical beast with undeveloped intelligence, or a race that cannot be transferred. It's okay, I can understand. Sheila smiled, and then looked at the shadow of inheritance in the store. Speaking of which, Sheila really knows one of the advanced version of the ancient class of the Bright Magician. Lord of Light. That is the real legendary ancient class, a tyrannical class that can force the heroic class to fight against the strong class without falling behind. The one-handed resurrection technique made the enemy even more terrified. It's just that at this rank, Qilu also heard a mention from the system. However, when it comes to the rank of Lord of Light, the system is mainly to explain to Qi Lu that the rank of the auxiliary type is not weak. However, if you want to extract this rank from the rank inheritance scroll purchase channel, the probability is too low. To an almost negligible level. That's why Qi Lu was too lazy to talk about it. In the store lobby, the Shadow Hunter Inheritance Phantom has long been surrounded by people. All for taking that quiz. On the contrary, Shauna seemed very calm. Aren't you going to try it? Qilu asked with interest. No, let's give this opportunity to others. Shauna's mentality has a feeling of sometimes in life you must have it, and you can't force it in life. However, the selection method of qualified candidates is actually similar. After all, it is impossible to have only one qualified person, but who can encounter the inheritance of the ancient class first, it is completely fate. So, mentality is still very important. I also don't want Shauna to really become that sullen guy. Lan Qi also followed suit. After a pause, Lan Qi took another look at Shadowhunter's legacy phantom, and then continued, this kind of weird guy can't do it either. Did you mean to be funny? Qi Le can still understand the meaning of Lan Qi's words. It's just that sometimes, Lan Qi's vocabulary for these strange characters is really lacking. So many people came at once, but I have to say that this is not a good job. Shadowhunter's legacy phantom looks a bit lazy. Looking at the surrounding customers, it is obvious that there is no motivation. I don't know if the shadow hunters of all dynasties are like this. Or that this guy is a special case. But even if the shadow hunter inheritance phantom said so, none of those eager customers flinched. This is an ancient class that can be encountered but not sought after. Whoever quits is stupid. Okay, enough, just so many people. After stretching lazily, Shadowhunter Inheritance Void stood up straight and said aloud. My quiz is very simple. Whoever touches me first will win. Then test, start now. After saying start, the feeling of laziness on the Shadowhunter's Inheritance Phantom instantly dissipated. Instead, there was an extremely cold aura. Majestic killing intent. The temperature of the shop dropped to an extreme at this moment, and if there was water around, it would freeze in an instant. But it's only a matter of seconds. The temperature control system that comes with the store will eliminate this cold. However, the shadow of the Shadowhunter's legacy phantom in the hearts of the surrounding customers cannot be eliminated within a few seconds. Almost all the customers around are backing away. The momentum that the Shadowhunter's legacy phantom burst out just now makes people tremble in the bottom of their hearts. And that terrifying killing intent was like a sharp sword around his neck, as if it could cut off his throat at any time. The threat of death is something that people can't help but feel terrified of. There were even a few customers who were so frightened that they almost collapsed on the ground. It's the breath. This guy has definitely hunted down a powerhouse-level power. Lan Chi's pupils shrank suddenly, and a layer of fine sweat immediately oozes from his back. Although the Shadowhunter inherits the true power of the Phantom, it may not be as good as when he was alive. But in terms of momentum, there is no discount at all. It's a terrible killing intent. Shauna's face also turned pale. And the terrifying control over his own momentum. Tiana also took a deep breath and said slowly. The imposing manner and killing intent released by the Shadowhunter's Inheritance Phantom are accurate to everyone. According to the difference in strength and realm of each person, the killing intent that can be felt is also different. Otherwise, Lan Chi and others will feel the killing intent of the threat. I am afraid that those customers with slightly lower strength will be directly frightened and fainted. Is this the ancient class? How powerful it is. There are not only one or two people who have this idea in their hearts. After feeling the killing intent that was completely aimed at him, almost everyone had this idea in their hearts. Not a single person dared to move under the oppression of this murderous intent. For fear that any slight movement of his own will be noticed by this killing intent. Then kill it. Is this the so-called small test? It's really not easy. Qilu also narrowed his eyes. As Shadowhunter Legacy Phantom said, in terms of process, this is really a small test. As long as you can touch the Shadowhunter Inheritance Phantom under the oppression of this killing intent. However, it's easier said than done. If you really want to do it, how difficult it is. As one of the most terrifying hunters, shadow hunters can imagine how terrifying the killing intent it contains. Those who can act in this kind of killing intent are not fellows of the same level as shadow hunters. That is a monster with a strong will as iron. However, the condition of being at the same level as the shadow hunter can basically be ignored. Even Lan Chi was in a cold sweat in the midst of this killing intent. Not to mention others. Now in this store, Qi Lu is the only one who can move freely. It's boring, why isn't anyone here? Aren't you very positive before? This majestic and terrifying killing intent lasted about half a minute before disappearing abruptly. As if it never happened. But everyone knew that the killing intent just now was definitely not a dream. Because of the cold sweat, it will not lie. I met you. Just as Shadowhunter's Legacy Phantom shrugged and sighed. Lillian first recovered, and then grabbed the wrist of the Shadowhunter's Legacy Phantom. This? Shadowhunter's Legacy Phantom seemed rather surprised, so he looked at Lillian sluggishly. The rest of the store wasn't much better. For Lillian's behavior, everyone was dumbfounded. Manager Chi, Lillian will be fine, right? Shauna asked immediately. You know, from the killing intent just now, it can be seen that although this Shadowhunter Inheritance Phantom has a funny personality, it is definitely not a good stubble. That majestic killing intent, I don't know how many corpses came out of the sea of blood, before it can be condensed. It'll be fine, the inheritance phantom is for the inheritance of power, and under normal circumstances, it will not be shot. Qi Lu waved his hand, indicating not to worry. And even if Shadowhunter's legacy phantom shot, Qi Lu was sure he could stop it. After all, this place is in the store anyway. As long as Qi Lu is in the store, it is the biggest. The same is true for the customer, and the same is true for the product. Wait, what did you just say? Shadowhunter Inheritance Phantom scratched his head and asked Lillian. However, there was a lot of doubt in his tone, but there was no emotion like anger or dissatisfaction. Speaking of which, it's still more difficult to make a funny person angry. Unless it touches his bottom line. Otherwise, it is a funny daily life that is cheerful, rather than just touching it like a temper. Obviously, Lillian's behavior did not touch the bottom line of Shadowhunter's inheritance of phantoms. On the contrary, it also aroused his curiosity. I said I bumped into you, because you haven't said the test is over. So it's still a test, right? Lillian said it very seriously. You are lying. Shadowhunter Inheritance Phantom spread his hands, saying that he did not accept Lillian's statement. But the rules are the rules, you only said the test started, you didn't say it was over. Lillian said stubbornly. So in the shop, Lillian and Shadowhunter Inheritance Phantom just stared at each other and stood there. This made the surrounding customers break into a cold sweat. Because no one thought that Lillian would come out like this. This is to directly confront the Shadowhunter Legacy Phantom. But with Lillian's strength, if it annoys the Shadowhunter's Legacy Phantom, I am afraid that just the terrifying killing intent just now can directly crush Lillian's soul. This little girl is too courageous. Lan Qidu was shocked by Lillian's actions. This is too worry-free, so impulsive, how can I take on heavy responsibilities in the future? In Tiana's palm, magic power began to gather. It is the duty of the Elf Queen to protect her own people. With the power of a strong-level light magician, it is not too difficult to protect Lillian when you are prepared. Okay, don't be impatient, even if something goes wrong, you won't be Alouette to take action. In the store, no fighting is allowed. Sheila noticed Tiana's movement, and immediately reached out and pressed Tiana. In an instant, the magic power condensed in Tiana's hand was turned away. Manager Qi. Tiana looked at Qi Lu in surprise, then looked down at the palm of her hand. The magic power that was condensed in that group was so simply melted away. If it wasn't for Qi Li's special reminder, Tiana might have been stunned for 2 seconds to find out about this. This kind of power is simply terrifying. But it was precisely because Qi Lu had such a terrifying strength that Tiana became a little more at ease. However, the situation on Lillian's side doesn't seem to end badly yet. After about 10 minutes of stalemate, Lillian still stubbornly stared at Shadowhunter's Legacy Phantom, still refusing to look away. Okay, I'm afraid of you. This test, even if you win. In the end, it was Shadowhunter Inheritance Phantom who spoke first, with a helpless tone. However, as soon as these words came out, the surrounding customers, who were shocked in cold sweat, suddenly widened their eyes. The onlookers all looked at this person with disbelief, a phantom. 1. Is this test, is to do so to win? However, thinking of this question, the customers who had thoughts about the ancient class just now looked at each other and looked at each other. To be honest, even if you know the method, it is still difficult to implement it. In the face of the killing intent that seemed to be a sharp blade on the throat, even a slight movement required great courage. Not to mention confronting the Shadowhunter Legacy Phantom head-on. A talented person can do it. It's just that you don't take your own life as your life. No way, that's what I won. Lillian heard this, and said it immediately. Okay, it's you who won, the inheritor of the Shadowhunter. Shadowhunter Inheritance Phantom said here, and the tone that was originally a little laughing suddenly became serious. He also stood up straight. The straight waist is like a sharp sword standing between heaven and earth. Your courage and patience have been recognized by me. Inflict the fatal blow when the target is most at ease, and never regret your actions. I hope you will be able to become a shadow hunter in the future. Hunting requires a lot of courage, especially when facing an opponent that you know is invincible. Now, please accept this power. Shadow hunters inherit phantoms, just like the oath they said when inheriting. Solemn, solemn, and pious. It was not until this time that the onlookers understood what the little test that shadow hunter inherited from the phantom was testing. Courage in the face of a powerful enemy. Patience when hunting targets. And the ability to look for opportunities to kill with one hit. From the very beginning, Shadowhunter Inheritance Phantom never expected that someone could touch him under the shroud of killing intent. Because this is simply an unrealistic luxury. A guy who could be called a top hunter in ancient times. In this period when the ancient class has long since withered away, it is no exaggeration to say that he is the most powerful hunter. Under the shroud of this kind of killing intent, among those cultivators who do not have strong enough strength to support, those who can act normally are considered geniuses. It's a pity that this kind of genius is too rare. At the beginning of the Shadow Hunter's inheritance of Phantom, it was not to find such a genius. There may be some ancient classes that place great importance on qualifications. But that's not the case with the Shadow Hunter class. Even the previous owner of the Shadow Hunter, who is now the owner of this legacy phantom, started from a small person with ordinary aptitude. The Shadow Hunter class valued something else. Because the Shadow Hunter is a class hidden in the dark, it is enough to give you a fatal blow at the most critical moment. And Lillian has these qualities. Although maybe a little stubborn. But in fact, it can be seen from the fact that before the previous hunting meeting, Lillian told Carlos to let Kurd bring her to the City of Life. Although Lillian is simple and kind, she also has her own opinions. Stubbornly want to contribute his strength to his branch. Have the courage to break through yourself. Then the power of this inheritance belongs to me, right? Although Lillian has been stubbornly confronting the Shadow Hunter legacy phantom. But at this moment, it was really recognized, but it became very pleasant. However, in the face of Lillian's surprise question, Shadowhunter Heritage Phantom did not answer. When the power of inheritance in the rank inheritance scroll has been determined to be passed on to the qualified, the task of inheriting the phantom is completed. At this time, the power used to maintain the inheritance shadow will also follow the power of inheritance and pass it on to the qualified. So the current Shadowhunter Inheritance Phantom is really just a phantom. Lillian's question was not answered verbally. And what answered Lillian was a majestic and icy force. In a few breaths, it was all poured into Lillian's body, and then sealed. This is the power of inheritance, belonging to the Shadowhunter class. Including those two skills. The hunting instinct, and the hunting moment. Because Lillian has not used the skill crystal before. Therefore, these two skills were embedded in Lillian's seal of the brave and the seal of class, respectively. It's just that most of the power of inheritance at present, with Lillian's current state, can't be digested, and then transformed into her own power. Therefore, according to the judgment of the power of inheritance, it will choose to automatically seal it up. Used to slowly improve Lillian's strength. At this time, all the doubts in Lily's heart were resolved. The power of inheritance contains a lot of information, and it is also very complicated. But when Lillian saw the shadow of the Shadow Hunter's legacy shattered, turned into fluorescent light, and then quickly dissipated. Thank you. Lillian bowed slowly, thinking about the void in front of her, and gave a disciple salute. After getting this inheritance, I took over this class. Then Lillian called the previous owner of the Shadow Hunter class a teacher, and it was understandable. A lot of times, things are not complicated, so don't be in such a hurry. isn't it? Seeing that the matter was resolved perfectly, Qi Lu also breathed a sigh of relief, turned his head and said with a smile to the few around him. To be honest, Qi Lu was already ready to make a move before. It just didn't make it visible. In the face of a joke, especially a powerful one, you can't expect the opponent to play cards according to common sense. In fact, Shadowhunter's inheritance of phantoms did not play cards according to common sense. But fortunately, the direction of development of things is always going in the good direction, which saves Qi Lu a lot of trouble. This is an ancient class, is it such a simple decision? Lan Qi couldn't understand what was happening in front of him. After all, this process has turned too fast. And let alone Lan Qi, in fact, even Qi Lu didn't understand it. The great powers of the ancient times, who knows what they are thinking, but since this ancient class is in the hands of the elves, it is a good thing. When Tiana saw that the matter was settled, a smile appeared on her face. As long as this power of inheritance did not fall on the dwarves, it would be a good thing for Tiana. A race, relying on a top powerhouse alone, can't hold up the scene. Therefore, a large number of rising stars are needed to serve as the mainstay. After all, it is rare in the world to have a chance to be a powerful player. Therefore, the collision between races will eventually fall on the younger generation of each race. In this way, the elves are considered successors, so I have nothing to worry about. Shauna also breathed a sigh of relief and said softly. You mean, the next saint? Tiana understood the subtext in Shauna's words. No, Lillian isn't enough to take on this responsibility right now, but it's time to start observing. Shauna shook her head and spoke slowly. The responsibilities of the elven saintess are so great, if there is no accident, it is basically the next elf queen. Therefore, it is extremely difficult to become a saint. Just being an ancient class is not enough. Because the ancient class only increased the upper limit of the combat power that the owner could achieve. However, the specific strength still depends on its own realm. I knew you would say that. Since you are so concerned about the family's affairs, why don't you come back with Lan Qi? Tiana smiled and said tentatively. No, Lan Qi is not a character that can calm down. Shauna refused Tiana's proposal without hesitation, and then gave Lan Qi a gentle look. Qi Lu, who was standing on the side, turned his head expressionlessly. The Shadowhunter class was acquired by Lillian, and it was already a matter of just settlement. Therefore, the customers around, although they are unwilling, but no one has any opinions. After all, the Shadowhunters inherit the power of phantoms, and they are vivid in their minds. That terrifying killing intent is estimated to make these guys have nightmares for at least 3 nights. So soon, Qi Li's store returned to calm. And this incident has also become the talk of the customers who were present at the time. When the store was about to close in the evening, the customers in the store changed batch after batch, but things about the ancient class did not disappear with the change of customers. However, the number of people talking about it has decreased a lot. Another full day, which was fantastic. Qi Lu stretched his waist vigorously, stretching his muscles and bones. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound like fried beans. After closing the door, Qi Lu took a special look out. The little girl who runs here every day and treats it as a cafeteria didn't throw up for a day today. It is impossible to say that Qi Lu is not suspicious. But doubts are doubts, but Qi Lu will not investigate this matter. What if Yaffle found a new gourmet somewhere and went over to eat? The probability of this happening is quite high. Qi Lu couldn't care either. Well, in the cafeteria, it's over when you cook well, and you don't care if others eat or not. So after confirming that no one was coming, Qi Leli closed the door of the store and went back to his bedroom. After a casual shower, he lay down on the bed and fell asleep. After all, this kind of reward is not something that happens every day. And at this moment, Donghuang, Yunwu City. There is probably not much time difference between Donghuang and Beishan. In the dark night, Yunwu City was brightly lit. In Qi Li's small store, Yu Shi'er sent the last customer away, and then closed the store door. Although Qi Lu has not been in the store for a long time. But Yu Shi'er has never changed when it comes to opening and closing the store. Shi'er, I'll guard the store tomorrow morning, you can sleep more. Yu Shuangshu squatted on the counter and said while eating a bacon sandwich. This is just waking up, coming down from the second floor. No, the store manager entrusted the store to me, I should keep it well, and I am not tired. Yu Shi'er shook her head and sat down on the sofa. Taking a deep look outside the store, Yu Shi'er curled her legs onto the sofa, put her chin on her knees, and wrapped her hands around her legs. Manager, when are you coming back? Shi'er misses you a bit. Yu Shi'er whispered to herself, her eyes always drifting to the outside of the store involuntarily. It is expected that in the next moment, Qi Lu will open the store door from the outside and walk in. But this idea has never been realized. But even so, Yu Shi'er likes to sit quietly on the sofa and wait quietly after closing the store. Probably because Qi Lu liked to sit on this sofa when he was in the store before. Although you're not tired, you don't have to sit here every night, right? Aren't you afraid of becoming a Wangfu stone today? After Yu Xuanhuan finished eating the first meal after waking up, she jumped a few times and came to the sofa where Yu Shi'er was. Then he stretched out his little paw and pushed Yu Shi'er. Shuai, what are you talking about, what Wang Fushi? If you talk nonsense again, you won't be allowed to eat tomorrow. Yu Shi'er listened to Yu Xuanhuan's unobstructed words, and a blush suddenly floated on her face. TSK, I'm not allowed to say it yet. Yu Shuangshu bared her teeth, propped herself up on her hind legs, stretched out her two fleshy, furry front claws, and gestured randomly in the air, while saying, if you want me to tell me, if Qi Lu comes back, I will scratch him. Who told him to make Shi'er wait so long? Having been with Yu Shi'er for so long, Yu Xuanhuan, as her best friend, naturally wanted to fight for her. No, Shuai, don't scratch the manager. Yu Shi'er hurriedly stopped it. I never thought about whether Yu Xuanhuan could scratch Qi Lu. Whatever you want, then I'll go first. Yu Shuangshu waved her little paws. In fact, I just said that, if I really want to fight, I am not Qi Lu's opponent. This self-knowledge, Yu Shuangshu still has it. It's just that the New World mode has been taking so long, and no new map has been released yet. The Shadow Assassin entrance is almost over. When running into the deck, Yu Xuanhuan thought silently in her heart. And Yu Shi'er returned to her previous appearance. He hugged his legs with his hands, curled up on the sofa, and glanced outside the store from time to time. It was a strange dream last night. Why did I dream of a cat scratching me? Early in the morning, Qi Lu sat up from the bed. It's just that Qi Lu looked confused when he recalled the dream he had last night. Is this implying something to yourself? But after thinking about it carefully, Qi Lu really couldn't think of anything that this kind of dream could suggest, so he didn't think about it. Let's continue to open the store, and strive to return to the East Wasteland one day earlier. Qi Lu moved his neck, which had become a little stiff from sleeping, and then jumped to the ground. Start the day. Yafei still didn't come. Tiana didn't make it to the first one either. However, Qi Lu estimated that Tiana should have gone back to the elves. I believe that a large number of elves will come to the store soon. However, now, the customers in the store are still dwarf clansmen occupying the vast majority. Among them, there were only a few guests of other races mixed in. Like dragons. This sauce-flavored liquor is a good one. As for the choice of beverages, Lan Qi finally tried the sauce-flavored liquor. The mellow and fragrant smell of this mouthful immediately made Lan Qi applaud. Of course it's good wine. Qi Lu looked at the sky outside and agreed casually. Come over for a drink in the evening, it can be considered leisurely. I just don't know if flying after drinking is considered drunk driving. Of course good wine is good wine. The only downside is that the amount is too small, and it's not enough for me to wet my mouth. Lan Qi said with a smile. Suddenly, his face condensed and his brows raised. What's wrong? Qi Lu raised his eyes and asked, curiously. It's nothing, an acquaintance has come to the City of Life, and he should be here soon, Manager Qi. Lan Qi replied casually. The expression on his face changed with the answer. Come to me? Qi Lu subconsciously glanced outside the store. It is indeed an acquaintance. I said why Yufei was not in the City of Life yesterday. Did he go to the Hui clan? Shauna, who was drinking orange juice, raised her head rarely and glanced outside the store. At this moment, a tall figure suddenly appeared at the door of the store. Then he pushed open the store door and walked in. Qi Lu also saw the face of the person who came. This is a tall and sturdy man wearing an armor made of animal skins and bones. The extremely masculine square face was painted with strange patterns. At a glance, you can tell that this man is a very tough guy. However, on both sides of this tough guy's head, there are two round animal ears, which is a bit damaging to the style of painting. It also made Qi Lu understand that this guy is a Beast Ear clan. Is this the acquaintance you're talking about? After Qi Lu looked at the man, he looked at Lan Qi and Shauna again. However, before the two could answer, a small figure jumped out from behind the man. Manager Qi, it's me. I didn't eat the food you made for a day. IRL, I want to die. As soon as Yufei jumped out, he started to make a loud noise in the store. At the same time, Qi Lu made sure that Yufei didn't come yesterday, so he should have something to do, instead of finding new food. But this sentence is probably nonsense. Qi Lu has not heard of anything that is better than the food produced by the system. After all, for a world rife with grudge and magic, wanting to demand a very delicious food is really difficult for some strong people. Because no one studies this stuff. Compared with how to make an ultimate delicious food, it is better to spend this energy on how to cultivate. Go and get whatever you want to eat. Qi Lu pointed to the snack vending machine, and then the conversation changed. Then who is this? Qi Li's eyes finally settled on this tough guy. Because when this tough guy came into the store, Qi Lu felt it. The strength of this tough guy is comparable to that of Lan Qi. Another powerhouse. You must know that even if you search the entire northern mountain range, there are only a handful of powerhouses. However, the powerhouse-level almighty who came to Qi Li's store in the past few days, plus the one in front of him, is already the third one. If this is said, I am afraid that it will scare a large number of people. This one, let me introduce you. This one is the current master of the beast spirit of the Beast Ear clan, Saratel. Lan Qi sat on the chair, beside the small round table, and spoke slowly. The Lord of Beast Spirits, in the Beast Ear clan, is on the same level as the Elf Queen of the Elf clan. Highest belief. I said why as soon as I arrived in the City of Life, I felt an unpleasant aura. It turned out that you were here. When Saratel heard someone introduce herself, she glanced at Lan Qi and said, with a stern face. Qi Lu watched, frowning from the side. I always feel the image of a tough guy, and I have to use a poker face as a foil to make it look tougher. This suddenly reminded Qi Lu of the muscular men he had seen in some film and television works before. With a poker face, he does look like an iron-blooded man. Stop, I'm not sitting here just to wait for you to quarrel. Lan Qi is now drinking a small wine, although it is only a sip, but he is still in a good mood. So I don't really care about Saratel's words. There is a grudge between you? Qi Lu also glanced at Lan Qi. It's not a grudge, it's just that he fought with Saratel a few times before, and he just lost. Lan Qi shrugged and said lightly. What do I mean by losing? those battles, we didn't have a winner at all. Saratel frowned and said dissatisfiedly. In terms of pure fighting skills and fighting consciousness, the beast deer tribe will not lose to the dragon tribe. Because the fighting instincts of these two races are inherently tough. It's just that in terms of physique, the beast deer clan is slightly inferior to the dragon clan. So it is not an easy thing to really fight and decide the winner. And Saratel and Lan Qi are both the powerhouse-level powers of the Northern Mountain Range, and it is of course normal for them to know each other. After all, above the North Mountain Range, there are only a few powerhouse-level experts. The power of this realm is naturally impossible to be an unknown person. Of course, except for those like Qi Lu. Because Qi Li's combat power is completely dependent on the place. Others can't do that. Moreover, as races with equally powerful fighting instincts, Saratel and Lancy have learned from each other, which is also a normal thing. It's just that in many discussions, Saratel is either a slight loss or a draw. So for Lancy, Saratel will be a little unhappy. However, if you don't like it or not, these are all personal grievances. In normal communication, Saratel will not mix these personal emotions in toit. Otherwise, Yafei wouldn't have such a good relationship with Lanchi. So you mean, Saratel was brought here by Yafei? Qi Lu looked back at Yafei. In the time of these few words, Yafei had already carried a box of braised beef rice bowl, ready to eat. Seeing Qi Lu look over, Yafei immediately showed a good-looking smile on his face. Manager Qi, what's the matter? The chopsticks in Yafei's hand were hanging over a piece of beef soaked in sauce, and he hadn't set his chopsticks yet. It's okay, you can continue to eat. Qi Lu shook his hand. Obviously, there is no need to ask too many things from a foodie. Because Saratel can come to the store, it is actually a good thing. Just like Tiana, as the elf queen, can represent the entire elf family. Saratar can also represent the entire Beastier clan. If Saratel can approve the shop, then the approval of the three major races in the Northern Mountain Range will be complete. Of course, there may be some moisture in it. However, most of the store restrictions can be lifted because of this recognition. Therefore, Qi Li's eyes towards Saratar also changed a little. But before Qi Li could speak, Saratel spoke first. Are you the manager, Qi, mentioned by Yafei? Now it seems that there is nothing special about it. Saratel stared at Qi Lu and looked up and down. Honestly, if this behavior is too obvious, it is actually very rude. Because it's like looking at the goods. Therefore, under normal circumstances, sizing up people is a vague and rough look at it. There is a general impression in my mind and it is over. However, for a tough guy with a rough personality and extremely confident in his own strength, it seems that he does not have this awareness. Hey, Sirator, don't blame me for not reminding you, don't use your common sense to look at Manager Qi. Because in that case, you may suffer a small loss. Lan Qi watched the trembling that only appeared when his face was full of slaughter, but he couldn't help but reminded him. Because if it really develops according to Saratel's character, maybe this guy will really be thrown out by Manager Qi. As an old rival who has been learning for years, Lan Qi still can't bear to see such a thing happen. Loss? What can I lose? Do you think I didn't know Manager Qi's strength, so you reminded me? Then you are wrong. Saratel's masculine square face showed a hint of slyness. When I came here, Yafei told me that you suffered at the hands of Manager Qi. Do you think I don't know? Having said this, Saratel let out a hearty laugh. Lan Qi was stunned. Co-author, it turns out that this guy knows Manager Qi's strength, so let me remind you of a hammer. It was really kind and unrewarding, and it was even laughed at. However, I still appreciate your kindness. Manager Qi can be called a broad-minded person. I believe he won't care about these little things. I still have these senses. Saratel frankly admitted that he was looking at people's eyes, and it was indeed a little rude. But many times, a person's habits are not so easy to change. Broad-minded? Qile raised his eyebrows when he heard the words. As a store manager, Qile thinks that this is not broad-minded, but can only be said to be peaceful and rich. If we really want to talk about character, Qile is not yet at the point where he will be rewarded. But definitely not too much. It is nothing more than an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. I don't know who this strange rumor came from. However, Qile also did not express his own opinions and views. Because then again, this is also a positive image. Qile didn't have to slander himself. So Qile waved his hand naturally and said aloud, "It's okay, I just don't know what this customer needs when he comes to the store." Fighting for a word or a look is a very stupid thing. Unless that sentence hits the bottom line, there's no way. But obviously, in terms of Saratel's character, this kind of rudeness is probably a common occurrence. Seriously, it's not a big deal. After all, Qile didn't care what others thought of him. It doesn't look like anything special, so it's not. As long as you come to the store to buy things, don't miss the spirit crystal. I need an elixir. An elixir that can improve attributes. Listening to Qile's question, Saratar stated his goal very directly. Equipment such as weapons and armors are really not important to the Beast Ear tribe. Even Yaffer is not interested in the equipment in the Qile shop, and of course Saratel, who is the master of beast spirits, does not need it. This has nothing to do with the quality of the equipment, it's just that there is no need for this. Pills that can improve attributes. There was no change in the expression on Qile's face. Because this answer is the same as what Qile expected in his heart. Just seeing that Yaffer was the first customer in the store to fill up the properties of medicinal pills, he knew the significance of these medicinal pills that could permanently increase the attributes to the Beast Ear clan. It's just that Qile didn't expect that these medicinal herbs could attract the Beast Spirit Master of the Beast Ear clan. This was also an unexpected surprise. It's just that this medicine can permanently improve its properties, and the shipment rate is really worrying. Qile clearly remembered that the pills that Saratrain needed were definitely gone today. But I heard Yafei say that such precious things are very rare here, Manager Qi. So I'm ready to live in the city of life for a while. Before Qile could answer, Saratray added another sentence. Being so understanding, it saves Qile to explain. However, although there are no medicinal pills that Saratray needs on the shelves, there are still a few in the warehouse. Inventory is something that is used to deal with emergencies. In order to gain the approval of the Lord of Beast Spirits and lift the restrictions on the store as soon as possible, Qile can be considered to have made a lot of money. After all, Qile would never do this kind of inventory. Although it is rare, it is not absent. If I remember correctly, there should be one more. Qile pretended to think for a moment, and then said aloud. The medicinal pills temporarily taken out of the warehouse can be placed directly on the shelves by the system. So Qile will not take the initiative to go to the shelf to get the medicine pill. Dress up. Remembering the quantity of goods in the store is the quality of a store manager, so when Qile talks about it, no one will think too much. At most, customers who have come to the store before will wonder if there is a problem with their eyes. So big bottles of medicinal herbs were placed on the shelves, and I didn't even see them. Another one? Then I'm welcome. Saratel could not have imagined that there would be such a precious elixir left in the store. Immediately, a flash appeared in front of the shelf. Everyone only felt that in a blink of an eye, Saratel disappeared. And this speed, without the slightest fluctuation of vindictiveness, is completely based on the strong physical fitness. Is this the power of the Beast Ear clan? Qile raised his eyebrows with interest and took a deep look at Saratar. If you put aside the fighting spirit and magic power, the Beast-Eared race is definitely one of the most powerful races among all races. It's a pity that after adding vindictive energy and magic power, the ranking of the Beast Deer clan has to be moved down 1 or 2 places. However, even so, there is still no race that dares to offend the Beast Deer race. Just like no one dares to provoke the Dragon clan. After all, there is not much difference between offending the 3rd-ranked one and offending the 1st-ranked one. All were hanged. Is this the medicine pill? Siradar's eyesight is not bad, and he quickly found Yu Fei and the medicinal pill he mentioned. A body-forging pill. Jiu Hui, 80 spirit crystals, do you need a membership card? Qi Lu put the body-forging pills on the shelf, so they didn't even need to look at them, they just quoted the price. By the way, I sold a membership card. Speaking of this, Qi Lu also feels more and more like a professional marketing worker. Recommend loyalty cards for every new customer, then let them top up. Manage. Listening to Saratel's tone and affirmative answer, he knew that he must have heard of the function of the membership card. With a bundle of 80 spirit crystals, Saratel directly put the body-forging pill into his mouth. The medicinal pill melted in the mouth, and immediately turned into a warm current, which merged into Saratel's body. An excellent grade medicinal pill can be said to be very small for the improvement of the powerhouse grade power. However, no matter how small this improvement is, it is a real improvement. With Saratel's perception, it is natural to clearly perceive this slight improvement. Sure enough, it is a rare and precious medicinal pill in the world. Although I heard from Yu Fei before that Lan Qi suffered a loss from Manager Qi, I didn't believe it at the time. But now it seems that it should be true. After digesting the energy of the body-forging pill, Saratel suddenly said such a sentence. It was enough to see the shock in Saratel's heart. To be able to refine a medicinal pill with such a powerful effect, its refiner's strength will definitely be ranked among the top in the world. Otherwise, if he dared to sell this kind of medicine in an open and honest way, he would have been captured by some evil forces long ago. Of course, Saratel doesn't really care about Qi Li's strength. Because Xiradar never thought about conflict with Qi Lu. In fact, the biggest shock of Saratel came from the effect of the medicinal pill. When Yaffa returned to the clan this time, he casually mentioned this type of medicine pill, which caught Saratel's attention, so he came to the City of Life with Yaffa. Because this kind of elixir that can permanently improve the attributes is really important to the Beastier clan. And now it seems that the effect of the medicine pill has not lived up to Saradar's expectations. I used to disapprove of Yu Fei running around, and now it seems that it is not without benefits. Saratel couldn't help sighing. This made Qi Lu raise his eyes, and asked Lan Qi curiously, what is the relationship between Yu Fei and this guy? The little girl is that guy's daughter. But that's how the two get along, so you don't have to think about it, Manager Qi. Without raising his eyes, Lan Qi answered Qi Li's question aloud. Daughter? Qi Li turned his head and glanced at the two again. Saratel's tall and strong physique and Yaffel's petite and cute physique seemed to have nothing in common. Could it be that Yu Fei's body type was inherited from her mother? Manager Qi, in fact, Yu Fei's mother is similar to Saratel. Shauna seemed to see what Qi Lu was thinking, and said abruptly. It's not heredity, it's mutation. Qi Lu thought silently in his heart. By the time Saratel came to the store, it was actually very late. So after buying a body-forging pill, I didn't keep it in the store. As for Yu Fei, he was just in a hurry to have a late-night snack. Don't even think about the New World mode. So it didn't take long for the store to close. Qi Lu closed the door of the store, and sat on the sofa with excitement. It didn't take long for the system's voice to ring in his mind as expected. System, congratulations to the host, one of the products in the store, the medicine pill, has been recognized by the Lord of Beast Spirits. Great, wait, what did you just say? Qi Li's cheering was only halfway through, then stopped abruptly, and turned into a tone of doubt. System, this system just said that one of the products in the store, the medicine pill, has been approved by the Lord of Beast Spirits. Only medicinal pills? System, yes, only medicinal pills. Qilu opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything. It seems that this Beastier clan really doesn't care about equipment. It would be too much trouble to travel all the way to the City of Life just for a few pills. Who would have thought that this guy, Cyrodiil, was so ignorant, that here ally just came for the medicine pill. But speaking of it, the Beastiers are like those characters in the game with few equipment grids. If you don't need it, then why accept it? But the more reason is that there is no weapon and armor in the store that can make Cyrodiil tempted. Thunder gloves are enough for Yaffer. But throwing rare-level weapons to power-level powerhouses might not be enough. Having said that, it might not be feasible to take the road of getting the owner of the beast spirit to recognize the store. That would only allow most of the Beast-Ear clansmen to recognize the shop. Although the Thunder Gloves couldn't impress Cyrodiil, that didn't mean it couldn't impress other Beast-Ear tribesmen. Then, is there any reward this time? After being silent for a long time, Qilu hesitated to ask. System, yes. The answer seemed very affirmative, and Qilu's heart was instantly filled with joy. It seems that the last suggestion was accepted by the system. This time, it was obviously a lot more generous. What's the reward this time? Qilu was in high spirits and asked, quickly. System, a new snack, and a comprehensive upgrade of the combat strength training room. Another new snack. So it seems that this time the reward is for Yafei? When Qilu heard the content of the reward, the idea immediately surfaced in his mind. If anyone in the store cares about new food the most, it is undoubtedly Yafei. And then the second place is Lancy. Then came the third place. In fact, it was Qilu himself. After all, Qilu has 3 meals a day in the store, so he definitely wants to change his taste. So the types of snacks, naturally, the more the better. However, what is the comprehensive upgrade of the combat strength training room? What Qilu couldn't understand was the meaning of this reward. Is it the opening of a new big map? To be honest, the current combat power improvement training room is still sufficient for the time being. In the New World mode, the player with the highest level is still struggling in the big map of the puppet maze. It may take a while to clear the Shadow Assassin entrance. Opening a new map at this time makes no sense at all. System, host, you misunderstood, a comprehensive upgrade is not a new big map. It's not opening a new map, what is that? At this time, Qilu was too lazy to complain when the system read his thoughts. Anyway, this kind of thing happened not once or twice. The damn Irby system admits its mistakes every time, and never changes. For such a shameless guy, it is useless to say too much, but a waste of emotion. System, it is to open a new server. System, New World mode will add a new server, World Server. System, all players who have reached level 55 on the Beishan server and Xuanhuan server and successfully passed the Shadow Assassin entrance will be eligible to enter the World Server. What did you say? Surprise. Huge surprise. After Qilu heard what the system said, the first reaction in his heart was this. The new server, the World Server, can accommodate players in the Beishan server and the Donghuang server at the same time. In other words, Qilu can get in touch with Donghuang through this. From this point of view, the reward for the comprehensive upgrade of the combat strength training room is the biggest gain this time. As for the more benefits after the world server is opened, there is no need to elaborate. Higher level cap, new big map. And more skill books, even new system self-made skills, and so on. Every time a new big map is opened, there are too many players who can benefit. This reward is much stronger than a new snack. Qilu took a deep breath and tried to calm down his excitement. After a long while, he continued, but the reward that should be given should not be given less. System, tell me, what is the new snack? Sheila asked very seriously. According to the character of the system, the snacks this time might be another staple food. At that time, you can eat 3 meals in exchange. System, congratulations to the host for obtaining a new snack, Bingtanghulu, which has been added to the product list and can be sold in the store. Ice candy haws. Bingtanghulu, also known as tonghulu, is made by stringing wild fruits with bamboo skewers and then dipping them in a layer of maltose. When this maltose is diluted with the wind, it will quickly harden and form a layer of sugar coating. And these bunched wild fruits, after adding sugar coating, look like gourds, so they are called sugar gourds. The wild fruit used in common rock candied haws are mostly hawthorn. But in fact, the materials used to make rock candied haws are not limited to hawthorn. Fruits such as crabapples, apples, grapes, walnuts, bean paste, strawberries, mulberries, oranges, bananas, kiwis, dragon fruits, etc. are actually fine. And the taste is different, suitable for more choices. But it's weird, how come the system has become normal this time? Sugar candied haws are authentic snacks. Sheila said to himself with a strange look on his face. In the past, when thinking about making snacks, the system had to make some strange food. Now Chi-Lu is thinking about having a dinner to improve the meal, and as air salt, the herby system has suddenly become normal again. However, when it comes to Bingtanghulu, it is also a good memory of Chi-Lu's childhood. It's just that time has passed. Up to now, Chi-Lu has not eaten candied haws for more than 10 years. Now that the system has Bingtanghulu, it can be regarded as helping Chi recall his childhood. Bingtanghulu is also good. I haven't eaten it for a long time, and I don't know if it still tastes like it used to be. Chi muttered to himself as if he was recalling something. Then he got up and came to the snack vending machine. The rock candied haws provided by the system is the most common one, which is the candied haws strung with hawthorn. Sheila took out a bunch from the snack vending machine and took a look in his hand. The hawthorns used in this candied haws are round and plump, and each one is almost the same size. The sugar coating covering the outside is even more crystal clear, showing the ruddy and delicious taste of hawthorn. It is like a string of sparkling rubies. Just looking at the shape of this candied gourd, it doesn't look like food at all, but like a work of art, which makes people unbearable to destroy. However, the layer of crystal clear sugar coating on the outside exudes a very quiet fragrance. It was a fragrance of maltose, with a sweet and greasy taste. Makes the index finger move. Since it is food, no matter how beautiful it is also eaten. So after enjoying it for a while, Sheila took the first bite from the top of the candied haws. At the same time as the sugar coating shattered, an extremely sweet taste poured into Chi-Li's mouth. It is a sweetness that can penetrate into the bottom of my heart, but it is unexpectedly not very greasy. The sweet taste reverberated in the mouth. But soon, the slight sour taste belonging to hawthorn also appeared. However, this slight sour taste does not make people feel abrupt, on the contrary, it seems to be normal. Mixed in the sweetness of the sugar coating, it did not destroy the previous taste at all. On the contrary, because of the addition of sourness, the level of sweetness became richer. Sour and sweet are intertwined, perfectly blended together. Let Chi-Lu eat one after another, and soon finish the string of candied haws. This taste is much better than the ice sugar haws I've eaten before. After Chi-Lu swallowed the last hawthorn, he looked at the bamboo stick in his hand and sighed in his heart. It's just. No matter how delicious the taste is, I can't go back. Childhood. Chi-Lu thought about it, and couldn't help but laugh a little. Those good memories are always just memories. It's just that people like to pursue those good memories, but ignore the present where they are now. So, the reason why memories are beautiful is precisely because they are memories. Chi-Lu shook his head and did not immerse himself in the memory for too long. After eating, it is time to see the effect. Bingtanghulu, sweet and sour, suitable for all ages. Eating candied haws for a long time will slightly increase the eater's magical talent, and randomly and slightly increase the affinity of a magical element of the eater. Wish, the effect of randomly increasing the affinity of a magic element will only be triggered once in a person's lifetime. Price, 20 spirit crystals. Is the special effect attached to this candied haws so strong? Qile did not expect that his childhood memories could have such a powerful effect. Magical talent, needless to say. For the magician class, that is an indispensable thing. If you don't have the talent for magic, what would you do if you transfer to a magician? Is it out of mind? Among the special effects of Bingtanghulu, the second effect is more like the icing on the cake. The magic element affinity is naturally the stronger, the better. However, randomly increasing this point seems very pitiful. Especially for the elemental wizard class. If a fire elemental mage randomly gets ice elemental affinity, what's the use? So it's just the icing on the cake. But even so, just improving the magic talent is enough to illustrate the value of Bingtanghulu. Not to mention, if you are lucky, you will randomly get the magic element affinity you need. Even if there are not many magician classes in the North Mountain Range. But not without. Therefore, Qile is still very satisfied with the candied haws. Although Bingtanghulu doesn't seem to be eaten as a meal. But that's okay. After receiving the reward, it's time to start working hard. Qile threw the bamboo stick in his hand into the trash can next to the snack vending machine, and then took out another bag of potato chips. Then I ran to the area of the combat power improvement training room and found a booth to sit down. In order to enter the world server earlier, Qile also worked hard. At present, in the Beishan server, no player can come to the Shadow Assassin entrance. If you want to clear the 6th floor of the puppet maze and gather enough teleportation array fragments to reach the entrance of the Shadow Assassin, it is simply not enough for dwarf players. All are heavy armored warriors. The first 3 floors of the puppet maze are easy to beat. Because the attack power of the puppets in the labyrinth is still normal in the first 3 floors. The defensive power is not high, and for the heavy-armed warriors who are biased towards the defensive type, it is still at the level of barely breaking the defense. But on the 5th and 6th floors, with the defensive power of the dolls guarding the treasure hall, the armored warriors may not be able to cause damage. Moreover, the super high attack power of the guardian doll can also let these reloaded soldiers know what it is like to be second. So if you want to clear the puppet maze, you still have to wait for teammates with output. For example, the elf archer. Although the class of an archer is not suitable for fighting in a small environment, like a labyrinth. But that doesn't mean the archer doesn't take damage. Perhaps it is not as good as most of the magician class in terms of burst, but the output ability of archers is better than stable and effective. Especially in the New World mode, where there is no arrow limit. As long as there are teammates who can absorb the damage in front, the archer can also have a very high output. It is a pity, however, that the elves have not yet come to the store on a large scale to enter the New World mode. Therefore, it is estimated that the players of the dwarf race will be stuck on the big map of the puppet labyrinth for a long time. As for Qile, he could only swipe the Shadow Assassin entrance by himself. It's a familiar scene. Who would have thought that I would come to this place alone again? Entering the entrance of the Shadow Assassin again, Qile couldn't help feeling very emotional. In the past, Qile had also brushed the Shadow Assassin entrance, but at that time it was just an attempt to open up Wasteland. After confirming the combat effectiveness of Shadow Assassin, Qile actually did not approve of single playing. Because the Shadow Assassin entrance is indeed a very dangerous map. The ubiquitous Shadow Assassins may emerge from unexpected places at any time, giving a fatal blow to players who dare to enter the entrance of the Shadow Assassins. If there is no teammate around to take care of it, if you are not careful, you will be sent to the resurrection point. Even if there are teammates, if there is a negligence, it may be the end of being sent out of the Shadow Assassin's entrance together. Therefore, players who can single-play this map are among the top in terms of combat awareness, combat skills, perception, and mental concentration. Qi Lu is one. This is also due to the system's tireless teaching. In fact, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is torture. However, although the process is indeed a bit painful, the effect is still very good. As for other players, Yu Shuangshu and Lu Jingya can only be counted as half. It belongs to the type that can do a single brush, but can't advance very far. Then if you go a little farther, you can hardly find it. Of course, although the vast majority of players are unable to single-play the Shadow Assassin entrance, this does not mean that some of them are not strong. Because the Shadow Assassin entrance is a very extreme map. The enemies are all top assassins, and for most classes, they are quite unfriendly. Therefore, it is difficult to walk in the Shadow Assassin's entrance, which does not mean that the combat effectiveness is not strong. However, to be able to rampage in the Shadow Assassin entrance, the combat power must be extremely tyrannical. As for Qi Lu, I have to add a little more. Familiar with New World mode. Speaking of which, Qi Lu used to hang out in the Shadow Assassin's porch before, and even pulled Xuanhuan and Lu Jingya to form a team together and advanced for a long distance. However, after coming to the Beishan Mountains, Qi Lu rarely entered the New World mode. Most of the time, in the standalone mode arena. But now, Qi Lu can be regarded as returning to his old business. Once again experienced the pain of single brush. Fortunately, Qi Lu had a good luck tonight, and he set up a few campfires at beginning. After all, it was impossible to walk to the end of the Shadow Assassin's entrance in one night. Not to mention how time-consuming the Shadow Assassin's attack was, even in terms of the size of the large map of the Shadow Assassin's entrance, it was not realistic. So I stayed up all night. Qi Lu thought about having to guard the store during the day, so he ate 5 packets of potato chips and 3 buckets of instant noodles in one night. Then I used Sprite to refresh myself, without touching the black coffee. Although when it comes to refreshing, black coffee is really powerful. But the stamina is not small. In case the effect is gone when the store is opened, the stamina is estimated to make Qi Lu lie directly on the counter and fall asleep. Let's go here today, and light the campfire first. Qi Lu yawned, rubbed his eyes, and went to the second floor, to wash his face. The cool water hitting his face also made Qi Lu feel more energetic. By the way, the new server should also be opened in the store in Yunwu City. Then at 10 o'clock in the morning, make a world announcement. After fighting all night, Qi Li's mind was unexpectedly awake. I also feel like I should do something. So after a little thought, Qi Lu added, this time the world announcement will only be issued in the East Wasteland. Players in the Beishan server are generally not high level because of their late start. Coupled with the reason of a single class, it is estimated that he will be stuck in the puppet maze for a long time. But Donghuang clothing is different. After such a long time, a considerable part of the players inside gathered at the entrance of the Shadow Assassin, and they are constantly refreshing the advance record. This world announcement can also ignite the enthusiasm of those players. System received. Okay, that's it for the time being. I have to continue to open the store. Qi Lu moved his body a little stiff from sitting all night, and then went to pen the store. Shoot dash. Yafei seemed to be waiting outside the store door, and rushed in as soon as the store door opened. While running to the snack vending machine, he didn't forget to say hello to Qi Lu. Manager Qi, didn't you sleep well last night? Is it that obvious? Qi Lu frowned and muttered in his heart. But it doesn't matter if you answer this question or not, it's just a polite greeting. So Qi Lu did not reply. Of course, Yafei didn't care about Qi Li's answer. Who goes to the cafeteria to eat, and the chef who cooks is not sleeping well. However, Yufei and Qi Lu have a good relationship, so politely say hello and take care, by the way. Hey, this candied gourd, I haven't seen it yesterday, is it a new delicacy? Yufei took a quick look around the snack vending machine, and then shouted in surprise. Then, without waiting for Qi Lu to answer, Yufei bought a bunch of rock candy haws from the snack vending machine on his own. The crystal-clear icing is wrapped in bright red and round hawthorn, like astering of bright rubies. The sweet and greasy smell that maltose exudes is even more so when people smell it. There is an idea of eating a lot. Sweets have a natural attraction for most girls. This is especially true for foodies like Yufei. Ah! Without saying a word, Yufei couldn't wait to put the candied haws into his mouth and bite one down. In an instant, the sugar coating shattered and melted in Yufei's mouth. In an instant, an extremely sweet taste filled Yufei's mouth. Yufei couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Sweetness always makes people feel happy and happy. So many times, the feeling of happiness will be called sweet. The sugar coating made from specially boiled maltose is even more outstanding in its sweetness. But soon, under this sweetness, a touch of fruit sour came out. The sour taste of hawthorn is neither obtrusive nor intense. Blended in the sweetness of the sugar coating, it highlights the sour and sweet layers. Just like flowers need green leaves to set off. In the taste, too. The perfect combination of sour and sweet, complementing each other, can make both more delicious. It was just this sugar-coated hawthorn that fascinated Yufei. Sweet and sour, so delicious. Yufei didn't use too many adjectives to describe his feelings. After all, foodies are not food critics. All Yaffer did was to put the hawthorns into his mouth one by one. Use this to express your preferences. Among so many snacks, the taste of ice sugar haws is not the most outstanding. But candied haws have their own uniqueness. What's more, if you really want to say it, it is actually difficult to compare different cuisines. Because everyone's preferences are different. Just like sweet zongzi and salty zongzi. Some people like it and some people hate it. Unless it's a big difference in taste grades. Otherwise, if the same level of food, one is made sweet and the other is made salty, if you compare it, it all depends on the subjective consciousness of the eater. And obviously, Yufei likes sweets. I also like candied haws. Why is there only so much? It's a pity that you can only eat one bunch a day. After all, the candied haws were eaten. Yufei looked at the empty bamboo stick in his hand and pouted and complained. But complaining is complaining. Having been in Chila's store for so long, Yufei also knew that it was impossible to eat the second string. So after reminiscing about the taste of candied haws for a while, Yufei bought another fried chicken wings for breakfast. By the way, Yufei, didn't you ask me about the gloves before? Chila sat on the side, watching Yufei nibbling on the chicken wings, and suddenly said aloud. Yes, Manager Qi, are there any gloves in the shop? Yufei nodded, then looked at Qi Lu. Gloves, and armor that doesn't affect mobility at all, are all the equipment needed by the bee-steered tribe. Like shoes. As for other equipment, the bee-steer tribe can use very little. Especially those heavy armors that greatly affect the ability to move, it is absolutely impossible for the bee-steer tribe to wear them. The title badge is an exception. Because Yufei is actually wearing a badge with the title of Certificate of the Elite now. This title can increase the moderate amount of all-type damage of the title owner, and after each victory in the battle, permanently obtain a layer Ophalite certificate. Each layer of elite proof will increase a small amount of all-type damage for the title holder, up to a maximum of 20 layers. All types of damage bonuses are the most helpful for the fighter class. And Yufei's realm has also reached the master level, and can wear the elite certificate. Then there is a pair of smart boots that can improve the agility attribute. As for the other equipment, Yufei didn't wear it. It also sounds shabby. Especially compared to Lillian, who likes to be fully armed. So now that Qi Lu mentioned boxing gloves, Yafei was very interested. Of course there is. I'll talk about it. The gloves you want are on the shelf, called thunder gloves. Qi Lu slowly introduced the attributes of thunder gloves and the accompanying skills. Of course, it was not Qi Li's whim to bring this up suddenly. Thunder gloves are only rare weapons. If they were introduced to Saratel, they would definitely not be taken seriously. But introducing it to Yaffer was just right. Since Saratel, who is the master of beast spirits, only approves the medicine pills in the store. Then Qi Lu could only make up his mind on Yaffer, trying to attract the Peepleaf the Beastier clan. A precious medicine pill, plus a very suitable weapon. I believe that these two are enough for the people of the Beastier clan to come to the City of Life on purpose. And one of the most important points is the thunder gloves, which can definitely be recognized by the Beastier clansmen. After all, not every Beastier clan is as strong as Saratel. Thunder gloves improve agility attributes, shot speed. There is also the abundant thunder element contained in the glove. This glovey is so strong. After listening to Qi Li's introduction, Yafei quickly put on the thunder gloves. Feeling the huge power contained in the thunder gloves surprised Yafei even more. Especially the power of the thunder element. For each attack of the glove wearer, a moderate amount of lightning element damage is added. For a fighter class whose offensive rhythm is extremely fast, the additional lightning element damage, when accumulated, the damage caused is also extremely terrifying. How is it, are you satisfied? Qi Lu cared about it like a master blacksmith had created a satisfactory weapon. In fact, the meaning of this sentence is to see whether the thunder gloves can be recognized by the Beastier clan. Since the hope of lifting the store restrictions is close at hand. That must be the sooner the better. Well, I'm very satisfied. Yafei nodded excitedly, and happily looked at the gloves in his hands. Lightweight open-finger gloves that don't interfere with the movement of your fingers and palms at all. That's good. Qi Lu rubbed his chin, and his confidence suddenly increased. Come on everyone, the end of the Shadow Assassin's entrance is right in front of you. Today we have to go there no matter what. Moonfrost Snow fluttered her fluffy tail and shouted loudly in the New World Mode team channel. However, if someone looked carefully, they would find that Xuanhuan was not actually in the Shadow Assassin entrance. It's just a commanding position in the team channel. Senior Kitty, do you really want to fight like this? I always feel like there are Shadow Assassins everywhere. A player in the team asked with some doubts. I said, don't have any objections if you ask me to command, just listen Tome, and fight like this. Next, cooperate better, the road below is difficult. Xuanhuan yawned and said with a hint of dissatisfaction. As a professional game merchant cat, Xuanhuan is not keen on drawing pictures. But among game merchants, there is a type called intelligence merchants. And Xuanhuan also served as this type of businessman, by the way. Therefore, Xuanhuan can be said to be very familiar with how to play these dungeons or big maps. It is also common to be dragged to do things of command. Anyway, they all paid for Ling Jing, and Xuanhuan was regarded as earning some extra money. World announcement, the new map will be opened soon. All players who reach level 55 and successfully clear the Shadow Assassin entrance will be eligible to enter the new map. World announcement, the new map is about to open, all levels have reached level 55, and the Shadow Assassin entrance has been successfully cleared. World announcement, a new map is about to open. The 3 consecutive world announcements successfully interrupted Xuanhuan's command. It also made all players who are currently in the New World Mode Dongwang server stand up. New map. Did you hear it? News of a new map. After waiting for such a long time, a new map is finally released. It's really not easy. Don't be too happy, you want to go to the new map, but you need to clear the Shadow Assassin entrance first. That's right, so hurry up and prepare, and you can contact me if you want to form a team. Whoever contacts you is a fool, you rookie. Who is the chicken talking about? The guild channel of the communication system, as well as the public screen, were immediately swiped by the news that the new map was about to be opened. Then it quickly crooked the building, and it became the news that he was looking for a boss to take him through the entrance of the Shadow Assassin. What the new map represents, these old players in the East Wasteland server are very clear. Leveling up means more power is fed back to you from the New World mode. There will also be more skill books that can be brushed. And new maps generally have new dungeons, and what the new dungeons bring is share training of combat skills. These are just visible benefits. As for those subtleties, there's more. Anyway, too many benefits. If you can enter the new map one day earlier, it must be one day earlier. The new map is finally here. Chi Lu, even though he's not in the store, he can still do things. In that case, I'll scratch him less next time we meet. Xuanhuan was so excited that her tail kept shaking. Obviously it's a cat, but the tail has inherited the genes of the dog. Senior Kitty. Command first. What should we do now? Don't be silent, Senior Kitty. Help. Just when Xuanhuan was so excited that she couldn't help herself, the team channel it was in suddenly exploded. Originally, it was relying on Xuanhuan's superb command to reluctantly reach the team in the second half of the Shadow Assassin's entrance, and the Shadow Assassin who found the opportunity at once took a small number of people with him. The rest of the people couldn't take it anymore. What's the matter with you? Xuanhuan came back to her senses and stared at this scene in surprise. It only took less than 2 minutes, and there were half of such people. Your strength is too poor. In this case, I suggest you practice and cooperate first, and then move on. By the way, I won't refund the commander's deposit, so see you next time. No matter how subtle the command is, it also requires a certain amount of combat power to support it. If the overall strength of a team simply cannot reach the basis of the required combat effectiveness, then no matter how good the command is, it is useless. So Xuanhuan decided to leave the team channel after seeing that the number of team members had suddenly dropped by half. Because it is futile to continue to command, unless Xuanhuan personally ends. However, the price for Xuanhuan to lead the team in person is not simply a command. After all, it's a very tiring thing to bring a chicken to brush pictures. It's hard work, and those with a bad temper can really get a headache from anger. So Xuanhuan ran away immediately after speaking bluntly. As for the deposit, it can only be regarded as a little bit of hard work for the early command. Even if Xuanhuan is willing to go back, I am afraid this group of rookie players will not accept it. Because of this, it is the consensus of most players. That is, in the New World model, it is okay to offend anyone, but not a kitty. And the reason for this consensus is that everyone knows that the only big GUI in the New World mode is this guy. A suit of equipment is perfectly built, and a bunch of subordinates are condescending. Just talking about fighting skills, there may be a few big guys who can be compared with a kitten. But if you add equipment, it's unmatched. Therefore, the name a kitten is also considered a prestigious name. But fortunately, this guy, Xuanhuan, speaks very straight, and he won't stumble in secret, and he will beat whoever he says to be beaten, so everyone does not reject it. There are always big guys anyway. An upright boss is always better than a boss who hides a knife in a smile. So in the end, because Xuanhuan made a name for herself, the business became bigger and bigger. Sheer. After Xuanhuan placed the membership card next to the crystal ball and took a seat, she ran to the counter. This kind of behavior of occupying a seat with a membership card can only be done by a few people in the Chila store. And they are all heroic. Other customers do not have this face. In such a tight place, I dare to put the membership card next to the crystal ball and throw it out for you in minutes. Shui, what's wrong? Yu Shi'er looked at Yu Xuanxue suspiciously. There are two situations that can make Yu Xuanxue come to the counter during the day. One is to just get up and come down from the second floor to eat. The other is just after all night, ready to go to sleep on the second floor, so I came over and said. Right now, though, it doesn't seem to be one of those two cases. There is news from Qi Lu. The New World mode has just been updated with a new map. Yu Xuanxue waved her fleshy little paws and gestured. Only Qi Lu can control the update in the Combat Power Improvement Training Room. Now that the New World mode has a new map, it must be done by Qi Lu. The news of the store manager. But even so, Yu Shi'er didn't want to understand the connection. The New World mode has updated a new map, which at most proves that Qi Lu is still safe, but when it comes to specific news, there is actually no. Yes, and my intuition tells me that I should be able to find Qi Li's news on the new map. So start tonight, brush the shadow assassin entrance with me. Yu Xuanxue nodded and said seriously. This kind of intuition is sometimes very mysterious. Especially when an ancient alien beast like the devouring cat is intuitively accurate, it is quite scary. If you can find the news of the store manager, then I'll be with you at night. Yu Shi'er was stunned for a moment, then nodded. The 55th level required to enter the new map is actually not difficult. Most of the players who came to the big map of Shadow Assassin's entrance, even if they were sent back to work by Shadow Assassin at every turn, had already reached this level. Yu Shi'er was no exception. It's just that clearing the entrance of the Shadow Assassin is a huge difficulty. However, Yu Shi'er's own fighting skills and fighting awareness are not bad, which is also the advantage of the demi-human race. What's more, because of the last incident, Yu Shi'er is now blessed by the luck of heaven and earth. If it wasn't for Yu Shi'er to visit the store during the day, maybe there will be one more big guy in the New World mode now. In addition, Yu Xuanxue is a real boss. As long as you are careful, it isn't difficult to clear the entrance of the Shadow Assassin. Okay, then it's settled. I'll go prepare the consumables first. After Yu Xuanxue saw that Yu Shi'er agreed, she immediately showed a look of joy, and immediately jumped off the counter. The purpose has been achieved, so there is no more to stay. Because really speaking, Yu Xuanxue feels that it is indeed more comfortable to cooperate with Yu Shi'er than to cooperate with Lu Xingya and others. This happens, presumably because both are cats. It's just that Yu Shi'er used to visit the store during the day, so she rarely stayed up late at night with Yu Xuanxue. But Yu Xuanxue has been greedy for a long time for the hidden boss Yu Shi'er. Now that there is a chance, it is natural to come over. As for the word intuition, sometimes it's accurate, but sometimes it's not. Who can say for sure? How can you trust a kitten? The City of Life, in the Qila store. Qila suddenly felt that his nose was a little itchy, but he tried to sneeze but didn't spit it out. Is someone thinking about me? Who could it be? Qila rubbed his nose and thought silently in his heart. Mr. Qi, hello, long time no see. Hearing the voice, Qi Lu, who was still thinking, raised his head and saw Kurd standing in front of the store with a smile on his face. In this hunting conference, Lillian was able to get the first place, and the equipment and medicine pills in Qi Li's store could be said to have contributed. So Kurd had long thought of going to the store to thank Qi Lu. It's just that I have been held up by things in the family before, so I didn't make time. But today is different. Hello, are you? After Qi Lu replied, he saw a dense crowd of people standing behind Kurd. The blackness was no less than the last time when the dwarf clansman blocked the door of the store in order to drink sauce-flavored liquor. Manager Qi, I am entrusted by the Queen's crown to bring the elves here. Kurd said proudly. Being able to do things for the elf queen is indeed a proud thing among the elf tribe. Oh, I see. Sheila didn't quite understand what such a thing was so proud of. The main reason why Tiana looked for curd was not because of the remote location of Chi Li's store. People who know the place can find only the curds in the clan. Then come first, but there may be not many places. For the arrival of the elves, Chi Lu had been prepared in the early morning, so there was no surprise. Tiana has talked about this matter among the Hui people in person, so it's basically no problem. It's just that the branch has not been expanded yet, so the place is really not big. But it doesn't matter much. Because even the main store in Yunwu City has been expanded to such a large area, but the location is still not enough. It has been fully demonstrated that the expansion does not solve the problem of crowding. Then, the door of the store was opened, and the elf standing outside the store rushed in. Curd, an old customer who has been here several times, naturally has to play the role of a shopping guide. The store, which was not spacious in the first place, was suddenly crowded. Fortunately, Chi Lu retreated behind the counter in time to get a loose seat. It seems that the expansion is urgent. Chi Lu looked at the crowd in the store, touched his chin, and thought seriously. When the fame was not released before, the store's doors were full, and naturally, there was no need to expand. But now, not to mention that there are still some elves outside the store who have not come in. Let's just say that the clansmen of the Beast Ear clan have not come to the store yet. If it's so congested all the time, that's fine. However, this crowded situation did not last long, and it became orderly. All the guests began to queue up voluntarily. The long queue with no end lined up on the side of the store door. A fairly wide passage was left for the store, leading to the door. Huh? Are all elves so polite? Chi Lu was quite surprised when he saw this scene. That is really high quality. Manager Chi, good afternoon, have you eaten yet? Then, before Chi Lu could finish thinking, Lan Chi and Shauna walked in through the reserved passage. Chi Lu immediately understood. This kind of orderliness probably has nothing to do with high quality. After all, who would dare stand in Lanky's way? A powerful dragon is coming to the store, you blocked the door? Even if fighting is not allowed in the store, but after leaving the store, is it not possible to live? Although Chi Lu knew, Lan Chi would not care about such trivial matters. But for these customers who can only look up to Lan Chi, the respect they can give is something they must give. Moreover, the arrival of Lan Chi and Shauna has made these customers full of confidence in the store. Even a powerhouse like Lan Chi came to this shop. There must be something special about this store. You can't be kicked out because of some trivial matter. Therefore, for various reasons, there is no need for Chi Lu to say much, and the customers all consciously queue up. This scene is much more spectacular than when there were only dwarves. Listen to Yufei, Manager Chi has a new food here. It seems to be a kind offer, isn't it? Shauna came to the counter and said with a smile. You mean candied gourd, it is indeed made of fruit. Chi Lu felt that although hawthorn is a wild fruit, it should also be regarded as a fruit. Because it cannot be said that hawthorn is a medicinal material. Every time I eat the food in the manager's store, I always have a new feeling. Oh, by the way, Manager Chi, Saratel seemed to rush back to the Beast Ear clan last night. I don't know if something happened to the Beast Ear clan. Lan Chi bit a bunch of candied haws, leaned against the counter and chatted with Chi Lu. In fact, in the realm of the powerhouse level, because I have done a lot of things in the past, I prefer to sit down and rest now. Because the powerhouse level master wants to improve himself, it is no longer something that can be done by pure cultivation. You must rely on the luck of heaven and earth. Until he is promoted to the peak of the powerhouse level, his own heaven and earth luck reaches the perfect state, and the life is endless. It's just that there are too few situations that endanger the world now. Lan Ki also has very little to do. Otherwise, why can't I usually see those powerhouse level experts, and I can't even hear their news? Because in normal times, the powerhouse level almighty won't show up at all. It's just that in a big event, after leaving a splendid name, it disappeared. When the next big event that can earn the fate of heaven and earth happens, these powerhouses will reappear from their seclusion state. Have you gone back? No wonder. Sheila nodded slightly. No wonder Yafel was the only one who came to the store today and didn't see Saratel. Those medicinal pills that permanently enhance their attributes are basically impossible to buy if they don't come to buy them early in the morning. Saratel wants to buy these medicinal pills, so he should be the first to come to the store. No, he seems to be here again. However, in the middle of the chat, Lan Chi's words suddenly stopped, and then said it in tears. Yes, I feel it too. Sheila silently answered. The breath of a powerhouse-level almighty, as long as it is not deliberately restrained, is extremely easy to perceive for a powerhouse-level powerhouse. Like a light in the dark night. Then, before the person arrives, the sound arrives first. I didn't see any elf clansmen yesterday, why are so many here today? Tiana. Why are you here? A rough voice quickly appeared outside the store. Immediately afterwards, the figures of Saratel and Tiana appeared together in the aisle left outside the store. You can come, why can't I come? Tiana asked back. Both are the highest beliefs of the race, and they are also powerhouses. It is not uncommon for Tiana and Surat to be acquainted. But it's true that the two don't deal with each other. I know, these elves must have been called by you. Saratel seemed to have come to a realization. Is this still a guess? Manager Chi's things here are second to none in terms of effect and quality. For the sake of race, I have no reason not to let them come here. Tiana sneered and said. TSK, come a step late, the clansmen of the Beastier clan will not be able to arrive until tonight at least. A look of annoyance appeared on Saratel's face. Oh, the dwarves have already come to the store, they have been here for almost half a month. When it comes to this, Tiana is also a little unhappy. As one of the three major races, it is no wonder that the dwarves have such a huge advantage. Huh? People of the Beastier clan? Chi Lu, who was sitting behind the counter, was stunned when he heard the conversation between the two. It turns out that Saratel left the City of Life last night to go back and call the Beastier clan. Then what else is he trying to do from Yafei? Isn't that superfluous? But think about it. As the Queen of Elves, Tiana will think about the prosperity of the elves. As the Lord of the Beast Spirits, Saratel would naturally think about the growth of the Beast-Ear clan. The importance of these medicinal herbs that can permanently increase their attributes is self-evident to the Beast-Ear clan. After Saratel confirmed the effect, of course, he would think of the Beast-Eared clansmen. So. Sometimes it doesn't help to think too much. It's better to go with the flow. Manager Chi, your face is a bit strange. Lan Chi was standing beside him, and immediately noticed Chi Li's face, and there was a slight change. No, I'm fine, I just thought of something. Chi Li waved his hand. This kind of thing is really embarrassing to say. But in this way, the clansmen of the three major races will come to the store. This kind of great deed is really nowhere to be found after stepping through the iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get it. But having said that. But in fact, the people who will come to Chi Li's store are all elites from the three major races, or children of wealthy families. After all, the prices of these items are here. These prices are really not affordable for ordinary people. Even if all the goods are worth the money. But there is no spiritual crystal, that is, there is no spiritual crystal, this is impossible. But honestly, that's probably a good thing. Because the area of Chila's store is so large, there are only so many customers that can be entertained. Since it is in the high-end market, it is normal to give up the low-end market. Like a luxury. The luxury market has always been a high-end market and a business for the rich. Because the positioning is like this, there is nothing to argue with. It's fine, but I think there shouldn't be many things that can make Manager Qi change his face. Lan Qi said half-jokingly. Actually, there are still many, and I'm not a doll without feelings. Qi Lu smiled and said quietly. When talking with acquaintances, Qi Lu rarely kept his face straight. After all, he was not a tough guy. It's just that there are few expressions, but it's true, to maintain the cool image of the store manager. But Gao Ling is not a facial paralysis. When he should have an expression, he will still have an expression. Happiness, anger, sadness, and joy are human nature. Really, then I can't think of a few things that can make Manager Qi care about. Well, except for discounts. At the end, Lan Qi silently added a sentence. Although Lan Qi's net worth does not care about discounts. But when it comes to this matter, it is actually more of a joke about Qi Lu. The store manager is broad-minded. The only downside is that you have to pay for it. It seems that there is a space vacated, so I'll go over first, and we'll talk next time. Lan Qi stood in front of the counter and chatted, mostly because there was no vacancy for the deck in the combat power improvement training room. Now that someone has left, now Lan Qi will definitely not chat anymore. Because Shauna was already waiting for him in New World mode. The number of customers will start to increase again. It seems that it is time to find a clerk. Qi Lu looked at Lan Qi's back, rubbed his chin, and thought about it in his heart. However, Qi Lu has no goal now, and the matter of finding a clerk should still be discussed with the system first. So after thinking about it for a while, this matter was put on hold again. It's a matter of chance for the clerk. Because in the case of letting customers help themselves, Qi Lu is actually not very busy. After all, the prestige of the powerhouse is there. Even those new customers who are not aware of the situation, under the influence of old customers, no one dares to break the rules. Especially after Tiana and Saratel came over. Those queuing customers are quieter. Whether it is the dwarves or the elves, they are all silent. Usually, I want to see a strong powerhouse that is difficult to see, but 3 of them appeared here. Not to say that everyone knows Tiana them. But at this time, as long as one person knows and wants to spread the word, it only takes a few minutes. Even if Tiana and the others did not exude the slightest breath and coercion. However, the name of the powerhouse level power is there, which is a huge pressure. Who dares to be presumptuous? And the fact that the 3 powerhouses came to the store will also spread toethears of new customers along with the mouths of old customers. It is estimated that the queue will be fixed in the future. Obeying the rules and being polite are the first criteria for coming to Qi Store, and it will probably become a consensus. And this consensus, in the evening, when the Beastier tribe came to the store, was also quickly accepted. No way, Saratel was watching from the side. Although Saratel's vision is a little higher, the other clansmen of the Beastier clan are still quite satisfied. Qi Lu put his elbows on the counter and propped his chin. Looking at the store, the Beastier clansmen who came here in the evening, under the guidance of the old customers, wandered around curiously. Then buy what you need. Different from Saratel's high vision, other Beastier clansmen were very interested in the products in the Qila store. After all, the realm is different. The vision of a powerhouse level almighty, how can these low-rank guys be on a par? Moreover, although it is said that the first purpose of Saratel's coming Toph store is for those medicinal pills that can permanently increase the attributes. But later, under the persuasion of Lan Qi and the others, Saratrey still entered the New World mode. Then, quickly indulge in it. In the process, eating a box of braised beef with rice and drinking a bot leaf Sprite is essential. This can also be regarded as the leisure life of a powerhouse. After all, within the North Mountain Range, there are very few things that can make a strong level expert take action. Most of the powerhouse level powers are hidden in the world, without a trace. Or the guardian of a certain race. For example, Tiana and Ceratal, as the highest belief, guarding their own race development is the first priority. So everyday life is absolutely boring. Because in the case of insufficient chi in the heavens and the earth, even practicing or meditating will not have much effect. And when it comes to this, don't think that these powerhouses often retreat for more than half a year. That's a joke. This is not immortality. It disappears for half a year after retreating, which normally does not happen. Because even if it is a powerhouse level power, the lifespan is only about a few hundred years under normal circumstances. This is far worse than Qi Li's imagination, those immortal cultivators with tens of thousands of years of life. And this is because vindictive energy and magic power will not increase lifespan. Powerhouse level powers will have hundreds of years of lifespan, all of which are brought about by their tyrannical physique. However, probably because of that. Therefore, these powerhouses are not like those cultivators, who will be struck by thunder at every turn, and will be destroyed if they are not careful. After all, one is to do things for the will of heaven and earth, and earn the luck of heaven and earth from the will of heaven and earth. And the other is to seize the creation of heaven and earth, going against the sky. It's weird not to be struck by thunder. So Qi Lu is also very lucky sometimes. It is a good thing not to be struck by lightning. However, having said that, there will always be some racial talents with unique talents, and the same is true of life expectancy. Take dragons, for example. Giant dragons belong to a species with an inherently long lifespan, and it is a casual thing to live for thousands of years. The lifespan of elves is also longer than that of most races. So Lan Qi and Shauna don't have to worry about each other's lifespan. As for other races, Qi Lu didn't know about the long or short lifespan. Because it seems pointless to care about this issue. Although life is short, enjoy it in time. But a guy with a long life like Lan Qi is not as addicted to the New World model as he is, unable to extricate himself. Most of these things are things Qi Lu thinks about in his spare time. Of course, for many of these things, Qi Lu also asked the system. Because in order to have a deeper understanding of the world, it is always necessary to learn more and think more. Manager Qi, see you tomorrow. Yafei took the string of candied haws bought by Ceratal, and after biting down the last hawthorn, he waved to Qi Lu and said goodbye. See you tomorrow. Qi Lu nodded with a faint smile on his face. Yafei was the last customer left in the store, and after she left, Qi Lu also closed the store door. System, congratulations to the host, the store has been recognized by the Beastier tribe. At the moment when the voice sounded in his mind, Qi Li's face also showed the look of as expected. Rare level weapons and armors are indeed unattractive to strong level powers. But for those beast-eared clansmen who are not high in realm, it is like a treasure. Since I have obtained the approval of the 3 major races, the restrictions on the store should be lifted. Qi Lu asked impatiently. System, of course. System, this system has been dealing with that damn guy for so long, and now that all the 3 major races have been recognized, this system has to see how that guy restricts me. This voice sounds more exciting than Qi Lu. Moreover, when Qi Lu listened to the system's words, he always felt that he was full of indignation and resentment. I don't know if it's an illusion. But just listening to the system's words was enough to make Qi Li's forehead sweat. Who dares to call the will of heaven and earth in the North Mountains, that damn guy? I am afraid that he will be struck by lightning in the next second. But the system not only dares, but may also directly contact the will of heaven and earth to make a clamor. Okay, don't talk about these things. Qi Lu hurriedly stopped the system from complaining. In fact, Qi Lu knew the reason why the system dared to be so arrogant. The powerhouse level peak power cannot rely on the will of heaven and earth, and the system is more powerful than the powerhouse level peak power. But the man was under the eaves and had to bow his head. The store is in the world and has to be limited. Just this matter, put it on someone, I feel uncomfortable. What's more, it is such a careful system. However, these matters should be discussed later when there is time. There is only one thing Qi Lu cares about now. System, I just want to know that the store's restrictions have been lifted, so the rewards I have stored with you should be able to be given to me now. Qi Lu said very seriously. If such a large pile of rewards is swallowed by the system, Qi Lu will definitely be able to die with the system on the spot. System, don't worry, the host, you can rest assured that this system does things, the rewards that should be given are absolutely indispensable. Brag as always. Although Qi Lu heard it in his ears, he didn't take it to heart at all, and even wanted to laugh a little. We've been together for so long, and we know each other well. Can you change your self-promotional fault? Qi Lu couldn't help but complain. System, host, can you change your narcissism? Let's talk well, it's really boring to hurt each other. Being suddenly choked by the system, Qi Lu almost choked on his own saliva. This damn Irby system, the ability to catch black material, is getting stronger and stronger. Who did you learn it from? System, that's fine, for the sake of the host's good attitude, let's get to the point. System, the restrictions on the store are all lifted, and all products in all purchase channels can be sold in the store. This is the most basic point. Restrictions on all products are lifted. But really speaking, apart from the products that Qi Lu selected before, there are not many products that can be used. Especially those wands, as well as the elixir used by the magician class. The market is too small. On the contrary, the market for armors is huge, and basically all armors have customer needs. Heavy armor and the like, the dwarves need it. Light armor, leather armor, etc. are needed by the elves. Even some relatively special armor can also sell well. Finally, it's all unlocked. Qi Lu muttered to himself with satisfaction. It's really not easy. System, the warehouses of the main store and the branch store are fully interconnected. From now on, the warehouses of the two stores can transfer goods to each other. This is the icing on the cake. In the past, due to store restrictions, the warehouses were not interconnected, so that every time Qi Lu transferred goods, he had to think about it first. The limitation is that the warehouses of the two stores are interconnected, and the transfer of goods will become quite convenient. And it happens that the commodity demand of the East Wasteland and the commodity demand of the Beishan Mountains are quite complementary. For example, the equipment required by the archer rank is in huge demand in the northern mountain range, but in the eastern wilderness, basically no one wants it. And the equipment required by the magician class, or medicinal pills, has no market in the Beishan Mountains. However, on the East Wasteland side, it will basically be robbed as soon as it appears. Therefore, it seems that the interconnection of warehouses can also speed up the emptying of inventory. A good basic function. Qi Lu nodded silently. System, the equipment synthesizer has been manufactured, and the host can be placed in the store at any time. System, the store has begun to expand, the area is expected to expand tenfold, and the number of decks in the combat power training room will be increased to 5,000. The long-awaited store expansion is finally here. Just looking at today's situation, all the clansmen of the three major races came to the store. It can be described as a sea of people, rubbing shoulders. And this is because the Beastier clansmen came late, so they just staggered the peak period of the crowd. Otherwise, even the customers who came to the store would line up with very high quality. Given the size of the store, it would still be difficult to accommodate so many customers. It was really difficult to even turn around. This kind of grand occasion can certainly show that the popularity of the store is high, but it is always bad if it is too crowded. So even if the system doesn't mention it tonight, Qi Lu will take the initiative to talk about it. But now it seems that the system has also noticed this. And this expansion is directly 10 times the size, and the number of decks has also been directly increased to 5,000. Although it is not as good as the main store in Yunwu City, for the time being, it is barely enough. Equip the synthesizer, just like before, put it next to the store door. By the way, remember to write the usage method on it, lest I have to teach them one by one. Qi nodded slightly and arranged it. The equipment synthesizer is actually a rather tasteless thing when there are not many equipment synthesis drawings. It is tasteless to eat, and it is a pity to abandon it. The biggest use of this equipment synthesizer is to place it in the store as a technological decoration. I just don't know if it is compatible with the branch in Beishan. After all, the decoration style of the branch is the natural forest style. System, one more thing, because the core of the machine is insufficient, the pet card swap machine has not been manufactured for the time being. Please wait patiently for a while. What? After only a few minutes of gratification for Qi Lu, a question mark with a larger and bolder appeared on the top of his head. Speaking of which, the reason why the shop machine has never appeared has never been a matter of the will of heaven and earth in the North Mountain Range. It's the system itself. Just like the snack vending machine and beverage vending machine before it, it can be manufactured as long as there is a machine core. The problem, though, is that the core of a machine isn't something that easy to make. So the system has been delayed until now. Wait a moment, system, you only have one machine core, why don't you use it to make a pet card swap machine? Qi Lu, who thought of this question, quickly asked aloud. Compared with equipment synthesizers that can only play a decorative role most of the time, Qi Lu would rather have a pet card swap machine. At least this thing is recognized as the king of persuading Krypton. Every time a powerful pet card is issued, it is a wave of Krypton spirit crystals. Compared to equipping a synthesizer, it's completely optional, and I don't know how many times stronger it is. System, host, you didn't say it in advance. Qi Lu was suddenly full of question marks. Then I smashed the equipment synthesizer now, how about you help me make a pet card swap machine again? Is there time? System, it's too late, the machine core will be destroyed along with the equipment synthesizer. The system answered this question in a serious manner. However, Qi Lu, who got the answer, was instantly angry and couldn't speak for a while. Damn two-stroke system. It hurts my heart. You go on, I'll treat this as if it never happened. Qi Lu shivered and stretched out his hand, covered his heart, and said through gritted teeth. System, okay. System, one of the store manager suits, the barrier door has been issued, please pay attention to the host. Store manager suit. Hearing this name, Qi Lu, whose heart was still aching, also came to the spirit. Speaking of store manager suits, every one of them is a good thing. Weapon, 1000 machine ball. Ever-changing, it can be turned into every imaginable weapon, and it is amazingly powerful. At least so far, Qi Lu has not found any material or strength that can damage the 1000 machine ball. And the weapons transformed by the 1000 machine ball have a very high degree of fit for all energies, which perfectly corresponds to Qi Li's martial arts mastery skills and magic mastery skills. A quasi-artifact without a doubt. Armor, Keel armor. There is no need to say more about this thing. It has saved Qi Lu more times than 1000 machine balls. With its own majestic Zulong pressure, it is extremely tyrannical. The defensive power is also amazing, and it directly ignores low-level magic. Although in terms of attributes, it is not as fancy as the 1000 machine ball, but it has achieved the pinnacle of a piece of armor. And shoes, broken boots. Although the bonus in combat power is not much. But in fact, after having the 1000 machine ball and the Keel armor, Qi Lu didn't care much about the combat power bonus of the empty boots. What's more, the empty boots have a 50% evasion rate for non-locking attacks. This alone is not inferior to the first two store manager suits. These 3 pieces are all the store manager suits that Qilu has obtained so far. The attributes of each piece are extremely tyrannical. So Qilu is actually looking forward to the store manager suit. However, now the store manager suit, just hearing the name, makes Qilu confused. The gate of the barrier. Which part of the equipment is it? Helmet? The door above my head. That scene, I imagined it, was really picturesque. Fortunately, Qilu also knew how to view attributes. So after confirming receipt, immediately click on the properties of the barrier gate. The gate of boundary barrier. It takes a month to break through the world barrier, travel through both ends of the world, and accumulate energy. Very simple introduction. But the shock to Qilu was not simple at all. Break the world barrier. Qilu's eyes widened, and his heart was suddenly overjoyed, and it didn't hurt at all. Being able to break through the world barrier means that he can go back to Donghuang to take a look. Although it takes a month to accumulate energy. But can this be the problem? However, there are always guys who like to throw cold water at times like this. System, host, this system must remind you that the passage opened by the barrier door leads to a random world. System, by the way, I would like to remind you that although the wall of heaven and earth in the eastern desolation and the northern mountain range are different, they are essentially the same, so in the determination of the gate off the barrier, it is impossible to lead from the northern mountain range to the eastern desolation. This basin of cold water directly poured out the joy in Qilu's heart. Then what's the use of this barrier gate? Why should I go to another world if I am fine? Qilu said angrily. At first I was happy to see the function of the gate of the barrier, but in the end it was empty joy. System, host, don't be angry, in fact, the gate of boundary barrier has asmal effect. What does it do? Qilu asked with a confused expression. System, open a vending point. System, every time the host goes to a new world, he can set up an automatic vending point there. What? Qilu heard the words and was shocked. The vending point, I am afraid this is the real role of the barrier gate. As one of the store manager's suits, it stands to reason that the barrier gate can't only have the function of traveling back and forth between the 2 worlds. In that case, it's a bit too tasteless. But with the addition of opening a vending point, that's fine. In this way, boundary gate becomes a perfect tool for developing new markets. And the vending point doesn't need Qilu to stay there, it is completely handled by the system, and Qilu just needs to lie down and collect money. When you think about it, it seems pretty good. The more Qilu thought about it, the more joy on his face, and when he thought about it, he almost couldn't help laughing. If there are more automatic vending points in the future, then Qilu will not open a store by himself, and he will be done by inspecting the automatic vending points every day. It was a leisurely and fulfilling life. Thinking of this, Qilu couldn't wait to try the function of the barrier gate. System, don't think too much about the host, the gate of the barrier needs a month of charging time, which is a one-way charging time. System, that is to say, if the host opens the gate of the barrier and goes to a random world, then if you want to come back, you have to wait another month. Another bowl of cold water. It chilled Qilu's enthusiasm. It turns out that this month's recharge is only one way. Fortunately, you said it early, otherwise you would have been pitted. Qilu patted his chest and said with lingering fears. This month's recharge time still needs to be well planned. After all, the shops here still need Qilu to sit down. Therefore, it seems that the gate of the barrier can only be closed first. Keep going, the reward should be more than that. After Qilu cleared up his mood, he immediately asked about the system in his mind. System, of course it's more than that. System, next are commodity rewards, weapons, armors, accessories, medicine pills, snacks, and drinks, each of which is one of them. Would you like to receive them now? Wow, 6 rewards. Made a fortune. After Qi Lu heard the system's words, a nouveau riche immediately appeared in his heart. The so-called people are not rich without windfall, and horses are not fat without night grass. The reward that has been accumulated for a long time in the hands of the system, and now it is taken out at one time, it is more than a windfall. There are 6 more products in the store. How long does it take to save? It turns out that the previous rewards are all small heads, and the real big heads are here. Receive it, of course I will receive it. Then get the drink first. It's been a long time since there's been a new drink. Qi Lu rubbed his hands and thought for a moment before speaking. There are too many rewards, and I'm worried, I don't know which one to get first. System, congratulations to the host, you have obtained a drink, freshly squeezed watermelon juice, which has been added to the product list and can be sold in the store. Fortunately, it's not wine. Qi Lu immediately let out a breath in his heart. Although the taste of multi-flavor liquor is really good, if you don't like drinking, you just don't like drinking. The matter of taste cannot be changed overnight. And juice, Qi Lu, is completely acceptable. Just a little thirsty, give me a freshly squeezed watermelon juice first. I was surprised and happy when I received the reward before, but Qi Lu has not calmed down yet. Now when I hear the watermelon juice, I suddenly feel a little thirsty in my mouth. The container for freshly squeezed watermelon juice was the same 500 milliliters bottle as Qi Lu had guessed. Through the bottle, you can see the bright and clear freshly squeezed watermelon juice inside. There is no trace of impurities in it, and it is bright red, which makes people appetite. This color looks pretty good. Qi Lu reached out and picked up the glass bottle, and the place where Hester did was a little cold. It is chilled, freshly squeezed watermelon juice. Qi Lu raised his eyebrows with a slightly surprised look on his face. However, the iced watermelon juice is obviously better than the normal temperature watermelon juice. In this regard, the system is still in place. Try a drink. The bottle cap was opened, and Qi Lu drank a small half bottle of freshly squeezed watermelon juice in one breath. In an instant, the cold and sweet taste poured into Qi Lu's mouth and instantly occupied the entire mouth. A fresh and refreshing feeling suddenly rose from the bottom of my heart, and then quickly flooded my body. This freshly squeezed watermelon juice is just like its clear color, there is no watermelon slag and fine gluten in it, it is completely pure watermelon juice. The taste is only sweet and luscious that belongs to melon meat. One bite is as satisfying as eating a full mouthful of watermelon. Cool. Qi Lu let out a heavy breath. I have to say that the taste of freshly squeezed watermelon juice on ice is really delicious, as if it can wash away the depression in my heart. Regardless of the special effects that come with it, Qi Lu already felt it was worth it just for the taste. Then look at the detailed properties of freshly squeezed watermelon juice. Freshly squeezed watermelon juice, the freshest taste, the purest sweetness, and enjoy a hard-earned moment of leisure. Drinking freshly squeezed watermelon juice for a long time can repair the dark wounds in the body of the drinker. Price, a bottle of 25 spirit crystals. Repair dark wounds. Qi Lu's eyes widened, and he took a serious look at the watermelon juice in his hand again. The side effect of freshly squeezed watermelon juice is very simple in description, but its meaning is not simple at all. Repairs dark wounds in the body, although it doesn't sound like it's as powerful as a direct stat increase. But in fact, secret injuries are definitely the most troublesome thing for most practitioners. Whether it's practicing Do Qi or practicing magic. On the road to becoming powerful, it is by no means an easy road. Even those disciples of famous families, who have a huge background to escort them, cannot fail to experience battles. And in battle, there is a risk of injury. Some superficial wounds, after healing, may not be visible. But those dark wounds lurking in the depths of the body may not be conspicuous and hard to notice at first. Maybe this possession will not occur for more than 10 years, or even decades. However, the deeper these dark wounds are buried, the greater the destructive power they will cause once they occur. Many practitioners, after getting older, can no longer make half an inch. A large part of the reason is that these dark wounds are at work. Moreover, if it just hurts the potential, so that you can't make an inch, it's not bad. I am afraid of those dark wounds that will kill you as soon as they happen. That is the most threatening kind of dark wound. If you don't move, it's already a big event. But now it's good, the freshly squeezed watermelon juice produced by the system can repair dark wounds as long as you drink it for a long time. There is no need to worry about the dark wounds accumulated in the body, which will suddenly erupt. Don't worry, the potential will be damaged due to various dark injuries. It can be said that everyone is happy. The first product gave me such a big surprise, which is much better than the previous drinks that simply added attributes. Although I don't know if I have any secret injuries, it shouldn't hurt to drink more. After seeing the properties of freshly squeezed watermelon juice, Qi drank all the remaining freshly squeezed watermelon juice in the bottle in one breath. Tasty and powerful. Really should drink more. Thinking of this, Qi took out another bottle of freshly squeezed watermelon juice and sighed. Okay, next, let's see what the new snack is. After 2 bottles of freshly squeezed watermelon juice went down, Qi couldn't help burping. Although this freshly squeezed watermelon juice is a good thing, if you drink too much, it feels a little too high. System, congratulations to the host, get snacks, fruit platter, which has been added to the product list and can be sold in the store. Qi, who had just finished drinking the freshly squeezed watermelon juice, suddenly twitched the corners of his eyes when he heard the name. Fruit platter? The system is going to let me change to a vegetarian diet, so I can maintain me health. Is the system going to let me change to a vegetarian diet? It's fruit again. Qi smacked his mouth and tilted his head halfway, looking at the fruit platter that the system had placed directly in front of him. The fruit used to hold the fruit is a boxy white porcelain plate with a translucent glazed top cover. Through the glazed top cover, you can see the fruit inside. Strawberries, apples, pears, pineapples, mangoes, cantaloupe, kiwi, bananas, oranges, and more. However, the amount of each fruit is small. Of course, if the weight is too much, it is estimated that this porcelain plate will not fit. The fruits are placed on a white porcelain plate, and according to their respective colors, they form an extremely beautiful pattern. It is like a masterpiece painted by a famous artist, which is pleasing to the eye. I didn't expect the system to have such artistic talent. After Qi praised casually, he opened the glass roof. The fragrance belonging to the fruit immediately wafted out from the white porcelain plate. The aromas of various fruits are mixed together, which does not appear messy, but has a feeling of complementing each other, which makes the fragrance more intense. And in this rich fragrance, all kinds of fruity flavors are still distinct. You can tell just by smelling this fruity fragrance. The quality of these fruits must be extraordinary. Qi picked up a sliced apple and put it in his mouth. A fresh and crisp taste and slightly sweet apple flavor burst out in the mouth immediately. Qi couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Making a fruit platter does not require any cooking skills, it is just a test of the ability to set the plate. The taste of the fruit platter depends entirely on the quality of these ingredients. The better the quality of the fruit, the better the taste of the fruit platter. And obviously, although Qi did not know where the system got these fruits. But there is no doubt that the quality and taste of these fruits are top-notch. Qi tasted several kinds of fruits, one after another, and got the same answer. Top quality makes top taste. In a nutshell, the system is really great. I believe this fruit platter will be very popular with the elves. After Qi sent the last strawberry into his mouth, he thought silently in his heart. After all, the elves are a race that prefers vegetarian food. This can be seen from Shauna's usual choices in the store. drink orange juice and eat colorful fruit-flavored pizza. Pizza is a thing, the cake is made of flour, in the final analysis, it is still a plant. It's not that the elves don't eat meat. This is mainly a matter of preference. It's like saying that if the delicious level of fruit and barbecue is on the same level, then the clansmen of the elves will definitely choose fruit instead of barbecue. But if the taste of grilled meat is far more than that of fruit, then try the barbecue, it is not impossible. A freshly squeezed watermelon juice, a fruit platter, how does it feel like a meal package for the elves? Qilu pouted, feeling that something was wrong with the random selection from the system. Definitely a dark box operation. System, host, don't slander the good system at will. System, this system is just a lottery draw, there is absolutely nothing to do in the dark. I believe it. The corners of Qi Li's mouth moved, trying to make a smile. The corners of Qi Li's mouth moved, as if he wanted to make a smile. But in the end it didn't work. This thought also revolved in Qi Li's mind, and the system hurriedly came out to explain. Isn't this what is 300 taels without silver here? But forget it, Qi Lu doesn't care anymore. Qi Lu doesn't hate fruit or something, or rather likes it. Because to be honest, since the dietary problems were solved in the store, Qi Lu has not eaten real fruit for a long time. When it comes to the taste of fruit, that is, drink it in orange juice. I've also had it in colorful fruit-flavored pizza. So now there is a fruit platter. Although Qi Lu didn't expect it, he still likes it. Then go to the detailed properties. Fruit platter, happy hour is always colorful. Enjoy the deliciousness of various fruits and enjoy happy hour. Long-term consumption of fruit platters will greatly improve all basic attributes of the eater. Price, 50 spirit crystals. Looking at it, Qi Lu was even more satisfied with this fruit platter. Improves the effect of all basic attributes. There was also a snack that had this special effect before. That is, crayfish will only be served in summer, and now there are no more. But it is undeniable that improving all basic attributes is indeed an extremely powerful effect, and it is suitable for all practitioners. Although there are no outstanding points, there are absolutely no shortcomings. Moreover, the price of 50 spirit crystals is not at all expensive compared to the weight of the fruit platter. Even compared with other snacks, the price of the fruit platter is still a bargain. Freshly squeezed watermelon juice is one joy, and the fruit platter ice another joy. Together, these two joys should have been a greater joy. But freshly squeezed watermelon juice always feels a bit redundant when eaten as a set meal. I don't know if it's because I ate too much. In order to determine whether the freshly squeezed watermelon juice and fruit platter could be eaten as a set meal, Qi Lu took out another portion of the new snacks and drinks. Then I found that I seemed to be a little overwhelmed. Forget it, I'll eat it later, the system, let's continue to give out rewards. Qi Lu exhaled, and then silently put down the bottle of freshly squeezed watermelon juice in his hand. System, congratulations to the host, you have obtained the weapon, Demon Breaker Bow. This weapon has been added to the weapon egg pool and can be sold in the store. Bow. Qi Lu narrowed his eyes, as if thinking about something. Since coming to the North Mountain Range, there are actually two new weapons. One is the bone-crushing hammer, and the other is the thunder gloves. They are weapons for dwarves and bestiary tribes, respectively. Because weapons such as warhammers and gauntlets are not common weapon types, most races will not use them. It is a very representative weapon. And now, the third new weapon, as regular as it is, becomes the bow. If Qi Lu expected it well, then this magic-breaking bow should be a weapon built for the elves. The three major races each have a weapon, which can be regarded as a very platoon. However, these are all speculations by Qi Lu, and Qi Lu has no way of knowing whether it is the original intention of the system. However, this kind of thing is actually the same. And even if you guess wrong, it's a big deal. However, the matter of the three major races is actually Qi Li's guess. As for this, Qi Li didn't know whether it was the original intention of the system or not. However, this is the same thing, whether you know it or not. So after thinking for a while, Qi Li opened the store manager's backstage and began to check the detailed attributes of the Demon Breaker Bao. Weapons are not like snacks and drinks. When Qi Li is free, he won't hold the weapon in his hand to appreciate it. At most, he will look at the attributes. Demon Breaking Bao, rare weapon, moderately increases the user's attack power and strength attributes, greatly increases the penetration of arrows, and comes with the skill, Demon Breaking. Magic Breaker, passive skill that adds Magic Breaker effect to arrows, which can instantly destroy all magic shields up to hero level. Restrictions on use, Archer class. The accompanying skill effects are extremely simple, but equally astonishing. Destroys all magic shields up to the hero level in an instant. My god. Qi Li looked at the detailed attributes of the Demon Breaking Bao, and his heart felt a little numb. As expected, it was a rare longbow. And it can also be regarded as the ceiling of the bow and arrow weapons among the rare weapons. Compared with the bells and whistles of the Hurricane longbow, the skill description of the Demon Breaker Bao is as simple as a word explanation. Break the magic, destroy the magic shield. This is simply the natural enemy of the magician class, the nemesis. Most magician classes are classes with extremely powerful attack power, and they are extremely suppressive in battle. But in contrast, the magician class is almost all small crispy skins. When fighting with opponents of the same level, you can only rely on the magic shield to protect your own safety, to ensure that the aftermath of those battles will not spread to yourself. However, even so, after being approached, it is quite unsafe. So for magic shield type magic, those magicians can be said to have studied very deeply. As a magician class, you don't have to be proficient in other magics, but you must learn the protection magic that you bless yourself. What magic shield, defense blessing, magic blessing. There are also various elemental shields, stone walls, ice walls, and other messy defensive magics. That's all to learn. After all, only by surviving can you continue to output. If there are no people, there is really nothing left. So don't underestimate the magician's shield. However, these powerful magic shields are useless in front of the Demon Breaker Bao. The magic breaking effect supported by the arrow supports perfectly restrains all magic shields. Moreover, in addition to the magic breaking effect for the arrow support, there is one of the basic attributes of the magic breaking Bao, which greatly improves the penetration power of the arrow. What is this concept? That is to greatly improve the armor-piercing effect. It is said that it is a broken magic Bao, but in fact, the arrows shot out have the same level of physical penetration and magic penetration. Physical defense is useless, so is magic shield. All are destroyed for you, and then penetrated. It's all about doing the highest possible damage. As expected, it really is a weapon built for the elves. Qi Li is now certain. Compared with most other combat classes, the biggest disadvantage of the archer class is that the damage is very limited. Or the destructive power is very limited. After all, in the case of the same level, others take an arrow from you, and you take a hammer from others. Who do you think is more disadvantaged? The elves are good at fighting, because the explosive power is relatively insufficient. Especially in the face of the prepared magician class, a magic shield can make all the arrows eat ashes. But now, a broken magic Bao is all solved. With powerful physical penetration and magic breaking effect, no matter what the target is, it can cause a huge amount of damage. Okay, it's all set now. The dwarves, the beast-eared, and the elves have all the weapons of the three races, and all of them are rare weapons. After Qi Li sighed, he turned off the backstage of the store manager. As for the restrictions on the use of the Demon Breaker Bao, that's what we're looking at. If the bow and arrow were not of the archer rank, who would use it when they had nothing to do? Do you really think that with a bow and an arrow, you will be able to get started? Do you not need to practice? And even if Qi Lu has weapon proficiency skills, he rarely uses bows and arrows, because the damage is too low. Arrows can indeed do decent damage against low defense targets. However, as long as the opponent is a little bit prepared, the arrows can only play a suppressing role. And it has to be a rain of arrows. Otherwise, just a few arrows are really useless. Then let's do the same system. I want to see what the armor is. Qi Lu shouted in his mind. System, congratulations to the host, you have obtained a new armor, concentration helmet, which has been added to the armor egg pool and can be sold in the store. Huh? The armor this time turned out to be a helmet. Qi Lu raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. So far, there is only one helmet-type armor that has appeared in the store. That's the helmet run of spring. One of the equipment required for the synthesis of the Four Seasons armor. Comes with the spring return skill, which can block a part of the damage for the wearer after taking damage. And form a protective barrier. And while the protective barrier exists, it can continue to heal the wearer's injuries. It's quite a defensive piece of armor. However, this helmet is restricted to the warrior and knight classes. Although this kind of defensive helmet is probably only worn by warriors and knights. I just don't know if the new helmet released this time is better or worse than the helmet Xuanhuan. Without saying a word, Qi Lu directly opened the attribute panel of the concentrating helmet. Helmet of concentration, rare armor. A small amount increases the wearer's physical defense and magic resistance, and a moderate amount increases the wearer's mental strength. Additional skill, concentration. Concentration, a passive skill that greatly improves the wearer's concentration after entering the battle. Restrictions on use, Grandmaster level. Qi Lu was inexplicably surprised after seeing the skill description of the concentration helmet. Concentration in battle can be regarded as a very magical attribute. Because concentration can't directly improve combat effectiveness, but it can affect combat effectiveness to a large extent. In a battle between powerhouses of the same level, when the combat effectiveness is not much different, the impact of concentration on victory or defeat has become a very critical issue. The more focused you are in the battle, the clearer you will be in controlling the situation. And high concentration can also ensure that no mistakes are made in the battle. You must know that in many battles of the same level, it is not the difference in combat power that affects the situation of the battle. It's about who makes fewer mistakes. Sometimes, a small flaw exposed because of a small mistake can determine the outcome of a battle. So never underestimate the effect of concentration. And the most important thing is that in the basic attributes of the concentrating helmet, there is an item of improving mental power. The stronger the mental power, the better the perception of the battle situation and the better the effect of helping to maintain concentration. So in general, the concentration helmet is not a purely defensive armor like the helmet spring run. It is a functional armor. No wonder the use restrictions are only at the master level. Qi Lu found that the system's setting of usage restrictions is quite interesting. Defensive armor should be worn by the warrior or knight class. Then the functional armor is not divided into ranks. But according to the actual situation, the class that needs to rush to the front to resist damage, I am afraid that I will not choose functional armor. Who knows if he will be directly shot in the head because of the lack of such a little defense. Everything has to be safety first. However, Qi Lu was very satisfied with the attributes of the concentration helmet. Compared with the defensive effect of the helmet spring run, the concentration helmet seems to be more suitable for the magician class to wear. After all, the basic attributes enhance the spiritual power. This also allows customers to choose more armors. Lest anyone say, armor can only be used to improve defense. So compared to the demon-breaking bow, Qi Lu felt that the concentration helmet was more valuable. After all, one is a niche weapon, and the other is functional armor that anyone can use. Although strong or weak is not a good judgment. But which one is more valuable can still be seen. It seems that my luck today is not bad. Qi Lu nodded and muttered to himself with satisfaction. System, host, why don't you say that this system is generous? So, do you admit that you are operating in the dark? Qi Lu immediately asked back. Then there is no sound from the system. Hey, a mere system, how dare you try to argue with me? You should continue to give out rewards. Qi Lu pouted and said proudly. System, congratulations to the host, you have obtained a new accessory, hunting goggles. This accessory has been added to the accessory egg pool and can be sold in the store. Are goggles considered accessories? After Qi Lu heard the name of the new product, he asked in surprise. In Qi Lu's impression, glasses are more like medical supplies than decorations. Because under normal circumstances, no one will deliberately wear glasses. Of course, it is not uncommon to wear spectacle frames and plain glasses as pure decorations. But goggles obviously do not belong to this ranks. However, as one of the equipment, goggles are still very qualified. For example, tactical goggles or night vision goggles and the like, each has its own role. I just don't know what kind of goggles the system produces. Hunting goggles, rare accessories, greatly improve the wearer's eyesight. After entering the battle, the wearer will enter the hunting state and can mark a target. In the stalking state, the marked target will always be visible to the stalker, and will take 10% more damage from the stalker. Like other accessories, as always, there are no usage restrictions. As expected of goggles, it can really improve eyesight. Qi Lu almost laughed when he saw the first attribute of the hunting goggles. It is also said that these glasses are not medical supplies. It is said in the basic attribute that it can improve eyesight, so it is not used to restore vision. Myopia glasses. But seeing the back, the smile on Qi Lu's face turned into a surprise. According to the usual style of accessories, basic attributes have never been the focus. After all, so far, apart from hunting goggles, other accessories have no basic attributes. Jewelry is a thing, you can only look at the skills that come with it. And the skills attached to the hunting goggles did not disappoint Qi Lu. Hunting state is definitely a very powerful skill. As the name of this skill says, this is a skill used to hunt down prey. The marked prey will always be visible to the stalker, and no matter how they escape or hide their breath, they cannot escape the stalker's perception. This alone can be regarded as a very powerful skill. You know, escaping is a technical job, and there are many strange ways in it. Martial arts and magic used to save lives, there are also various types of them. In an instant, those who are far away, those who hide their breath, those who use illusions as bait, etc., may appear in a mess. However, as long as it is marked by the hunting goggles, then all these means will be declared invalid. As long as the mark doesn't disappear, it's useless to run for your life. And most importantly, the hunting state doesn't stop there. Although it is in the hunting state, it cannot directly improve the attributes, or increase the attack power and destructive power. However, the marked target will suffer 10% more damage from the stalker. But don't underestimate the 10% damage. Even the treasure-level Dragon Slayer title badge only increased the damage told Dragon Bloodline by 30%. And hunting goggles are only rare accessories. A 10% increase in damage is not something that can be achieved simply by enhancing attributes. This kind of skill that directly increases damage can be regarded as the most cost-effective skill. It's the same good stuff again. Qi Lu nodded silently, and then joked in his mind, "System, if you are not operating in the dark, then it is really my luck. You shouldn't object." Qi Lu said with a smile, his tone should be more stern. However, this time, the system did not reply directly. No way, because no matter how you go back, it doesn't feel right. Whether it is to admit that he operates in the dark, or to admit that Qi Lu, the host, is lucky, it is not the style of the system. Better to be stupid. But pretending to be stupid all the time is not the way to go, so after a short silence, the system was the first to speak up. System, congratulations to the host, you have obtained a new medicinal pill, Lingwu pill. This medicinal pill has been added to the medicinal pill egg pool and can be sold in the store. Among the remaining rewards, there are only medicinal pills left. So there is no need for Qi Lu to say anything, the system will distribute it directly. Tisk, why don't you talk much this time? With a smile on his face, Qi Lu raised his eyebrows and opened the detailed attributes of Lingwu pill. Lingwu pill, rare pill. After taking it, it permanently increases the user's agility by a small amount. Lingwu pill, rare grade pill. After taking it, it will permanently increase the user's agility attribute by a small amount, and there is a small probability that the user's fighting talent will be permanently improved. Each person can only use one in their lifetime. Usage restrictions, none. Rare grade medicinal pills, no restrictions on use? When Qi Lu checked the attributes of Lingwu pill, he almost didn't shout when he saw the last word. If nothing else, the fact that there are no restrictions on use is enough to prove the preciousness of Lingwu pill. You must know that the last rare-grade medicinal pill with no restrictions onus was the Xinglong pill that appeared once a long time ago. Rising Dragon pill not only can improve all basic attributes, but also has a very small probability to activate the hidden bloodline of the user. Of course, this is only possible when the user has hidden bloodline. After all, no matter how powerful the dragon pill is, there is no way to create it out of nothing. And this time, the effect of the unrestricted medicine pill seems not to be weak. Not to mention the small increase in agility attributes. This kind of effect of improving a certain basic attribute can be regarded as standard among these medicinal pills that permanently increase the attribute. But for rare-grade medicine pills, the precious thing is to improve those effects other than basic attributes. A small probability to enhance the user's combat talent. The so-called fighting talent is similar to the fighting instinct, similar in nature to the cultivation aptitude, and it is all innate. Combat talent, including the ability to master combat skills, the ability to comprehend combat awareness, the ability to control the battle situation, and the ability to understand the details of battle. Perhaps acquired training can strengthen combat skills and combat awareness. But fighting talent is immutable. It's like understanding. Hard work can indeed make up for many congenital deficiencies. But with the same level of effort, the gap in understanding can never be filled. Combat talent, the same is true. And this is also the most precious part of Lingwu pill. Can improve combat talent. Even if the improvement is not much, the changes brought about are derived from the changes in nature. You gave me such a good medicine pill, the system, I can be sure now that you are innocent, there is really no black box operation. Qi Lu said eloquently. If the system can be ridiculed before, it will hand over the Lingwu pill. Then this Irby system is not the stingy and careful system it used to be. I misunderstood you before. In fact, you are a very generous and friendly system. I applaud you. After Qi Lu confirmed his experimental results, he did not forget to praise the system. Anyway, flattery words will not lose meat. Even in order to take care of the mood of this careful system, Qi Lu had to say a few words. To avoid being held revenge by this second system, and then looking for an opportunity to deduct one's own reward in the future, that is a very important event. System, it's good that you know the host. This voice was humming, and I always felt that there was still some dissatisfaction in it. However, Qi Lu felt that it was not a big problem for a system that was cautious, but straightforward. Those smiling tigers are the most frightening. Okay, now all 6 new products have been received. Qi Lu clapped his hands. After eating the freshly squeezed watermelon juice and fruit platter that was left over because I had eaten a bit, Qi Lu just stood up from the sofa and stretched. So, generous system, are there any other rewards? After Qi Lu stretched his body, he asked casually. In fact, looking at the number of previous rewards, Qi Lu felt that it should be almost the same. However, in order to prevent the system from hiding things again, Qi Lu asked as usual. System, looking at the fact that the host can recognize the reality clearly, this system has clearly stated that there is indeed one last reward. There really is. Qi Lu couldn't help but patted his chest, thinking with lingering fears. It seems that some good words are still useful. Then I don't know what this last reward is? Qi Lu suppressed the excitement in his heart, and tried his best to ask in a calm tone. System, a new purchase channel. What? Surprise. And a huge surprise. Qi Lu did not expect that this last reward would actually be a new purchase channel. A long-awaited, new purchase channel. The new purchase channel, what is the purchase channel of the goods? Hurry up, tell me about it. Qi Lu couldn't hold back his excitement at this time. A new purchase channel is much more precious than a new commodity. Because every purchase channel represents infinite possibilities. Who knows what good stuff will come out of it? Even the most unreliable black market for special items has produced some very good products. For example, frozen fruit, and another example, Tian Lei Ling. Although the black market of special items says that there may be epic-level goods, for now, Qi Lu has not encountered it. The only epic item I've ever seen. That was the secret order of heaven issued by the system in order to compensate for the closure of the rank inheritance scroll purchase channel. Therefore, Qi Lu is full of hope and expectation for the new purchase channel. System, the new purchase channel is called Fairy Demon Battlefield. System, every time you enter the Fairy and Demon Battlefield, you need to consume the power of faith, but the first entry is free. Does the host want to go in and see? Wait, let's discuss whether we can enter or not. Now I want to know what this Fairy and Demon Battlefield is and what it is. After Qi Lu heard the name of the new purchase channel, his excitement suddenly cooled down. Because the name of Immortal Demon Battlefield is completely different from the names of the previous purchase channels. It sounds dangerous to hear. Although Qi Lu boasted that he was not weak. But in the face of the legendary immortals, demons, and the like, Qi Lu was still quite worried. If you enter this Fairy and Demon Battlefield, you will be connected with an immortal technique. That Qi Lu can't guarantee that he can come out of this Fairy and Demon Battlefield completely. So these questions need to be asked first. System, host, this system found that you are really timid. Qi Lu knew the system's ridicule, and he must have ridiculed him before taking revenge on him. Really careful. But how could Qi Lu take over the system's ridicule? You think too much, system. I call it a gentleman who does not stand under a dangerous wall. For unknown and potentially dangerous environments, it is the most correct way to investigate the situation before making a decision. It's like a fool to just rush in an unknown situation like you. Qi Lu said plausibly. At the end, by the way, he threw back the sarcasm of the system. If you mock me for being timid, then I will call you a fool. None of us take advantage. System, host, you just don't have confidence in your own strength. You are timid, and you still make so many excuses. The aggressive use is too obvious. Qi Lu replied slowly, with a relaxed expression and no rush at all. Timid is cowardly. Could it be that being laughed at for being timid is more important than your own life? System, forget it, this system is magnanimous and doesn't care about timid hosts. That's good. Since we don't care about it, then ask the learned system to quickly explain what the Fairy and Demon Battlefield is. Qi Lu continued to speak unhurriedly. System: the battlefield of the fairy and the devil is the battlefield where the fairy and the devil once fought. System: that war lasted for thousands of years, affected countless immortal sound demons, and also lost countless tyrannical immortals and demons. System: after the immortal and demon war ended, the immortals and demons who survived the battle retreated, leaving a dead place, the battlefield of immortals and demons. Hearing this, Qi Lu suddenly became excited again. It turns out that the battlefield of the fairy and the devil is not the place where the battle is being fought, but the former battlefield. That being said, those immortals and demons who fell in the battle of immortals and demons, as well as the weapons and armors they used, have all stayed in that battlefield. Fairy: there are also magic weapons of the same level. Just thinking about it, Qi Lu felt that his blood was about to boil. I can't wait to go to the fairy and demon battlefield to see it. System: it's free to enter the fairy battlefield for the first time, right? Then I'll go in now. Qi Lu said excitedly in his mind. Egg pond purchase channels have to pay an extraction fee for purchase. Special items on the black market have to be bought directly. I really didn't expect that the first entry into the fairy demon battlefield was free. Isn't that just getting a bunch of fairy weapons for free? Thousands of years of immortal and demon war, no matter what, there will be a lot of good things left. System: receive the request, please prepare the host, the fairy and demon battlefield, open it immediately. Fall with the sound of the system. In the void, a gate made of light immediately appeared. This is the entrance to the fairy and demon battlefield. Qi Lu took a few deep breaths and calmed down before stepping into the door. This step is like entering a new world. An aura of prehistoric origin from ancient times rushed towards Qi Li's body, almost knocking Qi Lu over. Looking into it, it was devastated. Countless Tianqing came into view, the earth was torn apart, and the sky was gray. In the air, there is a long-lasting smoke and dust. Obviously it should be a magnificent scene, but in the distance, it is full of remnants of different shapes. It looks quite shocking. Qi Lu couldn't help but stomped on the ground with his feet, and was shocked to find that with his heroic power, he couldn't even shake the ground. Not to mention the cracks, I am afraid it is quite difficult to even leave footprints. The firmness of the ground can be imagined. The stability of this world is simply appalling. Qi Lu took a deep breath and looked around again. Even the power of a hero can't shake the earth. In the hands of those immortals and demons, it was like a piece of tissue paper, being torn to shreds at will. Above the earth, there are bottomless cliffs and ruins with no end in sight. Qi Lu was sure that even the rubble in these ruins could be shockingly hard. This time it really came right. Qi Lu walked forward with shock in his heart. The place where I was just now was obviously not the main area of the battlefield, so I couldn't find anything decent. Just keep looking forward. After thousands of years of immortal and demon wars, the number of fallen immortals and demons is definitely an extremely astonishing number. Qi Lu didn't need to go far at all, he looked up. What comes into view are all kinds of remnants of different shapes. In these endless years, these remnants have not changed in the slightest, and they are still like they had just died in battle. As far as Qi Lu could see, there was the remnant of a giant beast nearly 10,000 meters long. There are also warriors in broken armor, and immortals in Taoist robes. Even if they die, they are still immortal. There is also a demon with 2 wings on its back and a ferocious face. Qi Lu didn't know where the system discovered this fairy and demon battlefield, but just seeing these remnants was enough to shock Qi Lu. Time cannot rot these remnants, nor can it change this world. As the system said, here is a dead place. Can't feel the breath of any life at all. That immortal and demon war had long ago cut off the vitality of this piece off heaven and earth. No creature can stay here for long. Otherwise, they will be buried here like these immortals who died in battle. System: host, please make a choice as soon as possible. With your body, you cannot stay here for too long. System, in addition, a friendly reminder, every time you enter the fairy and demon battlefield, you are only allowed to take one item. The attributes of the item will appear in the backstage of the store manager after returning to the store. The previous sentence was exactly what Qile thought. But the last sentence made Qile stunned for a moment. I just said, how could you be so generous, the first time you enter the fairy and demon battlefield, for free? It turns out that you can only take one item at a time. Qile burst into anger. Isn't this just entering Baoshan, but can only return empty-handed? No, it doesn't seem like he came home empty-handed, he could take the same item anyway. But that doesn't seem right. After all, the level of the immortal demon battlefield was much higher than that of Baoshan. However, the most annoying thing is that the attributes of the items can only be seen after returning to the store. That's like a blind vote. Qile didn't have much research on immortal tools. If he chose a tasteless thing, wouldn't it be a big loss? And if you look closely, you'll find it. In this fairy and demon battlefield, there is basically nothing intact, almost all of them are broken items. But think about it too, if it is really full of fairy artifacts, it is probably not Qile's turn to come and choose. System, host, please make a choice as soon as possible. For your safety, if you don't make a choice, this system will send you back. Faced with Qile's question, the system did not answer, but continued to urge it. It can be seen from this, that although the previous battle between the fairy and the devil is no longer, the danger of the fairy and devil battlefield does not seem to have weakened. No wonder the remaining immortals didn't come to clean up the battlefield. I see, right now. Qile also knew that now was not the time to be angry, so he hurriedly looked around. Although they are broken items. But the taller ones and the short ones can always find a relatively less broken item. Not long after, Qile found an orb that seemed to emit a faint glow from the hand of a sage's remnant. Although it is covered with cracks. But compared to the other weapons that were shattered to pieces, it was still usable. That's it. Without saying a word, Qile took it directly. Immediately afterwards, it was black in front of him. After a while, Qile opened his eyes, only to find that he had returned to the store. In his hand, he was still holding the orb he had found earlier. I hope my good luck can continue. Qile was completely unsure about the quality of this orb, so he could only rely on luck. System, host, all the items brought back from the fairy and demon battlefield, in order to ensure the normal operation of their functions, need to be repaired before they can be sold. System, so, please host this time and temporarily hand over the harvest taught his system. Is there still such a step? Let me just say, with the appearance of this orb, if it is not repaired, I am afraid it will not be able to sell for a good price. Qile nodded in agreement and handed over the orb to the system without hesitation. The current appearance of this orb is full of spider web-like cracks. It seems that with a little force, the whole will shatter. Although there is still a faint glow, no matter how you look at it, it looks like a dim fluorescent light that is about to burn out. Probably will soon reach the end of his life, like the former owner of this orb. It's not that Qile is not optimistic about a jewel like this. It looks like a waste product, and someone who can buy it may be really a fool. And the most important point is not the appearance of the orb. It's the problem inside the orb. The power contained in the items brought from the fairy demon battlefield may not conform to the rules of this plane. While the system repairs these items, it will definitely adjust the power in him. Because no matter how you say the battlefield of fairy demons, it does not belong to this plane. The level of power among them is far more than that of the current eastern wilderness and the northern mountains, and may even be half higher than the ancient times of this plane. The power level of the items brought out from it is definitely not much lower. Even if it is a broken version, the power contained in it has been greatly weakened. It also depends on what it is compared to. The broken version of the immortal artifact may not be comparable to the heyday of Beishan Mountain, but compared with the current Beishan Mountain, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is completely crushed. Not to mention that the power level is even weaker than the eastern wilderness off the northern mountain range. However, no matter how high the power level of the immortal demon battlefield is, it is all in the past. The two sides of the fairy and the devil have been fighting for thousands of years, turning the world into a dead place, and also destroying the vitality off the entire plane. And the vitality of the entire plane is damaged. It is definitely a huge disaster. Not to mention the decline in the power level of the entire plane, and the problem of all the energy flowing away. Once the space vitality is damaged, the most serious situation is that it will no longer be able to provide living beings to survive. Today's fairy and demon battlefield is more like a dead zone. The immortals and demons who survived by chance in that war are still unknown. Although the power level of the Beishan Mountains is not as good as that of the fairy and demon battlefield, it is at least a vibrant world. So Qilu actually did not envy the power of those immortals at all. Even with such a powerful force? Do you really have to be happy to destroy the place where you live in pursuit of this power? Qilu didn't know why the battle between the immortals and demons started. But Qilu knew that as long as he had the ability, then we must prevent this level of war from happening. System, I can't see it. Host, your ideological awareness is quite high. Is this still yours to say? Qilu answered very calmly. While waiting for the orb to be repaired, I thought for a while, and the system sounded. It can be seen that it should not be very difficult to repair the orb. So after Qilu answered, he turned around and asked, so, have you repaired the things I brought back? System, of course, don't look at who this system is. Do you still need to be suspicious? That's good, take it out and let me see it. Qilu was excited on the spot. This is the first thing brought back from the fairy and demon battlefield. Saying you're not excited is a lie. Moreover, Qilu also intends to judge the value of the new purchase channel of Xuanhuan battlefield from the quality of such items. Because of the purchase channel of the fairy demon battlefield, there is no indication of the level of the goods at all. In other words, there may be garbage, and it may also be the best. However, under normal circumstances, there should be more garbage out. After all, there were not a few weapons that were completely destroyed during the war. Qilu is in a state of completely ignorant of things, like fairy artifacts. Of course, it is possible to accidentally pick up a scrap. In the face of the excited Qilu, the system is not ambiguous. He directly passed the attributes of the repaired orb into Qilu's mind. Holy Light Orb, epic weapon, greatly enhances the user's spiritual power, greatly enhances the effect of all gain magic and auxiliary magic of the user, with additional skills, Holy Light Domain, Grace. Holy Light Domain, passive skill. After entering the battle, take the Holy Light Orb as the center to expand the Holy Light Domain, greatly improve the basic attributes of allies, continue to heal the wounds of allies, and restore the fighting spirit and magic power of allies, can be shrouded the number of friendly troops, depending on the user's strength. Grace, active skill, drop Grace, protect the target can choose any friendly unit, including itself. Before the power of Grace dissipates, the basic attributes of the target are greatly improved, all damage is increased by 50%, and the target is immune to death. Restrictions on use, immortals choose their masters, and no one may interfere. Epic? A jewel taken from the fairy and demon battlefield can be rated as epic. Qilu's eyes widened and his mouth opened in shock, but did not close for a long time. Almost dislocated my jaw. If it hadn't been reminded by the system, Qilu might not have been able to recover for a long time. This is an epic weapon. In the store before, treasure-level weapons and armors had to be synthesized through equipment synthesizers. Moreover, treasure-level weapons and armors not only need to be equipped with synthesizers, but also need to have equipment synthesis blueprints. Now, an epic weapon came directly, how could Qi not be shocked? This is just a slightly better-looking orb randomly picked up from the Ferian demon battlefield. If you can choose carefully, that's fine. The epic level corresponds to the powerhouse level. Moreover, according to the system's rating standards for commodities, I am afraid that those ordinary powerhouses may not be able to fully exert the power of this holy light orb. Only the top powerhouses among the powerhouses can fully exert the power of the holy light orb. The surprise was so big that it almost turned into a fright. Qi Lu could only feel his heart pounding now, and he had not completely recovered from this shock. And I have to say, epic weapons, the effect is really terrifying. Although looking at the attributes of the holy light orb, it is only a weapon of auxiliary nature, but it is just like this that it becomes more and more powerful. The improvement of spiritual power in the basic attributes will not be mentioned for the time being. For a class that uses magic, spiritual power is the foundation and the source. Without mental power, no magic can be used. An epic weapon, and at a glance, you can tell whether it is a magician's weapon or an auxiliary weapon. If you don't even add mental power, it will be too fake. After all, auxiliary magicians generally can't hit the output. If it is a magician who is playing output, you can rest and wait for the next round after one burst, so it doesn't matter if your mental strength is a little weaker. But auxiliary magicians can't. Gain-type magic and auxiliary-type magic don't just need to burst out. Instead, you need to constantly support your teammates. Therefore, the requirements for spiritual power are very high. However, among the basic attributes, the most powerful point is that the effects of all gain magic and auxiliary magic of the user will be greatly improved. This is the key attribute that determines the auxiliary properties of the holy light sphere. It is simply the magic skill that all auxiliary magicians dream of. You must know that the effects of the same kind of gain magic cannot be superimposed under normal circumstances. This doesn't look like an attack-type magic. If one magic fails, another will be added. The damage can continue to stack up anyway, until the opponent is defeated. Auxiliary magic, a shield is a shield. If the next shield is added before the previous shield disappears, the only thing that will happen is to cancel the previous shield. But with the holy light orb, it's different. One shield can be used as two shields. This is the most powerful place. However, if there are only these basic attributes, then the holy light orb isn't worthy of being called an epic weapon. The most outstanding part of the holy light orb lies in the two accompanying skills. The realm of light, and grace. Holy light domain is a passive skill. After entering the battle, the holy light orb will be used as the center to expand holy light domain. For allies in the holy light domain, various basic attributes will be greatly improved, and injuries will continue to be healed, as well as vindictive energy and magic power. This skill is simply the magic skill of team fighting. The strength of the players can be enhanced in all aspects, including the most fundamental combat capability, as well as continuous combat capability, and recovery capability. And the most powerful thing is that the number of allies that can increase the strength of the holy light domain depends on the strength of the user. That is to say, as long as the controller of the holy light sphere is strong enough, there is no upper limit to this number. It is hard to imagine how many friendly forces the original owner of the holy light sphere could increase the strength of. Maybe it can spread to the small half of the fairy battlefield. As for the second skill, grace, it is even more powerful. Directly and greatly increases the basic attributes of the target, and increases all damage by 50%. The improvement of this item alone has surpassed a treasure-level weapon. For details, see the Dragon Slayer title badge. Unconditionally increase all damage by 50%. What a terrible power this is. And the most powerful point is that before the power of grace dissipates, the target is immune to death. If it is just immune to death, the effect may not be so outstanding. But what if you add the ability of the Holy Light domain to continuously heal wounds? There is no doubt that it can be used as an immortal body. As long as you don't die, you can always be healed. That's the power of the Orb of Light. It's almost a weapon tailored for auxiliary magicians. But what bothered Qi Lu the most was the usage restriction of the Holy Light Sphere. Immortal weapons choose their masters, and no one may interfere. This usage limit is more incomprehensible than the usage limit of the rank inheritance scroll. The ancient class can still recognize some shadows from the ordinary class. Even those ancient classes who were created out of nothing could at least be able to see the general direction. But the Orb of Light? Who knows what the standard of this so-called fairy weapon selection will be? If you choose a magician class, even if it is not an auxiliary magician, you can also minor in auxiliary magic for the Holy Light Orb. But if you choose a warrior class, you will also play a hammer. There is no way to learn magic. System, is there really no way for this fairy to choose the master? Qi Lu asked a little reluctantly. Because Qi Lu is really afraid of the situation where the Holy Light Orb chooses a warrior class, it will be a big game. System, if the host is not afraid of the self-destruction of the immortal weapon, forcibly interfering can also be done. That's fine. Qi Lu waved his hands again and again. Will this thing still explode? That's too dangerous. As expected of a weapon that came out of the fairy and demon battlefield, even if it is just a broken version, it has such a big temper. Then how should the price of the Holy Light Sphere be determined? Faced with such a dangerous commodity, Qi Lu could only ask the price. System, all commodities brought out from the fairy demon battlefield can be priced by the host themselves. Yo, there is such a good thing. Qi Li's face was overjoyed, and he said with some surprise. This is an epic weapon, and the system is willing to give up the opportunity to set prices. It seems that this guy is really enlightened, knowing that as an Urbi system, his sales ability is not very good, so he started to delegate power. System, however, before that, please ask the host to pay off the repair cost off the Holy Light Orb, a total of 200,000 spirit crystals. What did you just say? To repair these things, do you have to pay Lingjing? Qi Lu asked suspiciously. Isn't this service free? No wonder the system is willing to offer a free offer to enter the fairy and demon battlefield for the first time, so they were all waiting here. Isn't that the same as the purchase price of 200,000 spirit crystals, the Holy Light Orb? No wonder that as soon as I returned to the store with the Holy Light Orb, the system rushed to take the Holy Light Orb to repair it. It's all pits. System, of course there is a charge for repairing the immortal artifact, and the energy of this system is not for nothing. System, or do you think, the host, that repairing the fairy is a very easy thing? Why don't you try to repair one yourself next time? Gee. Black Heart System. If you complain, you will be refuted crazily, you can't afford it. I'll pay 200,000 spirit crystals, right, I'll just give it to you, don't talk about it. Qi Lu could only raise his hand and surrender, obediently handing over the spirit crystal he had saved with great difficulty. Qi Lu knew that he didn't have the ability to repair the fairy weapon. Not now, and never will be. So there is no way. If you ask someone to do things, you have to be slaughtered obediently. Besides, the price of the Holy Light Orb is far more than 200,000 spirit crystals. Under the condition that he can set his own price, Qi Lu can earn back these 200,000 spirit crystals in minutes. Of course, the premise is that the Holy Light Orb does not go crazy and Xuanhuan ideal host honestly. Otherwise, even if Qi Lu has all kinds of means, it will not help. System, it's about the same. Okay, I have another question. Qi Lu forced himself not to think about the 200,000 spirit crystals, and began to divert his attention with other topics. System, host, please speak. The purchase channel of the fairy demon battlefield, when will I be able to enter again? Qi Lu immediately asked aloud. Although this time it was indeed pitted by the system. But there is one thing to say. As long as the items in the fairy and demon battlefield are not completely broken and their strength is dissipated, they will basically not be too bad after they are brought out. It's like panning for gold. So Qi Lu is also very interested. You know, there are so many people who like to buy lottery tickets even with the ethereal winning rate. The winning rate of this fairy and demon battlefield is much higher than that off the lottery. And once you do, it's way more than the lottery jackpot. System, the immortal demon battlefield purchase channel, as long as the host has enough faith, you can enter at any time. Qi Lu heard the words, raised his brows, and asked, doubtfully, the power of faith? This word is a new one. It's not that Qi Lu has never heard of the word faith. It's just that after coming to this world, Qi Lu has never heard of this type of power. The system obviously heard the doubts in Qi Li's tone, so it quickly spoke up. System, the host guessed right. Whether it's in the northern mountain range or in the eastern wilderness, you can't collect the power of faith, because this plane has no power of faith at all. System, if you want to collect the power of faith, this system recommends that the host use the barrier gate and go to other worlds to collect it. System, in the vending point, you can automatically collect the power of faith. After an explanation, Qi Li's eyes widened, and the muscles on his face kept twitching. Are you waiting for me here? I just said, why did you give me a door to the barrier for no reason? A reason. Qi Lu didn't want to explore why this plane had no power of faith. Because of this question, it doesn't make sense at all. For Qi Lu, the only effect of the power of faith at present is to open the purchase channel of the fairy and demon battlefield. The system isn't going to lie about it either. So now it seems that if you want to enter the fairy and demon battlefield again, you may really have to go to other worlds to collect the power of faith. It's going to be troublesome now. After Qi Lu wanted to understand, he sighed silently. In this way, in a short period of time, Qi Lu doesn't have to think about entering the battlefield again. Because it is impossible for Qi Lu to go to other worlds, to set up vending points, before the store in Beishan Mountain is taken care of. After all, the gate of the barrier has a 1-month cooldown. Looks like I really need to find a clerk. Qi Lu rubbed his chin. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable he felt, so he asked in his mind. System, do I have any conditions to find a clerk now? System, the host store manager level meets the conditions, and you can recruit store staff at any time without the approval of this system. Really, that's really good. It seems that after the level of the store manager is improved, there are still benefits. Qi Lu did not expect that after the store manager's level was high, there would still be such benefits. Before recruiting a clerk, I had to do a task first. Good thing it's not needed now. Excited and nervous all night, all the rewards can be considered to be fully received. All things are dealt with. After Qi Lu determined that he had nothing else to deal with, he went to wash briefly, and then continue to go to the New World mode to start tonight's struggle. The earlier you enter the world server, the earlier you can meet the people of Donghuang. No matter how tired you are, you have to persevere. Sleepless nights. In the early morning of the next day, Qi Lu went offline from the New World mode after lighting the campfire. Then he blinked his eyes hard, trying to wake himself up a bit. It doesn't seem to be the solution to not sleep all day long. Qi Lu yawned and moved his somewhat stiff body. After feeling a little more comfortable, Qi Lu went to get a bacon sandwich and a bottle of pure milk for breakfast. It is better to eat something milder in the morning. Originally, Qi Lu wanted to eat a fruit platter, but considering the weight problem, it was forgotten. While eating breakfast, organize the goods in the store. With so many new items coming out last night, it's time to put them on the shelves. But there is one exception. That is the holy light orb. The holy light ball, Qilu placed it directly on the counter. The things in the fairy and demon battlefield are all orphans, only this one, and they will choose their own masters. So before finding a suitable candidate, the holy light orb that appeared in the store was just a projection. Originally, Qilu also wanted to throw the projection of the holy light orb into the main store in Yunwu City. But considering that Yu Shi'er didn't know the attributes of the holy light orb at all, she had no choice but to give up. Including those new goods obtained after coming to the North Mountains, the main store in Cloud City does not have it. Because Yu Shi'er didn't know the function of the new product. And Qilu could not contact Yu Shi'er for the time being. So this happens. Just work harder. As long as you can contact people from Donghuang on the world server, you will definitely be able to contact Shi'er. Qilu thought, while sorting out the goods. By the time breakfast is over, the goods are almost ready. Then, as soon as the store door opened, Yafei jumped in. Good morning, Manager Qi, is there anything delicious today? Yafei was as lively as ever, and after greeting Qilu, he jumped to the snack vending machine. Yes, but I don't know if you like it or not. After Qilu opened the door, he sat on the sofa closest to the counter. A little nap is better than keeping your eyes open all the time. Are there really new delicacies? Then I want to try. This is a fruit platter? Yafei's expression became a little weird. There are countless foods that test cooking skills, but there are some foods that do not require cooking skills. Fruit is probably one of the representatives. Fruits that can be eaten raw are naturally better. That is, a fruit like pineapple, which is not easy to eat directly, needs to be soaked in salt water. But that's where the problem arises. The elves do like to eat fruit, but the orcs are different. The beast-eared clansmen, who tend to eat meat, have always had no favorable impression of pure fruits. Including Yafei, who is a foodie, the same is true. It's not that there is a rejection of the taste of the fruit, it's just a matter of taste preference. Just like those juices, Yafei wouldn't refuse. Colorful fruit-flavored pizza, Yafei also eats it. Just pure fruit. Maybe Manager Qi's fruit here is different, why don't you give it a try? Yafei tangled in his heart. Little girl, what are you looking at? Yafei, who was in front of the snack vending machine, hadn't made a decision yet, but waited for Lancey's rather curious voice, which rang from behind. Uncle Lan Qi, Sister Shauna, Manager Qi has a fruit platter here, do you want to try it? When Yaffer turned around, he saw Shauna standing beside Lan Qi, and his eyes lit up. Orcs don't like fruit, but elves like it very much. The big deal is to rub 2 pieces to taste the taste, and then decide whether to buy it or not. Manager Qi has a fruit platter here, so of course I want to try it. Shauna didn't hide her interest either. A fruit platter sells 50 spirit crystals, which is quite enough in terms of weight. More than a dozen kinds of fruits, even if there are only 3 or 4 pieces of each, add up to more than 50 pieces. The variety is quite rich, and it is also very fresh. Shauna looked at the arrangement of the fruit platter and made a pertinent comment. However, the word fresh does not refer to the freshness of the fruit, but to variety of the fruit. The types of fruits recorded in the system are obviously not comparable to those of the Beishan Mountains. So the fruit platter contains a lot of fruit, all of which Shauna has never seen before. But Shauna didn't ask any more questions. After all, based on Shauna's knowledge, if they have never seen these fruits, then probably few people have seen them. It is estimated that it is the unique variety of the store manager, Qi. Thinking so, Shauna stretched out 2 slender fingers, picked up an apple, and put it into her mouth. With a light bite, the sweet juice immediately poured out from the apple flesh. The crisp and fresh taste also burst out in Shauna's mouth. This taste is much stronger than the tributes supplied to the holy city of elves. Shauna did not use too many words to evaluate. But just this sentence is actually a great affirmation for this fruit platter. The holy city of elves is the most solemn city-state of the elves. Although the prosperity may not be as prosperous as the city of life, the clansmen living there are all nobles in the clan. For example, Tiana. There are also the elders of the elves, as well as some clansmen with very important identities. Shauna naturally spent some time in the holy city of elves. It is precisely because of this that the food supplied to the holy city of elves is also the one of the highest quality. And now, Shauna directly compares the taste of the fruit platter with the special fruit from the holy city of spirits. And it's safe to say that the fruit platter is even better. This evaluation is not too high. And saying that, it also aroused Yufei's interest. Because those special fruits, in the identities of Shauna and Lanqi, as well as the relationship between the two and Yufei, were naturally given to Yufei Tote. It belongs to the exchange of experience between foodies. Yufei naturally knew how those special fruits tasted. Although for Yufei, it was not quite memorable, but it was completely acceptable. And now, Shauna said that the taste of this fruit platter is far better than the special fruit of the holy city of spirits, so Yufei is welcome. Immediately followed and bought a fruit platter. It's strange, if the fruit outside is as delicious as the one from Manager Chi, then I won't hate eating fruit. Yufei said to himself as he put the kiwi fruit slices into his mouth. The sweet and sour taste of the kiwi fruit made Yufei even more appetizing. A full-bodied fruit platter, in less than 5 minutes, was completely eaten by Yufei, a guy who didn't like eating fruit very much. Really a snacker who is loyal to his palate. Sitting on the sofa, Qilu inexplicably remembered a certain founder of the true fragrance theorem. Unfortunately, there is no fried rice in the snack vending machine. Manager Qi, what is this? Is it also a commodity? Lanqi's focus is slightly different from Shauna's. Since entering the store, Lanqi has been staring at the projection of the holy light orb placed on the counter. After the system repair, the holy light orb is no longer the same as before. The current holy light orb is a crystal clear orb, exuding a holy and soft light outside, which makes people feel at ease when they look at it. And inside the orb, it is even more shining like a star. Mixed in this holy light, it looks extremely sacred. Such an eye-catching shape and placed in such a conspicuous place will naturally attract the attention of every customer entering the store. It's just that there are more good things in the Chila store, and magical goods abound. Therefore, customers who are not very interested in the holy light orb just took a few more glances and did not ask aloud. After all, in terms of the shape of the holy light orb, it's really hard to see what's going on just by looking at it. If you just bought it back as a decoration, then there is no need to go here to buy it. Because there is a consensus in the minds of these customers. That is, the goods in Manager Chi's store are indeed worth the money, and it can even be said that they are worth the money, but the price is also surprisingly expensive. Even if the customers who come to the store are basically either rich or expensive, there are so many spirit crystals. But there is no need to spend this unjust money for an ornament. No one's spirit crystals were blown by the wind, and when it was worth the money, it was spent. But save a little when you can. However, this idea did not appear in Lanqi's mind. Why? Because to Lanqi, the spirit crystal is just a number. For a powerful dragon, there are too many ways to get spirit crystals. It's easy to come, and when you spend it, it's naturally very casual. So when he saw the projection of the holy light orb, Lanqi looked at it carefully for a while, and when he found that he couldn't see it clearly, he said decisively. What? Interested? Qilu nestled on the sofa and asked in a faint voice. There is one thing, because I sensed a very large power from this orb, but this power is not violent, but rather gentle. So I want to ask. Lanqi spoke very honestly. And I have to say that Lanqi's perception is indeed frighteningly strong. The holy light orb placed on the counter is just a projection. The power and aura it carries are simply less than 1% of the holy light orb. But Lan Qi just felt it. And what is perceived is quite accurate. An auxiliary weapon, the power it possesses is, of course, mild. Your perception is indeed not wrong. It's just that although you are interested in the holy light orb, the holy light orb doesn't seem to be interested in you. Qi Lu glanced at the projection of the holy light orb and found that there was no response, then shrugged and said aloud. Qi Lu is really unable to control the selection of the master of the fairy. All I can do is to truthfully convey the reaction of the holy light orb. Obviously, the holy light sphere did not choose Lan Qi. Oh? It's not interested in me? When Lan Qi heard the words, he immediately raised his eyebrows, with a hint of curiosity and a hint of anger on his face. That's interesting. When encountering the power of Qi Lu, whether it is strength, state of mind, or character and mind, Lan Qi is convinced. But if a commodity dares to look down on people, it is too shameless. If you have the ability, you can try, I have no objection. Qi Lu actually wanted to see what the process of choosing the master of the fairy weapon was. How would you react if something unexpected happened? So after seeing Lan Qi's expression, Qi Lu did not stop it, but rather encouraged it. Since the store manager, Qi, is so generous, then I will be offended. Lan Qi nodded, pleaded guilty first, and then reached out and grabbed the projection of the holy light orb. Bam! Only a muffled sound was heard, and the light outside the projection of the holy light orb suddenly rose, flicking Lan Qi's hand back. This scene fell into Qi Li's eyes, and suddenly a clear look appeared in Qi Li's eyes. So that's the case, immortal item selection master, don't even let others touch it until you meet the person you like. No wonder it was placed in the store, and they are only willing to put a power projection here. Qi Li thought it was the reason. Now it seems that it is all because of the items that came out of the Fairy Demon battlefield, and the reason for his temper. It seems that I am really dissatisfied with me, and I don't believe I Tanamore. Lan Qi was blocked by the projection of the holy light orb, and there was a bit of anger in his heart. With a cold snort, on the back of the hand that Lan Qi had stuck out before, a piece of dragon scale suddenly appeared. Partial dragonization. This ability is not uncommon, but it can maximize its own power while maintaining its human form. For the dragon, it is naturally the most powerful in its original form. Transforming into a human form is just for the convenience of walking between city-states. After all, a giant dragon that is hundreds of meters in size, or even thousands of meters in size, unless it is in the wild, falls into the city-state, which is a disaster for the city-state. Even though the dragon race is powerful, other races in the northern mountain range are not vegetarians. Even if one or two races lose to the dragon race. But the three major races of the northern mountain range are not weaker than the dragon race in overall strength. So Lan Qi will not mess around. After the partial dragon transformation, Lan Qi's aura also became a bit stronger. A violent breath lingered on the palm that had turned into a dragon claw. Come here for me. Lan Qi let out a low roar, the dragon claws were like electricity, and he grabbed the projection of the holy light orb. The power of this shot is far from being comparable to the previous random probing. There was a short sonic boom in the air. In an instant, the dragon claws that suddenly attacked were about to touch the appearance of the projection of the holy light orb. But at this moment, a dazzling light lit up. Boom! The power of the projection of the holy light orb collided with Lan Qi's dragon claws. A circle of wind and waves formed in an instant, and it was about to explode towards the surroundings with the two as the center. If this really broke out, I am afraid that the layout of the store will be blown down. And there may be few customers who can withstand this storm. So troublesome. Qi Li suddenly raised his hand and sealed the storm in a very small area before it broke out. However, such a big movement still attracted the attention of customers in the store. Then when you look at it, it's amazing. Who is Lan Qi? As long as he is a regular customer in the Qi store, no one does not know. Within the northern mountain range, there is only a powerful dragon. Terrible character. However, at this moment, Lan Qi was in a stalemate with an orb that looked like an ornament. And there is an indiscriminate trend. My God, what did I see? That one is really the crown of Lan Qi. Absolutely right, that is the crown of Lan Qi. What is the orb that is stalemate with His Majesty Lan Qi? I thought that orb was an ornament, but I didn't expect it to have such terrifying power. No way. When the customers in the store saw this scene, the discussion immediately rang out. All of a sudden, the astonished and shocked eyes were all focused on Lan Qi and the projection of the holy light orb. It was full of amazement and disbelief. Then slowly, the eyes of the customers falling on the projection of the holy light orb gradually became eager. The reason for this is of course needless to say. The orb, which can stalemate with the powerhouse level power, possesses such tyrannical power. As long as it has a little common sense, it is impossible talk no. That is the power of the powerhouse level. For cultivators, not to mention the strong level, even the hero level. If you don't have a very high cultivation aptitude, you are all just dreaming. Even the realm of hero level is like this. Not to mention the powerhouse level that has to be recognized by the will of heaven and earth, and can only be promoted after obtaining the fate of heaven and earth. And now, with an orb with such a strong power in front of him, how could anyone not be moved? Not to mention those cultivators with low realms. At this moment, even Lan Qi was a little moved by the holy light orb in front of him. Boom! Lan Qi's arm flicked, and a huge force suddenly erupted from the dragon's claws, separating himself from the projection of the holy light orb. The light projected by the holy light orb also weakened. Manager Qi, I have to praise you. The products in your store are really amazing. I admire them very much. Lan Qi restrained his momentum, and the first sentence was his praise for the projection of the holy light orb. Although Lan Qi didn't use his full strength, the previous blow used almost 50% of his strength. However, the power that erupted was compressed in the dragon's claws. And it was blocked by Qi Lu. So on the surface, it doesn't seem that big. Otherwise, with Lan Qi's strength. Out of Qi Li's store, 50% of the power is enough to destroy half of the city of life. However, even with this 50% power, when faced with the projection of the holy light orb, it was still unable to gain the upper hand. This is where Lan Qi was shocked. You flatter me. Qi Lu calmly accepted the praise. Because to be honest, Qi Lu couldn't imagine that the power of the projection of the holy light orb could be on a par with Lan Qi. Of course, Qi Lu also knew that. When confronting Lan Qi, the power in the projection of the holy light orb was also increasing. In other words, the body of the holy light sphere is also transmitting power to the projection. Otherwise, it would be too terrifying to be able to compete with the powerhouse level power just with the power in the projection. This level of power, Qi Lu did not think, would be just an epic weapon. So really speaking, the energy contained in the holy light Dharma sphere is indeed comparable to the powerhouse level Almighty. After all, the holy light sphere is also an epic weapon. And it's still a fairy tool brought out from the fairy and demon battlefield. In terms of quality, it seems better. Therefore, this praise, the holy light orb has been accepted, and it is also worthy of the name. Then, Qi Lu looked at the expression on Lan Qi's face, and then said, however, I said that the holy light orb is not interested in you, so it's useless if you want it. Is that so? That's a pity. Qi Lu said what he wanted to say in advance, and Lan Qi said with a smile. With such a powerful orb of light, if you say you don't want it, that's a lie. It's just that Qi Lu clearly refused, and Lan Qi had nothing to do. Are you just confronting this orb? Shauna walked over and looked at the projection of the holy light orb curiously. However, the projection of the holy light orb still did not respond at all. For those who are not interested, the projection of the holy light orb is really like an ornament, just glowing silently. There is no half-point energy fluctuation. Come and see what you want to see. When Qilu turned around, he saw a group of eager customers behind him. But my advice to you is, just take a look, but don't think about trying your luck in the past. Don't look at the power contained in the projection of the holy light orb. It is less than 1% of the holy light's body. But the body can transmit energy into the projection at any time. With the temper of the holy light orb, it couldn't help Lanqi, so it became a confrontation, a stalemate. If this group of low-strength guys dared to touch it, it is inevitable to get hurt and suffer a little. Hearing Qi Li's warning, the customers in the store did not dare to take it seriously. So they formed a circle and watched the projection of the holy light orb. However, after finding that there was no response from the projection of the holy light orb, the customers gradually dispersed. Good things are really good things. However, you have to get it. There is a saying that goes well, called, treasures, those with virtue live in him. However, this virtue is useless to judge by oneself. It is necessary to obtain the approval of the treasure. If you don't see Lanqi, you can only look at it. Although many people feel that they are the chosen one, there are times when they have to face reality. Maybe you will find out that although you are not the chosen one, but you are the son of wrath. One day, the thunder will hit you on the head. So in the face of the cruel reality, the customers who were still enthusiastic and eager to try, all returned one by one. Do what to do? From the perspective of a mortal artifact, I don't think it's possible to choose you. Do you really think that there are no conditions for choosing a master for an immortal weapon? Qi Li sat on the sofa, watching this scene silently slandering in his heart. After all, the fairy was given the word Xian. That is completely different from ordinary weapons. The power contained in the holy light orb, even against the giant dragon known for its tyrannical combat power, cannot be defeated. How could a cultivator with insufficient strength be able to withstand it? One by one really came here to try their luck. How could it be possible? But even so, the news about the holy light orb was uploaded from the membership card. Now the guild panel and the communication system, as well as the public screen, are full of news about the holy light orb. There are also pictures and videos of Lanqi confronting the sphere of light. All of a sudden, those customers who didn't come to the store rushed to the store one after another. Even if you are not the destined person, it is a good thing to witness the arrival of the destined person. Mr. Qi, good morning. I haven't seen you for a day. Your shop has expanded Samak. Tiana came late. Then as soon as I entered the store, I was amazed at the spacious store. But after being amazed, Tiana didn't ask any more questions. Because in Tiana's view, Qi Li can even build a new world with complete rules. Expanding the store or something is trivial. And this idea is probably also the idea of others. Therefore, no customer has ever had any entanglements and doubts on this issue. Tiana also mentioned it casually, and then quickly changed the subject. By the way, Manager Qi, I saw Shauna sent me a message saying that there is a holy light orb in the store, and it can confront Lanqi. Is it true? Tiana took out the membership card and glanced at it before asking aloud. Yes, it's on the counter. Qi Li pointed to the direction of the counter. Although the first group of onlookers dispersed, but after getting the news, the customers who came back to the store haven't seen enough. So now the counter is full. The counter and the projection of the holy light ball were blocked by the customers who heard the news. Tiana did not notice the projection of the holy light orb after entering the store, which was also normal. Then I'll go over first, so I won't disturb Manager Qi. Tiana nodded slightly and put away the membership card. Qi Li responded and said no more. Because the holy light ball doesn't actually need too much introduction. Those who can be selected by the holy light orb will naturally get all the information of the holy light orb. If a fairy can't even handle this, it doesn't deserve to be called a fairy. And for those who are not selected, what is the use of knowing the information of the holy light orb? In order to target the holy light orb? Then, Qi Lu is even more impossible to introduce. If this is really going to happen, wouldn't it be dismantling one's own platform? All the items brought out from the fairy and demon battlefield are all unique, and it is better to hide the information if it can be hidden. There is never too much of this kind of trump card. So about the information about the holy light orb, Qi Lu is the same to everyone and will not reveal the slightest bit. As for other products, they are basically mass-produced, and they will be introduced when they are introduced. There is no such thing as hiding information. That is, the products in the special item black market are slightly unique. However, if you want to encounter good things in the black market of special items, it depends on luck. Lan Qi, Tiana, has come to the store. Shauna, who was sitting in the booth, felt a familiar breath, raised her head suddenly, and reminded Lan Qi, by the way. I don't think Lan Qi needs your reminder. Saratel, who was sitting in the booth next to him, also felt Tiana's breath, and he couldn't help laughing. The three powerhouses who will come to the Qi Lu store, plus Shauna, will basically sit together if they meet in the store. It has its own circle. After all, the power of this realm, sitting with ordinary cultivators, the pressure is too great for ordinary cultivators. Tiana, it seems to be a bit slow, let her come over after reading it, there is a shortage of people to brush the dungeon. Lan Qi didn't lift his head, and continued to indulge in the New World mode. In the circle of powerhouses, there will naturally be special dungeon teams. When Lan Qi entered the New World mode and started to create a character, he was judged to be a giant dragon, just like Moonfrost Snow, he had no rank. However, this did not prevent Lan Qi from serving as a meat shield in the team. For the position of anti-damage, the most important thing is to stand in the auxiliary position in the back row. The sentence "I need treatment" expresses how many bitter tears. Heartless. Saratel said with a smile. My name is One Line of Love, One Line. Do you think I'm just like you, doing everything for 3 minutes? Lan Qi snorted, cut angrily. Then you really misunderstood me. Your so-called 3-minute heat is just not interested in me. Saratel immediately retorted. Bickering is a common thing, especially when it happens to Lan Qi, it's not unusual at all. A creature like a giant dragon can hardly get along with anyone. Lan Qi is a good-natured man. Shauna, who was sitting on the side, didn't mind either. It's not the first time this kind of thing has happened. If you mind every time, you'll be exhausted. There are quite a lot of people. Tiana's first impression as she walked towards the counter was this. After getting the news, there were not a few customers who hurried to the Kyle store. Even if you don't have a chance, you have to come and see what the treasure looks like. Therefore, facing the customers who surrounded the counter on the inner 3 floors and the outer 3 floors, Tiana had to mobilize her magic power to gently push the people around. The magic power that can be condensed into essence has many uses. This usage is the most wasteful one. But Tiana didn't care. The gentle magic force pushed the customers who were blocking Tiana away, as slightly as if they were letting them go. This is a subtle control of one's own power. After all, Qi Lu was watching from behind, so it was okay to do it for his own convenience. If the power is great, it will probably be judged as a troublemaker. Tiana knows the rules in the store, so she also follows these rules by herself. Although there were a lot of customers blocking the front, but in front of Tiana's magic power, all of them obediently stepped aside, leaving a passage just for one person to pass through. No one around dared to have an opinion. This is probably a little privilege of the strong. Is this the holy light ball? It's beautiful. Tiana's gaze fell on the projection of the holy light orb on the counter. It is true that the holy light orb, which can be regarded as a decoration by most customers at first sight, is definitely not bad in appearance. It's just that after the powerful inner strength is known to everyone, the appearance becomes irrelevant. Buzz dash. Just as Tiana carefully looked at the projection of the holy light orb, Asmal's humming sound rang out. The light projected by the holy light orb also began to flicker irregularly. This scene suddenly surprised the customers who were watching the excitement around the counter. But more, still puzzled. No way. Qi Lu, who was sitting on the sofa, also showed a surprised look. Others don't know what's going on, but Qi Lu is very clear. If the projection of the holy light orb can produce this kind of reaction, it must be someone who can be the master. The choice of the holy light orb, wouldn't it be Tiana? Qi Lu silently stood up from the sofa, then chose a good angle to watch this scene quietly. This is the first time Qi Lu has seen the matter of choosing the master of the fairy. Therefore, there is still not much intervention, and the right is regarded as an increase of experience. Well, what's going on here? Tiana looked at the projection of the holy light orb that was constantly flashing, and she felt a little overwhelmed. Faced with the unknown, everyone will feel this way. However, Tiana didn't mess up her hands and feet, she just stared at the projection of the holy light orb in front of her. On her fingers, wisps of magic power flowed, and she was ready to deal with trouble at any time. Boom! Just when the customers in the store were a little puzzled, the light projected by the holy light orb suddenly rose. Qi Li's eyes narrowed. He could see that it was the body of the holy light orb appeared. Immediately afterwards, a mighty and ancient coercion suddenly appeared in the shop. However, this coercion is not directed at a certain person. Neither violent nor terrible. Just pervading this shop, but it allows everyone to experience the vastness of this coercion. It's like an ordinary person facing an endless ocean. The vast ocean does not target one person. But as long as ordinary people see the vastness of the ocean, there will be a feeling of powerlessness in their hearts. Unbeatable, unshakable. That's all. And the coercion that the holy light orb erupted was the same, that mighty gesture shrouded everyone in the store. The inheritance from the ancient fairy artifact is so powerful that it is unimaginable. Is this power the holy light orb? Lan Qi, who was addicted to the New World mode, suddenly raised his head and looked towards the counter. Lan Qi, who had confronted the holy light orb, was the most familiar with this aura. It seems that Tiana triggered the holy light orb. Shauna said in disbelief. The power of the holy light orb is so majestic, you can feel one or two just from this terrifying pressure. Absolutely strong power. And it is not the strength that the ordinary powerhouse class can match. If you want to control this power, the requirements for the controller itself will definitely not be too low. I originally came here to watch the fun, but I didn't expect that someone with predestined relationship would appear so quickly. Saratel also said with emotion. To say that there is no coveted heart for the holy light orb, Saratel is one of the few. Because Sarader knew in his heart that he would not use the holy light or battle. Even if you put it in your own hands, it's buried treasure. However, this mentality probably originated from the realm of Saratel itself. The realm of the powerhouse level, as well as the state of mind, can allow Saratel to resist the greed for the holy light orb. As for other realms that are not enough, it is simply impossible not to covet the holy light orb. It's just the choice of the master of the fairy, plus Qi Li's warning. That's why these people are just watching. Sometimes, coveting is just an idea. And if this idea is put into action, it may be fatal. This time, Tiana really got a big deal. At this moment, Lan Qi was not in the mood to continue dungeons, but looked at Tiana and the holy light orb with all his attention. Saying no to envy is a lie. One of the dragon's favorite things is to collect all kinds of treasures. A treasure at the level of the holy light orb can definitely kill Lan Qi's previous collections in seconds. It's just a pity that I can't get it in my hands. And the feeling of envy will also spread. The customers in the store had no intention of continuing what they were doing at the moment, and everyone's eyes were on the counter. Looking at the light on the holy light orb, it slowly enveloped Tiana. Then the envy that came from within began to emerge. However, it's just envy. Because the person in front of them is someone they can't be jealous of at all. Jealousy is only suitable for targets whose distance is not too far away. But when the level of the goal has far surpassed himself, the gap has become so big that he can't catch up in this lifetime. That feeling of jealousy disappears and turns into envy. There is also longing and worship. Especially those elves who looked at Tiana were full of admiration and admiration. The elf queen is the highest belief of the elf tribe. At this moment, the highest belief of his own race has obtained such a powerful treasure. Shouldn't it be worshipped? Shouldn't it be admired? The elves in the store even closed their eyes spontaneously, bowed their heads slightly, put their hands on their hearts, and offered their heartfelt blessings to Tiana. As for people of other races, envy twists it, envy separates its walls, envy makes its sorrow flow into our river. I knew I shouldn't have come here, because of curiosity. Saratel naturally noticed the emotions of the orc tribe in the store. Although Sirader didn't covet the holy light orb in his heart, it was impossible for such a powerful power to be obtained by other races without envy at all. Especially in front of so many people. I feel the same way as you for the first time, Saratel. Why don't you have a drink later? Lan Qi also echoed melancholy. On the contrary, Shauna thought about it, and offered her own blessings to Tiana. They are all from the elves, so much to do. For Shauna, as long as she can be with Lan Qi, nothing else matters. In the shop, the light of the holy light orb is getting stronger and stronger. The holy light gradually enveloped Tiana and pushed everyone else out. Fortunately, the holy light sphere is just an auxiliary weapon, and its power is not violent. Otherwise, such a push would probably result in a lot of casualties. It's just that under the shroud of light, the surrounding customers can't see what the situation is in the light. Even with the perception of Lan Qi and others, there is no way to perceive the situation inside through the light of the holy light orb. Only by using the store manager's authority can Qi clearly see what happened inside. Although the holy light orb is a fairy tool, the spirit of the tool has long been wiped out in the battle between the fairy and the devil. What I have now is my instinct. Therefore, after the holy light orb brought Tiana into the coverage of the light, there was no more movement. Only Tiana, who was bewildered, stood there at a loss. What's the situation now? What should I do? Tiana wanted to test it with magic, but it didn't feel good. After all, it was in Manager Qi's store, so there shouldn't be any danger. Try dripping your blood onto the holy light orb. Qilu was also a little confused. But I can't stand the idea of two worlds being human. A drop of blood is the most commonly used method. Although it feels like an outdated routine, in general, it still works very well. Because the drop of blood recognizes the Lord, the drop of blood is not ordinary blood. And the purpose of dropping blood to recognize the Lord is not just to drop one's own blood on the treasures that need to be recognized as the Lord. The real purpose is to imprint the soul mark on the treasure. Otherwise, do you really think that you can recognize the Lord with a drop-off blood? That's all deceptive. If you don't even know how to condense the essence and blood with your own soul breath, let alone drip blood. Even if you wash the treasure with blood, you may not be able to recognize the Lord successfully. Are you dripping blood? Then I'll give it a try. Tiana felt that Qi Li's words could still be trusted. So Tiana quickly condensed her magic power, turned it into a sharp blade, and cut her fingers. A drop of dark red blood quickly seeped out from the wound and dripped onto the holy light orb. Then, slipped off the holy light orb. The holy light orb, shining with holy light, is still immaculate. And the dark red blood bead that fell on the counter was like a rather weird taunt. Manager Chi, this method doesn't seem to work. Tiana stared at the bright red on the counter and replied directly. Chi Lu never thought that Tiana, the elf queen, would be so upright. Does letting you bleed really just bleed? Tiana, you may not understand what I mean, condense your soul breathe in blood beads. Well, soul breath is mental power, get it? As a last resort, Chi Lu could only explain to Tiana. No way, the method of identifying the Lord by a drop of blood does not seem too popular in the northern mountains. That's it, I understand, then I'll try again. Tiana nodded slightly, indicating that she was clear. In the face of a treasure at the level of the holy light orb, let alone a few drops of blood, no matter how expensive it is, as long as you can recognize the master successfully, it is worth it. After knowing the principle, condensing a drop of blood essence containing soul breath is a very simple matter for a powerhouse level power. So soon, a drop of blood with pale golden color emerged from Tiana's fingertips. Like a golden gem. The energy contained in the blood essence of the powerhouse level is absolutely enormous. Go. Tiana flicked her fingertips, and pale golden blood beads splashed out and fell on the holy light ball. This time, the blood beads did not slip down. Instead, it was absorbed by the holy light orb at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, a new message appeared in Tiana's mind, and there was something more in the eyes of the holy light orb. It's like there is some kind of connection between the two. Holy light orb, holy light domain, grace. Tiana muttered to herself softly. The eyes looking at the holy light ball gradually became eager and shocked. Is this the power of the holy light orb, so powerful? There is absolutely no doubt about the power contained in an epic weapon. Although the description of the use restrictions is the choice of the master off the ferry. But Chi Lu can probably guess that no matter how the fairy weapon chooses the owner, it still has basic requirements. Even treasure-level goods, the minimum requirements are the peak of the master level. Even the hero level can be directly limited to use. So where can epic weapons go so low? I'm afraid hero level is the minimum standard. Therefore, no matter how high the quality of the treasure is, if the realm is insufficient, it is not worthy of it. A mighty power. With this treasure, why worry about the unhappy elves? The more she learned, the more shocked Tiana was about the power of the holy light orb. The holy light orb and the light magician can be regarded as a perfect match. As a top-level auxiliary class, coupled with a top-level auxiliary weapon, this combination is by no means as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It can be said that because of the holy light orb, Tiana's combat power has doubled directly. Absolutely a perfect fit. If you want to talk about a class that is more in line with the holy light orb, it is probably only the legendary Lord of Light. However, it was only a legendary class after all. After the recognition of the Lord was completed, the light of the holy light orb gradually dissipated. However, the customers waiting around could only see Tiana with her eyes closed and her head slightly raised. After the holy light orb recognized the Lord, it had already been integrated into Tiana's body. This is also one of the benefits of fairy weapons. Manager Chi, thank you. After digesting the information transmitted by the holy light orb, Tiana took a deep breath and bowed to Chi Lu sincerely to thank him. Although the elves are powerful, they are not good at frontal combat. Therefore, a powerful elf queen is particularly important. You don't need to be polite, it's your destiny to choose the owner of the treasure. Chi Lu waved his hand. Who the holy light orb wanted to choose, Chi Lu couldn't interfere, and at most it was to bring the holy light orb out of the battlefield. And because time was running out, I just took one. It is also Tiana's own ability that Tiana can be recognized by the holy light sphere. Or rather, fate. There are times in life that must be there, and there is no need to force them in life. Manager Chi's heart is still open-minded, as always. Tiana smiled and said no other words of thanks. Just keep this in mind. The question of open-mindedness will be discussed later, but the account of the holy light orb should be settled. A total of 800,000 spirit crystals, no second price. Chi Lu thought about it, and then quoted a price that he felt was reasonable. 800,000 spirit crystals are really not much. Excluding the repair cost of the system, 200,000 spirit crystals. Chi Lu also had to calculate the cost of the power of faith. Although it is free to enter the fairy and demon battlefield for the first time, it is not free after that. Regarding the power of belief, Chi Lu has not yet figured out where to get it. So in a short period of time, there should be no second fairy artifact. Rare is expensive. The mere 800,000 spirit crystals are completely reasonable. As long as 800,000 spirit crystals are needed, the goods in Manager Chi store are still as affordable as ever. Tiana was a little surprised at the price quoted by Chi Lu. But not because of more. But because of less. It is no exaggeration to say that a treasure of the holy light orb level can be auctioned whenever possible. Millions of spirit crystals are just the starting price. Tens of thousands of spirit crystals can be achieved easily. This is the power of the powerhouse level. In the entire northern mountain range, there are not many powerhouse level powers to be found. The price of these 800,000 spirit crystals is different from the free gift, that is to say, it is better to go out. Otherwise, the mere 800,000 spirit crystals would be no different from what Bai picked up. Facing Tiana's surprise, Chi Lu didn't want to answer at all. Is it a temporary price increase? Impossible. The gentleman said, the horse is hard to chase, the price has been reported, and the loss has to be accepted. What's more, at this price, Chi Lu did not lose money. If you want to raise the price, you have to wait for the next fairy to raise the price. The holy light orb should be regarded as understanding the market. Next time, I will directly ask for the price of several million spirit crystals. Chi Lu thought seriously in his heart. As for the 800,000 spirit crystals, it is really not a big deal for Tiana. There are many spiritual crystal or veins in the territory of the elves. That is to say, Tiana usually doesn't use many spirit crystals, so she doesn't carry spirit crystals with her. But that's not a problem at all. In Chi Li's store, it is more convenient to use the magic core to deduct the spirit crystal. The price of the holy light orb is only 8 heroic magic cores. You must know that a powerhouse level magic core, according to the system's conversion, is worth 1 million spirit crystals. However, even Tiana, a powerful monster, cannot easily provoke him. For example, Lan Chi has a powerful magic core in his body. The magic core of the dragon. But who would dare to provoke Lan Chi? After being promoted to the realm of the powerhouse level, no matter what racy it is, or whether it is a beast, it will carry a lot of luck. As long as it is within the scope of the will of heaven and earth, this fate of heaven and earth can be used to draw on the power of heaven and earth. So simply put. Although in the realm of the powerhouse level, every time you advance to Asmal level, there will be a great improvement. But it may not take long for the battle between the powerhouses to decide the winner. However, if you want to separate life and death, it is almost impossible until your own destiny is exhausted. Because as long as the powerhouse level Almighty is willing to pay the fate of heaven and earth, the will of heaven and earth will indiscriminately provide the power of heaven and earth to every powerhouse level powerhouse in this realm. Of course, if it does not belong to this world, it is another matter. For example, the spirit of the demon abyss who died inexplicably. Therefore, it is basically impossible to have a war between the powerhouse level powers. Unless it is really to the point of immortality. However, if it really allowed the two powerhouses to enter a state of immortality, Then the races to which these two powerhouses belong will inevitably be involved in this battle. Powerhouse-level monsters naturally belong to this category. It's just that any powerful monster can't represent the entire monster race. After all, after the monster of Warcraft was promoted to the powerhouse level, the spiritual wisdom has long been enlightened. Under the same realm, there is naturally no relationship of domination. Under normal circumstances, powerful monsters will take the initiative to live separately and only take charge of their own territory. There is a feeling that one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. But even so, the powerhouse-level monsters are not the ones that can be easily provoked. Because the territory controlled by each powerful monster is beyond imagination, and the number of monsters in it is also countless. If it is easy to start a war, it must be a surging tide of beasts, and what will be faced at that time is the boundless tide of beasts. That's why it is said that hero-level magic cores are easy to obtain, but strong-level magic cores are rare. And when it comes to the powerhouse-level magic core, I have to mention the powerhouse-level trial crystal. The rarity of this thing is no less than the luck of heaven and earth. Fortunately, among the powerful monsters, although no one obeys the other, they can barely live together peacefully. But for powerhouse-level alien beasts, every powerhouse-level beast is not to obscene. Therefore, when fighting against strong-level alien beasts, you don't have to worry too much about your race, which will be overwhelmed by a large number of monsters. However, even so, this level of combat is also rare in the world. After all, if a strong-level enemy disregards his face and only wants to take revenge, the destructive power it can cause is absolutely unimaginable. No one wants to try what it feels like to be remembered by a powerhouse. Because a strong-level enemy, if he doesn't care about his face, he just wants revenge. The destructive power that can be caused is absolutely unimaginable. Of course, no one wants to be missed by a powerful monster. Because compared to the powerhouse-level powerhouses who still need some face, the powerhouse-level Warcraft has no concept of face at all. It has always been a slap in the face. What's more, Tiana's rank is also a light magician with a notoriously low combat effectiveness. It's even more impossible to provoke those guys. Moreover, because Tiana is a magician of light, the top combat power of the elves is actually relatively weak. It is precisely because of this that Tiana is also very lucky sometimes. Although Shauna left the elves privately, she also brought back a powerful ally for the elves. The checks and balances between the three major races in the North Mountain Range actually include Lan Qi. After all, the difference in combat power between Saratel and Tiana is really big. But now, after Tiana got the Holy Light Orb, the improvement of the overall strength of the elves is definitely a leap. And this is one of the reasons why Tiana is grateful to Qi Lu. The Light Magician has never been a class that fights alone. All Tiana has to do is to protect the blood of the elves, that's all. So, 800,000 spirit crystals arrived in the account very soon. Tiana thanked again, and then walked to the combat power improvement training room area. Because Shauna has already called Tiana several times, and they are all telling Tiana to hurry up. Your luck is so good, such a powerful treasure has fallen into your hands. Lan Qi glanced at Tiana, who was sitting in the booth next to him, and said enviously. The dragon is very eager for treasures. Especially those powerful treasures, I can't wait to collect them all. Just a fluke. Tiana smiled, with a humble tone and a smug expression. However, Tiana had already made up her mind about the information about the Holy Light Orb and did not reveal a word. As something that exists as a whole card, naturally the more mysterious the better. Fortunately, Saratel is also very sensible, so he didn't plan to ask this question at all. Anyway, the Beastier clan and the Elf clan didn't plan to go to war, so they asked so clearly what to do. Luck is also a part of strength. Shauna said with a smile. Tiana got the Holy Light Orb, which means that the elves have become stronger. For this situation, Shauna is happy from the bottom of her heart. After all, no matter how they eloped, the elves were always Shauna's family. Not to mention the elopement, the relationship between Tiana and Shauna, it was really too good to say. Perhaps the two would have been hostile to each other before, because of the position of the elf queen. But after Shauna voluntarily gave up, this hostile relationship disappeared. Now it seems that the relationship between the two is more like friends or sisters. Because a long time ago, if there were no power disputes, Shauna and Tiana could be considered close friends. So no matter from any point of view, Shauna will be happy if it is reasonable. Okay, let's not talk about this, it's depressing to talk too much. You also hurry up to the New World mode, the copy lacks people. Lan Chi knew what Shauna meant, and was intentional to mediate the atmosphere. So I didn't continue to struggle. Coming soon. Tiana got cheap, and naturally, she wouldn't be good, so she quickly entered the New World mode. As for the other customers in the store, after watching the excitement, naturally, they should go there. That's why Qi Lu was still thinking about what kind of clerk to hire. Near Tianyuan, on the side of the North Mountains. It blocked the connection between the eastern wilderness and the northern mountain range, and even directly divided the heaven and the earth into two, as if it existed forever. Beneath the cliff, there is a bottomless darkness, as if connected to a dark hell. Looking straight at it, the terrifying space barrier blocks all light, and also cuts off all sight and perception, so that people can only see chaos. If anyone dares to go beyond their own capabilities to explore the chaos, even if it is a powerhouse-level power, it can only end in a dead end. However, at this moment, in the darkness at the bottom of the Tianyuan cliff, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly appeared. Those eyes that were like blood gems were so conspicuous in the darkness. The resentment and ferocity contained in it can make people horrified and chilled just by looking at it. After so many years, I finally let me climb out. Accompanied by the scarlet eyes, there is also this harsh sound like the friction of iron sheets. Husky, low, mixed with endless violence. Like a blade, cold and sharp. Bam! A pitch-black claw suddenly appeared on the edge of the cliff in Tianyuan, protruded out of Tianyuan, and landed on the cliff. The edge of the cliff was immediately shattered, and countless stone powder fell into the abyss. And with this power on the claws, a monster with sharp horns, scarlet eyes, agrum face, and a body covered in bone armor jumped out of the abyss. Straws of crimson blood lingered around this monster. The bone armor that should have been pale white was about to be dyed pale red by the strands of blood. Those damn guys, I can't think of it, I'm back again. You have worked hard, but you can only seal me under the space barrier, and you can't kill me. Now, it's my turn to give this gift back to you. The monster's hoarse and low voice sounded slowly. In the abyss of the sky, one after another scarlet eyes, along with Themonster's voice, continued to emerge. Then, all the monsters with the same sharp horns, scarlet eyes, and hideous faces, crawled out of the abyss one after another. It's just that the latter monsters crawling out of the abyss only know how to roar and seem to have no intelligence. But this is better. Has the breath of those guys disappeared, or is it hidden? The monster that came out first walked out step by step. Then the footsteps slammed, and the bloody mouth opened wide, revealing the sharp fangs inside. Do you died? But it doesn't matter, as long as you have descendants, then this revenge must be avenged. It's finally coming to an end. It's not a waste of my sleepless struggle, I worked hard for so long. Sheila squinted his eyes and yawned heavily. With two dark circles under his eyes, he couldn't help shouting, okay. It has been several days since Tiana bought the holy light orb. And these days, Chilu has not slept. Visit the store during the day and struggle in the New World mode at night. Fortunately, Chilu has been promoted to the hero level, and his mental strength can still hold up. In the dangerous situation again and again, the dangerous situation came to the end of the Shadow Assassin's entrance, and it was only one step away from that door. That's right, the end of the Shadow Assassin's entrance is a door. As long as the door is opened, it means that the big map of the Shadow Assassin entrance is cleared. To enter the world server, you only need to apply, no choice is required. As long as the level is reached, it is also through this door to enter the world server. Because the big map of the world server is different from the current big map off Beishan server and Donghuang server. It is detected that all the requirements of the player have been met. Do you want to enter the new big map? When Qi Li's fingers touched the door at the end of the Shadow Assassin's entrance, such a prompt also appeared in front of him. Yes. Qi Li said with certainty. I haven't slept for so long, just for this moment. Welcome to the Mechanical Cow Forest. At the same time as he walked out of the door, a prompt sounded in Qi Li's mind. New big map, Mechanical Bull Forest. Here, it was originally a large and peaceful forest. But since then, towering trees have been chopped down, and machinery factories have sprung up, turning this forest into an area where machinery and trees coexist. However, this situation did not exist for long, and accidents began to occur in the machinery factory. Explosion occurred frequently and caused a large number of casualties. And because of a lot of pollution, the surrounding beasts also began to mutate. The staff of the mechanical factory were constantly attacked by mutant beasts in the forest, which attracted reinforcements from various mechanical troops. The war started in this forest that was supposed to be quiet and peaceful. Countless mutant beasts were killed, and the forest was destroyed in large swaths. But those mechanical troops are also not easy. The forest is the site of mutant beasts, and when those mechanical troops entered it, most of them were also destroyed. When the fighting lasted to the middle, the workers of the machine shop were forced to evacuate. Only the mechanical factories that remained standing in the forest. Those mutant beasts who fought with mechanical troops and suffered heavy casualties took the opportunity to occupy the mechanical factory. And under the research of the mutant beasts who have cultivated the intelligence, they began to transform the mutant beasts into half-beast and half-mechanical combat units. The most powerful combat unit among them is the transformed mechanical cow. At this point, the real battle has officially begun. A large number of mechanical cows started the final battle with the foreign mechanical troops. In the end, the mechanical troop collapsed and left the forest. But under the influence of the war, the once beautiful forest has also become what it is now. The ground is full of fallen trees, the ruins of machinery factories can be seen everywhere, and there are broken mechs and chariot fragments left over from the battle. And the corpses of those mutant beasts. And this information is the background story of this new map, the Mechanical Bull Forest. Sometimes I just think, the ability of these two systems to make up story is really strong. Of course, it would be better if I could not peek at my memory. After reading the background story, Qi Li thought silently in his mind. Mechanical troops. If the system can make up this thing without peeking at Qi Li's memory, then there is a real problem. In the world of fighting spirit and magic, make up stories about mechas. It's not the same tech tree at all. Although the North Mountains do have the race of goblins. But goblin technology is more inclined to those machines that are combined with magic, rather than pure technology, such as mechas. A machine shop isn't something goblins would build either. If goblin technology really reaches that level, I am afraid it is not as obscure as it is now. Needless to say, it has to be famous for all races. However, these things are not under the control of Qi Li, so let's brush the pictures with peace of mind. Hopefully I'm not the first player to come to this new map. Qi Li prayed earnestly. And this prayer is justified. After all, no matter how strong Qi Li's fighting skills are and how fast Hatsong clear customs, there is only one person. Compared to those professional Shadow Assassins porch map brushing teams in the East Wilderness server, although they are a lot more stable, their speed is also a bit slower. However, when Qi came to the mechanical bull forest, it was night. Therefore, even if some players come to the new map first, I am afraid they will not be able to go online at this time. Huh? Who is that figure? At this moment, Qi suddenly found a quite familiar figure. After Xuanhuan flickered to Xie to form a team together, the speed off the Shadow Assassin's entrance was much faster. It's just a pity that Xie only goes online at night. And also saved 2 hours to go to sleep, to ensure the spirit of the store the next day. So it's quick to return, but that is, the time is short, but there is no change in the number of days. But after so many days, the new map finally arrived. Mechanical Bull Forest. Wow, I've never heard of these things. Mecha, machine. After Xuanhuan came to the Mechanical Bull Forest, the first thing she did was to investigate the situation of the new map. And the mechanical parts all over the ground made Xuanhuan full of curiosity. Technology is something that does not exist in the eastern wilderness and the northern mountains. If it hadn't appeared in the New World mode, I'm afraid it would have shattered the worldviews of Xuanhuan and Yuxier. Qi can come up with something new every time, and I don't know how his brain grows. While Xuanhuan was curious about these technologies, she became more and more curious about Qi. How did these strange power systems come up? Curiosity is something that everyone has. And cats are more curious than ordinary people. Shao Shu, is the store manager really here? Xie asked suddenly, turning a deaf ear to the ruins of these machinery factories in front of her. Because Xie will come here, or to find Qi. These bizarre things, curiosity is curious. But these are small things, and now it is more important to be serious. I'm not sure when Qi will be here, but he will definitely appear. Of course, Xuanhuan would not admit that she was a liar, so she naturally used the word drag. Just drag it. Anyway, the New World mode has to be online before you can see it. The big deal is that Qi will be finished if it is not online. As for the membership card. For the membership cards of Donghuang and Beishan, the communication system is blocked. Within the same world, the communication system can be linked at will. However, there is no way for them to communicate with each other for the time being. Otherwise, Qi would have used her membership card to contact Xie long ago, and she could have waited until now. The world server in the New World mode is an exception. After all, the communication system of the membership card does not require spirit crystals, so the system is just casually maintained and pretended. But in the New World mode, that's 4 spirit crystals for an hour. A large amount of turnover comes from the New World mode, and the system will of course do its best. That's right, the store manager is so busy. Xie nodded, expressing her understanding. Busy? Xuanhuan suddenly looked at a loss. Looking back now, when Qi was in the store, he was either sitting Andreasting on the sofa, or eating. Or just close your eyes. No matter how bad it is still a casual paddling in the copy of the New World mode. Where are you busy? However, Xuanhuan would not refute it. It is really a good thing that Xie can find an excuse for herself. Even if Qi is busy, he shouldn't forget us. When I see Qi next time, I will definitely scratch him and help you vent your anger. Xuanhuan patted her fluffy chest with her little furry paws, and said with her head raised. It's not good. Xie stared at Xuanhuan's fleshy little paws. What's wrong? I'll just scratch him a few times, don't worry. Xuanhuan promises again. Who do you want to scratch? Shao Shu. At this moment, a big hand reached out and lifted the back of Xuanhuan's neck. As we all know, the switch for cats is on the nape of the neck. As long as it is caught by the nape of fate, the cat will not move. Store manager. Hearing this familiar voice, Xie's eyes suddenly widened, and she was full of surprise and disbelief, all vented at this moment. Long time no see, Xie. Qi Lu raised Xuanhuan with one hand, looked at Yuxier with a smile, and said softly, "The store manager." Yuxier covered her mouth with her hand, for fear that she would not be able to stop cheering. "This is not a dream, certainly not a dream." "Right. Don't show this expression, it's not that I haven't been back for a few years." The smile on Qi Li's face remained unchanged, and he still spoke softly. "But for Sheer, it's been a long, long time away." Yuxier bit her lip and said in a choked voice, weeping with joy, "Sheer, if you want to hug Qi Lu, hurry up, I'm about to die, let Qi Lu let go." However, at this time, Xuanhuan, who was lifted by Qi Lu, shouted loudly in a milky voice. Being caught on the back of the neck skin of fate made Xuanhuan very uncomfortable. But there is no way to escape Qi Li's claws. The cat switches indeed on the back of the neck, but the premise of everything is that you can control the cat. Otherwise, the cat's counterattack will definitely make you understand why the flowers are so red. However, it was obvious that when facing Qi Lu, Xuanhuan had absolutely no power to fight back, so she could only use her words. "If I said to scratch Qi Lu before, I just thought about it." "Shao Shu, what are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense." Hearing Xuanhuan's reluctance, Yuxier's face instantly turned blood-red. "I was so ashamed that I wanted to find a hole in the ground to get in." "Sheer, do you want to give me a hug?" The speaker has no intention, the listener has the heart. To be honest, after leaving the store for so long, all the huge stores were handed over to Yuxier to manage, and Qi Lu also felt a little sorry for Yuxier. So if you really want to hug, Qi Lu has no problem. If possible, I think." Yuxier was stunned for a moment, then slowly lowered her head. Then, he nodded slightly. "Come on then, you can hug whatever you want." Qi Lu smiled, then opened his arms, and said softly. It's just that in the process of opening his arms, the white kitten in his hand still didn't put it down, making Xuanhuan dizzy for a while. Stop. I feel like I'm dying. I'm really dying." "Qi Lu, no, brother Qi, let me go," Xuanhuan said weakly. But neither Qi Lu nor Yuxier seemed to have heard it, and ignored Xuanhuan's cry. Qi Lu deliberately pretended not to hear. As for Yuxier, "Now my mind is full of Qi Li's phrase, you can hug me any way you want, and I can't hear any other voices at all. So, the poor kitten will probably have to suffer for a while longer." "What, don't you need it?" With a smile on the corner of Qi Li's mouth, she tilted her head slightly, looking at Yuxier, who had been keeping her head down. However, although Qi Lu said so, his open arms were always stable and did not change in the slightest. "No, I need it." Hearing this, Yuxier raised her head in a panic, and then threw herself into Qi Li's arms. Although this is in the New World mode, but the combat power improvement training room provided by the system, each mode is based on the sense of reality. Because if it is not true in various senses, the improvement of combat power will definitely be greatly reduced. So in the New World mode, except that it can be resurrected like a game. Other senses such as pain, touch, smell, hearing, sight, taste and other senses are exactly the same as the real sense of the outside world. Otherwise, Yufei won't go to the New World mode to find food to eat everywhere. Therefore, after Yuxier rushed into Qi Li's arms in a panic, her first feeling was warmth. This is the first time since Yuxier escaped from the Moonlight Forest, she has felt such a warm embrace so clearly. It's like a wanderer after a long trip, returning to the safe haven that Isolways brightly lit. Warm and secure. Yuxier couldn't help but tighten her arms tightly around Qi Li's waist. He buried his face into Qi Li's chest. "Sheer, your face seems to be a little hot, are you alright?" When Qi Li lowered her head, she could see Yuxier's red earlobes and the snow-white back of her neck. Compared with the snow-white skin on the neck, the redness on the earlobes seemed to drip blood. No, it's fine. Yu Shi'er blushed a little and didn't dare to look at Qi Lu, so she could only answer in a voice not much louder than a mosquito. If it wasn't for Qi Li's good hearing, he might not be able to hear it. It's fine. Qi Lu grabbed Yu Shi'er's back with the hand holding the white kitten. Qi Li's other hand was raised and gently rubbed Yu Shi'er's head. Yu Shuangshu has lost her temper by this time. Not even a humming sound. Qi Lu, who has been a single dog for 2 generations, knew for the first time that a girl's body was so soft. Of course, it may also be the talent of the Moon Cat clan. After all, the cat's body is a solid liquid state, and it can change from solid to liquid at any time. Can it be soft? Yu Shi'er's body is also like a cat, delicate and small. It was even more so when he was held in Qi Li's arms. Shi'er, if you have enough hugs, let Qi Lu put me down, otherwise, you may lose a cute kitten forever. However, when the atmosphere is good, there will always be someone to disrupt the situation. Well, sometimes kittens too. However, looking at Yu Xuanhuan's expression, it is indeed a bit unlovable. Little Snow. As soon as the atmosphere was broken, Yu Shi'er was embarrassed to stay in Qi Li's arms and not come out. He immediately got out of Qi Li's arms, lowered his head to hide his flushed face, and gave Yu Xuanhu a coquettish look. Then this disobedient kitten will be handed over to you. Qi Lu pretended not to see the redness on Yu Shi'er's face, and threw the kitten in his hand to Yu Shi'er. Yu Xuanhu, who was able to escape from the claws, did not pretend to be dead, and immediately jumped aside without saying a word. Manager, when will you be back? Yu Shi'er didn't care, she just waited for the blushing on her face to decrease a little, and then asked Qi Lu. As for where Qi Lu went and what she was doing, Yu Shi'er didn't care. As long as you can stay by Qi Li's side, it doesn't matter if you just make a speechless background board, or make an optional little transparency. This question, I really can't answer you. Qi Lu answered without hesitation. Before the system has opened the passage between the northern mountain range and the eastern wilderness, returning to the eastern wilderness is a distant thing. With Qi Li's current strength, there is no way to cross the space barrier of Tianyuan. Even with the help of the power of the broken empty boots, it will not work. The ability to break the empty boots can only be effective within the same world. Or travel in space between the local world and the secondary world. For example, the ruins that Qi Lu once visited. For Donghuang, the space level of the ruins is 1 level lower, and even the rules are somewhat imperfect, which belongs to the secondary world. But between the northern mountain range and the eastern wilderness, there is a world of the same level. It is even said that the power level of the northern mountain range is higher than that of the eastern wasteland. Because of this, the spatial stability of the northern mountain range is also higher than that of the eastern wasteland. In this case, the power of breaking the empty boots is a bit insufficient. Unless the system can further strengthen the broken boots. But for a stingy system, that's obviously a luxury. However, although I can't go back to the store for the time being, I come here every night. If Shi'er is okay, you can come here to find me. Qi Lu paused, then added another sentence. After a lot of hard work, he came to the new map without sleep, just to contact Donghuang. Today is also a coincidence. Originally, when she heard Qi Lu say that she didn't know when she would be able to return to the store, Yu Shi'er's mood dropped significantly. But after hearing Qi Lu add a sentence, Yu Shi'er immediately became happy. Well, I will definitely come here every night. Just like a guarantee, Yu Shi'er also patted her chest seriously. Although Qi Lu did not return to the store, as long as she could see Qi Li every day, Yu Shi'er was already very happy. Actually, you don't have to be so serious, you should also pay attention, tourist. When I wasn't there, nothing happened in the store. Qi Lu continued to ask. In fact, the situation in the store can be known through the system. But asking a question here can be regarded as an affirmation of Yu's hard work during this time. No, the store is very good now. Ding Gu and Sister Lu Jingya usually help. As soon as she asked this, Yu began to speak more. Just like reporting on work, all the usual things are said. As for the report, the interesting things were also mentioned one by one. Lu just listened on the sidelines, occasionally echoing two sentences. For Yu, it is a very happy thing to be able to share her happiness with Lu. And the usual hardships, Yu is more willing to hide in the bottom of her heart, rather than take out to complain. Ah, it's already this time before you know it. Manager, you don't think is very long-winded? Maybe it's because I don't usually have the habit of staying up late, but in the middle of the night, Yu suddenly felt a little startled, then glanced at the time, and suddenly asked nervously. Of course not, I'm very happy that you are willing to say so much. Lu shook his head, the smile on his face never changed. By the way, there is another thing. There are a lot of new products in the store recently. At the end, Lu remembered this incident, and then told Yu all the detailed attributes of the new product. Of course, except for the holy light orb that has been sold. Yu listened carefully, and then wrote it down seriously. After giving Yu the details of the new products, the clerk's warehouse in the main store of Cloud Mist City will also start supplying new products. At this point, Li's task tonight, even if it is all completed. If you're tired, you can go to rest first, and you have to visit the shop during the day. I'll go offline first, see you tomorrow. So after finishing speaking, Lu also said goodbye to Yu. Haven't slept for so many days. Although Li's physique was not at the point of sudden death, it was definitely uncomfortable. So after contacting Yu and explaining the new products, Lu didn't need to hold on any longer. Well, bye manager. Yu nodded obediently. Although she misses Lu very much, Yu knows not to delay Lu's affairs. Then, after seeing Li's figure disappear in front of her eyes, Yu rubbed her slightly sore nose and called out to Xuanhuan, who didn't know where she was. Shao Shu, are you going to sleep tonight? No more sleep, go to bed first. Xuanhuan's voice came from somewhere, and echoed several times in the forest. It seems that the distance should not be close. I can finally sleep. Lu, who had withdrawn from the New World mode, stretched hard, and then went to take a shower with dark circles under his eyes. However, even after taking a shower, Lu still seemed to have no energy. But it's good to be uninspired. Who wants to be full of energy before going to bed, so how can you sleep? So this sleep, I slept until dawn. Although I didn't rest for a long time, it was better to sleep than to stay overnight, at least that's how Lu felt. Then there is a refreshing bottle of freshly squeezed watermelon juice. I feel better when I sleep. When I looked outside yesterday, it felt like black and white. Lu came to the door of the store, looked outside, and then opened the door. Mr. Qi, good morning. When there are no special circumstances, Yafei is always the first to walk into the store. Then I came to the snack vending machine with ease, and bought the breakfast I wanted to eat today. Then go to the drink vending machine next to it with a bottle of drink. Start your day full of energy. Good morning, take what you need yourself. After Lu replied, he found a booth near the counter and sat down. Although I entered the new map yesterday, because it was too long all night, Lu only had time to explain the new products to Yu, so he hurried off the assembly line and rested. So now, after resting almost, Lu decided to go to the new map to see. Anyway, the situation in the branch is now on the right track. The old customers who come to the store know what they want to do. Basically, they are self-service, and they can take what they need. As long as there are enough spirit crystals in the membership card, the payment will be automatically deducted. Even if new customers come, there will be old customers to help guide. Therefore, Qilu only needs to walk away when there are customers who need to charge their membership cards. It is because of this that Qilu will choose a booth closest to the counter. Recharge or something, you don't need Qilu to operate. As long as the customer gives the spirit crystal to Qilu, the system can help to recharge the spirit crystal to the membership card. Qilu only needs to look at it. So, or the new map is more important. Curiosity, the kitten has it, and of course, Qilu has it too. Although Qilu in the previous life could not be called a teenager with internet addiction, he still played games. Now that I am in this world, I will naturally not treat myself badly. Manager Qi, where are you? After Yufei bought today's breakfast, he was surprised to find that Qi lintered and occupied a booth. Immediately, he ran over curiously. Then I was even more surprised to find that I had never seen Qi Li's map and scenery. This is the Mechanical Bull Forest. After clearing the Shadow Assassin entrance, you can come here after passing the door at the end. Qi Li gave a brief introduction. Shadow Assassin portal? Where is it? When the Yufei people heard the names of the two maps, they were even more confused. Qi Li glanced at Yufei, and a look called doubt appeared on his face. How come this little girl doesn't even know the big map of the Shadow Assassin's entrance? Is it? In the Beishan server, has no player passed through the puppet maze to go to the big map of the Shadow Assassin entrance? The big map of the doll labyrinth, you should have heard of it. After Qi Li guessed this possibility, he could only continue to ask. I know the puppet maze. After Yufei heard the familiar name, he immediately shouted. That's good, the big map of the Shadow Assassin entrance, just behind the doll maze. Qi Li breathed a sigh of relief and continued. If you haven't even heard of the puppet labyrinth, you won't be able to continue communicating. Behind the puppet maze, is there anything delicious in the mechanical cow forest? There should be a beef feast. Yufei was stunned for 2 seconds, and then asked suddenly. The look of doubt on Qi Li's face suddenly became heavier. It seemed that it was impossible to shock Yaffer. Because the brain circuit of this snack guy is obviously different from that of a normal person. Not to mention the Mechanical Bull Forest, even in the big map of the Shadow Assassin entrance, there is nothing delicious. As for the beef meal in Yufei's mouth, going to the Mechanical Cow Forest to find a beef feast might require a pair of good teeth. Fortunately, Yufei didn't continue to ask. Otherwise, in the face of this strange thought reaction, Qi Li really didn't know how to proceed. Just keep playing. Because of the environmental problems of the big map of the Mechanical Cow Forest, Qi Li has not found any game store yet. This is similar to the Shadow Assassin portal map. However, the area of the map is much larger than the entrance of the Shadow Assassin. There are rubble left over from destroyed machinery factories everywhere. But wild monsters are rarely found. Strange, why are there no wild monsters? And this is also the point that Qi Li is deeply puzzled by. In the dignified Mechanical Bull Forest, where the mutant beasts and mechanical troops fought, there was not even a single wild monster. If this is said, who will believe it? Yet it is so. Qi Li, why are you here? Just as Qi Li was about to go to the distance to take a look, a rather frightened voice sounded. When Qi Li turned around, he saw a white kitten walking out of the ruins of a machinery factory. And looking at the action, it seems that I want to run away. Shao Shu, don't run. Qi Li took 3 steps and 2 steps, rushed to Xuanhuan's side, and lifted the back of Xuanhuan's neck. I don't run, I really don't run, you put me down. Xuanhuan's 4 little claws curled up together, as if giving up the struggle. In the face of such a big devil, running can't solve the problem. Okay, I believe you once. Qi Li casually put Xuanhu on the ground, and then asked, you should have stayed up all night again last night, did you find anything? For games, Qi Li has never hesitated to ask for advice. It's like rummaging through game guides. If a new game has a guide, most people will choose to check the guide. After all, the hard work of pioneers is not something that ordinary people can bear. Yes, of course there is. Xuanhuan, who was free, didn't even mention running away. Because I had escaped once last night, but I still haven't been caught in the same way. Facts have proved that running away is useless. Sometimes, facing the cruel reality bravely is the best thing to do. Tell me. Qi sat cross-legged on the ground, looked at Xuanhuan, and spoke calmly. Well, Qi, have you noticed that in this mechanical cow forest, you can't encounter wild monsters at all? Xuanhuan nodded and said immediately. Of course I found it. In fact, this is what I want to ask. Qi expression remained unchanged, and he answered aloud. For a new map, other things are not important, whether there are wild monsters, and whether there is a dungeon, that is the most important. As for the store or something, there is no such thing. In such a situation, those professional game merchants may be even happier. It's just that in the Beishan server, it seems that game merchants have not yet spawned. This probably has something to do with the elves, dwarves, or beastiers not being good at doing business. A businessman needs a shrewd mind, as well as sophisticated means of communication. These things are really scarce for these three major races. A shrewd mind is a small thing. But this sophisticated means of communication is not necessarily the case. The elves are relatively light on the matter of spirit crystals, and they are not in line with the ideas of businessmen. Most of the dwarves are grumpy and upright, even if they open a blacksmith shop, they eat forging skills. If you really do business, I'm afraid you won't lose much. As for the Beastier clan, a race that is good at fighting, you still expect him to do business? What are you thinking about? Therefore, when it comes to doing business, it is the human race that is born with no racial advantage, and is the best at it. It is precisely because there is no racial advantage, so it is more necessary to use wisdom. It is a pity, however, that in the branch of the Beishan Mountains, there are no Terran customers for the time being. But let's not mention it. Although Qi hadn't discovered the game store in the Mechanical Bull Forest, it didn't matter at all. As long as there are wild monsters or dungeons, you can get supplies, equipment, skill books, and all items that should appear. As for the game store, it is really dispensable. So, wild monsters and dungeons are the most important. Actually, I found this problem after searching for half a night. The copy in the Mechanical Cow Forest is actually hidden in the ruins of those mechanical factories. Xuanhuan pointed to the ruins it came out of before. The copy is imported in the ruins? Qi looked at Xuanhuan with astonishment. Qi had never thought about such a thing. Because of the ruins of those machinery factories, at first glance, it doesn't look like you can go in. Basically a collapsed exterior, overgrown with weeds and covered with vines. The metal plates used to build the machine shop were also covered in layers of rust, and they were full of cracks, and it didn't look like a safe place. Who would have thought that a copy would be hidden in that kind of place? Of course, this is the result of my half-night, but there is one thing I have to make clear. The copy under the ruins will disappear after brushing once, and I don't know if it will reappear. Xuanhuan was very satisfied with the astonishment on Qi face, and after waiting for a while, she continued. It will disappear. Qi didn't know what to say this time. However, according to Qi guess, this disappearance should not be a permanent disappearance. Because in that case, after a large number of players come to the Mechanical Bull Forest, they may face the point where there is nothing to blame. Therefore, it is judged based on Qi years of game experience. This kind of dungeon that will disappear should be an alternative wild monster refresh point. It's just that the location where the wild monsters are refreshed is replaced by the copy. It's just that Qi doesn't know the refresh time of this kind of monster refresh point. However, judging from the character of the system, the time for wild monsters to refresh should be once a day. Just like the wild monsters in those big maps in the past. Yes, so I have already brushed the dungeons in the nearby ruins. If I want to find the dungeons, I can only find them far away. Xuanhuan continued, and by the way pointed to several nearby directions. This night, no, how many copies have you passed in half the night? After Qila knew where the wild monsters were spawned, he was no longer in a hurry, but asked, a little curiously. It looks like 2 or 3. I can't remember clearly. After playing all night, my brain is about to have a problem. The main reason is that there are not many ruins around, and the copy is relatively difficult. Xuanhuan said, suddenly yawned, and then began to lick her paws, and then washed her face with her small paws. Common behavior of cats. Qila watched Xuanhuan lick her paws with interest, and then washed her face. However, even Xuanhuan, who has always been energetic, is now a little difficult. It seems that the copy in the mechanical bull forest is indeed a bit difficult. You know, since the snacks and drinks in the store, there is no limit to the quantity of Xuanhuan. Overnight, this kitten can wipe out 3 bottles of black coffee. I don't know how it was drunk. However, a creature like the devouring cat has no limit to its appetite. As long as there is a need for energy, the food that can be eaten is almost endless. Then do you still have the energy? Let's go and make another copy together? Qila didn't intend to force Xuanhuan to form a team, but he still asked a routine question. Okay, brush another copy and I'll go to bed. Xuanhuan agreed without thinking. Take advantage of the black coffee's last bit of effect time, you have to dose something. Otherwise, these 15 spirit crystals would be wasted. After all, Xuanhuan and Yuxier are different. Yuxier was in the store, as a clerk identified by the system, most of the products were provided for free. As a kitten, Xuanhuan was probably regarded as a pet. Therefore, the treatment of pets, in Qili's opinion, is obviously inferior to that of the clerk. So Xuanhuan needs to pay Lingjing if she wants to eat, drink, or buy some equipment. However, this is not a big problem. Because in the New World mode, Xuanhuan's speed of earning spirit crystals is not slow at all. Then look for it in the distance. Qilidwa glanced at the expression on Xuanhuan's face, and then continued after he was sure that he could hold it. The previous routine inquiry was just a polite sentence. But if the other party really agrees, Qila still has to make sure that the other party won't hold him back. However, for Xuanhuan, who drinks black coffee every day, it is very easy to grasp the time limit when black coffee can exert its effect. There should be no mistakes in the copy. No, you shouldn't think about these things at this time, lest you set up a chess piece and hurt yourself. Qila thought about it halfway, and forcibly interrupted his thoughts. In the background story of the mechanical bull forest, the number of mechanical factories built in this big forest is not 1,000, but 800. Having said that, Qila wanted to say something. I really don't know what the guys who were going to build a machine factory in the forest thought. There are so many machinery factories, let alone a forest. Even if it were 10 forests, it would be completely polluted. It is no wonder that all these machinery factories have accidents in the end.I and the final analysis, it is because of the lack of environmental protection awareness. So, this story tells us. Jinshan and Yinshan are not as good as green water and green mountains. Tisk, why do some strange propaganda slogans always pop up in my mind every time I think about these questions? Qila forcibly interrupted his thinking again. It can be seen from this that after a person has been in a place unfamiliar for a long time, it is inevitable that the homesickness will become stronger. But these things are the things of the past life. Qila knocked on his head, put these things behind him, and continued to think. In this mechanical cow forest, there are so many ruins of mechanical factories. Although the distance from each other is a bit far, it is not difficult to find. Even apart from the surrounding ruins that have been brushed by the moon frost and snow. This time, Qi Lu only advanced 4 or 5 kilometers before he found a new ruins of machinery factory. Are you sure you haven't entered this ruins before? In order to prevent the white run, Qi Lu also specifically asked Yue Xuanxue. Of course not, I can still remember this little thing. Yu Xuanxue said with certainty. Okay, let's go in and have a look. The first impression of the ruins is that they are broken. If there is any second impression, it should be shaky. Of course, the ruins of the machinery factory are no exception. From the outside, it looks like a dilapidated school. Overgrown with weeds, the collapsed metal plate was rusted, and a large number of vines emerged from the gaps in the ruins and wrapped around these broken walls, adding to the bleakness. However, under this broken scene, there is an extra portal that is not very conspicuous. Qi Lu guessed that it was the import of the copy. I think you should have discovered that the portal is where you enter the copy. Yu Xuanxue followed and immediately noticed Qi Li's sight. Yes, I noticed. Qi Lu nodded and walked towards the portal first. Whether to enter the copy, Research Institute. Hint, this dungeon can accommodate a team of up to 8 people. The dungeon of the Mechanical Bull Forest is just like the dungeons in the previous big maps. As long as you touch the portal, there will be an option to enter the dungeon. The name of this copy is called Research Institute. However, Qi Lu looked back at Yu Xuanxue and knew from its surprised eyes. In the dungeons that Yu Xuanxue brushed before, the Dungeon Research Institute should not have appeared. Yes. Qi Lu didn't ask, just agreed. Regardless of whether Yu Xuanxue has come in or not, she has finally come across the dungeon, and of course she can't let it go. The big deal is to open up wasteland, and ignorance is the greatest joy. If you know everything, it will be less exciting. In the previous big maps, Qi Lu did a lot of wasteland reclamation. And because Yu Xier is guarding the store during the day, Qi Lu can also spend the night with Yu Xuanxue from time to time to open up wasteland. However, cats are always nocturnal creatures, and their energy at night is stronger than normal people. So at that time, Qi Lu and Yu Xuanxue were evenly matched in the New World mode. But now, Qi Li's strength has improved a lot compared to that time, plus it's daytime. So Qi Lu was a little worried that Yu Xuanxue would be a drag. Let's talk about it first. I haven't brushed the Research Institute yet, so don't ask me if you have any questions. Yu Xuanxue and Qi Lu formed a team before. However, the captain's setting was Qi Lu, so as soon as Qi Lu agreed, Yue Xuanxue was directly pulled into the dungeon. I know, just take it as a wasteland, you just need to be careful. Qi Lu didn't look back, just replied casually, and continued to walk forward. Coming to the dungeon, the scene inside and the image of the ruins outside can be described as incompatible. The outside is obviously so dilapidated, but once inside the copy, it is like coming to the mechanical factory that was in good condition back then. However, the place where Qi Lu and Yu Xuanxue came to was a huge hall. It is full of all kinds of sophisticated machinery, making the sound of fine gears running. Looking further inside, there are a large number of consoles, which are full of various operating levers and buttons, and have a high-tech feel. And above these consoles, there are many convex screens, and the pictures above seem to monitor all corners of the machinery factory. Judging from the completeness of the picture, there are almost no dead spots. In front of these consoles, there are still many researchers wearing white coats, one by one in a hurry, walking back and forth in the hall. There are many iron doors on the walls around the hall. If it wasn't for Qi Li's good eyesight, he might not have been able to find these double-opening iron doors that were tightly connected to the wall. From time to time, these researchers walked through the iron gate, not knowing where they were going. However, other researchers will also come to this hall, through the iron gate. This is the Research Institute? Could it be that our opponents are those researchers? Seeing this scene, Qi Lu froze in place. This is not the same as imagined. When these researchers looked at it, they felt like they were powerless. If he really wanted to use these guys as his opponents, Qi Lu really had an unbearable emotion that came out from the bottom of his heart. Huh? Why did you find the copy so easily? Xuanhuan followed behind and walked into the hall. After seeing this scene, a pair of watery cat eyes suddenly widened. These researchers are so weak that they can't bear to look directly at a kitten. Easy? Then what were the copies you encountered before? Qi Lu heard the words and immediately asked aloud. It can also be regarded as collecting information on the copy of the big map off the mechanical cow forest. It's hard to describe. Most of them are battlefields full of wars. Very full of monsters that are half machine and half human. As soon as they meet, they rush towards me screaming. There is another one that is all over the ground, it seems to be something called a mecha, and it fires at me as soon as they meet. In short, I have never seen a copy of peace. Xuanhuan briefly recounted her experience in a tone that was difficult to describe. Then he glanced at Qi Lu with emotion, and then turned his eyes to the research institute in front. But why is the first copy you found so peaceful? I'm just a cute little cat, why should I suffer so much? At the end, Xuanhuan let out a long sigh. However, the behavior of a white kitten moaning and sighing there, no matter how you look at it, you can't see any sadness in it. On the contrary, it looks very cute with a little sense of joy. It must be luck. Qi Lu shrugged, not knowing how to comfort Xuanhuan. Having said that, Qi Lu generally understood the classification of these copies. Although not comprehensive, based on the information currently available, these copies should be divided into two categories: combat class and factory class. After all, the background story of the mechanical bull forest is the battle between high technology and mutant beasts. Therefore, the battles in the dungeons that Xuanhuan encountered were actually not difficult to understand. Mechanical cows and mechas. But it was difficult for Xuanhuan. As a kitten, he had to fight those big guys. No wonder he was dizzy after fighting for half the night. I can't even remember how many copies I have swiped. And the copy I encountered now should be the internal scene of the machine factory. I just don't know how this kind of copy should be considered a clearance. The combat copy is easy to understand, kill all the opponents and it's over. But in this situation, it would be too simple to just eliminate all the researchers. Enemy attack. However, when Qi Lu was thinking, a sharp whimper interrupted Qi Lu's thoughts. Immediately afterwards, the entire hall became a mess. Qi Lu looked up, so the researchers looked at themselves as if they were facing a great enemy. It seems that the kitten squatting at Qi Lu's feet has been ignored. But also, in the face of a group of intruders of a person and a cat, sane people will pay attention to people first. As for the cat, there shouldn't be much of a threat. Have you ever had this type of dungeon? Do you still have to deal with all the enemies? Although Qi Lu is not quite sure about his guess. But since it has been discovered, it is better to shut up these guys. Start the first level combat readiness. It's just that God didn't want it. Just as Qi Lu was about to start, the iron doors on the walls around the hall opened. A set of mechas, nearly 5 meters high, filed in through these iron gates, protecting the researchers. Qi Lu roughly estimated that there were nearly 50 of these mechas. That's right, it's this kind of mecha. I've encountered this kind of mecha before. However, Xuanhuan suddenly shouted. Now is not the time to say that. When Qi Lu was on guard, when he heard this voice, he was almost choked by Xuanhuan's shout. Now we should discuss, is it the mecha problem? I'll just say, how could your luck be better than mine? A cute cat like me, but the so-called cat of heaven. Xuanhuan didn't listen to Qi Lu's words at all, she just raised her head and said proudly. TSK. Qi Lu almost didn't kick the guy's head. Fortunately, Qi Li's Qi-raising kung fu was at home, so he managed to resist the urge. Confirm the enemy, prepare to fight. However, these mechas will not care about the bickering of this person and a cat. After they appeared, infrared rays were emitted one after another. Then it locked onto Qi Lu and Yu Shuangxue. Oops, that's the sound, they're going to fire. Probably hearing a familiar voice, Yu Shuangxue froze all of a sudden. Fire. And things are just as Yu Shuangxue expected. As soon as the infrared rays stopped, the laser light carried on the mecha shot out, shooting straight at one person and one cat. What is this laser light? Qi Lu is still well informed, and he knows much more than the indigenous kitten Yu Shuangxue. However, Qi Lu had only heard of laser light. Really want to talk about experience, it is the first time now. But who would have thought that the damn Irby system could restore such a powerful weapon with just a little memory? In the world of fighting spirit and magic, why does something like laser light appear scientifically? It's not magic at all. Of course not at all angry. Boom. Fortunately, Qi Lu reacted at the last moment, and with a roll, he ducked to the side. The shining laser light almost wiped Qi Li's clothes. Fortunately, the laser light also follows the principle of linear propagation of light, and it will not turn for the time being. Otherwise, Qi Lu, a lazy donkey, couldn't dodge this attack. It's the first time I've ever thanked science. Qi Lu took the time to look back at the ground that had been blasted by the laser light. The ground made of all metal was directly blasted into a pool of molten iron, and the scorching temperature was extremely scorching. The hot molten iron exudes a dazzling red light and is still sizzling. If this hits people, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Qi Lu had never encountered a laser light in reality, so he didn't know whether the body protection or magic shield could block the laser light static. But now when I see that pool of molten iron, Qi Lu has no motivation to practice this bold idea of hardwired laser light. It's better to leave this kind of thing to someone else to try. Who knows if he will try this and die? Qi Leke can't guarantee that his small body will be able to receive the laser light of these 5 big and 3 thick. Shao Shu Jiu, let me ask you a question. Do the mechas you encountered before also emit laser light? So Qi Lu wisely asked Yu Shuangxue, who had relevant experience. Laser light? Is this thing called a laser light? The mecha I encountered before really looked like this, but what was emitted was not a laser light, but a bit like a burst fireball in flame magic. Yu Shuangxue also saw the pool of molten iron, and the hair on her body stood up in fright. Exploding fireballs? I probably know. Qi Lu was stunned for a moment, and then he wanted to understand. The explosive fireball of the hammer, it seems that the mecha that Yu Shuangxue encountered before should be loaded with cannonballs. Probably a firebomb. Then it is of no reference value. The lethality of fire bombs and laser light is not on the same order of magnitude. And this kind of attack with the nature of fire, the magic shield of the fire element, should be able to block it. But the energy level of the laser light is too high. Attack from the side, don't get hit by the laser. After Qi Lu wanted to understand, he knew that he could only attack this time. Fortunately, laser light and fire bombs are a little different. That is, the laser light cannot be turned, but the fire bomb can be thrown at will. So as long as they attack from the side, 50 mechas can't fire at will. After all, this is a research institute in a machine factory, not a battlefield outside. Qi Lu estimates that this is why these mechas use laser light instead of flame bombs. Because the scope of the fire bomb is too large. In the research institute, it is not as good as the laser light that can't precisely hit the point. But outside, on the battlefield of mechas and mutant beasts, the power of flame bombs can be fully exerted. And most importantly, the fire bomb is a continuous attack. After it is launched, it burns on the ground and will not go out for a while. But the laser light hits where and when it stops attacking, and there will be no follow-up damage. At most, a pool of molten iron is left behind. I know, I don't want to get hit by something like that. Yu Shuangshu's tired expression also became excited. No way, in this case, if you don't get excited, you might have to eat a laser light. Yu Shuangshu didn't want to change from a cute kitty to a fluid object like the pool of molten iron on the ground. Although it is well known that cats are a wonderful liquid. But by no means the sort of irreversible liquid. The game is on. Qile took a deep breath, and in just a few seconds, he blessed 18 buffs on his body. By the way, I also blessed 12 buffs for Moonfrost Snow. The magic mastery skill also works in New World mode. This is the privilege of being a store manager. So Qile in the New World mode, although he chose the class to be a great magician. But in fact, this class does not have much restriction on Qile. It can melee when it's time to melee. The only difference from the outside world is that in the New World mode, Qile can only use magic power and cannot use fighting qi. 30 magic in 3 seconds? Qile, your casting speed is beyond my imagination. Yu Xuanhuan gave Qile a shocked look. Although Yu Xuanhuan knew that Qile was strong, she never thought that she could be so outrageous. 30 spells in 3 seconds, and many of them require the process of chanting. Although the magic singing process can be continuously reduced as one's own strength increases, there will always be a momentary pause. However, on Qile, Yu Xuanhuan just didn't see this pause. The 2 words instant hair are vividly reflected in Qile. There are more things beyond your imagination. Now you should pay attention to the battle in front of you. At this time, Qile was not in the mood to explain so much to Yu Xuanhuan. In the face of 50 mechas carrying laser light, Qile had to be cautious. After all, the New World model can't compare to the outside world. In the outside world, Qile is indeed a heroic powerhouse. However, in the New World mode, level, equipment, and combat awareness are the keys to strength. Otherwise, why in the Beishan suit, so many people can't pass the puppet maze? It's not because of these factors. If they were really restored to the strength of the outside world, the doll labyrinth would not be able to stop them. But that's where the fun of New World mode comes in. Starting from scratch and re-improving one's own strength, there will definitely be new insights. The enemy began to resist, and the free combat mode was activated. This combat mission obliterate the invaders. One after another electronic synthesis sound came out from the mecha. Immediately afterwards, all the mechas in the hall began to move. This time, it was different from the previous tentative attack. In the previous tentative attack, only one mecha was activated. However, what is activated now is all the mechas in this hall. The infrared rays that covered the entire hall made it impossible for Qile Yu Shuangshu to escape. Infrared search is really powerful, but now I will teach you. Sometimes there are too many people, which is also a hindrance. Qile knew that these infrared rays could not be avoided, so he did not plan to avoid them from the beginning. The destructive power of laser light is indeed strong, and it is also fast, and it can also carry out precise strikes. However, this is ultimately a weapon on the technology side. The principle of straight-line propagation of light is something that laser light absolutely cannot avoid. This is where the tech side of the weapon falls short of magic. If it is fireball, for those magicians with superb magic control, it is easy to turn a corner and track the target. But laser light can't do it. Therefore, most of the nearly 50 mechas in this hall will become shields used by Qile to avoid laser attacks. Shao Shu, try to hide behind these mechas when dodging, the laser light will not turn. In the process of flickering, Qile did not forget to remind Yu Xuanhuan. After all, in this world, only Qile should know about these weapons that are very scientific. What? You won't turn a corner, you should have said it earlier. Xuanhuan felt relieved when she heard this prompt. Compared with a big living person like Qi Lu, a small kitten dodged, obviously much more flexible. The laser light thing, unlike some large-scale magic, can carry out area-based coverage strikes. In the face of those large-scale magic, as long as the fighting consciousness is not enough, there is nowhere to hide. However, for this kind of precise strike, for Xuanhuan, who has 12 buffs on his body, dodging is not a problem at all. Especially with so many bunkers. To be honest, if there were only 5 or 6 mechas in this hall, Qi Lu and Xuanhuan might have even more headaches. However, the enemy on the technology side always has such a characteristic. That is to like to play more with less. Unlike those boss-level monsters, it has always been a group of single players. Although there are occasionally 1 or 2 bosses who like to summon some minions to help out, those minions are basically shouting and cheering from the side. Innocent at all. Therefore, if these mechas encountered, it was a group of normal players, not Qi Lu. That will definitely be able to quickly wipe out those guys who dare to invade the research institute. After all, it was the first time to face such a powerful and destructive attack method as laser light that he had never seen before. Those players who live in the world of grudge and magic must be in a hurry. Dozens of casual annihilations are all predictable. However, to deal with enemies on the technology side, as long as you have ascertained level of understanding, you can easily target them. Nearly 50 mechas, under the continuous dodging of Qi Lu and Xuanhuan. Basically, they were in cannibalism and were destroyed by their companions. During this process, Qi Lu also took time to take a look at the internal situation of the destroyed mecha. It turned out that there was no driver. The self-driving combat mecha is quite advanced. Qi Lu was suddenly stunned. No wonder these mechas have no IQ at all. Under the simple lure of themselves and a kitten, they can start to kill each other. After all, it's a bunch of machines that only fight according to the program. If you can still think normally like a human, how strong the logical thinking of these programs must be. If you really have this kind of technology, don't go to the Sea of Stars, but go to this small place and fight to death with a group of mutant beasts. Isn't that a brain disease? Oh, no. These mutant beasts were caused by the group of guys who killed themselves. TSK, thinking about it this way, these guys are really mentally ill. Shao Shu, the last few mechas have nowhere to hide for you, pay attention to jumping left and right, and don't walk in a straight line. Dodging to the end, all the mechas in the hall that should have fallen fell. The last few mechas left will be solved by their own abilities. However, as I said before, to deal with enemies like mechas, as long as you have some understanding, it is easy to target. This also corresponds to that sentence. Know yourself and the enemy, and you will not be imperiled in 100 battles. Boom. With the concerted efforts of Qi Lu and Xuanhuan, the last few mechas were also broken and blown into pieces. This is much worse than the previous mechas that were solved by their companions with laser light. Finally, it's all settled. After Qi Lu threw the last magic, he glanced vigilantly at the iron gate on the wall. After confirming that there is no tendency to open again, I can only breathe a sigh of relief. If there is another pile of mechas, judging from Qi Li's current mana, it may be a bit unbearable. Damn intruder, you have been corrupted by those mutant beasts, and you actually started to help them. At this time, the researcher hiding behind the mecha spoke up. However, the content of the words is a little strange. Looks like they mistook you for a mutant beast. Qi Lu glanced at Xuanhuan, who was squatting at his feet, and said slowly. Bah, they are the beasts. This kitty is much stronger than those mutant beasts. Xuanhuan spat directly without saying a word. It can be seen that the battles in the previous dungeons made Xuanhuan have no sympathy for those mutant beasts. Well, if that's the case, let's say they said something wrong. Qi Lu shrugged, then continued to look at the group of researchers, wanting to see what they could say. However, just when Qi Lu looked at them calmly, among the researchers, a guy who seemed to be the leader stepped out. Staring at Qi Lu, he snorted coldly. "Traitor! You can't get any useful information from our mouths." Immediately afterwards, all the researchers clenched their teeth so hard that they even bulged their cheeks. Then, in the entire hall, except for Qi Lu and Xuanhuan at his feet, everyone else fell down. Qi Lu widened his eyes in confusion. What just happened? Why did they all fall? Xuanhuan was even more stunned, the whole cat was stunned, and even the movement of licking its paws froze. How could I know? Encountering such a plot arranged by the Irby system, Qi Lu was completely unable to predict what would happen in the next moment. This is completely inconsistent with the logic of normal copies. So Qi Lu walked quickly to one of the researchers, squatted down, stretched out his lower jaw, and looked into his mouth. Sure enough, one of the teeth was hollowed out, and it should be an instant death poison. It's really crazy. You are researchers, not spies, and you even gave me this set. Qi Lu was full of crying and laughing. I want to scold someone, but I don't know what to say. The way of thinking of this Irby system is really different, and the arrangement of the plot is simply seamless. In order not to reveal useful information, he actually chose this kind of dead man's spirit to end his life. What else could Qi Lu say? Others regard death as home, loyalty is the same, and you can't call others crazy. Shao Shu, in the future, let's leave this kind of mentally ill copy-toothers. After being silent for a long time, Qi Lu sighed silently. If it happened again, Qi Lu was afraid that he would not be able to hold up this weird plot and beat people. But so far, there is no prompt to clear the dungeon, so there should be some tasks that have not been completed. Shao Shu, look in the hall, to see if there are any hidden corners that you haven't found. Qi Lu stood there and thought for a while, before speaking aloud. Okay, leave it to me. Although Xuanhuan was still sluggish, she still reacted after hearing Qi Lu's words. It is not difficult for Xuanhuan to find a hidden room. After all, the nature of the devouring cat is there. Qi Lu carefully avoided the researcher who was lying on the ground and came to the front of the console. Then looked at the console. Feel dizzy. A table full of buttons of all kinds. Although most of the buttons are marked with text explaining the function. But the problem is that these words are not known from which discount store the system bought, and they are not within the scope of Qi Lu's knowledge at all. Forget it, just press it and try it. Qi Lu thought about it for a long time and finally chose to give up. Obviously, Qi Lu has no talent for writing, especially this kind of self-created heterogeneous writing. You must know that the creation of formal characters is always traceable and follows certain creative laws. For example, hieroglyphics. However, these words created by a system with insufficient IQ obviously have no rules to follow. Qi Lu, I searched everywhere, but I didn't find any hidden room. Xuanhuan also ran back at this time. Qi Lu is still very confident about the cat's treasure hunting talent. Since Xuanhuan said that it was not found, it was basically certain that there was no more. If that's the case, then there's nothing to regret. Shao Shu, be prepared to escape at any time. Qi Lu rubbed his hands and looked at the buttons on the console seriously. What did you say? Xuanhuan was stunned, thinking that she had heard it wrong. The monsters in this dungeon have been cleared, so why are you still running for your life? It's nothing, I'll take you with me when I'm running. Qi Lu was not interested in repeating what he said just now, but started directly, selected a few buttons that did not seem so dangerous, and pressed them down solemnly. Drop. Then in the next second, an extremely sharp sound suddenly resounded throughout the hall. Immediately afterwards, an indifferent electronic synthesis sound rang in the hall. The Institute's self-destruction program has been activated, and the countdown to the self-destruction explosion is 1 minute. Start now. 59, 58, 57. Do you know what a prophecy is? This is called a prophecy. Chila, did I hear it wrong just now? The sluggishness on Xuanhuan's face appeared again, and a pair of big cat eyes stared at Qi Lu, unable to move away for a long time. Mishearing a hammer, run away. Qi Lu heard the sharp countdown sound, and the cold hairs on his body stood up. He picked up Xuanhu and ran desperately out of the research institute. The self-destruct button doesn't have a safety device. When you designed the research institute, did you design it with the pool of water in your head? No, you have no brains at all. Qi Lu was really unexpected. He chose from 1,000 choices and found a few buttons that seemed to be the safest. The result was the self-destruction button of the institute. This kind of luck, not buying lottery tickets, is really a big loss. However, just as Qi Li's vent-like shouting had just ended, the system suddenly popped up. System, host, in order to prevent you from continuing to misunderstand this system can tell you very responsibly. System, actually, every button on the console in the laboratory copy, if pressed by the player, is a self-destruction button. What am I? Qi Li's words were abruptly pushed down by the system's weird thinking. Because at this time, Qi Lu had nothing to say. Let's escape first. 3, 2, 1, the countdown is over. Boom. With the sound of the countdown is over, the entire institute made a loud noise, and then a dazzling red oval fire rose. The terrifying impact suddenly threw Qi Lu flying out. Fortunately, when the system designed the copy, it did not intend to block all the players' lives. Therefore, although the impact of the explosion is large, the damage is not high. After Qi Lu rolled around on the ground for several times, he stopped. Xuanhuan, who had been held in her arms, also rolled off Qi Lu and collapsed to the ground. Is that what you meant by running for your life? Actually, I don't want to really mean that. Qi Lu looked at the sky darkened by the war, and returned with a blank expression. Understand. Xuanhu silently replied 2 words. Ding. Congratulations to player Qi Lu, a kitten, for completing the rare dungeon, Research Institute. Get a rare copy, the special output item of the Institute, the design blueprint of the laser light emitter. But it didn't take long for the person and cat to lie down. A clear and pleasant reminder sound, accompanied by the reminder panel, appeared in the minds of Qi Lu and Xuanhuan. Rare copy. Qi Lu slammed a carp, and with a tang, it bounced off the ground. Then quickly opened his character backpack. Laser light emitter design drawing. Collect enough materials to create a powerful laser light emitter. The quality is unknown, the number of times it can be used, 10 times. Good stuff. Although Qi Lu didn't like the fact that laser light couldn't turn, but in terms of power, laser light was still among the best in all technology side weapons. The premise is that the system does not copy any railguns. However, according to the system's weird thinking, Qi Lu couldn't guarantee that this would not happen. However, before that, Qi Lu had to create a laser light emitter to see how powerful it was. To judge the value of this weapon. Hey, Qi Lu, I have an extra design drawing of a laser light emitter in my backpack, do you have it? Xuanhu suddenly shouted from the side. Of course there is. I estimate that players who have entered the dungeon of the Research Institute will have one. Qi Lu responded, and then suddenly thought of the prompt before entering the copy. This dungeon can accommodate a maximum of 8 people to enter. The original limit on the number of people was to prevent the proliferation of design drawings for laser light emitters. Forget it, this matter has nothing to do with me, let's collect materials first. Qi Lu was too lazy to think about it, but began to look at the material requirements for the design drawings of the laser light emitter. 20 alloy ingots, 15 special plastics, 5 colorful prisms. There are as many as a dozen kinds of materials. That's just the amount of material needed to make a laser light emitter. Looking at the demand for this material, it is completely impossible to see that it is making a laser light emitter for normal people. On the contrary, it is like a laser cannon on a ship. Hey, the names of these materials are not the materials that exploded in the copy I brushed before. Before Qilu could finish it, Xuanhuan shouted again. The ordinary copy in the mechanical cow forest will explode the material? Qilu was still thinking about where to find these materials, but Xuanhuan said it right away. Yes, but there are not many. Xuanhuan turned over her backpack, and then continued, it's really not enough. I can't even make up the material for a laser light emitter. It doesn't matter if the quantity is small, as long as you know where to brush the material. Qilu didn't mind. After all, brushing dungeons is mainly for equipment, skill books, consumables and the like. Material is a bonus, naturally not too much. Besides, since this institute dungeon was judged to be a rare dungeon, Qilu guessed that there were not many copies. Then the materials brushed out of these ordinary dungeons are less useful. So. Yes, I didn't even think of it unless you said it. This is another big business opportunity. Xuanhuan suddenly patted the floor and suddenly became enlightened. Before encountering the copy of the research institute, Xuanhuan also felt that these inexplicable materials were useless. But after having the design drawings of the laser light emitter, it is different. That's where the advantage of being on a new map first comes in. Be able to grab the front of the latecomers and grasp the key business opportunities. By the way, I haven't had time to ask you how many people in the store have come to the big map of the mechanical bull forest. Shocked by Xuanhuan's sudden enlightenment, Qilu also thought of a question. There are very few, basically they are struggling in the Shadow Assassin's entrance. Gu Pingchuan, Lu Jingya, Bailey Fenghua, Ling Ao, Ren Gongxiu, Ban Jing, it seems that they are the only ones who are about to clear customs. Others don't remember clearly. Xuanhuan tilted her head, as if thinking. The Shadow Assassin entrance is a bit different from the previous big maps. Goblin Mountains is a novice map, as long as an individual can clear the level, there are no restrictions. The same is true for the front line of the evil spirit warriors. As long as the level is reached, you can enter the next big map. But when it comes to the puppet maze, the difficulty begins to rise. However, even so, the fragments of the teleportation array that enter the big map of the Shadow Assassin entrance can still be bought. However, once you reach the entrance of the Shadow Assassin, you have to rely entirely on your own strength. Although I can find a thigh to hug it. But the premise is that his fighting consciousness can't be too bad. Otherwise, he might be sent out by the ubiquitous Shadow Assassins before he could react. They're all masters. Qilu couldn't help sighing when he heard the name coming out of Xuanhuan's mouth. They are all heroic powerhouses, and there is no doubt about their fighting awareness and fighting skills. Oh, and Lan Yi and the others, a team of 7 people seems to be about to clear the customs. Speaking of the end, Xuanhuan probably suddenly remembered, so after a while, she added a sentence. Lan Yi and the others. Has the hidden family's affairs been resolved? As soon as the Lan Yi team was mentioned, Qilu immediately remembered it. Nayland Qingqi should still be in charge of the big game at Nayland's house in the hidden family. Did it get done so quickly? I'm not sure, but the Lan Yi team did come to the store. It should be all resolved. Xuanhuan doesn't care much about these things, so her answer is a little vague. But since Nayland Qingqi and the others can come to the store, it shouldn't be a big problem. After all, it really can't be done. With their friendship with Gu Pingchuan, it is impossible for the hidden family to lose face. You must know that Yun Qingfeng, the head of the Yun family, received the benefits of Qi Lu. If you don't do things, I'm afraid you won't even be able to eat. Then I probably know the situation. Qi Lu nodded slightly, then looked at Xuanhuan. Do you still want to continue to brush the copy? Maybe it would be more convenient to have a helper, but it wouldn't get in the way anyway. Stop brushing, the effect of black coffee is estimated to be used up. I am afraid that I will fall asleep in the copy halfway through. Xuanhuan waved her small paws, and then yawned at the right time. Okay, see you next time then. Qi did not hold back, because he was also afraid that Xuanhuan would fall asleep halfway through. That is basically 100% to be sent out to resurrect. It doesn't matter if a kitten is missing, it doesn't delay Qi Li's single copy off the dungeon alone. However, as Xuanhuan said, after the dungeon came out of the research institute, Qi Li went to look for a new dungeon, and what he encountered was basically a dungeon of the combat type. As soon as you enter, there are mechs everywhere. Either there are mutant beasts everywhere, most of them are mechanical cows, and occasionally other animals are matched. There is no skill at all for these copies, and it's over. After all the enemies are eliminated, even the level is cleared. Simple and crude. Moreover, Qi Li has an advantage over Xuanhuan, that is, he has a good understanding of the weapons on the technology side. Even if there are some weapons that are not clear about the attack routine at first, after just 1 or 2 rounds, you will be able to figure out the number of ways immediately. Then you can start targeting. In the face of these long-range weapons, it is the correct way to use magic to bombard them. If you choose close combat when facing these long-range weapons, in most cases, they were beaten into a sieve before they got close. Or be bombed into a fool. So I have to say that these technological weapons still have merit. Although it can't do the same as those powerhouses, it will destroy the world at every turn. It's not even as good as the full power of a heroic powerhouse. But in the face of a master-level opponent, it is still extremely threatening. Of course, this is just the experience Qi Li has summed up based on the dungeons he has encountered so far. Because Qi Li is not sure whether there are any weapon types that he has not yet discovered in this copy of the Mechanical Bull Forest. Maybe there are more powerful weapons, but they haven't been discovered yet. Therefore, Qi Li maintains a pending attitude towards the conclusion of technological weapons, and is always ready to improve his views. Otherwise, if you hit yourself in the face, that's the real pain. The Dwarf King City, in the forging room of the old patriarch. In the wrought iron furnace, blazing flames were burning, illuminating the face of the old patriarch. Dwarves are different from elves and orcs. Among the dwarves, there is no such supreme belief as the Queen of Elves or Lord of Beast Spirits, only the patriarch. Because the dwarves are not like the elves, they are divided into so many branches. If there is no one supreme belief, it will inevitably lead to disputes within the clan. It is not like the clansmen of the Beastier clan, they are good at fighting, they like to fight on their own, and it is difficult to dominate. Therefore, it is necessary to fight and compete to find a strongest person, ask the master of the beast spirit, to convince the clansmen, and lead the entire Beastier clan. The people of the dwarves do not like to fight, and they are not so obsessed with power and status. Blacksmithing and fine wine are all their hobbies. Therefore, in the dwarf clan, the patriarch may not be the most powerful clan in the clan. But it is definitely the most superb forging skills and enchanting skills. And the most virtuous and respected clan. The old patriarch of the dwarves knew that because he was too old, it was difficult to improve his forging skills and enchanting skills, so he chose to let Xian give the current new patriarch. This way of letting the virtuous is also the most solemn ceremony among Fedwarves. After letting Xian, the old patriarch returned to the Dwarf King City with peace of mind, went into seclusion, and lived an ordinary life. Opened a forging shop and sold some weapons and armors that were forged due talk of time. This dwarf royal city has the same status among the dwarves as the holy city of elves has the same status in the elves. It is the most important family city-state. It symbolizes the identity and status of the dwarves. And the previously mentioned city of Huthfire is a city-state with the same name as the Dwarven King City. However, it is not the same as the importance of the Dwarven King City. The reason why the city of Huthfire is famous is that most of the forging masters in the dwarf tribe are concentrated in the city of Huthfire. So simply put, the Dwarf King City represents the face of the dwarves. For example, among the dwarves, the most solemn sacrificial hall was built in the Dwarven Royal City. And this city of fire represents the heritage of the dwarves. So gathered most of the forging masters. These two city-states are the two most important city-states among Fedwarves. Dwarven King City, and Huthfire City. These two city-states are the two most important city-states among Fedwarves. However, today, in the Dwarf Royal City, there is an uninvited guest. Boom! With the fall of the hammer, a crisp sound of hammering iron echoed in the forging room. The iron block placed on the forging table is still red and hot. But the movements of the old dwarf clan chief's hand stopped. Since you're here, don't hide anymore. Your dirty breath can't be hidden at all. The old patriarch picked up the iron hammer, his eyes still staring at their hot iron block in front of him, and a calm and thick voice came out of his mouth. Although it is difficult for blacksmithing skills and enchanting skills to advance because of his old age. But the strength of the old patriarch himself is not bad at all. Even if the patriarch of the dwarves is not the most powerful clan of Fedwarves, the realm of the old patriarch still has a heroic peak. The racial luck that belonged to the dwarves was passed on to the new patriarch along with the old patriarch's sage. This is also the reason why the dwarf sage ceremony is the most solemn ceremony. Abandoning racial luck is tantamount to giving up the opportunity to advancito the powerhouse level. You must know that the strength of the powerhouse level power is extremely dependent on the luck of heaven and earth. Even if due to various reasons, the powerhouse level might not have a trace-off luck, it is still several times stronger than the hero level. But without the luck of heaven and earth, it is equivalent to saying that Hayes at the bottom of the powerhouse class. And the most important point is that a powerhouse level power without heaven and earth luck can be cut down to the realm. The fate of heaven and earth is the key to advancing to the powerhouse level. Therefore, a person without the power of heaven and earth may be slashed toth realm by other powerhouses and fall to the half-step powerhouse again. And this kind of slashing realm will directly hurt the source. Henceforth all hope of further progress has been cut off. However, this is extremely rare. Because when a powerhouse-level great power encounters another powerhouse-level powerhouse whose destiny is exhausted, the biggest possibility is to kill him on the spot to avoid future troubles. It is not as simple as cutting off the realm. However, the realm of the old patriarch itself is only a heroic peak. Even under the blessing of the racial luck of the dwarves, it can only be regarded as a half-step powerhouse. So it's not that they were cut off from the realm. But this is probably one of the reasons why the old patriarch will decisively let Xian. Since your own cultivation qualifications are not enough, you should simply not occupy this hope, but pass it on to the clansmen who are more likely to be promoted. To ensure the prosperity of the dwarf patriarch. Although your strength is not strong, your nose is still very smart. This can't help but make me begin to doubt your race, whether it is Fedwarves or those kobolds. After being interrupted by the old patriarch, a cold and hoarse voice sounded in the forging room. And along with this extremely uncomfortable voice, there was a tall figure. The head has sharp horns, the face is hideous, the mouth is full of fangs, and the eyes are red. The sharp claws of the fingertips are like small knives, shining with a cold light, making people daunting. The bone armor on his body was as pale as frost, but there were bursts of faint blood light. This guy is the monster that crawled out of the abyss. Sure enough, it's you, even the power of Tianyuan can't hold you down. Although the old patriarch had expected it, after seeing this monster with his own eyes, he still felt chills behind his back. As long as you don't die, you can come out. You should have thought of this situation when you used the power of Tianyuan to seal us down. In the cold and hoarse voice of the monster, with undisguised anger and excitement. The eyes of the old patriarch were also full of bloodthirsty. "We did think about it, we just didn't expect it to happen so quickly." The old patriarch's face became a little ugly. But there was no fear, but worry. "The remnants of the nightmare demon race, it's not a good thing for you to escape from the abyss." With a worried sigh, the old patriarch picked up the hammer in his hand, turned around, and stared at the monster in front of him. Although the old patriarch was strong, he looked like a child in front of this monster. "Of course it's not a good thing for you. Because we will seek revenge for you, and take back the grudges of thousands of years, one by one." The monster grinned, revealing a mouth full of fangs. With a wave of the sharp claws, faint blood energy immediately permeated the entire forging room. The coercion of the powerhouse level, along with the blood energy, radiated from the monster's body. This is an aura that is completely different from the majestic and coercive aura of ordinary powerhouse level powers, but it looks extremely cold. It's like a world of ice and snow, making people feel cold all over. However, this gloomy coercion was well controlled by this monster, and it did not spill out into the forging room. Strong class. How is this possible? After so many years of repression, your realm has not yet been cut down. An extremely shocked look appeared in the eyes of the old patriarch. The purpose of suppressing these monsters in the abyss is to continuously strip the power in their bodies to maintain the power of the abyss, in order to ensure that the power of the blockade is not reduced. However, for some unknown reason, after these monsters escaped from the abyss, they still possessed the strength of a powerhouse, which was completely beyond the expectations of the old patriarch. After so many years, of course, my realm has been cut down. However, compared with those guys back then, you are still far behind. The monster said only half a sentence, and did not explain why his realm could still be maintained at the power level. Instead, he laughed out loud. However, this sarcasm did not make the old patriarch angry. Because the old patriarch has self-knowledge, compared with the ancient times, the dwarves are indeed much weaker. But it was precisely because of this sarcasm that the old patriarch suddenly raised his head as if he was thinking of something. Nightmare Clan can devour flesh and blood to improve their strength and realm. You won't swallow those nightmares who survived by chance. The old patriarch suddenly thought of this possibility, and his eyes widened. Tiger poison still does not eat seeds. However, the monster in front of him seemed to have no emotion at all. For his own strength, even if he devoured the entire clan, he would not have the slightest emotional fluctuation. Those wastes, just some fleshly bodies escaped from the abyss, and their consciousness has long been wiped out. Those wastes are just some fleshly bodies that escaped from the abyss, and their consciousness has long been wiped out. Use the flesh and blood of those wastes to make me strong, why not? The monster let out a low roar, and the bloodthirsty light in his eyes became more and more intense. In this period, compared with the ancient times, the level of power is much worse. Only the realm of the powerhouse level is enough to run rampant. Back then, in the ancient times, even if it was a powerhouse level peak power, there were several in this world. It's just the strength of the strong level, the power that needs to be feared, and there are many more. Yet now, just like this dwarf guy in front of him. After these few days of lurking this monster, I know that this guy is the old patriarch of the dwarves. However, it only has the strength of a heroic peak. In ancient times, this was simply impossible. It's just a pity that those guys in the ancient times were indeed tyrannical. It's just that compared to the lifespan of the nightmare demons, it's still far behind. The lifespan of the nightmare demon race is several times longer than that of the dragon race, and the long-lived can even survive for tens of thousands of years. None of the guys who sealed the Nightmare Clan back then were alive today. Although the group of powerhouses who fought with the nightmare demons Medto have explained the matter of the nightmare demons as a secret of their own tribe. But in terms of strength, it is really far behind. Sure enough, it is a group of monsters that have no feelings and are not worthy of sympathy. Although my strength is far less powerful than that of my ancestors, even if I take my life, it will definitely stop you from continuing to kill. The old patriarch looked at the monster in front of him and said firmly. Nightmare Clan feeds on flesh and blood, enhances strength, is brutal and annihilates emotions, and can be said to be the enemy of all races. Just by looking at this monster, it can be seen that it can devour its own clansmen without any burden. This is a race born to kill and destroy. Therefore, the powerhouses who sealed the Nightmare Demon clan belonged to almost every race on the northern mountain range. You? Stop me? The monster glanced at the old patriarch, and there was a hint of playfulness in his face. Then you can try it out, don't worry, you are just the beginning, there are many more races I'm looking for. A powerhouse-level power, when faced with a heroic peak's rhetoric, will not have any waves in his heart at all. Some even wanted to laugh. Not to mention the Nightmare, a race that lives by killing. In terms of combat power, the Nightmare Demon ranks among the best among all races. Even compared with the Dragon race, it will not be inferior. When all heard the words of the old patriarch, the face of the monster was full of mockery. However, in order to reward your courage, I will tell you my name. Although you are going to die soon, remember it. My name is Stalker. The monster spoke slowly in a mocking tone. Stokel, I know the name. Translated in the language of the Nightmare Demons, it means the Demon King. A sneer appeared on the old patriarch's face. It must be a mockery of the name. I didn't expect you to know the language of the Nightmare Demon race. That's right, the meaning of this name is indeed called Demon King. I didn't expect you, as a dwarf, to actually understand the language of the nightmare. Yes, the meaning of this name is indeed called the Demon King. A proud look appeared on Stokel's face. The entire Nightmare clan managed to escape from the abyss, and in the end only Stokel was left behind. There's nothing wrong with being called the Demon King. Then let me see what the strength of your Demon King is like. The old patriarch took a deep breath, then suddenly raised his right hand. He also began to recite a series of complicated and obscure incantations. Stokel looked at the old patriarch in surprise, and just as he was about to start, he felt a slight vibration. It seems to be coming towards himself. And the direction from which the vibration came was outside the forging room. Warhammer of the dwarves are in danger now, and I need your help. Now, as a dwarf clan, I call you to come. The old patriarch raised his right hand suddenly. A loud noise suddenly came from outside the forging room, smashing the hard walls of the forging room. Stokel looked back and saw a warhammer engraved with countless complex magic patterns on its surface, flying over from behind him with a whistling momentum. Bam! Stokel raised his hand subconsciously to block, and the flying warhammer, with its enormous force, directly knocked him back 2 steps. Then he got rid of Stokel's obstruction and came to the hands of the old patriarch. This is the ancient warhammer. Stoker is a strong man who has survived from ancient times to the present, even if he has been sealed under the abyss in the middle. But he is still very sensitive to the breath of ancient times. Yes, this is indeed a warhammer forged in ancient times. My ancestors had long expected that such a day would come, so they spent their entire lives to forge this warhammer. The old patriarch held a warhammer in his hand, and the aura on his body was completely different. The sudden surge of momentum even shook Stokel's coercion back. Those goddamn guys still keep this hand. Stalker snorted coldly. But it didn't mean to back down. If faced with a heroic peak opponent, coupled with a warhammer left over from ancient times, it will make Stalker back down. Then he would not have climbed out of the abyss back then. The old patriarch did not speak, just stared at Stokel quietly. This warhammer is exactly the one that the dwarves enshrined in the sacrificial hall. It is the warhammer that the dwarves have inherited since ancient times. This warhammer has witnessed the glory of the dwarves, and also accompanied the dwarves through such a long time. Since it was forged, it has been sealed in the sacrificial hall. And now, it was finally taken out. A warhammer belonging to the dwarves. Come on! Fight! The old patriarch shouted loudly, and the momentum on his body skyrocketed again. This time, the coercion that erupted from the old patriarch was a real powerhouse-level coercion. How is this possible? Your realm is obviously only a heroic pinnacle. Stalker was taken aback. Because Stokel couldn't understand at all why a guy at the peak of the hero level could become a powerhouse-level power in an instant. Although Stokel relied on devouring other clansmen, he recovered to the realm of the strong level. But it is far from the realm of the peak of the powerhouse level. And the nightmare demon race is a very strange race. Unlike other races, as well as magical beasts and alien beasts, the nightmare demon race is promoted to the strong level, and it does not need the will of the heavens and the earth to bestow the luck of the heavens and the earth. Instead, relying on the innate talent of the nightmare demons, devoured the luck of the prey. This is somewhat similar to the former Shadow Palace. Use the life's own luck instead of heaven and earth to be promoted to the powerhouse level. And paying these lives and luck can also borrow the power of heaven and earth with the will of heaven and earth. It's just that the quality of life's luck is not as good as that of heaven and earth. Therefore, with the help of the same level of power of heaven and earth, the life and luck that needs to be paid will be much more than the luck of heaven and earth. But the Shadow Palace, which has died, is always just an idea. It is basically impossible to succeed in doing it. However, the nightmare demons are different. Because this is the racial talent of the nightmare demon race, and it is also one of the reasons why it is hostile to all other races. Except for the nightmare demons, other races can only rely on the will of heaven and earth to gift heaven and earth luck. However, the practice of the nightmare demons undoubtedly regarded all other races as prey. Rather than being hunted by the nightmare demons as a prey all the time, it will be better to join forces to eliminate this hunter. In many cases, the position of the prey and the hunter want to exchange online in an instant. And this kind of racial talent is also the reason why Stokel can recover to powerhouse level so quickly. Without this racial talent, no matter how much flesh and blood Stokel devours, I am afraid that he will be stuck at the peak of the hero level, or at the most half-step powerhouse level. Then don't get in. However, what shocked Stokel was that the guy in front of him was obviously a dwarf. Why can you jump from hero level to strong level without the need for luck? This is the warhammer that my ancestors spent their entire lives forging. Stalker, you could never have imagined. The old patriarch sneered, picked up the warhammer and rushed towards Stokel. The power contained in this warhammer, which has survived from the ancient times, is the condensed power of the forger's life. It can instantly enhance the user's power by one level. It's just that the higher the level of power raised, the shorter the duration it can last. And it's a one-time capability. Because this kind of ignoring the fate of heaven and earth, the promotion of the realm across levels relies on the power in the warhammer. That is, the energy stored in the warhammer by the forger who used his last life as the forging material. It's gone when it's used up. Don't dare to make this kind of promotion. The promotion from the peak of the hero level to the strong level can last for several hours. Enough to finish this fight. This is impossible. Stokel still couldn't believe it, but the fact happened in front of him, and there was nothing to disbelieve. Moreover, at this point, it is impossible for Stokel to take a step back. The old patriarch rushed up with the battlefield. Stokel naturally would not be afraid, but directly greeted him. However, even if you have the power of a powerhouse, can you handle it? However, when he went to meet him, Stokel suddenly sneered. You have never been in the realm of the powerhouse level. Do you know how to drive this powerful force? Although Stoker was shocked, he soon discovered this drawback of Warhammer. This Warhammer, which has been inherited from ancient times to the present, can indeed temporarily enhance the realm of the user. However, for a user who has never had such a powerful power, suddenly possessing this power is absolutely uncontrollable. Even those who, by virtue of their own cultivation, aptitude and hard work, have gone through untold hardships to be promoted to the powerhouse level. At the beginning of promotion, it is impossible to directly control one's own power. Rather, it requires constant training, practice, and perception in order to be fully familiar with and fully control one's own power. However, the old patriarch has no such opportunity to become familiar with his own power. This is definitely good news for Stokel. The same as a powerhouse level power, Stokel was only cut down from the realm, and now he has recovered. However, the old patriarch relies on the power sealed in the Warhammer to forcibly improve the realm. The gap between the two is obvious. However, Stokel has only initially recovered his realm. In the powerhouse class, it is still the bottom of the existence. So even if he knew that the old patriarch could not control the power in Thorhammer at all, Stokel had to be careful. Noisy. The old patriarch did not intend to answer Stokel's question at all. The warhammer in his hand smashed directly towards Stokel, and the majestic power was blessed on the warhammer, causing the surrounding space to become distorted. Boom! Stokel raised his hands, and the vindictive energy in his body condensed into a shield, which collided with the warhammer. In an instant, a circle of air surges up. In just an instant, the ground beside their feet was ground to dust. It is indeed a very powerful force, but it is too wasteful. Stokel took a few steps back and waved his hands to disperse the vindictive shield. The great force from the warhammer was also dissipated as the shield dissipated. From here, you can see the difference between the two. Although the old patriarch has been temporarily promoted, he has become a powerhouse-level power. But I don't know how to control this power at all. I only know how to use the simplest attack moves and use methods. Compared with the old patriarch, Stokel's control of his own power is much more refined. There is no waste of power at all. There is a gap between the hero level and the strong level after all. Even in terms of strength and realm, he used a special method to improve it. But if the mood can't keep up, everything will be in vain. The current strength of the old patriarch may be able to crush all heroes, but when facing the last real powerhouse, it is impossible to win. The only difference is how long it lasts. Although I don't know how long you can have this power, I think it shouldn't be too long. After Stokel fought with the old patriarch and determined the gap between the two sides, he sneered. With Stoker's current strength, there is really no way to quickly solve the old patriarch. However, as long as the time is delayed a little, the power of the old patriarch will be dragged to the last time limit. Then you can win without a fight. Damn it, the Nightmare clan can survive for such a long time, it really shouldn't be underestimated. The Nightmare demons have survived from the ancient times to the present, and it really shouldn't be underestimated. Seeing Stokel's expression, the old patriarch guessed what he was thinking. It has to be said that a nightmare that has survived since ancient times has a sense of smell and thinking ability about the battle situation, definitely surpassing most of the powerhouses in the world. The drawbacks of the warhammer cannot be concealed from Stokel at all. In that case, let's continue to play. Let me see how much you want to destroy this dwarf royal city. Stokel seemed to grasp the weakness of the old patriarch, and a playful smile appeared on his face again. As the face of the dwarves, once the dwarf king city is destroyed, it will definitely be a huge blow to the majesty of the dwarves. Therefore, in the previous battle, the old patriarch also tried his best to control his own power. Otherwise, this forging room would have been destroyed by this violent force long ago. A room that can withstand the aftermath of the battle between the two powerhouse-level powers may exist on the North Mountain Range, but it can never be this forging room. As long as you can get rid of you, even if you give up the entire dwarf kingdom, you will be at all costs. The old patriarch said resolutely in the face of Stokel's jokes. Immediately, Stokel was not given a chance to speak, and he raised Thorhammer in his hand again. This time, the old patriarch no longer held back. The small forging room was instantly destroyed and scattered into pieces. The damage caused by the battle between the two finally began to spread around. The residents of the entire dwarf royal city were shocked by this violent fluctuation of power and the movement resounding through the sky. Fortunately, as one of the two most important city-states among the dwarves, the king city of the dwarves was also the first city-state built among Fedwarves. Almost all the houses are engraved with magic patterns. This is simply impossible for city-states of other races. Because other races do not have as many forging masters as the dwarves, nor can there be so many clansmen who can engrave magic patterns. Moreover, the battle between the old patriarch and Stokel was always taken out of the city by the old patriarch. Therefore, the damage caused by this battle to the dwarf royal city was much smaller than expected. However, that's about it. The old patriarch wants to defeat Stokel. Under normal circumstances, it is simply impossible. Control over your own power and your own state of mind. The two are too far apart. What's more, the nightmare demon race itself is a race that is good at fighting. Although the nightmare demons are the same as those beasts, they have no rank, but the fighting style of this race is almost always agile. And the destructive power is amazing. As a heavy-armed warrior, the old patriarch had the upper hand in fighting style when he faced Stokel. In addition, its own strength is not enough. Defeat is also predictable. After Stoker's strength in the Warhammer was exhausted, he immediately started a counterattack from a deadlocked state. Almost in an instant, the old patriarch lost all his fighting power. No matter how much you resist, you will still become my subordinate soul in the end, won't you? Then what do you do? What's the point? Stokel asked coldly while cleaning the blood on his claws. Looking down at the old patriarch who fell to the ground, covered in blood. While cleaning the blood on the claws, Stalker asked coldly, "What do you do? What's the point?" "Some things, even if you know you're going to die, you have to do them. You, a nightmare with no emotion at all, will never understand such a thing." The old patriarch was lying on the ground and said dying. But on the face of the old patriarch, there was no fear of death, only the regret of not being able to get rid of Stokel, and the worry about others. "I really can't understand it, but I don't need to understand it either. As long as I have enough power, I will never need to face this kind of thing. I can win forever." Stokel sneered and scoffed at the old patriarch's words. "Just like back then, our nightmare demons lost to you in the battle, so they were suppressed under the abyss, and they could not stand up from generation to generation. But it's different now. I climbed out of the abyss. The loser, it's your turn." Stokel's tone was unusually solemn. Thinking of the days when they were suppressed under the abyss, the boundless darkness, and the power that was so terrifying that people couldn't resist at all. There is also the endless extraction of the vitality and energy of the oppressed, until the oppressed is completely wiped out. All made Stalker full of resentment. "You deserved what you deserved in that battle." The old patriarch widened his eyes and stared at Stokel. "The strong eat the weak. Do you deserve what you're guilty of? You are weak. You are only worthy of being the prey of the nightmare demon clan." Stokel shouted fiercely. Immediately, before the voice fell, Stokel's finger flicked. The blood that was cleaned up on the claws suddenly turned into a sharp arrow and flew towards the old patriarch, leaving a little redness on the old patriarch's eyebrows. "Don't worry, you're only the first. Soon, there will be others to accompany you and become my strength together." Stokel spoke slowly, and a blood-colored mist also floated on the bone armor on his body, covering the body of the old patriarch. Although the nightmare demons rely on devouring flesh and blood to increase their strength. But the way of swallowing is not like those monsters who drink blood. In the process of devouring, Stokol also deliberately looked at the warhammer that fell to the side. It was now a pile of torn pieces of metal. The City of Life, in the Chila store. Is it noon so soon? The time for brushing the dungeon passed quite quickly. After Chi Lu came out of the dungeon in the mechanical bull forest, he glanced at the time, and immediately sighed that time flies, like a white horse passing by. This is the third day that Chi Lu has been addicted to the mechanical cow forest. On the design drawings of the laser light emitter, the number of materials required is not too small. However, after the hard work of Chi Lu in the past few days, he has also collected the materials for 2 laser light emitters. Just waiting for it to be synthesized in the afternoon to see the power. But now, it's noon, so let's have lunch first. Manager Chi, good noon, are you brushing the dungeon again today? Lan Chi and Shauna seemed to be optimistic about the time, and entered the store in a hurry at noon. There's nothing to do anyway, just to pass the time. There's nothing to do anyway, just to pass the time. Sheila smiled and opened the bottle cap of the freshly squeezed watermelon juice in his hand. Then, taking advantage of this time, I looked at the situation in the store. There seems to be a lot less customers of the dwarves. What's going on? Is there any grand ceremony in the dwarfs recently? After looking at it, Sheila found the problem. Moreover, the lot less in Chili's mouth is still said leisurely. In fact, the real situation should be the customers of the dwarfs in the store, and there are very few. Occasionally see a few, but also in a hurry. Also, Tiana and Saratrey didn't come yesterday. But these two are very busy people, so it's not uncommon for them not to come. It's just the customers of the dwarves, but they are a big source of customers. Sheila looked around again, and then muttered in his heart. If there are fewer dwarf customers, the customer base in the store will be directly reduced by 1/3. Who can bear this? Manager Chi, were you talking about dwarf customers just now? Shauna asked, suddenly. Chili's first sentence was spoken subconsciously, so Shauna heard it too. Yes, I was thinking about that. There is nothing embarrassing to say about this kind of thing, so Chi admitted it generously. When opening a store, it is normal to worry about the source of customers. Actually, the dwarves. If store manager Chi is talking about dwarf customers, I don't think there will be too many during this time. Just when Shauna was about to say something, she was only halfway through when she was suddenly interrupted. Immediately afterwards, Tiana's figure appeared outside the store. Tiana, didn't you say something happened yesterday, so you went back to the clan? Shauna looked at Tiana, who suddenly appeared in surprise, and asked aloud. By the way, I remember that Cyrator also seemed to say that something important happened yesterday, so he hurried back to the clan. Lan Chi also seemed to remember something, and said something. It can be regarded as solving the second question in Chili's heart that hadn't have time to say. Sure enough, 2 busy people. A really big thing happened. The warhammer in the sacrificial hall of the dwarven king city was broken, and the lamp of the old patriarch of the dwarfs went out, so all the dwarves returned to the clan. Tiana nodded and continued. This sentence solved the doubts of the 3 people at the same time. The old patriarch of the dwarves is dead? Lan Chi slowly raised his head and frowned slightly. Every patriarch of the dwarves is a highly respected person, and as long as they are not enemies, they can generally get along well. Even Lan Chi has a little friendship with the old patriarch of the dwarves. So suddenly hearing this news, Lan Chi's heart was a little uncomfortable. That's right, the lamp of life in the sacrificial hall is out, there will be no other situation. Tiana said with certainty. Also, you said just now that the warhammer in the sacrificial hall was also broken? Lan Qi didn't pay attention to Tiana's words, but continued to ask. Yes, did you find anything? Tiana keenly found that Lan Qi's tone was a bit wrong, and immediately asked aloud. This time, in the dwarven royal city, a sudden war led to the accidental death of the old patriarch of the dwarves. And even the body could not be found, only the fragments of the warhammer were found outside the dwarf king city. The old patriarch of the dwarves died inexplicably. This is a very serious thing. So the new patriarch of the dwarves spread the news to the elves and the bestiars. This is also the reason why Tiana and Saratel left the City of Life in a hurry. However, because the old patriarch of the dwarves asked Xian in advance and handed over the position of the patriarch to the new patriarch, the accident this time made the hearts of the dwarves panic. But the general trend can still be stable. After all, it is not the current patriarch who left, and the backbone is still there, so there is no big problem. However, the old patriarch died unexpectedly in the Dwarven King City, which undoubtedly slapped the entire Dwarven clan in the face. And in the case of launching the power of the whole family, no clues have been found. That's why the current patriarch decided to contact the elves and the bestiar clan for help. Because the current patriarch of the dwarves has not been promoted to the powerhouse level for a long time, the accumulation of luck in the world is far from enough. Compared with Tiana and Saratel, it is too far behind. However, even so, after Tiana and Saratrey were on the spot, they didn't find much. That's why Tiana is so eager to be mentioned by Lan Qi now. Because the three races are not hostile. Of course, not to mention allies. At most, it is a relationship of level equality and mutual benefit. It is precisely because of this that the death of the old patriarch of the dwarf clan also made the current clan chief think of the elves and the bestiar clan for the first time. Because I want to kill a hero-level peak powerhouse, there is no trace left. It is absolutely impossible to do without the strength of the powerhouse level. But the powerhouse level almighty on the North Mountain Range can be counted. Except for Tiana and Saratel, the two powerhouse-level powers who are relatively close to the dwarves, other powerhouse-level powers are likely to take action. However, before there is enough interest, no strong-level power will rashly attack the old patriarch of the dwarves. This is the most crucial point. Therefore, the current patriarch of the dwarves told Tiana and Surat the news, and he also had a heart of temptation. But the result is good. And that made the whole thing confusing. On the night of the battle, not a few residents of the Dwarven royal city were disturbed. However, the only aura that could be found in the place where the battle took place was that of the old patriarch of the dwarves. I'm not sure yet. However, I want to know, do you know the meaning of the warhammer in Thedwarven Sacrificial Hall? Lan Qi shook his head. Instead of answering directly, he asked another question. Significance? I only know that warhammer is a warhammer inherited from the ancient times by the dwarves. As for the others, I don't know. Tiana told the truth. Well, I probably guessed it, you shouldn't know this kind of thing. Lan Qi shrugged, not holding out hope for his own problem. Then, let me tell you the meaning of that warhammer first. It was in the ancient times, among the dwarves, the strongest forging master, when he knew that his lifespan was short, he used his last vitality and all his strength as forging materials to forge a weapon. After it was forged, it has been sealed in the sacrificial hall. It is a weapon that can only be taken out at the juncture of the dwarf's survival. Lan Qi explained it briefly. However, even the simple explanation made Tiana show a shocked expression. Using my last vitality and all my strength as forging materials. This feat is undoubtedly shocking. And because of this action, what kind of power the warhammer has, although Lan Qi put it lightly, but Tiana can also imagine it. That is all the vitality and all the power of a powerhouse level almighty. Although the final vitality may become a little weak due to the decay of lifespan. But the thin dead camel is bigger than the horse. No matter how weak the vitality is, it is still a powerhouse. That is to say, the old patriarch of the dwarves was not a hero-level peak, but a strong-level strength during the last battle that happened unexpectedly. Tiana knew what Lan Qi meant by saying this. Killing a hero-level peak and killing a strong-level power are two completely different concepts. That's right. Lan Qi nodded firmly. Regarding the Warhammer, Lan Qi also heard from the old patriarch. And this secret has always been passed down by word of mouth among the chiefs of the dwarves, and will not be told to a third person. Lan Qi was able to know about this purely because of an accident. But it was also because of that accident that Lan Qi had some friendship with the old dwarf clan chief. After all, it is a dragon that has lived for thousands of years. Befriend Lan Qi, the old patriarch still knows the help of the dwarves. However, this time, the old patriarch did not expect that he would encounter such an accident, so he left before he could tell the secret to the current patriarch. That's why Lancey would ask about the Warhammer. The broken Warhammer means that the old patriarch used the Warhammer inherited from ancient times. Moreover, with the power of the strong class, the enemy has not yet been defeated. Did you bring back the fragments? Lan Qi then asked. What do you want the shards for? I did come back with a shard though. Although Tiana was a little curious about Lancey's words, she still took out a piece of metal. Although the Warhammers inherited by the dwarves have stored their majestic power, the Warhammer itself is not a magical weapon. And after that power is exhausted, the Warhammer will automatically shatter. Therefore, the metal fragments left behind, just by looking at the appearance, appear to be quite ordinary. The shards of the Warhammer have the function of recording the enemy's breath. You shouldn't know about this. But it's a bit unexpected for you to bring back a piece of debris. After Lan Qi took the fragments, he explained. For a dragon that has lived for thousands of years, there are many fortunate secrets that most of the other powerhouses do not know. After all, few other races can live longer than the dragon. Record breath? Tiana was shocked, and then carefully looked at the fragments in Lancey's hand, and after confirming it, she said, however, I didn't perceive any breath from this fragment. This is the forging master of the dwarves, the most wise place. Lan Qi said, slowly. In the ancient times, there were many strong people who would hide their own aura, just because they didn't want the enemy to know their own aura. Since those powerhouses don't want you to know his aura, if this Warhammer fragment still records the aura in an open and honest manner, wouldn't it make it clear that the enemy will destroy it? Lan Qi stopped talking when he said this. But that's all for now, not to mention Tiana knows what's going on later. If you can't record the breath openly, then you can only record it secretly. To be honest, I really didn't expect that the current patriarch of Thedwarves would not know the true role of the Warhammer inherited from his ancestors. When Lan Qi said this, he couldn't help sighing. I have to say, this is a mistake. If it wasn't for the accident that year, let Lan Qi know the secret of Warhammer, maybe this incident would really become an unsolved case. So at some point, fate is really a wonderful thing. Call. A faint wisp of dragon breath spewed out from Lan Qi's mouth and wrapped around the shard of the Warhammer. You are. He's engraving the pattern. Seeing Lan Qi's actions, Tiana thought Lan Qi was going to destroy this piece of debris. Just as she wanted to stop it, she was stopped by Qi Lu, who was standing aside. Manager Qi, you said this is engraving the pattern? Tiana looked at Qi Lu with a dull expression. Although Tiana didn't know anything about forging skills and enchanting skills, she also knew that it was not very reliable to use dragon breath tone grade patterns. The destructive power of the dragon's breath is beyond doubt. Even if it is Lan Qi, if the control is not good, maybe this Warhammer fragment will turn into a pool of molten iron. In this case, Lancey's control is still good. Because of the poor control, this fragment was immediately wiped out by dragon breath. This is an engraving method that belongs to the dragon family. It's normal if you don't know. Qilu explained. Dragons like to collect treasures, and naturally, they also refine treasures. It's just that the dragon is not as easy to get along with as the forging masters of the dwarves, so no one knows that the forging skills of the dragons are not bad. I didn't expect you to know this way of engraving, Manager Qi. Originally, Lan Qi wanted to explain it, but Qilu took the lead, and then he was only surprised when he arrived at Lan Qi. Then this surprised expression, even Tiana, gave Qilu one more look. Manager Qi is still amazing. He is really well informed. I know a little bit. Qilu replied humbly. Because of this kind of cold knowledge, Qilu really didn't know, and only knew it after asking the system. Who would have imagined that such a rude creature like a giant dragon could even forge such a delicate thing? But Lan Qi did not answer at this time. Because the dragon's breath used to engrave the pattern has been extinguished. Okay, the pattern of opening the fragments has been engraved. It's a way off hiding that fits the character of the dwarves. The warhammer fragments were placed on the small round table by Lancy. Originally very ordinary fragments, at this moment, the surface is covered with fiery red lines. This is the pattern used to release the breath recorded by the warhammer fragments. Although the pattern is not complicated. But if you don't know about this, you will never imagine that a piece of debris that doesn't seem to be useful at all has such a purpose. This is also why Lancy said that this kind of hiding method is in line with the character of the dwarves. Because other races do not love forging like the dwarves. The opened warhammer shard suddenly released an extremely cold and infiltrating aura, as if it wanted to choose someone to devour. This breath. I have never encountered it before. Do you know whose breath it is? Tiana was the first to raise her head and look at the people around her. The aura possessed by the powerhouse-level Almighty within the northern mountain range is known to each other. The breath of powerhouse-level power is the proof of identity. For the weak, perhaps these breaths make no difference. Because their perception is not enough to distinguish the difference between these breaths. But under the perception of the same level of power, the subtleties of these breaths cannot be faked. However, Tiana searched around in her mind. But there is no way to match the breath recorded in this warhammer fragment with the breath of those powerhouse-level powers in memory. In other words, the matter of the old patriarch of the dwarves has nothing to do with the powerhouses that Tiana knows. It's not like the aura of a powerhouse-level Almighty on the northern mountain range. Could it be an invader from other worlds? Lan Qi frowned slightly and fell into thought. For the concept of an intruder, Lan Qi is obviously much clearer than Tiana. Because Lan Qi had doubts about Qi Li's origin when he first saw Qi Lu, and bluntly said that he did not belong to this world. And this suspicion is not wrong. It's just that Qi Li's true identity, I am afraid that Lan Qi is killed, it is impossible to guess. This is the breath of a nightmare. Just when the two fell into deep thought, Qi Li suddenly spoke. What? Lan Qi and Tiana looked at Qi Lu in unison. I said, this is the aura of the nightmare demon, the unique aura of the nightmare demon clan. Qi Lu repeated what he just said. Of course, this is just scripted after asking the system. If the system hadn't introduced it to Qi Lu might not even know what the Nightmare Clan was. Because within the present North Mountains, although there are many ethnic groups, but the Nightmare Demon race does not exist. So Tiana and the others can't think of it, and it's normal. Nightmare? Nightmare. From the tone of Tiana and Lan Qi, you can also hear it. Tiana was confused about the Nightmare race, and her tone was full of doubts. But Lan Qi frowned, and there was a bit of surprise in his tone, but also a kind of anger that gritted his teeth. Lan Qi, do you know the Nightmare Demon race? As soon as Shauna heard Lan Qi's tone, she felt that something was wrong, and hurriedly asked. Of course I know about this notorious race. Lan Qi took a deep breath, as if forcing himself to calm down. After a long while, he spit out the foul breath. Nightmare, cruel and surly by nature, using flesh and blood as the source of strength, strong combat power, and good at swallowing breath. It's no wonder that you can't find other auras where the battle is taking place. Although the breath of the nightmare demons is unique, it is a must in the means of devouring the breath. Devouring breath is different from hiding breath. Hiding the breath is active hiding, so that the enemy cannot detect the fluctuation of his own breath. And swallowing breath is the ability to clean up the battlefield after the battle, so that the enemy can't find any clues from the place where the battle takes place. This is also due to the hunting methods of the nightmare. After hunting the prey, in order to avoid being disturbed when swallowing the prey and digesting the hunting harvest, the nightmare will clean up all the breath leaked from itself during the hunting process. When Lan Qi said this, he paused for a moment, then frowned, and then said, however, as far as I know, the nightmare demons disappeared thousands of years ago. Although I haven't seen the nightmare demon clan with my own eyes, I have heard from the elders of the clan. The nightmare clan can be regarded as the enemy of all races, including the dragon clan. There are not a few people who were hunted and devoured by the nightmare demon clan. And that's why Lan Qi's expression changed drastically after hearing the name nightmare. Even if the dragon race is not peaceful now. But the fighting between the various factions of the giant dragon is a matter within the clan. When facing a common enemy, all dragons will put aside their usual prejudices, temporarily shake hands, and make peace, and agree to the outside world. It's Tiana, have you really never heard of the nightmare? It stands to reason that this common enemy of all races should be recorded in the ancient books of each race. After Lan Qi finished speaking the information he knew, he looked at Tiana again. As an elf queen, it should be impossible not to even know such a major event in the history of the northern mountain range. The ancient books of the holy city of elves, but the accumulation of elves for thousands of years. I have only been the queen of elves for more than 10 years, how can I read so quickly? However, if the nightmare demon race is really what you said, then I think the information about the nightmare demon clan should be the most secret. Tiana nodded slightly, indicating that she accepted Lan Qi's suggestion and decided to go back to the holy city of Elf to find information. Lan Qi knew so much, because he lived long enough. The secret thing of the nightmare demon race, after thousands of years of dilution, has long been forgotten. Such a notorious race, known by ordinary people of all races, will only cause unnecessary panic, and it will cause all kinds of harm and no benefit. So these data, as Tiana guessed, all are the most secret information. The old patriarch of the dwarves, in the position of the patriarch of the dwarves, has stayed for hundreds of years, and naturally knows the fortunate secrets. But the current patriarch of the dwarves, as well as Tiana, and Saratel, they are all the powerhouses of this period. The succession time is only 10 years. For many lucky secrets in ancient times, it is normal not to know. After all, in every race, there will be inheritances left by the patriarchs or the highest beliefs. It's just that the form is different. Maybe after a few more decades, when Tiana has finished reading the books in the holy city of elves, Tiana will be able to know all the fortunate secrets of the ancient times. It's just that now that this kind of thing is happening, Tiana doesn't have time to watch it. Ding dong, Saratel started a private chat with you. At this moment, Tiana's membership card shook. What is Saratel doing to me at this time? Tiana took out the membership card and chose to accept it. In the small window of the membership card, Saratel's face appeared immediately. Tiana, the matter of the old patriarch of the dwarves should be done by the guys from the Nightmare clan. Saratel didn't talk nonsense. As soon as he came up, he got straight to the point and went straight to the topic. On the contrary, Tiana was stunned when she heard these words. Then after reacting, he asked in surprise, wait, Saratel, do you know about the Nightmare Demon clan? Of course I know, don't you know? Saratel was stunned on the spot by Tiana's question, and then subconsciously asked back. These two conversations immediately caused Saratel and Tiana to stare blankly. Even Lan Qi and Shauna looked at Tiana strangely. Sorry, I almost forgot. The inheritance of the elven race is always like Tob written in ancient books. You may not have seen it. In the end, it was Surat who spoke first. The elves are a relatively quiet race, so reading ancient books is also a hobby. But the orcs are different. The inheritance of the Beastier clan's past dynasties is directly instilled in the mind of the next beast spirit master, so some lucky secrets from the ancient times are almost not concealed. Stop talking about this, but talk about what you found. Tiana really doesn't want to continue this topic now. It's too embarrassing when everyone else knows about it, but you don't. Fortunately, there is still a Shauna to accompany him. Although this is not something to celebrate, at least it can show that he is not so ignorant. Tiana thought silently in her heart. So, it is really important to develop the habit of reading books. Okay, let's not talk about it. Saratel can also understand Tiana's feelings. However, it is the tradition of the elves to read ancient books, so it is difficult for Saratel to say anything. After all, direct indoctrination and reading ancient books have their own advantages. The advantage of direct installation is that it is fast and there is new mission. But the disadvantage is that it can only be passed down from generation to generation by the masters of the beast spirits of the past dynasties. The other clansmen don't even want to know. The speed of reading ancient books is indeed slower than direct indoctrination, and it is much slower. And there are often places that I haven't seen, or places I haven't had to meet or read. However, the biggest advantage is that the ancient books are not limited to the elf queen to read alone, unless it is those secret materials, which are not open to ordinary clansmen. Therefore, this method is much stronger than directly instilling inheritance, improving the strength of the entire race. And this difference in the way of inheritance is also caused by the characteristics of the race itself. The single-person combat ability of the elves is not strong, but they can rank among the three major races in the northern mountains. It depends on the overall strength of the race. Unlike the Beastier clan, each clan's individual combat ability is extremely tyrannical. If it is really the hands of the nightmare demons, then there should be no breath at the battle scene. How do you know that this is what the nightmare demons did? Lan Qi grabbed in front of Tiana and asked his doubts. Don't underestimate the intuition of the Beastier clan, Lan Qi. It is precisely because I was in the Dwarf King city that I could not perceive any aura other than the old patriarch, so I thought of this once notorious race. Saratel said proudly as if showing off. Because I want to leave no trace after the battle, I'm afraid only those guys can do it. In order to confirm my guess, I also went to the vicinity of Tianyuan to check it out, and found that Tianyuan's power to seal the town has indeed weakened. Having said that, Saratel gave Tiana a focused look. Then, by the way, I explained the lucky secret of that period of ancient times. It is not uncommon for the Nightmare clan to be hunted by all races, to be encircled and suppressed by all races. Since you dare to use other races as prey, you must be prepared to become prey at any time. As a result, under the joint efforts of all races in the northern mountain range, they experienced countless tragic battles. In the end, all the nightmare demons were sealed under Tianyuan. The effect of the suppression magic array that was left at the beginning was to slowly draw away the vitality of the oppressed to supplement Tianyuan's squatting power. Until those who have been banned are wiped out. This is not only to use the vitality of the entire nightmare demons to stabilize the space barrier of Tianyuan, but also to punish the nightmare demons. Because the more stable the space barrier of Tianyuan is, the more stable the North Mountain range is, and the less likely it will be invaded by the top powerhouses of other worlds. It's a good thing. And this incident ended with the nightmare demons being completely suppressed. As a secret, it remains in the inheritance of all races participating in the war, and is not known by ordinary people. However, when Saratel went to Tianyuan to investigate before, he found that Tianyuan's power had weakened. This is not a good thing. Tianyuan's space barrier still has such a function? Qilu also followed by listening to these fortunate secrets. However, Qilu didn't care about the nightmare demons, but about the space barrier of Tianyuan. After all, the nightmare demons really have nothing to do with Qilu. On the contrary, it was Tianyuan's space barrier that blocked Qi Li's way back to the eastern wasteland. System, come out of the system, the space barrier of Tianyuan has weakened, can you help open a passage back to the east wasteland? When Qilu heard this, he immediately shouted in his mind. System, host, what are you thinking? You can come to the North Mountain Range because of the space barrier in Tianyuan, and your power has become weaker. What did you say? Qilu heard the words and was shocked. According to the system, that is to say, the power of Tianyuan's space barrier has weakened as early as when the branch was located in the Beishan Mountains. Then what this nightmare demon clan did was planned for a long time. Ever since Qilu came to the northern mountain range, the nightmare demons who were sealed under the heavenly abyss had already started to move. It was only now that the fangs were officially revealed. Wait, system, are you sure that this incident has nothing to do with your random location to the North Mountain Range? Qilu thought for a while, and suddenly felt that something was wrong. System, host, as a good peace-loving system, this system will never do anything to destroy the stability of the space barrier for its own selfish desires. This is a fair word. But Qilu heard it. The original system should not have the ability to destroy the stability of Tianyuan's space barrier. Otherwise, it would not have been restricted for so long by the will of heaven and earth in the North Mountain Range. It's just that these two systems love face, so I'm embarrassed to say it directly, just looking for an excuse. In this way, the branch can open to the Beishan Mountains, or take a ride. But I don't want this hitchhiker at all. Qilu shook his head helplessly in his heart. Now that the Nightmare Demon clan has escaped from under the heavenly abyss, it is impossible not to take revenge for this kind of race that must take revenge. The old patriarch probably died because of the nightmare's revenge. Saratel finally concluded. There is evidence of motivation, ability, and breath. That's basically for sure. However, how can we find the nightmare? Tiana asked quickly. According to Lancy and Saratel's analysis, the nightmare that attacked the old patriarch of the dwarves must be at the power level. Therefore, when ordinary clansmen are looking for nightmare demons, they are useless. The strength is too weak, that is, the meat buns beat the dog, there is no return. Instead, they sent prey to the nightmare demons. Therefore, the candidate who can find the nightmare is almost certain. The current patriarch of the dwarf clan, although he is just entering the realm of the powerhouse class for the first time, is naturally doing his part in order to avenge the old patriarch. Then there's the racial camaraderie sake. And racial hatred between races from ancient times until today. The Lord of the Beast Spirits of the Beastier clan, Saratel. The Elf Queen of the Elf race, Tiana. There is also Lanchi, who represents the dragon family. There are 4 powerhouses in total. But there are only 4 of them. In the ancient times, the heaven and earth were rich in luck, and it was indeed the contention of 100 tribes, and each race could find a few people who carried the cauldron. However, up to now, except for these 3 major races, and the human race that is floating on the edge of the northern mountain range, the other races are basically in a state of withering. Hard work may be able to make up a few strong level powers. But when even his own race is about to die out, who has the mind to look for any nightmare? Maybe the heritage of those races is gone. I don't know about the nightmare demons at all. Therefore, the 4 powerhouse-level experts want to find the traces of the nightmare demons in the entire northern mountain range. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. We took the initiative to look for it, and it is indeed difficult to find it. The ability of the nightmare demon race to hide its breath is also not weak. However, if the nightmare clan wants to take revenge, they will definitely come to us, so we just need to go back to the clan and wait for them to throw themselves into the net. As long as they dare to show up, I can give them nowhere to run. Cyril spoke, and he held the hunting goggles on his face. While stalked, the marked target will always be visible to the stalker. No matter who the target is, as long as it is marked by the stalking goggles, even if it flees to the ends of the earth, don't even think about getting out of the stalker's perception range. This is also the strength of Saratel. Cyrider is right, just go back to the clan and wait. Lonki nodded in agreement. With the character of the Nightmare Demon clan, it is impossible to endure it. Otherwise, he wouldn't go directly to the Dwarven King City and attack the old patriarch of the dwarves. Manager Chi, bring me 2 pairs of hunting goggles. Once a decision has been made, prepare for it. Lon Ki had no interest in hunting before, so he didn't buy hunting goggles, but now he must. Manager Chi, I want a pair, too. Tiana followed behind. Go get it yourself. Qilu listened to it for a long time, and at the end, he found that he had returned to himself. He immediately sat back on the chair next to the small round table. Manager Qi, you really don't appeal to customers by doing this. Lan Qi said with some helplessness. It doesn't matter, do you want something? Qilu sat down on the chair without any intention of standing up. Everyone is so familiar. Do you still want to let the store manager do it yourself like when the store was full of clutter? Impossible. Want? Okay, Mr. Qi, sit down, I'll go get it myself. Lan Qi replied decisively, then stood up with a tumbling, and walked towards the shelf area angrily. 3 pairs of hunting goggles, 18,000 spirit crystals. But Lingjing is not the problem, the service attitude is the big problem. Manager Qi, I think your service attitude should be changed, otherwise it's easy to lose customers. After deducting 18,000 spirit crystals from the membership card, Lan Qi Kamido Qi Lu and sincerely suggested it. Will not. Qi Lu answered confidently. Can you tell me, what is it that makes you have this wrong perception, Manager Qi? Lan Qi asked, curiously. Because the merchandise in my store is good enough. Faced with Qi Li's conclusive answer, Lan Qi had a hard time finding a rebuttal. Because in fact, Qi Li's answer has no problems at all. Strong strength can only ensure that customers do not make trouble. In order to attract customers to the store, the quality of the products is the most important. Lancy itself is the best example. If you can't beat Qi Lu, the big deal is to stay away. However, it is the delicious food and drinks, as well as the incredible New World model, that attracts Lan Qi to run into the store every day. So that Lan Qi has a bad temper. No way, it's useless to lose your temper, you can't beat it if you can't beat it. And now Lan Qi also found out that he not only can't beat Qi Lu, but he can't even say it. Let's go. Who knows who the next target of the nightmare demons will be, so don't waste time here. Lan Qi realized a truth at this moment. That is, when you can't say it, as long as you stay away, embarrassment will not find yourself. So after saying this, Lan Qi hurried out of the store. Goodbye, Manager Qi. Shauna and Tiana said goodbye to Qi Lu quite well. Okay, walk slowly, I won't send it. Qi nodded and said that he knew. Then after watching the 3 of them leave, Qi Li's eyes turned to the shards off the warhammer on the small round table. Lancy said earlier that although the warhammer fragments have the function of recording breath. But after engraving the battle pattern and using this function, the warhammer fragment is just a piece of scrap metal without any value. So when leaving, Lancy deliberately did not clean up this piece of debris. It doesn't make any sense, it's just to add blockage to Qi Lu. The kid has a temper. System, host, this system has detected the breath of an ancient remnant soul. Do you want to extract it? Just when Qi Lu was about to throw away this useless piece of warhammer, the sound of the system suddenly rang in Qi Li's mind. The movement of Qi Li's hands was shocked. Ancient remnant soul? Where is it? Qi Lu asked, quickly. Although Qi Lu is not quite sure what the ancient remnant soul is. But no matter what, as long as it is related to the prefix ancient, it is basically a good thing. What's more, the name of the ancient remnant soul is very high. System, in the shard in front of the host. Shards? Qi Lu picked up the shards of the warhammer on the small round table and looked at it carefully. However, except for the formation pattern engraved by the dragon's breath on the fragment, which is a little mysterious, the rest is no different from a piece of scrap iron. And because the function of recording breath has already played a role, it has also caused the last bit of luster on this warhammer fragment to disappear. System, yes, because the breath of this ancient remnant soul is too weak, so the system has also checked it several times before it is determined. While Qi Lu was observing the fragments, the system began to take credit again. No wonder you only told me this at this time. When Qi Lu heard this, he immediately understood. With the system's stingy and greedy personality, if this ancient remnant was discovered at the beginning, I am afraid that the task will be issued directly, and the host will get this piece of debris. Rather than wait until now. As for why Qi Lu is so sure, the system will issue tasks. That's of course because, if it wasn't something that was particularly important, the system wouldn't waste its energy trying to detect it so many times, and even say it out loud. In that case, didn't I lose a quest reward? Thinking of this, Qi Lu was suddenly shocked. This will not work. System, how about it, host? This system is still very powerful. Hearing that the system was still taking credit, Qi Lu immediately had a plan. Great? If it's really great, why did it take you so long to detect it? System, do you know that it is because your detection speed is so slow? If this piece of debris is not left here, but is taken away, how will the loss be calculated? Qi Lu pretended to be angry, slapped the table, and questioned in his mind. The system was suddenly speechless when asked. After a long while, a weak voice came out. System, then what do you think the host should do? As soon as Qi Lu heard this tone, he knew that the system was successfully demoted by his own strong words. A system with a low IQ in the first place, if it is demoted again, it will be very easy to fool. It's very simple, I'll take care of this for you first. Qi Lu cleared his throat and continued. In order to prevent the system from being unconvinced, Qi Lu decided to make things clear and make in-depth tricks. First of all, this fragment is not ours, but brought by Tiana. And now this piece is left in the store, entirely because of my friendship with them, which means that you have nothing to do with it. Now, you want the ancient remnant soul in this fragment, so should you give him some compensation? Qi Lu explained from three aspects: cause, process, and result. It is reasonable and well-founded, so that this Urbi system, which has been subdued, has to be convinced. System, that makes sense, host. From this point of view, if the system doesn't give you some compensation, it seems a bit unreasonable. Yes, that's it. Qi Lu nodded in agreement, expressing his satisfaction with his ability to fool. With the influence of the system under the influence of various routines, the IQ began to gradually increase, and the previous tricks were no longer easy tasks. So now you have to give the system a depressing effect, before you can start fooling around. System, since this is the case, there is a treasured medicinal pill here in his system, so let's give it to the host. After waiting for a long time, Qi Lu heard the sound of the system. Oh? A treasured elixir? What kind of medicine is it? Take it out first and see. Qi Lu was overjoyed at first, and then quickly calmed down. System, congratulations to the host for obtaining the medicinal pill treasured by this system. Transformation pill. This medicinal pill is only one, please cherish it. What pill? Transformation pill? When Qilu heard the name of this medicinal pill, he was stunned on the spot. Why does this name feel so familiar? I always feel that when I read some immortal-type books in my previous life, I often saw this kind of medicine pill. The specific effect is the kind of medicine pill used by monsters to transform into human form. I don't know if the treasured shape-changing pill that the system said would have this effect. Qilu opened the information of this shape transformation pill with an uneasy mood. Transforming form pill, preserved pill, regardless of grade, taking pill will help the user to permanently acquire another racial form, as well as the corresponding bloodline power, and purify the user's bloodline power. Friendly reminder 1. After using the transformation pill, the user's original racial form will not disappear, but can be converted at any time. Friendly reminder 2. After using the shape transformation pill, the user's original blood power will be fused with the newly acquired blood power and purified together without any side effects. Amazing! As expected of a medicinal pill that the system treasures, apart from this word, Qilu couldn't think of any other words to describe it. Of course, there may be adjectives like cattle batch. But it's always a bit rude to say it. However, this did not delay Qilu from expressing the shock and surprise in his heart. Although this Urbi system has a low IQ, it is still greedy for money, and Itis also cautious. But at least not lying. If it is said to be a treasured good thing, it is really a good thing. As for whether this shape transformation pill has been treasured for a long time, it doesn't matter if there is only one. After all, in terms of the character of the system, it is not easy to get one out of its hands. This is the real transformation pill, it's much more effective than imagined. Qilu was overjoyed when he saw the effect of the transforming pill. You must know that in Qilu's cognition, the transformation pill is to help the user transform into a human form, and other than that, there is no other function. However, what should I say about this effect? It's really tasteless. Because in this racially populated world, it doesn't matter if they are humane or not. Especially in the northern mountain range, the human race lives in the marginal area. Because the area near the edge, the terrain fluctuations are relatively less severe, and it is better to build city-states and high-rise buildings. However, the transformation pill given by the system was far beyond Qilu's imagination. Just the fact that the user can obtain another racial form and the corresponding bloodline power has perfectly crushed the effect of turning into a human shape. After all, there is only one option to transform into a human form. But for another racial form, there are more objects to choose from. Whether you choose from the shape or the strength, there is no problem. Moreover, while obtaining another racial form, you can also obtain the corresponding bloodline power. What is the concept? This means that the user can completely use the power of the transformation pill to obtain the bloodline power of any top race. As long as this race is a race that has been confirmed to exist in the world, that's fine. This is simply an opportunity for rebirth for those clansmen whose racial strength is naturally weak. And not only that. The two friendly reminders from the transforming pill are equally important. Especially the second one. Don't look at this friendly reminder as a sentence, but the content inside, but contains 3. First, after using the shape transformation pill, the user's original blood power will be fused with the newly acquired blood power. Second, the power of the two bloodlines will be purified together. And third, and most importantly, there are no side effects. You know, the power of blood is a very domineering thing. When a powerful bloodline power encounters a weak bloodline power, it is very easy to become a phagocytic state without fusion. And once the phagocytosis state appears, the power of the weak bloodline will be wiped out. However, the power of the powerful blood will also enter a state that cannot be purified, thus reducing the effect of the power of the blood for the most part. Therefore, the situation of double blood vessels will not be formed the day after tomorrow. Only the innate double blood will appear. Just like the dragon blood in Lan Zier's body. Because the dragon bloodline is innate, it can merge with the weak bloodline power in Lan Zier's body and coexist in the body. And it can also improve Lan Zier's cultivation aptitude and potential. This is the difference between nature and nurture. Therefore, the friendly reminder of Huaxingdan is also to solve the problem of blood conflict. Plus the first two effects. To put it simply, after using the shape transformation pill, there will be two completely purified blood powers in the user's body. And there will be no conflict. What does it mean? That is to say, the user of the transformation pill will have double the cultivation aptitude and potential. This effect, even on those top races, is a dream. Because the transforming pill doesn't care how strong your previous cultivation aptitude is or how high your potential is. As long as you use the transformation pill, it will give you the race of your choice, the corresponding cultivation aptitude, and potential. The treasured medicinal herbs really lived up to their reputation. You extract the ancient remnant soul system. I am very satisfied with this compensation. When Qile spoke, he had already made a decision. I won't sell this shape-changing pill, I'd better keep it for myself, or use it for my own people. This is the only good thing. Although I don't know if the system still hides secrets, Qile should assume that what the system says is true. System, transforming pill really only has this one, you can save it, host. After obtaining the consent, when taking away the warhammer fragments from the small round table, the system did not forget to remind them. After all, it is still a stingy and greedy system. It was said that the ancient remnant soul was extracted, but even the container that stored the ancient remnant soul was taken away. Understood. Qile waved his hand and made a perfunctory sentence. After perfunctory, Qile rubbed his hands, thinking in his mind how to use this transformation pill. However, I have to say that this warhammer fragment was brought by Tiana, although the result was a mistake. But Qile always took advantage. Therefore, Qile always felt that something was wrong without sending some benefits back. After the pet card swap machine comes out, I'll secretly help her increase the shipping probability of SR rank pet cards. Qile pondered in his heart and felt that this was feasible. Although the system may not pass that level. But in the face of a system that is so easy to fool, Qile said that there is no problem at all. Okay, that's it. But there is another thing. Thinking of this, Qile clenched his fist with his right hand and slammed it on the palm of his left hand. System, you haven't told me yet, who is this ancient remnant soul? This is a very important question. System, after careful testing by this system, it is determined that this ancient remnant soul belongs to a strong man of the dwarves. System, but this remnant soul is too weak, and there is no consciousness or memory in it. Having said that, Qile already understood. Specifically who it is, I am afraid the system does not have the ability to detect it. After all, this is an ancient remnant soul, and it is a matter of the ancient times. No matter who comes, there is no way to determine who it is. But not sure doesn't mean it can't be guessed. The ancient remnant souls that will appear in the warhammers inherited from the ancient times by the dwarves, combined with the forging process of this warhammer. The answer is already on the horizon. If expected, it should be the strongest forging master of the dwarves who forged this warhammer. Throw in the sacrificial vessel with your own vitality and all your strength. It is not incomprehensible to leave a little residual soul. However, what makes Qile curious is whether there is also the remnant of the master blacksmith in the other fragments of this warhammer. If so, then collect all the other warhammer fragments. I don't know if the remnant soul can be repaired. System. Host, this system can clearly tell you that it is possible to repair the remnant soul, but the possibility is extremely low. You two-stroke system, you are checking my thoughts again. Although Qi got the answer, he was still unhappy. System, this system is also for the convenience of the host and to save time. System, besides, host, what privacy can you have for this system? To shut up. The corners of Qi Li's eyes twitched, and he was secretly glad that he was only a single dog. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. System, don't worry, host, this system has no interest in live broadcasts. Shut up, bastard. Qi Li covered his forehead, only to feel his temples throbbing, and his blood pressure rose a lot. But with a system with a low IQ and zero emotional intelligence, there is nothing to worry about. So Qi Li immediately took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. Then, he took out his membership card. Tiana, I have something to ask you about. Qi Li dialed the private chat request to Tiana. Soon, the private chat request was accepted. Manager Qi, what's the matter? Tiana is in a hurry to go back to the clan now, so her tone of speech seems a little hasty. I want to ask, where are the other fragments of the Warhammer? Qi Li also knew about this situation, so the membership card was connected, and he asked, straight to the point. Manager Qi, why are you asking this? In terms of Warhammer fragments, in addition to the one I have here, there is also one in Cyrodiil's hand, and the rest are left in the Dwarf King City. Although Tiana was puzzled, she still answered Qi Li's question. Okay, I see, thank you. You are welcome. Qi Li thanked him, and Tiana followed him politely, and the two hung up the call. Although the possibility is extremely low, it is always necessary to try. By the way, system, when you extract the remnant soul, do you have to take away the Warhammer fragments? During the planning process, Qi Li suddenly thought of this question. System, no need. Wasn't the previous behavior just taking advantage of it? However, Qi Li wisely did not mention this matter. It was useless to keep Thorhammer fragments in his hands anyway. Since there is no need to take away the debris, this problem is easy to deal with. It's enough to hide your breath and go to the Dwarf Royal City. However, there is a problem. That is because of the Nightmare Demon clan, the Dwarf Clan King City is now completely blocked. Qi Li is now in the past. If he is seen, he may be regarded as an accomplice of the Nightmare Demon clan, or he is the murderer of the old patriarch of the Dwarf clan. Although Qi Li himself is innocent. But this man who came under the melon field was seen to be speechless. So don't go there for a while. Anyway, the shards of the Warhammer are placed there, and they won't grow wings and fly away. Let's talk about it when the limelight is over. Although the events of the Nightmare Demon race are very important. But the store will continue to open. It is a very rational state to say that it has nothing to do with oneself and hang up high. However, on the second day, Qi Li didn't feel that way. Manager Qi, starting tomorrow, we may not be able to come to the store for a while. Lillian said to Zyle while eating the fruit platter. So let's come over to eat a little more today. Yulia also agreed next to her, put down the potato chips in her hand, and took a sip of freshly squeezed watermelon juice. Then he set his eyes on the colorful fruit-flavored pizza on the side. Did something happen? Qi Li looked around the store and found that the number of customers had indeed decreased a lot. In addition to the few customers of the dwarves since yesterday, the customers of the elves and the bestiars have also begun to decrease significantly. The most obvious place is that the decks in the combat power improvement training room area are starting to have empty seats. This was impossible to happen before. More, there are customers sitting at the small round table waiting for a seat. I heard that there is a city-state in the territory of the clan, and a large number of clan people disappeared overnight. That's why Sister Tiana began to concentrate all her clansmen to the holy city of elves. Lillian said while putting fruit in her mouth. Although it was a little vague, Qi Li, who knew the inside story, immediately understood. It seems that those guys from the Nightmare Demon race are not stupid at all. After Qi Lu understood the situation, he just lowered his eyes slightly and didn't say much. After nodding slightly, he returned to the back of the counter. Since Tiana decided not to tell the clansman about it, Qi Lu would not demolish the situation. Some things, ordinary clansmen know, will only cause panic. Harmful and useless. From this point of view, the Nightmare Demon clan has survived from the ancient times to the present, not only because of their tyrannical combat power. The Nightmare Demon clan just came out of Tianyuan's sealed town, and their strength must not be strong. No matter what, it is impossible to go directly to the trouble of the strong level power. Moreover, the Nightmare Demons can rely on devouring flesh and blood to improve their own strength, so from the races they want to take revenge, starting with weak clansmen is the best choice. The stronger the battle, the stronger the Nightmare clan's advantage lies. Just like attacking the old patriarch of the dwarfs before. The Nightmare clan also discovered that the current chief of the dwarf clan was guarding the city of Huthfire, so they chose to attack the dwarven clanking city. This can not only damage the majesty of the dwarves, but also strengthen their own strength, killing two birds with one stone. It's just that the Nightmare Demons didn't expect to meet the old patriarch of the dwarves, who just happened to hold the warhammer that was inherited from the ancient times. And this is where Tiana and the others are helpless. Because there is no trace of the Nightmare Demons at all. Therefore, it can only be passively defended, and the elf clansmen will be concentrated near the holy city of the elf. Tiana and Lan Qi will be guarding the holy city of elves. With the range covered by the power of the powerful perception, as long as the Nightmare Demons dare to appear near the holy city of the elf, the hunting mark will definitely be marked. At that time, as long as you follow the hunting mark to find those nightmares, things will be easy to deal with. However, until then, we can only wait and see. Waiting for the Nightmare Demons to hit the elf holy city with their ideas. As for other more remote city-states, they can only ask the clansmen and those city-states to seek their own blessings. If it was really because the remote city-state was attacked, he would go to check it out. The greater possibility is to be transferred from the tiger to the mountain. Then it evolved into chasing the Nightmare clan and was exhausted, and in the end, even the holy city of elf was not even considered. Of course, Tiana is not completely inactive. This time, the order to let the elven clansmen gather towards the holy city of elves is to reduce the casualties of the clansmen. And during the transfer process, Tiana also asked Lan Qi to escort her to prevent the nightmare from attacking the clansmen on their way to the elf holy city. In that case, wouldn't it affect my business? That group of goddamn Nightmare Demons. Back at the counter, Qi Lu had not sat down for 2 minutes when he suddenly thought of this question, and immediately sat up straight. Then he looked around the store again. Sure enough, there are more than half of the customers of the Beasteer clan. It seems that Saratel has also begun to gather clansmen to the Beast Spirit City. The Beast Spirit City is the royal city of the Beasteer clan. As the Lord of Beast Spirits, Saratel usually stays in the City of Life or guards the City of Beast Spirits when he is not in the store. This time, in order to deal with the Nightmare Demon clan, it was also within Qi Li's expectations to transfer the clansmen to the Beast Spirit City. However, in this case, the business in the store is at least 90% worse. There is no reason for him. Customers who can come to Qi Li's store either have spirit crystals, or they have spirit crystals and leisure time. There is no need to say anything about the status in the irrespective tribes. After all, with the price and consumption level of the goods in the Qi Li store, customers who don't have any spiritual crystals on their bodies really dare not come in. Therefore, these customers are basically the mainstay in their respective families. These customers are also the backbone of their respective races. In the face of the Nightmare Demon clan's attack, these backbones are naturally not to be lost. It is precisely because of this that these customers will be recalled to the irrespective clans to ensure that nothing will happen until the Nightmare clan's affairs are dealt with. As a result, Qi Lu could only watch the store helplessly, returning to his previous state of being sloppy again. Why did I forget about this? Now that everyone is in danger, who would be in the mood to consume? Qi Lu gripped the back of his head irritably. This time, it's not that it's nothing to do with me, and it hangs high. Affecting the business of the store, that is, cutting off Qi Li's financial path, and also breaking the system's financial path. The so-called cut off one's wealth is like killing one's parents. Although for Qi Lu, it has not been so inexorable. After all, when Qi Lu opened a store, the main thing was to eat and wait for death, and to live a leisurely life by the way. But for that stingy and money-loving system, that might be a notch above the inexorable. However, Qi Lu felt that he could not talk to the system for the time being. Otherwise, after a task, he said that he would be the host to catch all the culprits that affected the business. Then Qi Lu really didn't know where to find the Nightmare Demon clan. Having been with the system for a long time is good. Qi Lu can basically guess the number of ways of thinking of the system, and then use this as a premise to make better tricks, or exchange more benefits for himself. The so-called intrigue with the system is endless fun. Although I don't know if the system will become more savvy in the future. But at least for now, it can be fooled. In this case, you have to take advantage of it first, otherwise it will be useless to regret it later. Manager Qi, I'm done eating. I finished eating too, so let's go back to the holy city of spirits first, and see you again, Manager Qi. While Qi Lu was busy thinking about it, Lillian and Aluya finally solved the fruit platter, colorful fruit-flavored pizza, egg tarts, rock candied haws, and 2 bottles of freshly squeezed watermelon juice in front of them. Then got up and said goodbye to Qi Lu. Okay, walk slowly and be careful on the road. Qi Lu nodded and gave a rare exhortation. Although the nightmare demons affected the store's business, it still couldn't affect Qi Li's character. If Lillian and Aluya are still in the city of life, Qi Lu can take care of 1 or 2 to ensure their safety. But once you leave the city of life, you can't guarantee it. Because no matter what Qi Lu said, he was only at the level of a hero, and perhaps within the hero level, he could be invincible. However, when facing the powerhouse level power, it is not enough. To put it simply, it is self-preservation, and the odds of winning are insufficient. Of course, if you can use the power of the system, no matter what the opponent's strength is, it will be given for nothing. It is a pity that unless the nightmare demons can take the initiative to commando the store, otherwise, the possibility of the system pretending to be dead is relatively high. Then came the 3rd day. Sitting behind the counter, Qi Lu scanned the store and found that there were fewer customers. This is not the way to go. Looking at the empty shop, Qi Lu was so worried that she lost her hair. But there is really nothing to think about. But listening to the customers in the store occasionally talking about the transfer of clansmen, Qi Lu knew that this time the matter was really serious. When he has nothing to do, Qi Lu will also take out his membership card and open the form in the communication system to take a look. It's all about this event. The holy city of elves, the city of beast spirits, and the royal city of Thedwarves were crowded with people of all races. Including the outside of these city-states, are full of clansmen who lived outside the city because they could not stay in the city-state. But fortunately for these 3 races, it is not difficult to build a shelter. There are all kinds of tall trees around, which are the best building materials. In these trees that grow in the northern mountains, there is a small degree of tallness, but it is quite high. Often used as the skeleton of various buildings. In addition, the residence built outside the city this time is just a temporary shelter. Therefore, those clansmen who received the call and came to the outside of the royal city of their own race began to build their own residences. And the floor space of each residence is not much. After all, for the elves, dwarves, and bestiars, the temporary residence is just a place to eat and sleep. It is inconvenient to build large. Qi Lu browsed the news of customers in the forum, and used these posts to understand the situation of this incident. The nightmare demons are also shrewd, they are not so blind, and go directly to these places to die. But being so shrewd is not good for me. Sheila sighed silently and glanced at the store, by the way. I don't know how long this state of affairs will last. The holy city of elves, the Queen's Palace. Here, it is the most central location of the holy city of spirits, and it is also the tallest and majestic hall in the holy city of spirits. Here, you can overlook the entire city-state effortlessly. However, there are not many elves who are qualified to enter the Queen's Palace. Because this is the most solemn hall, representing the majesty of the elf queen and the face of the elf tribe. At this moment, Tiana was standing on the top floor of the Queen's Palace. It's the third day, and I don't know how long the nightmare demons want to spend with us. Tiana said slowly. Nightmare demons are used to wandering around, and they simply have no fixed place to live. However, most of the elves gathered here, and every extra day was a huge consumption for the entire race. And it is easy to cause the dissatisfaction of ordinary people. Last night, another 3 city-states had an accident, 1 of the Beastier tribe and 2 of the Dwarf tribe. Lan Chi took the membership card and said it aloud after contacting Saratel. Fortunately, they also transferred the clansmen, so the number of clansmen who disappeared is not too many. This is the only good news. But it is undoubtedly a major blow to the confidence of Tiana and others. Just reducing the number of vanishing clansmen can be considered good news. How helpless this is. It will be dark soon. According to the attack characteristics of the nightmare demons, every time they attack is at night. We have to cheer up. Shauna looked at the fading light in the sky and said aloud. Night is always disturbing. But for the nightmare demon, it is the best cover for action. Stokel stood in the forest, looking in the direction of the holy city of Elf. This place has reached a point where the perception of a powerhouse level mighty cannot cover it. It is indeed a very smart move to gather the clansmen for protection, but it also facilitates my actions. Stokel spoke with a hideous smile on his face. At the same time, the bone armor behind Stokel suddenly cracked a gap, and wisps of blood-colored mist rushed out of the gap. Then next to Stokel, there appeared a monster that looked very similar to him. It's a pity you don't understand the meaning of the name Demon King in the Nightmare Demon clan. Go. My people. After Stokel differentiated these hideous-looking nightmares with blood-red eyes, he took a few breaths, waved his hands, and pointed in the direction of the holy city of elves. Differentiating clansmen is the unique ability of high-level nightmares in the Nightmare Demon clan. Just like the name of Stokel, the Nightmare Demon, translated into common language. This is the ability that only Demon Kings possess. After bloodbathing several city-states in the past few days, Stokel's power has also been greatly improved, and the realm of the powerhouse has been completely stabilized. This is the unique racial advantage of the nightmare. What's more, when Stokel was promoted, there was no emotional shackles at all. That's why Stokel came up with the idea of the Holy City of Spirits. However, after the last experience in the Dwarf Royal City, Stokel also learned to be cautious. It's enough to take risks once. The second time, it's not what a smart person should do. Stokel is not stupid, so naturally, he will not rush to the holy city of Elf like a fool. After all, although the overall strength of the current Beishan Mountains is far less than that of the ancient times, Stokel's current strength is far less tyrannical than that of the ancient times. So when you should be careful, you have to be careful. This breath is the Nightmare Demon clan. Lan Chi was sitting on the top floor of the Queen's Hall with his eyes closed, and the moment he sensed this gloomy aura, he stood up. That's right, I sensed it too, it's this breath. Tiana also came out from the back room of the main hall. Then let me meet them for a while. I have been waiting for so long in vain, it's time to let them know what the dragon's anger is. The pitch-black cloak that Lan Qi wore on his body was windless and automatic, and waves of terrifying dragon power escaped. It is too difficult to let a fiery and irritable dragon stand by and wait for the rabbit. So it's not without reason that Lan Qi is so excited at the moment. Then please. Tiana knew that her combat power was limited, so with a wave of her hand, she blessed Lancy with a bunch of auxiliary magic. Light Guardian, Strength Upgrade, Agility Upgrade. Holy Light's Blessing, Speed Increase, Dochi Increase, Martial Skill Increase. Although Tiana has no doubts about Lan Qi's strength. But sometimes, being fully prepared can never go wrong. Roar. With a roar, Lan Qi suddenly turned into a black light and rushed towards the source of the gloomy aura. The speed was so fast that it was like a black light piercing the night sky, and not even a single elf tribe noticed. The breath of the nightmare demons is quite unique, mixed with the breath of the elves, like fireflies in the dark night, which can be seen at a glance. What's more, the nightmare demons haven't met the elf clansmen yet. That unique aura is obvious. Come on, just leave it all to me. Lan Qi took out the hunting goggles from his arms. In the forest, this group of nightmare demons who were about to rush into the holy city of elves and slaughter them was blocked. It has to be said that the appearance of the nightmare demon is quite ferocious. Those blood-red eyes were like pools of blood, as if they could smell the strong bloody smell just by looking at them. Ow! The nightmare demon who was blocked by Lan Qi suddenly let out a sharp roar. He didn't care at all about the majestic dragon might radiating from Lan Qi's side. As a nightmare demon individual differentiated by Stokel, there is no intelligence to speak of, as long as the instinct to kill. And not afraid to die. If these nightmares rush into the elf clansmen, it will definitely be a huge disaster. No intelligence, damn it, the mastermind is not here. Although Lan Qi didn't know that high-level nightmares had the ability to differentiate clansmen, he could also think of how a nightmare without intelligence could be so impeccable. These nightmare demons in front of them are at most heroic level. In front of Lan Qi, it is simply not enough to see. However, this is only for powerhouses. Hero level, no matter what, it is also the top combat power, and it is definitely a huge threat to ordinary people of all races. If left alone, the situation will definitely be very bad. Stokel stood quietly in the forest, and felt this scene through these differentiated clansmen. Dragon. When did the relationship between the dragon clan and the elf clan become so good? They even sent a powerful dragon to protect the clan of the elf clan. Although the nightmare is also a race known for its tyrannical combat power. But Stokel knew that it was too early for him to face the dragons now. I'm going to waste my life again. Forget it, let's go hunting in another place tonight. I heard that among the elves, there is another place called the City of Life. Stokel knew that with his current strength, he could not be targeted by this giant dragon. Therefore, he decisively cut off the contact with these clansmen, so as to prevent the giant dragon from following the vine and finding him. Since the powerhouse-level power of the elves is guarding here, let's hunt in another place. It is not too late to reappear until his own strength is strong enough to face these races head-on. Stokel thought so, and his figure also disappeared into the darkness. Lan Qi, how is the situation? Seeing Lan Qi come back, Tiana couldn't wait to ask. Those guys are very cunning. They just sent a group of nightmare demons with no intelligence to come to die. It is estimated that they left after finding the truth here. Lan Qi sighed and said angrily. Although the group of nightmare demons without intelligence can't cause damage to Lan Qi, the kind of fighting style that is not afraid of death can cause some obstacles. So that Lan Qi completely spread his perception and did not find the mastermind behind it. Therefore, the group of nightmares can only be solved to vent their anger. Then this is terrible. If this is the case, it is simply impossible for us to wait here for the nightmare demons to fall into the trap. Tiana was startled and said immediately. Yes, I really didn't expect that in the end, we still have to take the initiative to find them. Lan Qi said angrily, and his mouth couldn't help revealing sharp dragon teeth. But no matter how angry you are now, it's useless. The nightmare demons have no worries, they can run as they want, and they have no feelings to speak of. Even if they threaten them with their clansmen, it's impossible to show up. But Tiana and others couldn't do it. Even an arrogant dragon can't be emotionless. But the nightmare demons can. I really don't know how this race has survived from the ancient times to the present. Then what should we do now? Shauna looked at Lan Qi, and while listening softly, she stretched out her hands and took Lan Qi's hand. The warm and soft touch made Lan Qi calm down a little. I'm going to look for the traces of the Nightmare Demon clan. You stay in the Holy City of Elves. Facing the Nightmare Demon of the powerhouse level, I'm afraid I will hurt you. Lan Qi raised his head halfway and spoke slowly. As long as Tiana stays in the Holy City of Elves, even if the Nightmare Demons are swaying away from the mountains, after Lan Qi leaves, they will kill them back here. With the help of the Holy Light Orb, Lan Qi can also support him. I understand. After Tiana responded, she waved her hand gently, and a holy light fell on Lan Qi. Grace. This is the second skill that comes with the Orb of Light. Drop Grace to protect the target. And before the power of Grace dissipates, the basic attributes of the target will be greatly improved, all damage will be increased by 50%, and they will be immune to death. After Tiana's many tests, it was found that the power of Grace is a thing, as long as the energy in it is not actively consumed. So even if it lasts for the first half a month, it will not dissipate. Compared with the Holy Light Domain, Grace is much stronger in the blessing off single combat power. Damn nightmare, you wait. The dragon's anger is not that simple. Lan Qi felt the power of Grace in his body, took a deep breath, and his body suddenly rose up and rushed to the sky. Compared to the Holy City of Elves. The City of Life, which is also extremely important among the elves, seems totally undefended. Because it is different from the Dwarven King City and the Hellfire City of the Dwarves. The Dwarf King City represents the history of the dwarves and is the face of the dwarves. The City of Hellfire gathers most of the forging masters in the dwarves, which is the background of the dwarves. Therefore, the current patriarch of the dwarves will guard the City of Hellfire. The old patriarch stayed in the Dwarf King City. But the City of Life is different, as a city-state used by the elves to communicate with other races. The City of Life may be very prosperous. But in terms of status, the City of Life is not comparable to the City of Fire. Not to mention the Dwarf King City and the Elves' Holy City. Stalker also took a fancy to this. Before the strength was fully restored, the city-states that Stalker chose to attack were all city-states that were not guarded by the strong. After all, in the current Beishan Mountains, there are really only a handful of powerhouses. And the hero level can't pose a threat to Stokel. Therefore, under this premise, the city-states chosen by Stokel are relatively important city-states. The City of Life, the most prosperous city-state among the elves. Stokel stood still in the void, looking down at the brightly lit city-state beneath his feet. After confirming that there was no threatening aura in the City of Life, Stokel was relieved. Stoker was so careful when attacking the previous city-states. Because Stokel knew in his heart that it would never be wrong to be vigilant until his strength was restored. When the strength is strong in the future, it is not too late to rampage. Since you like to guard the Holy City of Elves so much, then I will destroy the City of Life and see how you will react. The red light in Stokel's eyes flashed slowly, and the bone armor behind him cracked again. Under the shroud of the blood-colored fog, the nightmare clansmen that were differentiated appeared beside Stokel. Differentiating clansmen is a unique ability of high-level nightmares. And using this ability naturally also needs to consume a certain amount of vitality and energy. If these differentiated clansmen hunt enough prey, then these consumed vitality and energy can be replenished. But if no prey is caught, for Stokel, the consumption of dividing the clan can only be regarded as a waste. Because these clansmen without intelligence, from the moment they appeared, they will continue to consume energy. Therefore, in the forest outside the holy city of elves, those nightmare clansmen who were blocked by Lan Chi in the middle of the road can only be regarded as wasted. Although Stokel broke his wrist, he stopped the loss in time. But it was also traumatized. It was precisely because of this hunting failure that Stokel's anger was aroused. So much so that Stokel hurriedly came to the outside of the City of Life. The first is to hunt the creatures in the City of Life, to supplement the consumption tonight and restore his wounds. The second point is also to arouse the anger of the elves. Although the status of the City of Life is not comparable to the Holy City of Elves, but compared with other city-states, the City of Life is undoubtedly much more important. As long as it can destroy the City of Life and achieve the result that the elves are in chaos, then Stokel's purpose has been achieved. Because a sensible race is obviously more difficult to deal with than a panicked race. Go hunting in the City of Life. Stalker took a deep breath, and a little pale appeared on his face. The continuous differentiation of nightmare clansmen also consumes a lot of Stoker. However, as long as the City of Life can be eaten, these consumptions can be quickly replenished, and there is still a lot more. After all, compared with other city-states in the Elven territory, the City of Life is a famous city-state for tourism. The number of tourists ranks among the top among all the city-states of the three major races. Even in times like these, the City of Life is still bustling. The turmoil of the three major races did not seem to affect the mood of these tourists. But this is to be expected. The northern mountain range was originally a place with many races, except for the three major races, elves, beastiers, and dwarves, even if other races had already begun to decline. But it can't stand the number of races. However, just when these tourists of different appearances and different races are having fun, dozens of hideous and terrifying-looking nightmares descended from the sky. What is this? These guys look so scary. Are they a new race? I've never seen them before. The smell on them is so scary. It's not just the breath, their eyes look a little panicky. The tourists who were disturbed by this movement gathered around one after another and pointed at the group of nightmares. There are many races that can visit the City of Life, and it is not uncommon for a few to look a little weird. Therefore, although tourists feel that the appearance of these nightmares is a bit scary, but not much fear. However, just as these tourists were pointing and talking, the nightmare demons who fell on the ground flashed violent blood in their eyes. Ow! Accompanied by dozens of sharp roars, these nightmare demons who only knew how to kill rushed into the tourists and rampaged through the streets, unstoppably all. Every nightmare, created by Stokel, has heroic strength. Even if it can only be at the bottom of the hero class. But for these tourists who come to the City of Life to play, it is an unmatched formidable enemy. Wherever the nightmare goes, no one can resist it. A thick layer of blood mist soon spread over the street, and this was how the nightmare demon devoured its prey. Although in the place where the nightmare demon hunted, there was no scene of blood flowing into rivers and bones forming mountains, but the blood mist filled with the smell of blood was equally terrifying. The City of Life really has no strong guards. This feeling of devouring flesh and blood and increasing strength is really good. Stokel stood in the sky, watching the hunting in the City of Life, and the blood mist lingering around him became more and more intense. Dozens of nightmares don't seem like many. But the hunting efficiency was several times faster than when Stokel was alone. This is also the reason why Stoker would rather consume his life force and energy to separate out the nightmare clan to hunt rather than do it himself. One is to be able to detect the strength of the target to prevent accidents, so that when you encounter an enemy that you cannot defeat for the time being, you can leave at any time. The second is to speed up the hunting. With the strength of Stokel's powerhouse level, if he exerts his full strength, he can shatter half of the City of Life with one move. But in that case, tourists and residents in the City of Life will also be wiped out. What else was Stokel going to devour? As the killing continued, fear spreads in the City of Life. The previous finger-pointing has disappeared. In the current City of Life, people of all races are everywhere, screaming in panic, screaming in hysteria, and screaming for help. However, for these insane nightmares, unless someone stronger than them appears, these sounds will not stop their movements at all. Stokel, though, couldn't swallow the emotion of fear. But the scene of the spread of fear in front of him still made Stalker feel happy. There seems to be some movement outside. Don't you need to sleep in the middle of the night? Qi Lu was awakened from his sleep by the faint shouts. Because the branch on this side of the City of Life has not yet installed the sound insulation material of the main store. Although the location of the store is relatively remote, there is generally no movement. However, if the sound from outside is too loud, it will still be transmitted into the store. Is there any activity? Or is it a free big reward? But there are events that shouldn't be done in the middle of the night. It's not too disturbing to the people. Qi Lu yawned and walked to the window in a daze, ready to see what was going on outside. Although there are 3 towering trees outside blocking it. But Qi Li's eyesight couldn't be resisted. After staying in the store for so long, Qi Lu has also figured out what angle look at so that he can see a glimpse of the City of Life from the gap between the 3 towering trees. Wow, it's really noisy. The fire, the shouting, the bonfire? That's too lively, wait. Qi Lu sighed halfway in his heart, and suddenly felt a familiar breath. This is Nightmare's breath. After less than a second of recollection, Qi Lu remembered this breath, and where did he know it? Because of the Nightmare Demon's breath, it's so recognizable. Okay. These goddamn nightmares. I haven't even bothered you yet, but you came to the City of Life first. After recognizing this breath, Qi Lu immediately slapped the case. It was because of the birth of the nightmare demons that every one of the 3 major races was in danger, so that the business of the shop was greatly affected. Previously, Qi Lu was to guard the store. Therefore, the search for the nightmare demons can only be left to Lan Qi and the others. Qi Lu just waited for the good news at the back. But now, the nightmare demons have a way to heaven, they won't go, and hell has no way to break in. To dare to go to the City of Life is to cast a net. Then, Qi Lu is welcome. Looking at the strength of these nightmares, it's just a heroic realm. Then I will accept your little life rudely. Qi Lu put on the keel armor, stepped on the empty boots, and the 1,000 machine ball transformed into a pair of fists, wrapped around his hands. Then, with a flick of the figure, he disappeared into the bedroom. In the City of Life, the clansmen of all races hunted down by the nightmare demon know that they are invincible, but they are not completely immune to resistance. However, most of these resistances are useless. The strength is too low, the realm is too low. The martial skills and magic of these people will only leave some shallow traces on the heroic nightmare. And these traces not only will not affect the nightmare demon's attack, but will anger these ignorant guys. Who will save me, no matter who it is, please, save me. No, I don't want to die, let me go. Escape, run away, don't pray here. Why you damned fellows come to the City of Life? Shouts, prayers to God, curses, and all kinds of cries and wailing were mixed in. The surrounding buildings were also destroyed by the nightmare's attack, and the sound of various buildings collapsing made the entire City of Life appear extremely chaotic. On the street, an elf girl fell to the ground because her feet were weak. Looking back at the nightmare that was attacking him, the fear on the face of the elf girl suddenly reached an extreme, and 2 lines of tears involuntarily poured out from the corners of her eyes. Whoa! The nightmare roared and rushed forward, his eyes full of bloodthirsty light. Father, mother, and sister, I'm sorry, I have to go first. The elf girl who ran out of the house alone and came to play in the city off life, at the last second of her life, thought of her parents and that lovely sister. There was also a hint of warmth in the fear on his face. I said, what do you have to do alone in the city of life? You are homesick now, isn't it too late? Just when the elf girl closed her eyes and was ready to face death, a voice with a little anger appeared in her ear. But the anger in this tone was not directed at her, but, is this the nightmare demon? It looks more ferocious than I imagined. Chila looked at the nightmare demon and raised his fist with gritted teeth. Death to me. Bam. With a punch, the wind whistled like thunder. The violent power instantly burst out on the nightmare demon's face, and smashed the nightmare demon who came up and flew out. Then he fell heavily into the ruins of a pile of collapsed buildings and stopped moving. At this time, if someone stepped forward to check, they would find that at the place where the nightmare was punched, the bones had been smashed into pieces, and the internal organs were also shattered by this tremendous force. When facing the powerhouse-level power, Chi Leike's ability is not enough. But in the realm of hero level, Chi Lu is an invincible existence. Not to mention these nightmares who are at the bottom of the heroic realm. Even at the peak of the hero level, he took Chi Li's anger-filled punch unprepared. That is also dead or injured. Thank you, thank you. When the elf girl lying on the ground saw this scene, she was dumbfounded and only knew how to thank her subconsciously. I don't know how to speak after that. A nightmare demon, who was tyrannical to them, couldn't even hold a single move in front of this person. How powerful is this man? When faced with such a terrifyingly powerful person, the psychological pressure alone is enough to oppress the weaker person who does not know how to speak. Even if Chi Lu did not take the initiative to release the pressure at all. But many times, the Real powerhouse does not need to use coercion at all, it's enough to convince the opponent. And there are not a few people who saw this scene. Such a sudden appearance of a strong man immediately became the savior in the hearts of these tourists. But Chi Lu did not know these things. Facing the elf girl's thanks, Chi Lu just waved his hand and said, no thanks, I'm just dealing with some personal affairs, these guys just offended me. For Chi Li's words, the elf girl is just a humble remark as a strong man. As a result, Chi Li's image suddenly rose a lot. Then it's your turn to run away. After Chi Li said politely, he no longer cared about other people, but spread his perception and accurately captured the position of every nightmare. The power of God's perspective is reflected here. As long as you are in battle, you can control all the battles. It's really open, but it doesn't matter, as long as you are still in my perception, none of you want to run away. When it came to the ability to chase and kill, Chi Lu, who had broken boots, was the second, and absolutely no one could be called the first. Especially the enemy in Chi Li's perception. As soon as the door of space opens, Chi Lu can appear in front of the enemy in the next instant. The dozens of nightmare demons scattered in the city of life had no power to fight back when they faced the angry Chi Lu. As long as the door of space is opened, a nightmare will die on the spot. There is absolutely nowhere to escape. These differentiated nightmare demon clansmen are simply not enough to see. But in less than a quarter of an hour, Chi Lu came to the last nightmare demon and raised his fist. If you have a next life, remember not to come to the city of life. Boom. The fist is like lightning, and the sound is like thunder. The power of this fist shook the surrounding space a little, and the sound off-breaking through the sky, like a scream, tore apart the night sky. The nightmare in the middle fist was smashed to pieces by this punch. The energy in the body was dissipated in an instant. Shut up, stand still. Chi Lu exhaled a long breath, feeling that the anger in his heart was almost gone. Fighting, you still need this kind of fist to meet feeling to appear hardy. Just like those magician classes, fighting with magic, and whoever gets hit will be out of the game, that's boring. After standing still for about 5 minutes, Qilu slowly opened his eyes. You guys, what are you doing? However, the first time he opened his eyes, Qilu was taken aback. Because the people of all races around here have all gathered around Qilu. Looking outside, it is a densely packed large area. There are surging crowds, you can see it without having to count it. There are tens of thousands of people here. Although the crowd seemed crowded, it was neat and made no noise. And also set aside a considerable space for Qilu. Until Qilu opened his eyes and spoke. The crowd around them started to move. Thanks. All the people around Qilu, as if they had been trained, bent down together and shouted in unison. The loudness of the voice actually startled Qilu. You're welcome, it's just a little effort, no need to be so grand. Qilu repeatedly waved his hands and said. It turned out that these tourists came around to thank you, and Qilu thought something had happened. If it wasn't for the damned nightmare clan affecting the business and the store, Qilu kept remembering the nightmare's breath, thinking about when taught each them a lesson. I'm afraid that after being woken up tonight, Qilu will still feel what the City of Life is doing. After all, Qilu has always had little interest in these ceremonies. However, no matter how polite Qilu was, the surrounding crowd was still thanking him. For the benefactor who saved him, it's just a mere thanks, but it's not an express his gratitude. Just because of the current situation, these tourists can only thank them. You're welcome, you're really welcome. It was the first time for Qilu to be so grandly thanked by tens of thousands of people, so he kept smiling, almost freezing his face. However, at this moment, a tyrannical coercion completely different from the previous nightmare, like a big net, shrouded from the sky. In an instant, the entire City of Life was shrouded in it. No, wait a minute, there seems to be a big guy that hasn't been solved yet. The tyrannical coercion instantly pressed the thanking tourists to the ground, unable to move. The coercion of the powerhouse level is simply not something that these people can resist. Some tourists with too low strength even spat out a mouthful of blood. I knew that those nightmares before had no intelligence at all. The mastermind behind this should be you. Qilu gritted his teeth, raised his head, and looked at the shadow in the sky. The nightmare that stepped on the void and walked down step by step. Yes, it is indeed me. With a cold smirk on his face, Stokal stared at Qilu and said coldly. Hero level, just a hero level. It's a pity that you can solve those nightmares before. When Qilu intercepted the nightmare demons in the City of Life before, Stokal watched from the sky. Quietly watched Qilu kill the last nightmare. Then the strength of Qilu was determined. The City of Life has a high status in the elves, so it is expected that it will be stationed with hero-level powerhouses. However, in front of Stokal, the hero level is nothing more than a bigger ant. It's just that after the lesson of the old patriarch of the dwarves, Stokal chooses to wait and see first, and let the differentiated nightmare demons try Qilu. The results obtained were also expected by Stoker. How could the warhammers inherited from the ancient times of the dwarves, treasures of this level, be so flooded? That's why Stoker chose to show up. It's just a City of Life guarded by a hero, and Stokal has no reason to give up. What a pity. What a pity. It's a pity that all your clansmen have been eliminated by me? Qilu completely ignored Stokal's coercion and replied with a sneer. My clansmen, I don't care at all, those wastes, if they have no strength, they should disappear sooner. It's a pity that your fighting talent is so strong, but you have to die here. Stokal snorted coldly. Between the lines, the feelings of the tribe were really indifferent to the extreme. But that's not surprising. The nightmare demon race itself is a selfish race. You can't be a gentleman, not even a villain. Oh? Do you think you can do it? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows and scoffed at Stokel's remarks. Of course, this is just dragging time. In fact, at this time, Qi Lu was calling the system crazy in his mind. Something has happened, system, come out quickly. System, host, what's wrong? What's the big deal? The nightmare demons have come to the door, you quickly lend me some strength and let me take care of all these guys. Qi Lu was calm on the surface, but in front of the system, there was no need to put on airs. Who knows when this nightmare will shoot? According to the character of this race, it is probably not a race that likes nonsense. System, host, where you are now is not in the store. Of course I know, but now is not the time to say such things. If you don't help me, I'll have no problem. I can definitely escape. But this city of life, I'm afraid it won't be able to keep it. Qi Lu quickly interrupted the system's words and said in a hurry. If the city of life is gone, what kind of store will be opened, and where will the customers come from? The city of life can't be preserved, and the guests are gone. Having said this, Qi Li's tone suddenly slowed down, as if he suddenly figured out something. If this customer is gone, I will stay in the store to eat and drink, but I don't need to worry about what to do in the future. There is no business in the store. I don't know if you will be in a hurry. Negotiations are also skillful. Qi Lu didn't expect this before, and his tone was a little anxious, and he was caught by the system. Listening to the system, it seems to be a tone of prevarication, and it may be necessary to sit on the ground and raise the price. But now that I think about it, Qi Lu is not in a hurry. Although Qi Lu is also very concerned about the quality of the store's business, no matter what, he doesn't care as much as the system. After all, Qi Li's personality is relatively easygoing, and the purpose of opening the store is to live a leisurely life. It is naturally good to have customers. If there are no customers, it will be the same. There is food and drink in the store, and Qi Lu is not worried. What's more, the world server is also opened in the New World mode, so it won't be too boring at ordinary times. But Qi Lu was really angry before, because the nightmare demons really affected the business of the store. Wouldn't it be too shameless not to avenge this revenge? If the business is not good because of his own reasons, then Qi Lu will recognize it. But if this business is affected by other people, it will be embarrassing. No matter how easygoing Qi Lu is, he has to let these guys know how powerful he is, and let them know what can be done and what cannot be done. However, anger is anger. However, it is better not to show this emotion when negotiating. This approach is especially effective for this low IQ system. System, host, wait a moment, although you are indeed not in the store now, but this system has not said that it can't help you. Yes? Qi Lu knew that this method was effective, but he never expected it to be so effective. The anxious mood just disappeared from Qi Li's face, and in a blink of an eye, the system that was trying to challenge the host's wisdom became anxious. But I'm not in a hurry right now. If you think about it, it won't be too embarrassing. Qi Lu said slowly. System, don't think about it, why would it be difficult? Protecting the safety of the host is the unshirkable responsibility of this system. Please don't refuse the host. This was said with dignity. But Qi Lu knew in his heart that the system was nervous about the business in the store. You must know that when it was still in Yunwu City before, the system also issued a task called protecting Yunwu City for this purpose. Just to keep the store running. It's just that after such a long period of time, the system is now smarter, and he knows that he can't show up in such a hurry, but wants to sell it at a price. However, the system would never have imagined that with such a little thought. In Qi Li's view, it was nothing. Being able to read memory does not mean that it can improve IQ. In terms of adaptability, the system can't keep up with Qi Lu. Are you sure this is your duty? Qi Lu still asked a question in no hurry. When negotiating, the more anxious the party is, the less able it is to take the initiative. So things like Qingfu are particularly useful at this time. System, of course, please rest assured, host, this system does not charge any price for the power lent to you in this battle. If that's the case, then I'll accept it with reluctance. Since you said so, and I'm not an unkind person, then I'll accept it with reluctance. It's true that Chila likes to take advantage of the system, but it is also one of the good virtues to take it as soon as possible. If the wool is scoured at one time, there will be no wool to use in the future. The system is willing not to charge any price, so there is no need for Chi Lido, stand still. Do you still want some more benefits? Is that something that humans can do? The wool is exhausted, but it will be scattered in one shot. System, then please ask the host to resolve this incident as soon as possible. Learn. Chila nodded casually and ended the conversation in his mind. With the support of the system, Chilu immediately had a bottom line. I heard that your nightmare demon race has been suppressed under the heavenly abyss, and I don't know the scenery there, how is it? Chilu looked at Stokel calmly, and said with a sneer. This sentence, as if stabbed into the sore spot in Stokel's heart, made Stokel's face sink on the spot. The days of being suppressed under the abyss have always been something that Stokel does not want to recall. That dark, hopeless place. Even if he died, Stokel didn't want to go there a second time. Damn it, the more you use your words now, the more painful it will be when you die later. Although the nightmare demons don't like torturing their prey, they don't mind taking more time to teach the rude guys a lesson. Stalker raised his head, grinned, revealing sharp fangs, and his tone was extremely sinister. If you can really do it, wait until you do it, and then talk about it again. Chila sneered and sneered. In Chili's words, this is called pulling hatred. Otherwise, the fight will really start after a while, the hatred will not stabilize, and Stoker will turn his hand and destroy the city of life if he isn't careful. Then Chila really has nowhere to cry. Don't worry, I hope you can still say such things after I tear your mouth off later. Stalker's face was extremely gloomy. While speaking, strands of blood-colored mist kept escaping from the bone armor on his body. The pungent bloody smell made Chilu frown. The roll of the blood-colored mist is like a field. Within the range, covered by the blood-colored fog, it can weaken the enemy and strengthen itself. And this effect actually comes from the devouring ability possessed by the nightmare demon race. When the Nightmare clan devoured the prey they hunted, they used the power off this blood-colored mist. It's just that under normal circumstances, this blood-colored mist can only devour the flesh and blood of creatures that have lost their vitality. For targets that are still alive, the effect is almost non-existent. However, quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. When this blood-colored mist is dense to a certain extent, it can also affect the living beings, constantly eroding the enemies within the envelope. And it can continuously feed back the power of the enemy to the owner of the blood-colored mist. The effect of this trade-off, even if it is very weak, is not obvious at the beginning. But over time, the accumulated effects can play a decisive role in the outcome of the battle. You missed, it doesn't smell very good. Chila rubbed his nose, as if disgusted. After rubbing his nose, Chila sneered, then stepped on his feet and rose into the sky, out of the shrouded area of the blood-colored mist. I want to run at this time, it's too late. After I destroy you, I will tear you to shreds little by little, and let you know the end of your wild words. Stalker sneered and immediately followed. The improvement obtained by swallowing a hero is more than 1,000 times stronger than swallowing these wastes with low cultivation. So Stoker can still tell who to hunt first. Besides, the tourists in the City of Life, even if they are allowed to escape, where can they go in such a short period of time? But the escape speed of a hero-level powerhouse is different. Maybe if you didn't see it for a while, the person will be gone. Stokel will not do things that are big and small. With Stokel's departure, the terrifying coercion that had been shrouded in the City of Life also eased. The people of all ethnic groups who were so oppressed by Stokel's coercion that they couldn't even speak, began to gasp for breath. The strong man just now, was it because of us that he led that terrible guy away? There shouldn't be anything wrong, otherwise why did he deliberately leave the city of life? This is the real powerhouse. The people of all ethnic groups who survived the catastrophe, thinking of the scene just now, suddenly felt their gratitude in their hearts. And more than just gratitude. It is obligatory to protect these weaklings, and afterward has been polite without asking for anything in return. This kind of powerhouse is simply a role model for all powerhouses. More than just gratitude, the people of all ethnic groups who have experienced this incident have more feelings of admiration, and respect for Qi Lu. If it weren't for the custom of erecting tablets in the North Mountains. Maybe when they go back, they will set up a longevity card for Qi Lu. It really came after him. Qi Lu was very satisfied with his ability to draw hatred. The purpose of leaving the City of Life is naturally to prevent the aftermath from affecting the City of Life and the surrounding ethnic groups in the next battle. Qi Lu had no experience in fighting a real powerhouse-level power before. So it's not clear how the battle will go. If facing a hero-level powerhouse, Qi Lu is still confident that he can take down the opponent directly if the opponent can't react. In this way, there will be no aftermath, which will spread to the surrounding area. However, the power of the powerhouse class is not at the same level as the hero class. Why don't you run? Keep running, I want to see how far you can run. Stalker followed closely, and after Qi Lu stopped, he said coldly. Run? I never thought of running. I just want to choose a beautiful burial place for you. Qi Lu said with a faint smile, while spreading his perception. It is already hundreds of miles away from the City of Life. Of course, with such a small distance, if you are willing to disregard the loss of power, for a powerhouse-level power, it can also spread to the City of Life. However, after the battle, the higher the degree of control over one's own power, the less likely this will happen. After all, the battle between powers of the same level is different from pure destruction. The battle between the powerhouse-level powers is different from the simple destruction. If it was just to destroy a city-state, it would be a piece of cake for any powerhouse-level expert. Even a heroic powerhouse can destroy a city-state. But the premise is that no one will stop it. However, in fact, unless it is those city-states that have been abandoned, otherwise, it is impossible to allow the enemy to destroy. Is it true that those strong men who guard the city-state do not exist? Moreover, some extremely important city-states are built with top-notch materials, and defensive magic circles are also arranged. It's not that simple to destroy. It's just that the elven powerhouses who originally guarded the City of Life here are only heroes. Not at all Stokel's opponent. Even the two differentiated nightmare demons couldn't beat them. However, this is also to be expected. The elves of the archer class, in the case of the same realm, how could they be the opponents of the nightmare? And it was in such a sudden attack, caught off guard. It was solved directly by the three-headed nightmare. Is this the burial place you chose for yourself? But unfortunately, you shouldn't be able to use it anymore. Stokel's eyes flickered with bloodthirsty light, and he said with a grim expression. Nightmare's prey do not need a cemetery. Because after the defeat, the only option is to be swallowed and then become the power of the nightmare. A mere hero level, and dare to say nonsense in front of me, Stoker. I'll make you regret saying such a big thing. Before he finished speaking, Stokel raised his hand, flicked his fingertips, and a bloody light flew towards Qi Lu. However, the goal of this ray of blood was not Qi Lu. It was the void behind Qi Lu. After flying past Qi Lu, the blood light suddenly exploded, turning into crimson silk threads that were added together in a wrong way, and then disappeared into the dark night. Space blockade? Qi Lu didn't need to perceive it at all to know Stokel's purpose. That ray of blood was just to block the surrounding space and ensure that the prey would not escape again. Only, the words of catching turtles in the urn. Who is the prey? I don't know yet. That's right, I don't want to play hide-and-seek games with you anymore. After I get rid of you, I still have to destroy the city of life. But don't worry, your head, I will stay and show it to those guys who think you are the savior of the world. I like to let my prey die in despair. Stokel said in a solemn tone. You are so sure, am I the prey? Chila sneered, slowly raised his head, and stared at Stokel. A mighty aura erupted from Chi-Lu. Just like the light that appears on the horizon at dawn, once it appears, it instantly fills the world. The momentum is like a rainbow, and the pressure is like the sea. At the same time that this mighty momentum erupted, Stokel was shocked and took a step back. Then he looked at Chi-Lu with a horrified face. How is this possible? You can actually burst out with such a terrifying aura. You are also a powerhouse. Stalker was surprised and stunned. Stokel never imagined it. The guy in front of him, who looked like a lamb ready to be slaughtered, turned into a tiger in the blink of an eye. Is the current Beishan Mountains so popular to hide their strength? And it still directly hides the strength of a big realm. This was the case with the old patriarch of the dwarfs before, and the samurai is true of the powerhouses in the city of life now. If I didn't pretend to be weaker, how could you possibly be hooked? Of course it was impossible for Chi-Lu to tell the true details of his power. However, the power borrowed from the system is actually not much different from its own power. Because Chi-Lu will not have any situation where he can't control his power. It turns out that it is no wonder that you are not afraid of me at all. You are not afraid of death. Although Stokel was very stunned, he would never be afraid. Being vigilant is one thing, but being timid is another. It doesn't matter whether I'm afraid of death or not, the important thing is whether you're afraid of death. Chi-Lu raised the corner of his mouth and launched an attack first. This kind of morality is the least needed thing in battle. Winning is the most important thing. What's more, when dealing with a race like the Nightmare, which has no morals at all, if you can sneak attack, you must attack. Both in the powerhouse realm, there is also a gap in strength. Stokel greeted him without panic, and a frightening cold light flashed above his claws. Bam! Chi-Li's weapon has not changed, it is still the boxing glove transformed by Thousand Machine Ball. Together, with Stokel's counterattack, there was a loud noise. The violent power burst out in an instant, centering on the place where the two collided, the void shattered inch by inch. The surrounding objects were crushed into powder in an instant. This is the power of a powerhouse-level almighty. Even if you control your own power, without the slightest escape, the power released can still shatter the void. Boom! The broken space is like a broken mirror, with countless cracks appearing. The sound of thunder was incessant. The strength is not weak, the Nightmare Demon clan does have merit. Chi-Lu commented casually, and the other fist also smashed up. Stokel did not dare to neglect, and hurriedly greeted him. In an instant, the two have fought thousands of times. Every time it collided, the surrounding space could be shaken by bursts of tearing sounds, and countless cracks were densely covered in the night sky. The bursts of air waves spread out, and all the surrounding objects were washed away long ago. Within 100 miles around the two centers, all were emptied. The affected mountains and forests were crushed in an instant, and then blown away by the waves of air. Originally, there was a large mountain at the foot of Zyle and Stokel, but now it may be more appropriate to call it a valley. This is also the result of the strength of the two who did not escape when they were fighting. If you really don't care about consumption, let go and fight. I am afraid that within 1,000 miles, it will be crushed by this violent force. Moreover, this is still a powerhouse-level power of close combat, and the destructive power caused by it is still limited. If the powerhouse-level powers of the magician class were allowed to fight, it will definitely cause more damage than this. Boom. Boom. Another punch hit Stokel's chest heavily. The terrifying force exploded in Stokel's body, shattering Stokel's internal organs and knocking it back out. A mouthful of blood also drew a coquettish arc in the night sky. You may be strong, but not enough. Qi Lu slowly closed his fists and said aloud. When it comes to fighting skills and fighting awareness, Qi Lu is definitely one of the best in the entire northern mountain range. Even those races that were born with a tyrannical talent for fighting could not compare to Qi Lu, the fighting instinct that had been explored from countless deaths. Every move, no waste. Every move is to defeat the enemy, and every style is to subdue the enemy. Therefore, what Qi Lu lacks is only hard power. And this, there is the power of the system to make up for it, as long as Qi Lu's a little familiar with it. Stalker can never be Qi Lu's opponent. And the facts have proved that it is. Impossible, you suddenly get this power, how can you be so familiar? There was a smear of blood on the corner of Stalker's mouth, one hand was covering his chest, and he could feel that his rib had been broken. And the bone armor outside the body is already full of cracks at this moment. Some severely damaged places have even been completely shattered, and there have been no small gaps. This was something that could never have happened before. Bone armor is the defensive armor of the Nightmare Demon, which can grow with the Nightmare Demon's own realm. A Nightmare Demon in the power level realm, possessed by the bone armor. Even a power of the same level can never be broken so easily. However, in Stokel's view, the person in front of him is simply a monster. A monster more like a monster than a nightmare. I said it before, I just pretended to be weak, how could you believe it? Qi Lu slammed his hands lightly, shaking off the blood beads on it. The battle with Stokel cannot be said to be hardy, but it is definitely more enjoyable than any previous battle. Although Stokel's fighting skills are not the strongest that Qi Lu has ever encountered. After all, in the combat power improvement training room, some guys' combat skills, even if Qi Lu encounters them, will give them a headache. Especially the terrestrial fairy in the trial space. Even now, Qi Lu is not sure that he can defeat him. But compared to most opponents, Stokel is still much stronger. After all, Stokel is also a strong-level powerhouse, and he is also a Nightmare Demon who is naturally good at fighting. Pretend? Yes, are you really pretending? Stoker gasped and stared at Qi Lu, not believing him at all. Because even if he concealed his own strength, in front of the same level of power, it is impossible not to leak a breath. But now, I can't believe it anymore. Because Qi Lu's fighting skills and control over his own power are not at the level of what a hero can do. In this case, then I will no longer hide and tuck. I admit that you are a formidable opponent. Stalker took a deep breath, looked at Qi Lu, and said slowly with a grim expression. But also, a prey worth the price I pay. When you reach the realm of the powerhouse level, you will have almost the same desperate means. That is to use up all the heaven and earth luck that you have at one time, and forcibly increase your power level. This kind of improvement is different from the power of heaven and earth that is used by the use of heaven and earth. What the power of heaven and earth improves is all aspects of attributes. Equivalent to a quantitative change. The increase in strength level is equivalent to a qualitative change. However, the reason why it is said that this is a desperate method is because the skyrocketing power obtained by exhausting the heaven and earth luck that one has possessed will not last for a long time. If you haven't defeated your opponent during the time when your power level has been raised, it was almost a mortal situation. The fate of heaven and earth possessed by the powerhouse level Almighty is closely related to the level of his own strength. Once exhausted, its own strength will fall into a trough. If he was only cut down to the realm and could not make an inch in his life, then it would be a good ending. But under normal circumstances, they were all killed on the spot. After all, even if this desperate method is used, the two sides must be enemies of life and death. When facing the enemy of life and death, instead of taking advantage of his illness to kill him, he also played the trick of slashing the realm with one hand, leaving behind troubles. I am afraid that there is no brain problem. So Stokel never thought about it. One is that there are too many hidden dangers in this method. And more importantly, because Stokel had never been aware of Qi Li's strength before. But at this time, Stokel fully understood Qi Li's strength and confirmed that Tho would not be Qi Li's opponent under normal circumstances. Only thought of this unconventional method. Because the nightmare race is different from other races. It is extremely difficult for other powerhouse-level powers to obtain heaven and earth luck after their own heaven and earth luck is exhausted. Obtaining the fate of heaven and earth from the will of heaven and earth requires not only record, but also luck. But the nightmare demons don't need it. By swallowing and transforming the fate of life, instead of the fate of heaven and earth, the nightmare demons can also be promoted to the powerhouse level. This is something no other race can do. And this is also the main reason why Stokel can choose to use this desperate method without hesitation and pay the price. Because in Stokel's eyes, Qi Lu is a real powerhouse. Not like the old patriarch of the dwarves, a fake that was forcibly lifted by the ancient warhammer of the dwarves. The ability of the nightmare demon race to devour flesh and blood and turn it into its own strength depends on the strength of the prey itself. Therefore, when Stokel devoured the old patriarch of the dwarves, he could only be considered to have devoured a hero-level peak. But when fighting, they have to fight with a strong level power. It's worth it. But this time, that won't happen. If he can swallow up a real powerhouse level power, for Stokel, no matter the cost of his life, it will definitely be a big profit. Even if Stokel fell back to the realm and returned to the hero level. But as long as Qi Lu can be captured, it will be swallowed up. Then, Stokel can also be promoted to the powerhouse level again, and the power obtained is far beyond the present. Being a prey requires the awareness of being a prey. Stokel raised his head and shouted, "Since it is a prey, don't think that you have the opportunity to turn over and become a hunter." Stokel roared, and a trace of extremely viscous blood overflowed from the crack in the bone armor on his body. He quickly dyed the pale bone armor blood red. The momentum that broke out from Stokel's body was even higher. In an instant, the situation changed. The viscous bloody smell, like the substance, made Qi Lu, who was trapped in it, keenly aware of it, and his movements became a little slow. This guy still has such a strong spare power? Qi Lu moved his fingers wrapped in the glove, frowned slightly, and said to himself in disbelief. If there is this level of spare power, then the strength shown before is too weak. The realm of the powerhouse level, every time you advance to a small realm, the improvement you get is very huge. However, every time a small realm is raised, the heaven and earth luck required is also very huge. And the strength of the powerhouse level Almighty is closely related to the fate of the heavens and the earth that he owns. So this led to a very interesting situation in the realm of the powerhouse level. In addition to the powerhouse level peak power, it is possible to make the heaven and earth chi in the body to rotate on its own, endlessly, so as to ensure that one's own strength will never decrease. Other powerhouse level powers who have not reached the peak state will affect their own strength if the sky and earth are consumed too much. Although the realm will not be lowered, there will still be a gap in strength in the real battle. Take a simple analogy. It's like holding water in a container. The realm of powerhouse level power is the size of the container. The luck of heaven and earth is the water in the container. The strength of the powerhouse level power is based on the size of the container and the amount of water. The improvement of the realm is equivalent to an increase in the size of the container. Even if there is less water, the size of the container will not change. However, the container does not get smaller. However, there is less water in the container, which is equivalent to a reduction in strength. Only when the water is filled again will the strength be improved. But it is also because of this, no matter how much the strength of the powerhouse level power is reduced, it is only when the container is empty, which is the minimum strength of the powerhouse level power. That is, the existence at the bottom of the so-called powerhouse realm. But even at the bottom, it is divided into strengths and weaknesses. Just like the size of the container. The higher the small realm is, the stronger the power level, the more powerful the remaining power will be when the destiny of the world is exhausted. Unless it is cut off the realm. This is equivalent to the container being broken. Since the containers have been broken, it is naturally impossible to use them to hold water. This is also the reason why the powerhouse level powers who have been cut down from the realm can no longer make progress in their lives. And the same goes for raising the realm. Only when the water in the container is so full that it is about to overflow, can the size of the container be expanded, that is, try to promote. However, the improvement of this small realm is actually not difficult. The most difficult process here should be to obtain the luck of heaven and earth. It is for this reason that even if the true strength of a powerhouse level power cannot be determined, it can be determined in terms of realm. Although the realm cannot be completely used as the basis for strength. But as a basically accurate reference, it's perfectly fine. Of course, this also requires the realm of both sides to be at the same level. After all, it is basically impossible for the weak to see through the realm of the strong. But Qi Lu is an exception. Because even if Qi Lu couldn't see through the opponent's realm, the system would still help. So Qi Li's surprise was not without reason. Because the power level and momentum intensity that Stokal erupted at the moment has exceeded his own realm. This is also the significance of exhausting the air transport of heaven and earth to explode. The higher the power level, the greater the power that can be erupted through the blessing of the power of heaven and earth. Are you surprised? You can hide your strength, and I can naturally hide your strength. The identities between us have been reversed again. Now, you are the prey. The hot air from Stokal's mouth was a little scarlet. The feeling of forcibly increasing the power level is not as good as imagined. But the uncomfortable place is more of a sense of astonishment than not being able to fully control one's own power. Am I the prey? Then you can prove it to me. Qi Lu shrugged and said it without hesitation. Although Qi Lu can't compare with the powerhouse level peak power at this time, there is no need to panic in the face of the last Stokal. This is true even if Stokal's power level has increased at the moment. I just hate your tone of voice, damn you. The calm tone made Stokal angry. A roar accompanied by a black light instantly appeared in front of Qi Lu. Stokal's grim expression also appeared in front of Qi Li's eyes. This blow, which combined the power of heaven and earth, smashed towards Qi Lu with a breathtaking roar. The surrounding space was all trembling and trembling. One after another cracks, under the pressure of this terrifying power of heaven and earth, kept appearing in the night sky, like a smashed mirror. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the situation changed. The space was cracked, the earth was shattered, and lightning flashed in the sky. Bam! Qi Li's response was also not slow. While Stokal moved, he also followed suit and blocked Stokal's attack. The two attacks collided, and a huge explosion sounded. Then, it exploded all around. The violent power dispersed, like a terrifying storm, sweeping all around. This level of aftermath, even if the heroic powerhouse is affected, will be seriously injured. The power of heaven and earth has exceeded the normal scope of power. Even if it is a powerhouse level power, it is necessary to rely on the luck of heaven and earth to use the power of heaven and earth. Cough cough dash. Qi Li's face turned red, and a mouthful of blood poured into his mouth, overflowing from the corner of his mouth. The figure is even more backward. The strength of this guy's attack is completely different from before. Qi Li shook his numb arms and said in surprise. If Stokal's strike just now was aimed at the City of Life, then the City of Life should no longer exist at this moment. This is where the powerhouse level power is the most powerful. It is also the biggest difference from the hero level. That is to be able to use the power of heaven and earth to fight. The power of heaven and earth is the most terrifying. The more heaven and earth luck that the powerhouse level Almighty has, the more heaven and earth power he can use. This is also one of the criteria for judging the upper limit of a powerhouse level power. Similarly, the power of heaven and earth is also the reason why it is absolutely impossible for the hero level to defeat the strong level. If it is said, the huge gap in attributes between the hero level and the strong level can be barely made up for by the gap in combat skills and combat awareness. The power of heaven and earth is the gap that cannot be bridged. The reason why the luck of heaven and earth is important is also derived from this. Every time a powerhouse level master is promoted to a small realm, he is raising the lower limit of his own strength, and every time he accumulates a piece of heaven and earth luck, he is raising the upper limit of his own strength. Both are indispensable. But for Qi Lu, in terms of realm, the system can also help. However, in terms of the power of heaven and earth, the system did not say. After all, inside the store and outside the store are different. In the store, Qi Lu can be invincible in the powerhouse realm, even if it includes the power of heaven and earth. But outside the store, Qi Lu didn't know. System, something has really happened. Do you have any attainments in the power of heaven and earth? After Qi Lu confirmed that he could not use the power of heaven and earth, he shouted again in his mind. If the power of heaven and earth really cannot be used, then Qi Lu could only desperately hold Stokel until Stokel's luck was exhausted. In the end, it could be a crushing victory. And this is also due to Stalker's misjudgment of Qi Lu. Because Stokel doesn't know, Qi Lu can't use the power of heaven and earth now. Otherwise, Stokel wouldn't just use this method to start desperately, but would continue to stalemate with Qi Lu. System, host, if you can solve this nightmare and hand it over to this system, then this system can provide you with some power of heaven and earth. Make a deal. Qi Lu would not bargain at this time. Stalker may start at any time, and it will be a bit of a life-threatening negotiation if he negotiates the price. System, please prepare the host to receive the power of heaven and earth. The supply of the power of heaven and earth this time will last until the end of this battle. Qi Lu agreed happily, and the speed of the system was faster. The majestic power of heaven and earth suddenly filled Qi Li's body. Is this the so-called power of heaven and earth? It is as powerful as it is. There is no need to feel carefully at all. Qi Lu can perceive the power of heaven and earth. Compared with the fighting spirit and magic power possessed by the powerhouse level Almighty, the power of heaven and earth is like a higher level of energy. It's like the difference between water and mercury. In terms of quality, the power of heaven and earth completely overwhelmed Do Qi and magic power, and the power contained in it was not on the same level at all. I understand now why the gap between the same powerhouse level can be so huge. Qi Lu took a deep breath and sighed. Fortunately, Stokel, whom I met this time, was not very strong among the powerhouses. As far as the small realm is concerned, it is at most a beginner level. Otherwise, Qi Lu might not be able to withstand the previous blow that combined the power of heaven and earth. No way, the gap between the inside and outside of the store is too big. In the store, Qi Lu could suppress Lan Qi with one hand, and he was considered a top-notch power in the realm of powerhouses. But outside the store, at most, it can only be regarded as the lowest existence in the powerhouse realm. Because there is no way to use the power of heaven and earth. But now, with the support of the system, Qi Lu can also enjoy the feeling of squandering the power of heaven and earth. You don't seem to be as strong as you say. Stokel didn't know Qi Li's changes in just a few seconds. After seeing the blood spilling from the corner of Qi Li's mouth, Stokel only felt more confident. As long as he can devour this real powerhouse-level power, Stalker is sure that he can find a way to hunt other powerhouse-level powers. At that time, the entire northern mountain range will become its own hunting ground. I just wasn't ready all of a sudden, but you seem to be very happy. Qi Lu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, and his tone remained flat. Don't care, sometimes it's more sarcastic than sneering. I only know that talking big will only make people feel ridiculous. You still die. Stokel let out a low roar in his throat, and the momentum that erupted from his body soared again. This time even the surrounding world began to tremble. The majestic sea and the mighty aura continued to spread outward, enveloping this world. The terrifying coercion locked Qi Lu. Stokel wanted to use this blow to end this battle. The claw of the broken abyss. Huge claw marks suddenly appeared in the sky. It's like tearing the sky apart. The 3 claw marks that seemed to be soaked in blood, at this moment, actually dispelled the darkness of the night sky, dyeing the whole world scarlet. The power of heaven and earth contained in it makes the whole world tremble. The space was shattered inch by inch, the sky was shrouded in boundless blood, and huge cracks began to appear on the earth. The mountains and rivers turned upside down, the sky and the earth were torn apart. This doomsday-like scene was Stokel's blow, with all his strength. The real power of the powerhouse-level Almighty is enough to destroy the world. Boom! The claw marks in the sky were grabbed towards Qi Lu, and the terrifying pressure also blocked the space. The violent power, even if it was just a hint of residual power, was enough to cause the earth around Qi Lu to collapse continuously, and countless rubble fell into the cliff. But more often, they are directly ground into powder. See, this is my true power. Stokel's roar sounded in the claw marks, as if showing off, but also like mocking. The hurricane made Qi Li's clothes rattle. But Qi Lu just watched the blood-red claw marks approaching, unmoved. If your strength is only so little, then I want to say, you may think a little too much. Qi Lu narrowed his eyes, and said softly. The scarlet light is really dazzling. What did you say? You bloody bastard. You're just my stalker's prey. Stokel roared angrily when he heard the words, and the speed at which the claw marks approached increased again by 1 point. Qi Lu glanced at the scene beside him. The space is cracking, the earth is shattering, and in the face of this terrifying force, it seems that everything will be wiped out. However, there was an intriguing smile on the corner of Qi Li's mouth. Since you are so confident, then I will show you what is true power. Qi Lu slowly raised his head, looked at the claw marks that came, and slowly raised his right hand in front of him, palm up. Then grabbed it suddenly. In an instant, the whole world shook suddenly, as if stagnant. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable force of heaven and earth appeared between this piece of heaven and earth, wiping out the claw marks that seemed to be able to tear the sky apart bit by bit. The incomparably overbearing coercion made Stalker unable to move even the slightest. The wind stopped and the sound disappeared, as if even the air had stopped. With just such a clenched fist, Qi Lu seems to be holding this side of the world in his hands, controlling everything in this space. This is the real power. Qi Lu slowly opened his right fist, turned his hand down, and pressed it sharply. Bam! Stokel, who was imprisoned in the air, was instantly photographed by Qi Lu and smashed to the ground heavily. The ground cracked and rubble splashed. However, Stalker was still unable to move, and the tyrannical force completely restrained Stalker. It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. How can you be so powerful? How can you possibly have such power? Stalker's eyes were splitting, his eyes were full of shock, and his face was even more unbelievable and hysterical. This kind of power that turns one's hands into clouds, covers one's hands in terrain, and controls one side of the world, is extremely rare even in ancient times. In this age of decline, it should be impossible. This kind of power is by no means a simple matter of taking a space as one's own domain, but complete control. In this space, even the flow of air requires the permission of the controller. This is pure power manipulation and crushing. It is the crushing of rules and regulations. The only one who can achieve this kind of complete control is the powerhouse-level peak Almighty who has the endless flow of heaven and earth in his body. Because in this completely controlled space, even the power of heaven and earth cannot intervene. It can only be used with the permission of the controller. This is the will of the heavens and the earth, the power of the peak power of the powerhouse level who has reached the state of perfection. It is not at all comparable to ordinary powerhouse level powers, although both are classified in the realm of the strong class. But in essence, there are two realms at all. At the power level, it can achieve under the sky, always be the strong. And the peak of the powerhouse level can achieve, besides the sky, but also a powerhouse. In the face of such an opponent, Stokol can't even have the slightest chance of winning. Despair suddenly shrouded Stokol's heart. System, how far can I go before you can take this nightmare away? I can't hold it anymore. On the surface, Qile looked calm, but in reality, he was about to collapse. No matter how powerful the power is, it has to be controlled. So Qile used this vast and boundless power, and he was really happy psychologically, but his body couldn't hold it anymore. System, just let the target lose its vitality. Learn. After Qile got the answer, he immediately looked at Stokol. Nightmare Clan can be regarded as a race that is not tolerated by heaven today. I will act for heaven. As soon as these words came out, Qile saw that Stokol seemed to want to say something. But Qile didn't want to hear it. Because they are nothing more than rebuttals, and no matter how bad they are insults. However, Qile didn't care at all, saying that he was doing things for the sky, but he was just looking for a name, which seemed justifiable. So before Stokol's words were spoken, Qile clenched his fists. The vast power that filled this world instantly wrapped Stokol, wiping out all the vitality in Stokol's body. Ended. Qile breathed a sigh of relief, the strength in his body was instantly evacuated, and he almost fell directly to the ground. System, receive the goods. System, the quest item has been received, and it is detected that the host battle has ended, and the power of heaven and earth is automatically withdrawn. I know, but this kind of thing, can you change the order? Qile sat on the ground sluggishly, breathing slowly and deeply. The previous majestic power suddenly disappeared, and Rao-Ichi Li's state of mind also felt a little empty. But fortunately, the power was recovered by the system, and the perception was still there. So there is no danger at all. Manager Qi? At this moment, a rather familiar voice rang behind Qile. Aren't you guarding in the holy city of elves? Why did you come here? Qile didn't lift his head, just by hearing the voice he knew who was coming. In fact, when he was fighting with Stokol before, Qile, who was funded by the system, noticed this breath, and it was Lan Qi who came here. It's just that with such a majestic power of heaven and earth, in terms of Qile's current physical strength, 20 seconds is the limit. So Qile chose to fight quickly. Lan Qi, who came in a hurry, probably saw the end of the battle. I also want to sit in the holy city of elves all the time, but the nightmare demons are too cunning, that's why I came out to search. I just didn't expect that you would be met by Manager Qi first. Lan Qi looked at the battlefield left after the battle, and while he was amazed, he explained the situation on the elf holy city. At the end, Lan Qi raised his brows, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. That nightmare demon exploded all of its own destiny? This kind of thing is not difficult to perceive through the power of heaven and earth that remains in this battlefield for the time being. If it is a few more days, after the power of heaven and earth dissipates, there is no way to perceive it. Probably. Qile answered somewhat vaguely. Qile really didn't know about this kind of thing. Because no matter what the situation is, Qile can't use this method to desperately try, so the system also mentioned these things. Although the nightmare demon is indeed cunning, this aura is indeed a race that has survived since ancient times. Lan Qi didn't care about Qi Li's answer, but sighed with emotion. It is a matter of breaking the boat and sinking the boat to use up all of the heaven and earth luck of one's own to explode. If you don't succeed, you will become benevolent. Unless there is a last resort and there is no way to retreat, there is no such a strong powerhouse who will think in this direction. Courage? It's just relying on his own racial superiority. Qi Lu specifically asked the system about Lan Qi's last question, and then just heard Lan Qi's next sentence. Immediately dismissed. The nightmare demons had a way out, so they dared to make such a hasty decision. If this kind of thing is put on other powerhouse-level powers, then it is true if you fail to succeed. If one is not careful, 1,000 years of Taoism will die. Of course I know. Lan Qi shook his head, then turned the conversation, looked at Qi Lu, and said, "But what surprised me more is your strength, Manager Qi. How powerful is the peak of the powerhouse level, it really opened my eyes today." When Lan Qi said this, he was very emotional. Obviously, Qi Li's last 10 seconds were all watched by Lan Qi. The kind of power that completely controls one side of the world is not only shocking, but also fascinating. You said this, do it casually, it's not worth mentioning. Qi Lu waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Anyway, the power is borrowed from the system. It is said that it is done at will, and it is not worth mentioning. In fact, there is no problem. At least Qi Lu himself did not lose anything, at most it was a temporary collapse caused by his poor physical fitness. Manager Qi is humble. After listening to Qi Li's words, Lan Qi could only follow with a smile. Qi Lu said so, but it was self-effacing. If Lan Qi really believed it, he would be a fool. And after this incident, Lan Qi also had a more intuitive understanding of Qi Lu's strength and how tyrannical it was. No matter how big or small this matter is for the store manager, it has really helped us. Lan Qi would like to thank you. Lan Qi said solemnly. Although Shauna and Lan Qi eloped, in fact, Lan Qi is still the son-in-law of the elves, so it is not a problem to thank Qi Lu on behalf of the elves. You're welcome, it's mainly these guys that have affected my business. Qi Lu replied very candidly, without any intention of repaying his kindness. These words made Lan Qi stunned for a moment. This store manager, Qi, is really honest. If there is nothing else, then I will go back to the store first, see you next time. While speaking, Qi Lu felt that he had regained a little strength, so he stood up from the ground and said goodbye to Lan Qi. In the middle of the night, even if you want to sway outside, it is not in his kind of wilderness. What's more, after a war just now, Qi Lu doesn't have the energy to stay up late, and just wants to go back to the store to sleep. Then don't disturb the manager, Qi. After this matter, I will visit the store again. Lan Qi is also not an ignorant person, and he hurriedly bowed his hands to Qi Lu. It is good. Qi Lu just wanted to answer, but before he could say it, he was interrupted by a voice in his head. System, after reading the memory of this system, it can be determined that the nightmare clansmen who escaped from Tianyuan this time are only the guy named Stokel before. System, so the host doesn't have to worry. From tomorrow, please operate the store well and strive to increase the turnover as soon as possible. You still have this, being so kind, I know. Qi Lu was stunned for a moment, and the sentence "you still have this" function almost blurted out. However, after thinking about it, Qi Lu recalled that the system liked to check his host's memory when he was fine, so the question was held back and replaced with another sentence. However, this news is always good news, so Qi Lu didn't care about the second half of the system. The matter is not over yet, so we hurriedly talk about the turnover. This kind of panic can be relieved in a day or two. However, this is also something that Qi Lu is fortunate for. That is, Tiana and the others did not inform the clansmen of the news of the nightmare demons. So now the atmosphere that pervades the ordinary people of the three major races is more doubt and tension than panic. By the way, Lan Chi, there are not many nightmare clansmen who escaped from Tianyuan this time. The one I solved before should be the last one, so you can just observe it later, don't be so nervous. Now that he knows the good news, Qi Lu naturally needs to tell Lan Chi. This is also to pass the news to Tiana and others through Lan Chi's mouth. But Rao is so, Qi Lu did not use a positive tone. Thank you, Manager Qi, for your kindness, and I will confirm the news. Lan Qi nodded and responded. Although he knew the power of Qi Li's realm, he was disdainful of lying. But this kind of important news, if you don't confirm it personally, Lan Qi will not be relieved to say anything. Okay, then I'll go first. Qi Lu knew Lan Qi's thoughts, so he didn't say much. Being cautious is a good thing. Although he was still a little weak, Qi Lu returned to the store smoothly. After this catastrophe, the City of Life is estimated to have to recuperate for a period of time. It's easy to say about popularity. After all, being attacked by the nightmare demons is not the fault of the City of Life, and the impact will not be much. But the buildings destroyed by the nightmare need time to rebuild. What a prosperous city-state it used to be, the nightmare demons, damn it. After Qi Lu came back, the first thing he did was to take a shower, wash away all the traces of the battle, and then stand by the window in a bathrobe tableau air. The City of Life, which was originally dimly lit, is now mostly in darkness. The panic left by Stokel's arrival has not dissipated until now. Those of all ethnic groups who were affected by the nightmare demon's attack also left here, or hid. Otherwise, Qi Lu would not be able to return to the store so easily. But when it comes to the nightmare demon clan, according to the system's refusal to suffer losses, it seems a bit unreasonable to be willing to lend meth power of heaven and earth for the remains of a nightmare demon. Am I at a loss again? Qi Lu likes to think while sitting by the window, blowing the air. So now when I recall what happened before, I feel something is wrong. System, host, don't slander this system when you're okay. Are you peeking at my thoughts again? Qi Lu was stunned for a moment, then smiled in a self-deprecating manner. This kind of thing happened more than once or twice, and it's not too much of a fuss to be surprised now. But forget it, this is not important. Since you have come out, why don't you tell me why you took away the remains of the nightmare demon? So Qi Lu changed the topic and asked questions that he was interested in. System, actually, it's not a secret. This system is just curious about the racial talent possessed by the nightmare demons, so I want to study the principle of the fate of life instead of the fate of heaven and earth. System, if it is researched, the power of this system can be improved by a level. It's really a loss of culture. Qi Lu was indeed satisfied with his curiosity, but his mood became depressed. Because Qi Lu did not expect that the system could get such a big benefit from the remains of the nightmare demon. Speaking of which, wouldn't he have lost a lot of money? However, in this transaction, one is willing to fight and one is willing to suffer, and Qi Lu is too embarrassed to change his words at this time. If he changed his words temporarily, then Qi Lu would have no face to fool the system in the future. So I could only knock down my teeth and swallow it in my stomach. System, by the way, if you don't tell the host, the system almost forgot, there is a new holiday notice here. Do you want to see it? New holiday notice? Look. I hope this holiday announcement can dispel the depression in my heart. Qi Lu was slightly startled, and then replied with a bitter face. If you have been earning in the past and suddenly lost the last time, you will definitely be depressed for a long time. Unexpectedly, the system that has always been in arrears with IQ has become shrewd once, which is completely unscientific. However, the existence of the system seems to be unscientific in the first place. System, festival notice, Mid-Autumn Festival. This is a day to reunite with family. The most beautiful moonlight will always bloom in the sky Offham town. System, the Mid-Autumn Festival event will open in 3 days. Hearing this news, the depression in Qi Li's heart really disappeared. Instead, there is a strong nostalgia. If you don't mention the Mid-Autumn Festival, I'm not so worried. I'm staying here now, who can I reunite with? Qi Li rubbed his hands together and looked up at the sky with a melancholy look. The shape of the moonlight is already an ellipse. It seems that it will become a real full moon in a few days. The full moon represents reunion. However, in the branch of Beishan Mountain, Qi Lu was alone. System, Mid-Autumn Festival Holiday Benefits, the store teleportation array is open, and the host can travel to and from each store through the teleportation array. As soon as these words came out, the melancholy on Qi Li's face suddenly solidified. Shop teleportation formation? System, you mean, I can finally go back to the East Wasteland, right? Qi Li confirmed with a face full of surprise. System, as long as it is a store opened by the host, you can go back and forth through the store teleportation array. Note that the automatic vending point is not listed here. After getting a positive answer, Qi Li automatically ignored the second half of the system's sentence. Vending point, who cares? This is the real holiday benefit, system. Do you think you have tricked me before, so your conscience is uneasy now? Qi Lu is neither depressed nor melancholy anymore, and the whole person has become beaming. Compared with the last Qixi festival, the system sent out a commemorative ring similar to the sarcasm of Qixi festival. This store teleportation array is worthy of being a holiday benefit. System, host, please don't think too much. The Mid-Autumn Festival is a festival to reunite with family members. The host should go back and visit. Okay, as long as the store's teleportation array is in place, whatever you say is right. Qi Li said with a smile. When you should be happy, don't care about such little things. System, this Mid-Autumn Festival special event, let's enjoy the moon together. System, the special event will start on the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival and last for 7 days. Please wait a moment, system, I should have heard the name of the event correctly, let's enjoy the 7-day moon together. Hearing this, Qi Lu was happy, but when he encountered such a common-sense problem, he couldn't help interrupting the system. This kind of thing can only be done on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival. Where does the moon that can circle 7 days at a time come from? Although Qi Lu doesn't know whether the moonlight in this world comes from the moon, let's call it that for now. System, host, please don't interrupt this system, the moon in the New World mode, as long as this system wants it to be round, how long can it be round, is there any problem? Qi Lu heard the words and was silent for a while. It's alright, please continue. System, during the special event of the Mid-Autumn Festival, in the New World mode, after entering the night on all large maps, a full moon will appear in the sky. System, if and only when the player is on the big map, they can enjoy the moon viewing activity. For every 5 minutes of moon viewing time, they will get a piece of moon cake. There is no limit to the number of times. System, collect 10 pieces of moon cake to make a special moon cake for Mid-Autumn Festival. System, 10 pieces of Mid-Autumn mooncakes can be exchanged for a Mid-Autumn mooncake exchange card in any store in New World mode. If you have a Mid-Autumn mooncake exchange card, you can ask the store manager to exchange for a Mid-Autumn mooncake. Note, if you are in a store without a store, you can exchange for a Mid-Autumn mooncake exchange card. When the map is large, a temporary shop will appear during the event. It is a practice for every festival to exchange for special food for the festival. Zongzi for the Dragon Boat Festival, chocolate for the Qixi Festival, and Noah's finally the moon cakes for the Mid-Autumn Festival. The only difference from the previous 2 festivals is that this time the mooncakes are obtained in a much simpler way. Just like the name of the event, everyone comes to enjoy the moon together. As long as the viewing time is long enough, you can get mooncakes. According to calculations, to get a Mid-Autumn mooncake redemption card, 100 pieces of mooncakes are needed, that is, it takes 500 minutes of full moon viewing time. Converted down, there are nearly 8.5 hours. However, this is only one person's time. If 100 people come to make moon cakes, then it only takes 5 minutes to enjoy the moon together. And that's what the trading system in New World mode is all about. As long as you have spirit crystals and want moon cakes, it's not a problem. This time, the system has a lot of intentions. In order to promote the moon appreciating culture of the Mid-Autumn Festival, it is really painstaking. Qilu nodded in agreement and praised silently. System, during the duration of the special event of the Mid-Autumn Festival, a limited-time copy of the Mid-Autumn Festival will appear on all large maps in the New World, Palace K in the Moon. System, every time you enter the dungeon, you need to pay a special moon cake for the Mid-Autumn Festival to the gatekeeper of the palace in the middle of the moon before you can challenge. System, there is a chance to drop the Moon Rabbit card in the Moon Palace K dungeon. Collect 10 Moon Rabbit cards to synthesize a Moon Rabbit pet card presale card. Pet card presale card? After Qilu heard the new term, he immediately stopped the system's description. System, wait a second, what exactly is this pet card presale card? Qilu always felt a bad premonition. System, after the pet card swap machine is manufactured, players can pre-sell cards with pet cards and exchange them for corresponding pet cards directly in the pet card swap machine. System, in addition, a friendly reminder, the mid-month rabbit pet card is a limited pet card for the Mid-Autumn Festival and does not enter the card pull-off the pet card swap machine. In other words, the rabbit in the moon pet card cannot be drawn, and can only be saved in this special Mid-Autumn Festival event. System, you have a very deep understanding of the word limit. After Qilu heard this explanation, he immediately showed a surprised look. The limited marketing that the system is playing is still a little something. The routine of limited products, as long as the quality can keep up, is definitely a good player in attracting customers. Because limitation means rarity. And rarity means face. For some good-faced customers, how attractive a limited item is, let's not talk about it. System, the host has won the prize. The above is the entire content of this special event for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Okay, I understand. I will start promoting it right away. Speaking of which, this Mid-Autumn Festival event comes at the right time, and it can increase the popularity of the store again. After Qilu thought about and sorted out the propaganda plan in his mind, he said again. Then, next, please tell me, where is the store teleportation array? System, the store teleportation array will be distributed to the host at the beginning of the event, please don't worry. That means I'm happy for nothing now? Qilu's expression immediately froze. But after a while, Qilu was relieved again. It's only 3 days, just wait and it will pass. Also, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, you can give Xier a surprise. Qilu rubbed his chin, then opened the store manager's backstage, and turned out the information on the moon cake and the pet card of the rabbit in the moon. Every time there is a new product or a new item in the event, the store manager's background will update the relevant information in real time. This time is no exception. Mid-Autumn Mooncakes, limited to Mid-Autumn Festival, this is a delicious meal that represents reunion and strong thoughts. After eating, it will increase the life and luck of the eater a little. Note, those who are willing to spend the festive season with their families can always get gifts. The effect of this Mid-Autumn Moon Cake, I read it right. Can it actually increase the luck of life? Seeing this, Qilu almost glared his eyes out. This kind of thing, the luck of life, refers to the luck that life has at the beginning of its birth. At the beginning of birth, the stronger the qi of the creature, the stronger the aptitude, talent, potential, understanding, fortune, etc. of the creature will become. To put it simply, at the beginning of birth, the stronger the luck of life. Then in the process of its growth, it will be smoother to do things. Although it is not as powerful as the luck of heaven and earth, the luck of life is equally mysterious. This kind of thing is definitely a top-notch good thing. Unexpectedly, it can be obtained by eating moon cakes. That being said, the system is a little too generous. Wait, no, the effect of this moon cake, shouldn't it have something to do with the remains of that nightmare demon? After Qilu was shocked, he suddenly thought of the key point. The racial talent of the nightmare demons is to be able to devour the fate of life and replace the fate of heaven and earth. Previously, the system said that it wanted to study the racial talent of the nightmare demons, and now there is a chance of life and luck that can be obtained by eating moon cakes, which is too coincidental. Forget it, this kind of thing has nothing to do with me. However, the effect of this moon cake is so strong, then I have more confidence in this promotion. Although Qilu thought of the key points, in the end, he did not continue to struggle. This thing is really useful. But what is really useful lies in the strength of the aura of life that is born at the beginning of the birth of life, not acquired the day after tomorrow. The real usefulness of this thing is that at the beginning of the birth of a living being, the strength of the aura of life it is born with. It's not how much luck you get the day after tomorrow. Because the life and luck acquired the day after tomorrow can also enhance the strength of aptitude, talent, potential, understanding, and other aspects. But the magnitude of the enhancement is really too low. After all, innate luck and acquired luck are still somewhat different. Unless it's something like heaven and earth. However, even so, this mid-autumn mooncake can still attract a large number of customers. Because although the magnitude of this enhancement is a little lower, it isn't without it. And this kind of reinforcement is better than nothing, and it is effective for anyone and any race. No matter what the strength of the eater, what the realm is, what the race is, the life and luck can be enhanced equally. This is the most powerful part of this mid-autumn mooncake. What's more, the intuitive enhancement of aptitude, talent, potential, comprehension, and other aspects of life and spiritual luck is actually just abonus. What's more important is that the stronger the spiritual luck a creature has, the easier it is to be recognized by the will of heaven and earth. And the importance of this being recognized by the will of heaven and earth, it is not necessary to repeat too much. Because of the limitations of the heaven and earth, the number of powerhouses is extremely limited. So if you want to be promoted to the power level realm, you have to choose from what aspects. Under normal circumstances, you rely on the degree of being recognized by the will of heaven and earth. Why do you say that? Because when you are promoted to the powerhouse level, the most critical luck of heaven and earth is obtained from the will of heaven and earth. In other words, in most cases, it is obtained from the will of heaven and earth. After all, there are exceptions to everything. Just like the nightmare demons, being promoted to the powerhouse level does not necessarily have to rely on the luck of heaven and earth. Racial talent gives the nightmare demons the ability to achieve the powerhouse level without relying on the luck of heaven and earth. This is the so-called special case. And there is actually more than one way to obtain the luck of heaven and earth. However, the most common and most effective one is the gift of the will of heaven and earth. And those other ways are really hard to come by. For example, the power of the world is bestowed by the power of the powerhouse level peak. Because only when one's own chi and chi has reached the perfect state, can oni be qualified to gift the chi and chi of heaven and earth to others. Otherwise, it will only dissipate between heaven and earth in the process of giving. However, how rare is the powerhouse level peak power? Even in ancient times, it was the top power that could dominate one side. Up to now, I can't find even one at all. That's why it is said that there are indeed many ways to obtain the luck of heaven and earth, but for most of them, it is equivalent to not saying the same. Because there is no such condition. So, it goes back to the original statement. By being recognized by the will of heaven and earth, and obtaining the fate of heaven and earth bestowed by the will of heaven and earth, to pave the way to promoted to the powerhouse level. In this process, the importance of life and luck is self-evident. Of course, if you want to be promoted to the powerhouse level, at least it has to be the pinnacle of the hero level. The meal must be eaten one bite at a time, and the road must be taken step by step. If you want to become a powerhouse, you have to have preconditions. Eat this meal one by one. This road has to be taken step by step. If you want to become a powerhouse, you have to have preconditions. After all, the number of powerhouse-level powers is indeed very few. It is impossible to delusionally pass the moon cake, ignore one's own conditions, and covet such a realm. However, after the life and luck increased. Even if you are not qualified to achieve the powerhouse level, it will be easier to be promoted to the hero level, or break through the current shackles. Enhance comprehension, enhance cultivation qualifications, etc. All in all, there are many benefits. Therefore, Qilu is very sure that this Mid-Autumn Festival mooncake will definitely attract a large number of customers to the store to participate in his special Mid-Autumn Festival event. Even in times like these, it is no exception. Since the Mid-Autumn moon cakes are so effective, the pet card pre-sale card this time shouldn't disappoint me. After Qilu was surprised, he immediately thought to himself. However, the pet card has not appeared in the North Mountain Range. Therefore, Qilu is not sure how well the pet card is accepted in the Beishan Mountains. But in the East Wilderness, it can be determined, as long as the attributes of the Moon Rabbit pet card are not very bad, it will definitely be robbed. Even if it is not a peerless pet card. But as long as the word limited is attached, it is a symbol of face. I believe that the pre-sale card of the Rabbit Pet card this month can very satisfy the vanity of the guys in the Pet Card Research Guild. While thinking about it, Qilu turned to the details of the Moon Rabbit Pet card. Rabbit in the Moon, quality R, Holy Light Pet, main attributes, Spirit, Magic Effect. R-rated pet card, not bad. The quality level of the Rabbit in the Moon Pet card was completely within Qilu's expectations. Because so far, there is only one SR rank pet card in the card pool of the pet card swap machine, and that is the Spirit of Flame. As for the strength of the Spirit of Flame pet card, it goes without saying. The full body of the Spirit of Flame pet card has strength comparable to that of a hero-level peak powerhouse, and even in terms of group attack, it is still superior. Even in the main store of Cloud City, there is a pet card swap machine, and customers are drawing cards every day. However, the ownership rate of the Spirit of Flame pet card is still very low. From the probability of this shipment, it can be seen how powerful the SR level pet card is. Therefore, Qilu never expected that this limited Moon Rabbit pet card would be an SR level pet card. Because if this is the case, it is estimated that in this special event of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the explosion rate of the pre-sale card of the Rabbit pet card in the Moon will be extremely low. That would also hurt the hearts of the players who participated in this event. So if you think about it carefully, you will find that the R-level pet card is actually the best choice. After all, according to past experience, the shipment rate of R-rated pet cards is not bad. At least, against the background of the crushingly low shipment rate of the SR-level pet card, it seems to be okay. However, in the attributes of the Moon Rabbit pet card, this Holy Light pet seems to have not appeared before. Qilu soon saw a new attribute. Most of the previous pet card attribute classifications are various elements. There is an exception, and that is the Death Knight of the Undead system. From this point of view, this so-called Holy Light pet should be of the opposite category to the undead. In the past pet cards, in the classification of attributes, most of them are attributes of various elements. There is currently only one exception, and that is the Death Knight of the Undead system. From this point of view, this so-called Holy Light pet should be the relative attribute of the undead. However, Qilu knew that he could guess by himself, and he couldn't figure it out clearly, so let's take a look at the detailed attributes first. The pattern of the rabbit in the Moon pet card is a long-eared rabbit with snow-white fur like frost, and a pair of extremely smart eyes, not the regular of a white rabbit, but a very deep moon-white color. Look closely at the pattern of the Rabbit pet card in the Moon, and you will find it by looking at the eyes of the long-eared rabbit. These eyes are like two bright moons. However, apart from the special eyes, the appearance of the rabbit in the moon is a bit like a teacup rabbit, which is quite small and cute. Pet card, a rabbit in the moon. Main attributes, spirit, magic effect. Awakening times, 0. Skills, none. Positioning, auxiliary, holy light, illusion space, transformation. System, please explain these positioning tags for me, thank you. When Qilu saw the end, without saying a word, he directly called out the system in his mind, not thinking about anything else at all. In addition to an auxiliary positioning tag, which Qilu can understand, the other positioning tags are basically in the clouds. System, holy light pets have their own holy light effect. All the effects of boosting magic will be increased to a certain extent. System, the moon rabbit has its own innate ability, and can use the power of its eyes to open an illusion space that protects itself and the summoner. When it is in the illusion space, it will not be detected by the enemy. Hearing this, Qilu turned around and glanced at the pattern on the moon rabbit pet card. It turns out that the eyes of the rabbit in the moon are not only a little special, but really special. It has a natural ability. It seems that the positioning of the moon rabbit pet card is already obvious. It is an auxiliary magic pet, and it also comes with powerful life-saving skills. But think about it, let a moon rabbit about the size of 2 fists fight. That picture, just imagining it, seems to be able to feel the incongruity. But no matter what, Qilu can be sure. The moon rabbit pet card is definitely one of the best-selling pet cards. Especially for those warrior class and knight class, it can provide great help. Because these classes that require charging and melee combat, the most needed is the blessing of buffing magic, including those healing magics. The moon rabbit pet card can just meet their needs. It's like a full-time auxiliary magician is following behind. Moreover, the rabbit in the moon also has its own holy light effect, and the effect of using auxiliary magic is even stronger. Especially in the main attribute of the rabbit in the moon pet card, there is also a magic effect growth. Under this multiple superposition, this auxiliary effect is even higher. It is worthy of the name of this R-rank pet card, and it is also worthy of the 2 words limited. Very good, I am more and more confident now. Qilu thought about it in his heart, nodded involuntarily, and then continued to ask. What does the last transformed positioning tag mean? System, the rabbit in the moon can transform into a combat form when necessary, attach to the summoner's body, and greatly enhance the summoner's combat power. System, the rabbit in the moon can transform into a combat form when needed and attach to the summoner's body, greatly enhancing the summoner's combat power. System, the battle state lasts for 3 minutes. After the battle state ends, the moon rabbit will fall into a weak state for 3 days. Isn't this a stronger auxiliary skill? Qilu was shocked on the spot, and these words could not help but blurt out. Originally looking at the name of this positioning tag, Qilu thought that the rabbit in the middle of the moon could transform into what it would look like. Because when it comes to transformation, Qilu thought of the word magic girl in the first place. However, it turns out that the magical girl is fake. Magic rabbit is also false. An unhelpful midmoon rabbit is not a good midmoon rabbit. Sure enough, it is a pet card positioned as an auxiliary, and all attributes are serving the auxiliary summoner. I understand, system, get ready to start advertising. Qilu quickly walked out of the disappointment of the magical girl. No, it should be said that it was the magical rabbit. Then I began to think about the propaganda routine this time. Obviously, the Mid-Autumn Festival also has a matching legend, that is, Xuanhuan flying to the moon. However, the story of Xuanhuan flying to the moon, in the world of science and technology where Qilu lived in his previous life, is a legend, and that makes sense. But in this world of fighting spirit and magic, it seems not uncommon to walk in the air and fly to the ground. However, this kind of trivial matter can't be difficult for Qilu. It only takes a little brainstorming and magic to change all kinds of legends. It's not a problem at all. Change China to a cultivator who has cultivated hard, but is limited by aptitude and talent, and cannot be promoted to a higher realm. Then replace the matter of going to the moon and replace it with a successful promotion, and that's it. By the way, I replaced the elixir that China stole with mid-autumn mooncakes. In this way, it not only perfected the story, but also promoted the mid-autumn mooncakes, which would kill two birds with one stone. And then you have to replace the rabbit in the moon palace with the rabbit in the moon. Think of a way to show the various auxiliary abilities of the moon rabbit in the promotional video. In this way, the magic modified version of China flying to the moon is complete. After the system produced the promotional video according to Qi Li's ideas, Qi Lu browsed it 3 times from beginning to end to confirm that there were no mistakes. Okay, there is no problem with the promotional video, let's send it. System, understood, all membership cards have received this promotional video. As long as it's about publicity, it's basically what Qi Lu says, and the system won't make any comments. No way, there is really a gap in IQ. At least on this point, the system is pretty self-aware. After Lan Qi separated from Qi Lu, he immediately went to the vicinity of Tianyuan. This is the place where the nightmare demons were once suppressed. From the traces of damage nearby, it can be roughly judged how many members of the nightmare demon clan escaped from Tianyuan. But Lan Qi came here, not for this matter. The nightmare demons who escaped from Tianyuan have all been wiped out. Tianyuan's space barrier is about to loosen. Lan Qi looked at the bottomless Tianyuan, frowning. After staring at Tianyuan for nearly a quarter of an hour, Lan Qi suddenly sighed. Then he took out a golden token from his arms. The front of this golden token is engraved with a giant dragon, which looks lifelike. On the front of the golden token Lan Qi took out, a giant dragon was carved. The appearance of the giant dragon is lifelike, and every dragon scale and every subtle movement is displayed. On the back of the golden token is a dragon claw print. As soon as the golden token was taken out by Lan Qi, a terrifying dragon smite pervaded the surroundings, and the pressure was overwhelming, as if it were real. Holy King token, open! Lan Qi cut his fingertips and injected a drop of dragon blood into the golden token. In an instant, a mirror appeared in the air. In the mirror, the screen played is exactly the scene when the nightmare demons escaped from the abyss. Only one nightmare with intelligence escaped from the abyss. A strong level nightmare. It seems that the one that Manager Qi got rid of was indeed the last nightmare. Lan Qi stared at the mirror, and after getting the information he wanted, he took back the golden token. However, in just a few minutes, Lan Qi's face became pale by 3 points. The price to pay for using the power of the golden token is not small. So Lan Qizai couldn't use this kind of power to find the nightmare, it could only be used to confirm the authenticity of the news Qi Lu said. But fortunately, the news is good news. It's a pity that when I arrived, it was too late. I just hope that the space barrier in Tianyuan can last longer. Lan Qi put away the golden token, and was just about to leave the vicinity of Tianyuan, return to the elves, and bring the news back to Shauna and Tiana. The membership card in his pocket rang. Mid-Autumn Festival promotional video? What is this? Lan Qi took out the membership card, and when he saw the prompt on the window, he couldn't help but click it. Eliminating the red dot of the prompt is simply a blessing for obsessive-compulsive disorder patients. Then, with a decent piece of music, after 2 hours of painstaking efforts by Qi Lu, the promotional video produced by the supervision system was presented in front of Lan Qi. The content is very simple. Because legends and stories need to be combined with the background of the times. So at the same time as the magic reform, Qi Lu also deleted a lot of content. So, the promo became such a story. A cultivator who cultivates very hard, because of the limitation of cultivation aptitude, he stumbles and stumbles on the road of becoming stronger, and he gets twice the result with half the effort. But another cultivator who was hostile to it became stronger and smoother. Just because this cultivator was born with an exceptionally strong spiritual fortune, he went very smoothly on the road to becoming stronger. In a competition between the two, the person with poor aptitude lost to the person with extraordinary talent, and suffered a fiasco. And was mocked severely. So the poor man with poor qualifications asked the moon in the sky on the night of the full moon, "Why do this to yourself?" Obviously, the degree of his efforts is 10 times that of the talented cultivator, but the results obtained are so unbearable. However, the moon did not respond to his complaints, but only gave the poor man a moon cake. And tell him that your lack of cultivation aptitude is all due to lack of luck in life, and as long as you eat this moon cake, you can become the same as that talented cultivator. There is such a thing? The miserable people ate the moon cakes bestowed by God in surprise, and absorbed the life and luck contained in them. Sure enough, his aptitude was improved all of a sudden, and he embarked on a smooth road. The moon in the sky did not respond to the complaints of the poor. Just gave the poor man a moon cake. And tell him that your poor cultivation aptitude is all because of lack of luck in life. As long as you eat this moon cake, you can become the same as that gifted cultivator. So the poor man ate the moon cake bestowed by the gods in surprise. Sure enough, the aptitude of the hard-working person has been improved all of a sudden, and he has embarked on a smooth road. Also, because of the improved fortune, he met a pet who was willing to accompany him, the rabbit in the moon. In the end, this hard-working man who turned over, because of his hard training, accumulated a lot of money, and the help of the rabbit in the midleaf the moon, finally defeated the opponent who had ridiculed him in one fell swoop. The promotional film is not long, and the storyline is very cliché. The weak turnover. But in a world where there is no advertising at all, it is extremely effective. That's right, that's what it is. Hit him. However, is this moon cake really so magical? After Lan Chi watched the promo, his thoughts immediately drifted to the mooncakes in the promo. Of course, Lan Chi knew what it was about life and luck. And also know what to use. But the mooncakes that can increase life and luck are really unbelievable. Then, Lan Chi, who was thinking about this question, suddenly heard the advertisement at the end of the promotional video. Are you still troubled by lack of aptitude? Are you still angry about lack of talent? Are you still angry because your understanding is too low? Don't be afraid of these things. As long as you have mid-autumn mooncakes, none of this is a problem. Then, here is the link to this special mid-autumn festival event. The special event in Manager Cheese Store. Can you participate in the New World mode? No, I have to participate in this event. Well, there are still 3 days left. I just went back and told Shauna and the others that the nightmare demons have been wiped out. Lan Chi naturally clicked into the introduction of the special events for the Mid-Autumn Festival and looked around, and then made a decision. As for the Mid-Moon Rabbit that played a big role in the promotional film, it was selectively ignored by Lan Chi. After all, with Lan Chi's strength, the role that Moon Rabbit can play is really too small. However, Lan Chi will ignore the role of the rabbit in the moon, which does not mean that others will ignore it. The release location of the promotional video is all membership cards. So every customer with a membership card can see this promotional video. There are customers who have empathy with the storyline, so they like this promotional video and use it to motivate themselves to work hard. There are also customers who noticed the moon cakes in it. There are also customers who have noticed Moon Rabbit. However, the customers who noticed moon cakes are the vast majority. However, I noticed that the customers of Xuanhuan are mostly female customers. Not for anything else, but because the image of the rabbit in the moon is too cute. And Qilu also knows this, so in the promotional film, the cute image of the rabbit in the moon is also highlighted. And after the hard-working protagonist obtained the moon rabbit, he also specially designed a few short stories to let the moon rabbit exert its abilities. For this reason, it has also attracted a large number of female customers' preferences. People from the Appearance Association can be found anywhere, and naturally they are not divided into races. The image of the rabbit in the moon, compared to those rough-looking monsters, is really much cuter. Except for those rough men of the dwarves who have no feeling, the elves and the beast-eared tribe all showed interest in the moon rabbit. What's more, except for this cute thing, Mid-Autumn moon cakes are the highlight. Because customers who need moon rabbit can draw a range based on their strength, after reaching the hero level, the role of moon rabbit begins to diminish. Until the power level realm, the role of the rabbit in the moon can basically be said to be gone. After all, the rabbit in the moon pet card, no matter what, is only an R-rank pet card. It can always assist the summoner to the hero level, which is already the limit. But this can be used by customers who can use Mid-Autumn moon cakes, one counts as one, and all of them can be used. It can be said that the scope of application is very broad. Take the guild news, I have something very important to tell you. Lan Qi didn't know how the other customers reacted. Anyway, after watching the promotional video, he opened the guild shouting in the communication system. These three powerhouses, who often go to the Qi store, +1 Shauna, are all members of this guild. What happened? Have you found the trace of the nightmare demon race? Lan Qi, just tell me if you have something to do, I don't have that much to chat with you. In the guild channel, the other three seemed to be staring at the membership card and immediately replied. And you can tell who is talking just by listening to the tone of voice. Don't be so nervous, by the way, have you all watched the promotional video released by the manager, Qi? Lan Qi can probably think of why these three people can answer so quickly. I just watched it, the rabbit in the moon is so cute, I want one. Shauna was clearly able to keep up with Lanky's words and responded quickly. The Mid-Autumn Festival promotional video, I just started watching it, but does it have anything to do with what you want to say? Tiana asked with some doubts. Do you have something to say, Lan Qi? Don't change the subject for me, I'm very busy now. Although Saratel was a little impatient, she still replied. Okay, I know what you're thinking, I'm here to tell you about it. You don't have to worry about the threat of the Nightmare Clan now, because those nightmare demons were all dealt with by store manager Qi. At this time, Lan Qi is also not out of the woods. Tiana and Saratel both bear the life and death of their respective races on their shoulders, so it is only natural that they will be worried and impatient. What did you say? Those nightmares, Manager Qi, has all been solved? Lan Qi, are you sure you're not joking? This kind of joke is not funny. The guild communication channel was suddenly filled with an unbelievable atmosphere. Tiana and the others learned this news suddenly, which is why they seem sound believable. However, you have to know that before, even if Lan Qi saw it with his ownies, he would have to verify it himself before he could feel relieved. So I can't imagine Tiana's emotions. Of course I'm not joking. No matter how reckless I am, I can't make fun of such a big thing. I still know the importance of it. Lan Qi smiled and gestured for the three to relax. Then he told them how he met Qi Lu. So Lan Qi's description successfully caused a gasp of breath. The pinnacle of the powerhouse level. Turning your hand into a cloud, covering your hand is the power of rain. Manager Qi has helped us again this time. No wonder you asked us before, did you watch the promotional video? These Mid-Autumn mooncakes are really important. After Shauna listened to Lan Qi's narration, she immediately saw Lan Qi's intention. As long as the number of Mid-Autumn mooncakes is large enough, it is enough to enhance the overall strength of a race, which is the greatest significance. On the contrary, for individuals, the significance is not so great. There are still 3 days, it should be in time. Tiana thought for a while and then reacted. As long as there is no threat from the nightmare, those elves who have membership cards will naturally go to the City of Life. However, this time the clan members are temporarily gathered, and it still needs to be dealt with. Since those damn nightmares are already dead, then I don't need to specially look after these guys anymore. You guys talk first, and I'll go to the City of Life first. Saratel's movements were the quickest. However, it is unknown whether Saratel is in such a hurry to go to the City of Life for the special events of the Mid-Autumn Festival or to ask Qi Lu for advice. After all, the Beastier tribe is a race that values personal combat power. It was just speculation before. But now, after confirming that Qi Li's strength was so strong, Saratel can't sit still. Discussing and learning from each other with those who are stronger than yourself is a very effective way to become stronger. Just before that, it was really not an easy task to find a powerhouse level power that was stronger than Rattle within the northern mountain range. Even Lan Qi and Saratel are on par with each other. Now that I have finally encountered one, Saratel will naturally be excited. The next day. Early in the morning, Qi Lu had just opened the store door when he saw Saratel waiting at the door, looking eager to see. "When did you come?" Qi Lu asked, with a strange look. "It's been a while, but it won't be long, about half an hour." As a tough guy, Saratel speaks upright and doesn't say anything polite. "Half an hour." Qi Lu narrowed his eyes, a little surprised. However, there is probably only Qi Lu here where a strong-level expert can wait outside for half an hour. If other stores dared to do this, it is estimated that Saratel would have smashed the door directly. "Then you came so early, is there anything important?" "If it's nothing important, you can come here early in the morning," Qi Li doesn't believe it anyway. A dignified powerhouse-level expert, no matter how idle he is, he will never be so idle. "I do have one thing I want to trouble Manager Qi," Silater said politely. Speaking. Qi Li nodded and said, "I heard from Lan Qi that Manager Qi's strength is extremely high, so I want to discuss with Manager Qi, hoping to gain something from it." Saratel had nothing to hide, and said it generously. After all, if you don't talk about it at the beginning, and both parties are ready to keep their hands in advance, then after a real fight, it is likely to develop into a death fight. At that time, I'm afraid it won't be able to pull it off. "You want to talk to me?" Qi Lu heard the words and was stunned for a moment. Qi Lu had heard about the warlike saying of the Beastier tribe, but he never expected that Saratel would actually come to him to learn from him. "Yes, please also ask the store manager Qi to complete it." Saratel folded her fists, bowed her head slightly, and said with a sincere attitude. Said to be eager to fight, but not all. However, fighting against an opponent stronger than himself can better test his own shortcomings, which is true. So Qi Lu looked at Silater, rubbed his chin with one hand, and was silent for a long time before saying aloud, "If you really want to learn from each other, it's not impossible. However, I have a small condition." After a short pause, Qi Lu added another sentence. Qi Lu has absolute confidence in his own fighting skills and fighting consciousness. Therefore, if it is just to learn from each other, even if only using his true strength, Qi Lu will not be afraid at all. After all, to learn from this thing, pay attention to the point to the end. It is impossible to fight to the death. Therefore, the fate of heaven and earth, which is crucial to the powerhouse level, is naturally impossible to use in the competition. Then Qi Lu had nothing to worry about. "What are the conditions, store manager Qi? Please say it directly." After Zyrader heard that Qi Lu accepted the request for discussion, he immediately raised his head. In the previous battle in the Dwarven King City, a warhammer was broken. He heard that one of the fragments of the warhammer was on you, so I want to borrow it to take a look. Qi Lu stated his conditions. In fact, this was also something that Qi Lu suddenly remembered after seeing Saratel. About the ancient remnant soul in the Dwarven Warhammer. Originally, Qi Lu planned to go to the Dwarven King City for a walk after the unfortunate sacrifice of the old Dwarven patriarch passed the limelight. But in Saratel's hand, there is also a shard of the Warhammer. Therefore, Qi Lu felt that he could take this opportunity to confirm whether there were ancient remnants in the other Warhammer fragments. To avoid the time to run to the Dwarf Royal City White. I thought Manager Qi wanted to say something, but it turned out to be such a trivial matter. This piece of Warhammer, I just took it back to see if I could find clues, but since the nightmare demons have been eliminated by the store manager Qi, this piece of shard is useless to me. Used. So if Manager Qi wants it, then I will borrow flowers to offer Buddha and give them to you. As Saratel spoke, he took out an extremely ordinary-looking metal fragment from his arms. The material looks similar to the piece that Tiana brought before. System, it's your turn to work. Qi Lu could be sure at a glance that what Saratel took out was indeed the fragment of the Warhammer that was passed down by the dwarfs from ancient times. The appearance of a material is ordinary, but it does not mean that its function is ordinary. Good material doesn't have to be shiny. Humans are incapable of appearances, let alone these miraculous materials. System, host, please wait for a moment. Judging from the last experience, the breath of the ancient remnant soul hidden in it may be too weak, so it will take more time. Just take your time and don't drop the chain. Qi Lu gave a warning in his mind, and then bowed his hands to Saratel, saying, if that's the case, then I will accept it with the cheek. Qi Lu knew about Saratel's character. Said to send, that is really to send, not the so-called polite. So there is no need for Qi Lu to shirk. It's not good to be awkward when communicating with straightforward people. Manager Qi is very polite. Saratel smiled and threw the Warhammer fragment to Qi Lu. Then he looked at the store and said, then, Manager Qi, where is the best place to conduct our discussions? Sure enough, he was straightforward and didn't waste a bit of time at all. Come to the arena to learn from each other. You probably haven't tried the arena in the combat power improvement training room. Qi Lu thought about it and said the best choice. Since it is a competition, it will definitely not use the power of heaven and earth, so in the arena of the combat power improvement training room, it can show the most strength. After all, Saratel is only belligerent, and doesn't like being abused. Competing with a powerhouse-level peak power for the strength of one's own destiny, isn't that a problem with the brain? Although Qi Lu himself knew that the so-called peak of the powerhouse level actually borrowed the power of the system. But they don't know about Saratar. In their eyes, Qi Lu is a real powerhouse-level peak power without any water. The ring? Manager Qi, where is the ring you said? Saratel was surprised at first, and then used her mental power to sense it around. As a result, the entire City of Life did not find a ring. Because the elves are not a belligerent race, the arena is mostly non-existent in the city-states of the elves. You better go ahead and stand here all the time, you will block other customers. Qi Lu knew as soon as he heard it that in the combat power improvement training room, Saratel had only played the New World mode, and had never touched the standalone mode or online mode. But think about it. The standalone mode and the online mode are the memories of those old customers in the main store of Cloud City. Today's new customers may not know these two models at all. However, Qi Lu was not in the mood to promote these two modes. Just like old games will be replaced by new games sooner or later, it's normal to update them. Qi Lu is very open about this. But this time it happened to be able to borrow the function of the ring, so it brought it up. After all, with Saratel's strength, if he really competes with Qi Lu, even if hits it, he must avoid the City of Life for at least 200 miles. That Qi Lu store is not open yet. Row. Saratel walked into the store according to her words, and first went to a booth and sat down. After Qi Lu instructed the system to properly detect the ancient remnants in the Warhammer fragments, he followed. Cloud City, in Qi Li's small shop. Xuanhuan woke up Yuxier immediately after watching the promotional video released by the membership card in the middle of the night. What's the matter, Shao Shu? After Yuxier was shaken and woke up, her face was still full of sleepiness. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, and asked aloud. Xier, take a look. That guy Qi Lu has prepared a new event, and it will start in 3 days. Xuanhuan handed the membership card to Yuxier. Then put the promotional video in the window and choose to play it again. Mid-Autumn Festival Special Event. Mid-Autumn Moon Cakes and Moon Rabbits. This is a pet card presale card. Mid-Autumn Festival Special Event. Mid-Autumn Mooncake and Moon Rabbit Pet Card Presale Card. These two are the rewards of this event. When talking about the store, Yuxier immediately woke up. Because this is what Qi Lu told her, Yuxier will not be slighted. Probably, but none of that matters. The most important thing is, what kind of mid-autumn moon cake is. After eating it, it can increase the life and luck. This is a good thing, and it is a good thing that you can't ask for normally. Xuanhuan pointed to the mid-autumn mooncake in the promotional video and said seriously. There is a very general rule about the understanding of life and luck. That is, the higher the cultivator's realm is, the more he can understand the benefits of life and luck. How important is it to be recognized by the will of heaven and earth? It is absolutely self-evident. Unless you can reach the peak of the powerhouse level, you are qualified to say that it does not matter even if it is not recognized by the will of heaven and earth. Because the powerhouse level peak power can be achieved between different worlds, the strength is not affected in the slightest. But others can't. Once hated by the will of heaven and earth, it will be restrained everywhere. If you are lucky, it may be a person who can't make an inch for the rest of his life, and finally dies in depression. If you are unlucky, you may drink cold water and worry about whether you will be choked to death. And this species, the devouring cat, was originally a beast that was born to pursue and devour various treasures. Naturally, it could better understand the preciousness of life and luck. So Yuxier immediately understood Xuanhuan's expression. Even this expression is not so obvious on a furry cat face. Do you want the manager to give you more mid-autumn mooncakes? Yuxier asked with some uncertainty. I can't say the same, because this mid-autumn festival event seems to be very profitable, but it's not. Xuanhuan is an old fritter in the New World mode, and she has quite a bit of experience with the wording of this event. There are obvious restrictions on the moon viewing activities in the Mid-Autumn Festival special event. Even Qi Lu hadn't paid much attention to it before. That is the moon viewing activity, which can only be done at night. There is no moon during the day. And just this one restriction, in fact, has already reduced the duration of the moon viewing activity by more than 2/3. Because Qi Lu is going to close the store for a rest at night. The day and night in the New World mode are synchronized with the outside world. Therefore, in this 7-day Mid-Autumn Festival special event, you can accumulate the length of time to admire the moon, and it is fully calculated every day, which is about 4 hours. Maybe a little less. After all, in the evening, the moon cannot be seen. So adding up to the 7 days, the duration of the moon viewing activity is about 28 hours. Even if it is rounded up, it is 30 hours. Then, according to the content of the activity, every 5 minutes of viewing the moon will get you a piece of moon cake, which is 12 pieces in an hour. 30 hours is 360 tablets. Then calculate the number of mid-autumn mooncakes that can be exchanged. 100 pieces of mooncakes can be combined into one exchange card. During the entire Mid-Autumn Festival special event, even if you count all the time for viewing the moon, you can get at most 3.5 mid-autumn mooncakes. This also ensures that when you come to the store every night, you must be able to grab the card seat. And after grabbing the position, it is necessary to ensure that the moon will be seen in the first second of the launch of the New World mode. Because in the New World mode, you can only be online for 4 hours a day. In that case, it seems that there is no way to round up the accumulated duration of the moon viewing event. Then what do you want to do? After listening to Xuanhuan's analysis, Yu Shi'er asked in confusion. It's actually very simple. Since Qi Lu can come up with this kind of mooncake, he must have extra life and luck in his hand. I want to say, can you ask Qi Liyun to give me some? When Xuanhuan said the final word, she felt a little embarrassed. After all, asking for luck in life, even with Xuanhuan's thick skin, it's a bit unbearable. Because it is so precious. If there is anything more precious than the luck of life, it is probably the luck of heaven and earth. However, for Xuanhuan, the luck of heaven and earth is really elusive. So it's just the next best thing. Then you can go to the store manager. You should be able to meet in the New World mode. Yu Shi'er was a little puzzled why Xuanhuan wanted to tell her such a thing. Aren't I embarrassed? I'm a kitten with a thin skin, how can I say such words? Xuanhuan answered boldly. In fact, the real meaning of this sentence should be, I'm just a kitten. Even if I tell Qi Lu, he won't give it. It's better not to tell me. No, I won't tell you. The store manager must have a lot of things to do when he's alone. I won't bother him because of this. Yu Shi'er refused Xuanhuan's proposal without hesitation. Shi'er, you, TSK, it's no wonder Qi Lu doesn't know what you're thinking. He's a wooden head. Can't you take the initiative? Xuanhuan heard the words, lay down on the soft quilt unhappy, and muttered. You, Shao Shu, what are you talking about? What am I thinking? The store manager, he treats me very well, as long as I can stay by his side. Yu Shi'er was blushing when Xuanhuan said so. Then he grabbed the quilt and covered himself. As a result, the quilt's movements flickered, and Xuanhuan was thrown away. Fortunately, the cat was not afraid of falling from the sky, so Xuanhuan didn't fall too badly, at least not on the cat's face. In Donghuang, after receiving the promotional video pushed by the membership card, it was not just the cat Xuanhuan who got excited. There are many customers in the store. Ling Ao, who was planning to open early morning for a while, changed his plan on the spot and went to Yunwu City to occupy a seat 2 days later. Gu Pingchuan, Ren Gongxiu, and Banjing are the 3 deans. Anyway, in their respective colleges, there are deputy deans and tutors in charge, and it's okay to be lazy occasionally. But Gu Pingchuan still found it troublesome, so he gave the students 7 days off. The students who knew about this immediately cheered and posted on the forum, saying that this kind of mid-autumn festival holiday should be inherited as a fine tradition. This suddenly made the students of the other 2 colleges envious. 7 days off. Brilliant College, Pinnacle College, and Earth College are all colleges at the same level, and the tasks they usually study are the same tense and hard work. Now that the Brilliant Academy is on holiday, how can the other 2 academies be convinced? Seeing that everyone around me is on vacation, but I am still practicing hard. Undoubtedly the most annoying thing. Therefore, the students of Pinnacle College and Dadi College, after discussion, selected several student representatives to report the problem to their tutors and vice presidents. And when these student representatives met, they also talked about this incident, by the way. After all, the students in these 3 academies are basically acquaintances now. We can meet every day in Yunwu City, can you not be familiar with them? And even if you haven't met, as long as you have chatted in the public channel off the communication system, or swiped posts in the forum, you will almost be familiar with each other. It can be said that as long as these students have never been to Qi Lu store, or if you don't have a membership card, you're embarrassed to speak out in the academy. However, such students basically do not exist. As a result, this question quickly spread to the ears of several deans. Have a holiday? Lao Gu, have you given your students a holiday? As soon as Banjing got the news, he asked Gu Pingchuan with a surprised look on his face. Ren Gongxiu, who was beside him, also looked at Gu Pingchuan with a look of surprise, and said, "The training task is so intense now, Lao Gu, you can still give them a vacation." It seems that the students of this year's brilliant academy are all talented. As the Shadow Hall events faded away, they were buried in the dust of history. East Wasteland has regained its long-lost peace. The three empires also entered a period of recuperation, and there was no longer any conflict between them. After all, the current overall strength of the Huangyuan Empire is to surpass the Goryeo Empire and the Xingyao Empire. In the real fight, the last cheap one was the Huangyuan Empire. And these are also relying on Qi Li's shop. Who told Qi Lu to open a store in Yunwu City, not elsewhere? This made the sword sovereign and the white-cloaked high priest who knew about this very envious, but they could only be envious. However, the impact of the Shadow Palace incident on the eastern wilderness isn't limited to the power structure. The most important of them is that in the last battle, after the spirit of Mo Yuan was killed by Qi Lu, it stayed in the world of the East Wasteland, which made the world of East Wasteland start to speed up the recovery. And this point, Gu Pingchuan's feeling is the clearest. Because if there is no accident, when Dong Wang's heaven and earth luck returns to a certain level, Gu Pingchuan, who is a half-step powerhouse, and has no problems with his state of mind, it should be the first person in Dong Huang to be promoted to the powerhouse level. Therefore, the perception of the changes in heaven and earth is the clearest. It is precisely because he knows this that Gu Pingchuan also knows that he wants to not be left behind in the general trend of the rapid rise of Dong Wang's overall strength. Then you have to work harder. This is also the reason why the cultivation tasks of the three major academies suddenly became heavy. That's why Ren Gongxiu said this, to ridicule Gu Pingchuan. It's not really talented. However, in the special Mid-Autumn Festival event opened by manager Qi this time, the benefits of the Mid-Autumn Mooncake for the students are obvious. Gu Pingchuan just smiled when he heard that he was being teased. Luck is a good thing. It was only before this that the luck of the world in the East Wasteland was insufficient, so it seemed that the luck of life was not that important. But now, it's different. The recovery of the heaven and earth in the East Wilderness accelerated, which improved the overall strength of this world and at the same time vacated the seat of the powerhouse. The importance of this life's spiritual luck is also getting higher and higher. Especially those hero-level peak powerhouses who want to advance to the powerhouse-level realm. Who wouldn't want to grab this spot? When you mentioned it like this, it seems that it is indeed the case. Mid-autumn mooncakes that can increase life and luck. So, Lao Gu, you are really prescient. Ren Gongxiu and Banjing are not stupid either, but it's just been a little dark before, so I didn't expect it. But when Gu Pingchuan mentioned it, he understood. For the sake of life and luck, even if the number is very small, it is worth giving up some practice time. What's more, in the New World mode, the trainees seem to have received a lot of training. Then we will also give them 7 days off so that the students can participate in this special Mid-Autumn Festival event. Ren Gongxiu looked at Banjing and asked a tentative question. I think it's fine. Banjing didn't even need to think about it, he just nodded. Where to train is not practice, and there is no need to set it in the academy. As a result, the students in Pinnacle Academy and Dottie Academy soon got the news that they could also take 7 days off like Brilliant Academy. The announcement immediately made all the students cheer. However, on the side of the City of Life, Qi Lu did not know that a special Mid-Autumn Festival event could allow the 3 colleges to have a holiday. And let it go for 7 days. If Qi Lu knew this, he might be proud of it for a while. You know, a certain poet who threw himself into the river only got 1 day off. The 7-day leave is much longer than the 1-day leave, which shows how much it is valued. Saratir, what happened to your expression? In the store, after Lan Qi and Shauna walked in, they saw Saratel sitting at the small round table with a loveless face. On the small round table in front of Saratel, there was also a small ivory white porcelain vase. It is a small porcelain bottle used to hold multi-flavored liquor. I come over today to find Manager Qi to discuss. After Saratel heard Lan Qi's voice, he didn't move his head, just rolled his and said slowly. The specific content is how to be educated by Qi Lu to doubt life in the ring. From the beginning, the opponents were slightly underdogs, and those who hit the back were powerless to fight back. Saratel couldn't figure out why Manager Qi's fighting skills could improve so quickly. No, it should be said that Manager Qi probably hit his strength at the beginning, just to test his own level, so he seemed to be evenly matched. So much so that Saratel was so exhausted that he didn't even want to move. I bought a bottle of multi-flavor liquor, but I'm not in the mood to drink it. Bitter wine in the throat, heartburn and stomach. The more I drink, the more my heart hurts. So that's the case. I thought something happened. Since you're fine, let's go first. Lan Qi glanced at Saratel with sympathy, then took Shauna's hand and walked in. Compete with the monster, Qi Lu? Lan Qi had never thought about it, because it was simply asking for unhappiness. It is a belligerent guy like Saratel who would believe Qi Li's usual easygoing appearance, so much so that he has been educated so badly now. Manager Qi, I heard that you beat Saratrey to autistic. What's the situation? After activating the membership card at the counter, Lan Qi quickly found Qi Lu in the area of the combat power improvement training room. That's the one closest to the counter. Didn't Saratrey say it once just now? Qi Lu glanced at Lan Qi and said slowly. I don't want to know the details, but I rarely see Saratel slumped like this. Lan Qi laughed loudly. The relationship between friends is nothing like this. The details are actually similar to what Saratrey said, there is nothing special about it. Qi Lu thought for a while and determined that there was nothing wrong with this answer. As for what Saratel said about the hidden strength in the early stage of the competition, Qi Lu wanted to say that it was just a misunderstanding. Because Qi Lu was tortured by the system in the trial space, not only was Qi Lu extremely powerful in his combat skills, but his ability to learn and improve in battle was equally powerful. So it is said that the early stage is evenly matched, and the later stage has no power to fight back. It was simply the crushing trend formed by Qi Lu after he became familiar with Saratel's fighting style. However, Qi Lu kindly didn't say anything about it. Because of this terrible learning ability, it would be too shocking. It is estimated that it will not have any consoling effect except to make Saratel more autistic. That being said, Saratel is indeed a sympathetic guy. Lan Qi said cheerfully, looked back at Saratrey, who was still full of hopelessness, and made a great determination before he refrained from teasing him. The same is a powerhouse-level power, and there are not many opportunities to see the other side shriveled. I missed it this time, and it's not easy to find it next time. Manager Qi, I have a question for you. Shauna said suddenly. What is the problem? Qi Lu just finished the dungeon and entered the settlement page of the dungeon, so he asked with great interest. It's about the pre-sale of the Mid-Autumn Rabbit pet card in this Mid-Autumn Festival event. What exactly is a pet card? Shauna has always wanted a rabbit in the moon after watching the promo. But after reading the event introduction, I found that among the rewards available in the event, there is no moon rabbit, only moon rabbit pet card per sale card. Keeping pets is not uncommon among elves. In other words, keeping pets is not an uncommon thing no matter what race you are in. It's just that most of those monsters with strong fighting power are ferocious and not suitable for pets. Therefore, the monsters that can be used as pets are basically monsters with low strength. However, because of their strength, this type of beast cannot help in battle at all, so people who keep pets are relatively rare. Most are for fun. But what does that matter? Shauna doesn't lack the fighting power of that pet. Besides, Moon Rabbit is so cute. It's just a pet card, which is not easy to understand for people who have never been in contact with it. Pet card, this is also one of the products in the store. It can be used to summon pets and help the summoner fight. However, the Moon Rabbit pet card is a limited pet card, so there will be a pre-sale card. Seeing that Shauna was interested in pet cards, Qilu immediately introduced it aloud. The pet card swap machine has not yet been placed in the store in the North Mountains. So now, it's time to collect the reactions of the various ethnic groups in the Beishan Mountains towards pet cards. After all, the acceptance of pets by the human race can be said to be the highest. Therefore, in Donghuang, pet cards are still very popular. This probably has something to do with the idlers in the human race. But for some races, that's not necessarily the case. If even survival and food and clothing are a problem, why bother to keep pets? But these people probably won't come to Qi Li's store. Therefore, Qi Lu is still very confident in the pet card market. Manager Qi, do you mean that the rabbit in the moon is as powerful as in the promotional video? Shauna maintains her concern for the moon rabbit. The pet card is not important. As long as it can be summoned, there is no problem. It's relative, for you guys. Sheila took a serious look at Shauna and Lon Kaipfor, continuing, it's probably useless. If nothing else, the rabbit in the moon pet card is extremely helpful, even for a grandmaster level summoner. However, the realm of Shauna and Lanchi really exceeded the upper limit of the mid-moon rabbit pet card. The pet card that can help Shauna's level of battle, at present, it seems that there is only the Spirit of Fire who has experienced enough battles and has complete skills. Or, another SR rank pet card. If so, that's okay, as long as you can hold it in your arms. The little moon rabbit is really cute. After Shauna got the answer, she said with satisfaction. Then looking at Shauna's expression, Qilu glanced at Lan Qi silently. Manager Qi, what do you see me doing? Your eyes seem to have deep meaning. Lan Qi was keenly aware of Qi Li's gaze. It's nothing, it's just a rabbit in the moon, there's no way to compete with you. Qila shrugged and spoke to him from left to right. Listen, why does it feel so strange? Ignore the chatter of Lan Qi and others. After the threat of the nightmare demons was confirmed to be eliminated, the number of customers in the store began to pick up. However, it will probably take a few days to return to the peak traffic flow. For example, after the event starts. But as long as it gets warmer, that's a good thing. So Qi Li's mood has improved a lot. System, the detection is complete. Host, this piece of Warhammer fragment also contains a wisp of ancient remnant soul. Just when Qi Lu was playing the copy, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Qi Li's hands trembled with fright, and he almost put the magic in his hands crooked. I've been discussing with Sarah Trey for so long before, and you haven't finished the test. This time, the speed is too slow. Qi Lu immediately double-minded and said with dissatisfaction. Although slow work produces meticulous work, it is not meticulous work, and it is too slow. System, host, you don't understand, the breath of this ancient remnant Suli's weaker than the one in the previous fragment, and this system almost didn't notice it. Yes, then do you have any extra gains? Qila didn't really want to believe the system's words. However, one thing can be confirmed, that is, in these Warhammer fragments, there should be a high probability that there are ancient remnants of the soul. It's just that the strength of the ancient remnant souls contained is different. System, of course, this system has determined that the ancient remnants in these two fragments have the same breath. In other words, it is the remnant soul fragments left by the same ancient powerhouse. Then we can roughly determine who the owner of this ancient remnant soul is. Okay, since that's the case, then I have to find a chance to go around the Dwarf King City. Qi Lu silently planned the next plan. Repairing the ancient remnant soul, although the probability is not high, but definitely still have to try. After all, a complete soul left by an ancient powerhouse has a completely different meaning from a pile of remnant soul fragments. Many ancient fortunate secrets have been buried in the long river of time. If you want to know, you can only put your mind on the souls left by these ancient powerhouses. The system was also very knowledgeable and did not disturb Qi Li's thoughts. However, in the New World mode, there are always people who are not so interesting. For example, now, just as Qi Li came out of the dungeon, he ran into a kitten. "Qi Li, I finally found you." Xuanhuan jumped on Qi Li's body with a look of flattery. Then he was lifted by Qi Li by the back of his neck. "What are you looking for from me? How is the store now?" Looking at the ingratiating look on Xuanhuan's face, Qi Li knew that this guy must be asking for something. Otherwise, according to the cat's temperament, it is all like ignoring. Of course, more often, he was taught to be obedient. "It's nothing serious." Xuanhuan was rather embarrassed. "Don't talk about it if it's not a big deal, I'm quite busy," Qi Li said directly without raising his eyelids. Even a cheeky cat like Xuanhuan has begun to squirm, so it's definitely not a trivial matter. One more thing is worse than one less thing, just don't talk about it. No, wait, I'll just say it. It's the life and luck in that mid-autumn mooncake. I don't know if you hate me here, Xuanhuan said quickly, and then stopped interrupting soon. Don't talk about it. When Qi Li heard the words mid-autumn mooncake, he probably guessed what Xuanhuan wanted to say. It's just that Xuanhuan's speech speed is really fast. Is there really no need to negotiate? It's not negotiable. Qi Li refused firmly. The thing about life and Qi luck is also in the system's hands, and Qi luck can't get it out anyway. And not to mention the luck of life, even if it is the luck of heaven and earth, the system has a lot in hand, but it will not take it out. "Qi Li, I've been in the store for so long, and I've even helped you watch the store. If you don't have credit, it should be a little hard work, right? You won't even give me such a little benefit?" After Xuanhuan was rejected, she was not discouraged at all, and immediately began to move with affection and reason. "Look at the store?" After Qi Li heard this word, she instantly ignored Xuanhuan's other words. Speaking of which, Xuanhuan seems to have seen the store for a while. In other words, the business level is no problem. That being said, wouldn't it be enough to drag Xuanhuan to the branch on the northern mountain range to be a clerk? If you know the bottom line, you will save yourself from having to search for new clerks again. Wait first, let's not talk about the luck of life. If you are asked to guard the store, can you do it? Qi Li interrupted Xuanhuan again and asked aloud. "It's totally fine, so I'm lucky." After Xuanhuan responded, she immediately wanted to return to the topic. "I don't need to talk about luck, but I have other good things for you, if you keep the shop." In a short period of time, this was the third time that Qi Li interrupted Xuanhuan's words. "You. Wait, you said something else good? Really?" Xuanhuan's words were interrupted one after another, and when she was about to align her teeth and claws, she was suddenly stunned, and then asked suspiciously. "Really, it's guaranteed not to be worse than Shenglinki, that's okay." Qi Li nodded and promised very seriously. "That's no problem, that's it, so should I start guarding the store now?" Although Xuanhuan was still a little skeptical, she still agreed. Anyway, even if Qi Li ran away, the store would still be there. It should be impossible to deceive such a witty kitten. "Don't worry, what you want to guard is not the store you are staying in now." Old God Qi Li said in his presence. "What do you mean, you've opened a new store?" Xuanhuan immediately reacted and asked aloud. "This is big news. You can tell Sierra when the time comes, lest this girl sit on the sofa all day in unrequited love. Probably, then you'll know." Qi Li was non-committal. "This is a surprise from the Mid-Autumn Festival, and it would be boring to say it now." "You're just like that, stingy, and you like to tease cats. I won't ask you, I'll go to bed first. Xuanhuan glared at Qi Lu hatefully, then turned around and went offline. The cat's little temper. Qi Lu stretched hard, and then went offline. In the evening, I have to make a trip to the dwarf royal city. Now I have to charge my batteries first, so as not to lose my spirits at the time. This is also because Qi Lu has never been to the dwarf king city before, otherwise, as soon as the door of space opens, he will pass by stepping on his broken boots. Where is it even so troublesome? In the North Mountains, the location of the famous city-state of the Dwarven King City is well known. So Qi Lu doesn't have to search for it deliberately, just follow the direction asked and go straight all the way. The majesty of the Dwarf King City is much stronger than that of the City of Life. This probably has something to do with the dwarves being good at forging. On the city wall of the Dwarf King City, as well as most of the buildings in the city-state, a large number of magic array patterns are carved, which are blessed with various protective effects. This is also not available in other city-states. Qi Lu could see that most of these magic array patterns were used for enchanting patterns on armor. However, there are many magic array patterns, all of which seem to be engraved by novice. Makes the effect greatly reduced. But this doesn't matter, because the magic pattern engraved by the novice is at least better than nothing. Use your own house to practice enchanting skills? How much do dwarfs love forging? Without even thinking about it, Qi Lu could guess the origin of these magic patterns. However, apart from the buildings in the city-state, the magic circles on the walls of the Dwarf King City were all engraved by real master blacksmiths. And since the Dwarven King City was built, it has gone through such a long period of time. The magic pattern on the city wall has also been continuously studied and improved by the forging masters of the dwarves. Today, it has a very strong defense capability. However, Qi Lu also suggested that the dwarves should add surveillance-type patterns to these magic patterns. So that the next time the nightmare demons will sneak into the city-state, Noon will find this kind of thing. However, this type of magic pattern does not seem to be suitable for engraving in the city wall. Because the surveillance-type formations are all small formations. Not much coverage at all. Therefore, it is engraved on the city wall. According to the size comparison, it is actually similar to nothing. Well, if that's the case, then it's fine. Qi Lu did not want to offer any advice on this. After all, it is basically impossible to cover the entire city wall with surveillance-type formations. But as long as there is a gap, for those who are interested, the monitoring pattern covered by other positions is useless. For example, for Qi Lu, who now wants to quietly enter the Dwarf King's city, a few surveillance-type formations are really useless. After entering the Dwarf Kingdom, Qi Lu found out. The dwarves are really talented in restoring buildings. Although the previous battle between the old dwarf clan chief and Stokel, the old dwarf clan chief had already tried his best to take him out of the city. But the damage to the dwarf royal city is not too small. However, Qi Lu came over today and found that these damaged buildings have been repaired. I heard that those Warhammer fragments are placed in the sacrificial hall. I'd better go directly. Qi Lu glanced at the time. A lot of time has been wasted in order to rush to the dwarf royal city. Although the dwarven royal city is indeed magnificent, Qi Lu doesn't have much leisure to spend now. Let's wait until the next visit. The worship hall is a very solemn building. It is very conspicuous in the Dwarf King City, and even the architectural style is different, so it is very easy to find. After Qi Lu concealed his breath, he came to the outside of the sacrificial hall under the shroud of night. This solemn building has an ancient atmosphere. As one of the longest buildings built in the Dwarf King City, the architectural style of the sacrificial hall has a strong ancient style. It looks a bit out of tune with today's buildings. But the only good thing is that the door of the sacrificial hall was not closed. Perhaps it was for the convenience of the dwarves who came to worship. Therefore, with Qi Li's eyesight, he could see at a glance the pile of warhammer fragments placed on the altar of the sacrificial hall. They were all of the same seemingly ordinary material. And next to the pile of warhammer fragments, there is a lamp of life that has been extinguished. Qi Li guessed that the lamp of life should be the lamp of the old patriarch of the dwarves. The lamp of life that can be put into the sacrificial hall must be someone who has made great contributions to the dwarves and is highly respected. The old patriarch has this qualification. How about it, system, can it be detected here? Qi Li stood at the door of the sacrificial hall and asked in his mind. Standing outside the sacrificial hall, if it is discovered, it is at most a wrong place when visiting the dwarven royal city. But if he went into the sacrificial hall, he would be challenging the face of the dwarves. Especially in this period, the shadows left by the nightmare demons have not dissipated. So much so that there is still a trace of sadness in the dwarf royal city. In this case, the consequences of the crime are even more serious. Although Qi Li is confident that he will not be discovered, in many cases, following the rules is a matter of one's self-cultivation. At least, Qi Li personally felt that there was no problem with his own cultivation. System, although it is reluctant, it can be detected. System, however, if the distance is so far, the difficulty of detection will increase exponentially, so this system recommends that the host be closer to facilitate the system's detection. As long as it can be detected, it's right here. Qi Li rejected the system's proposal and sat down at the entrance of the sacrificial hall. The difficulty is high, you can take time to waste. But the rules are broken, but they are challenging their own self-cultivation. System, since the host insists, the system will start to detect it. I hope the host will not be in a hurry. Don't worry, it won't. Qi Li closed his eyes and began to close his eyes to rest. The target of this inspection is not 1 or 2 warhammer fragments, but all the remaining warhammer fragments, which will definitely take a long time. So Qi Li could just take a break during this time. Even if it's just a nap. Gradually ripped apart as night fell. The light from the horizon scattered, dispelling the last trace of darkness in the air. Jingle bell. Qi Li, who was closing his eyes and resting in a daze, was suddenly awakened by an alarm sound in his mind. Wait, let me sleep for another 5 minutes. Qi Li heard this very familiar voice buried deep in his memory from a long time ago, and subconsciously said it. A hand also reached out, ready to press the alarm clock that I didn't know where it was. But only halfway through his hand, Qi Li woke up. This familiar alarm clock sound should only exist in memory, and now I want to hear it, but I can't hear it. System, you really have nothing to do in your spare time. Have you finished testing all the warhammer fragments you were asked to test? Qi Li sighed, put away the memories that emerged because of the alarm sound, and asked aloud. System, it goes without saying that there is no need to doubt the speed of this system. All inspections have been completed, and all the ancient remnants have been extracted. You finally did something that made me feel comfortable. Qi Li twisted his neck and glanced at the time again. It was found that it was just time to open the store. It seemed that the system was doing things by looking at the time. Really won't let go at all. However, Qi Li also rested for most of the night, and was in good spirits at the moment, so as soon as the door of the space opened, he returned to the store. The speed of coming back is much faster than in the past. There was no delay at all. After coming out of the door of space, I just opened the door of the store and welcomed the first customer of the day. Manager Qi, long time no see. Yafei ran into the store with a look of excitement, and after saying hello, hurried directly to the snack vending machine. When the nightmare demons were wreaking havoc before, Yafei was naturally forcibly captured by Saratel. Although the relationship between the father and daughter is a bit strange. But no matter what Saratel said, he was also Yafei's father, so he would definitely care about Yu Fei's safety. So, Yaffer, who had not come to the store for several days, was finally released. It's been a long time, but there hasn't been any new food recently. If you're looking for new cuisine, you're probably going to be disappointed. Qi smiled, then went back behind the counter. The system hurriedly woke Qi up, just to let Qi not waste time and come back early to open the store door. But Qi still has some questions to ask the system. System, you said that you have extracted all the ancient remnants, so are you sure there is a way to repair it now? Qi is more concerned about this issue. Those ancient fortunate secrets and the memories of the ancient remnants, or knowledge, are the most valuable things. As for combat power, Qi doesn't think how much combat power an ancient remnant soul can provide. What's more, no matter how strong the ancient remnant soul is, it will not help Qi much. System, this system can confirm that the ancient remnant souls extracted should not be broken when combined, but it is very difficult to repair, so it will take a long time. In other words, it can be repaired, right? It's enough to know this. As for how long it takes, I'm not in a hurry. Let's talk about it. Qi only needs to know that the ancient remnant soul can be repaired. And the difficulty of this, even if the system doesn't say it, Qi can guess it, and it will definitely not be low. If you want to repair a completely broken soul, the difficulty is even higher than resurrection. After all, resurrection requires a complete body and a complete soul as a prerequisite. And once the soul is broken, it basically means the dissipation of the soul. It may be this kind of ancient powerhouse, the power of the soul is unexpectedly powerful, and it is also pinned on the Warhammer, so that it can exist today. As for the next time, just have to wait. Seeing the increasing number of customers in the store, Qi felt that it will be better if this kind of thing happened slowly. Everything will get better. As the effect of the promotional film gradually came into play, and the 3 major races lifted the state of emergency. The next day, Tiana also came to the store. The number of customers has gradually increased. I believe that in a few days, it will be able to restore to the previous scene of a crowded city. It's just that in these days, the elves and the orcs have basically returned. However, because the dwarves needed to express their condolences to the old patriarch, not many people came. Fortunately, nothing bad happened during the 3-day warm-up period of the Mid-Autumn Festival special event. After the day's return to calm, Qi mood also calmed down. Until the night before the Mid-Autumn Festival. Qi sat in the bedroom, staring closely at the time. Waiting for the clock to strike 12, the hour hand walks over the top line. The Mid-Autumn Festival is here. System, where is the store teleportation array? Qi jumped up immediately after watching the hour hand pass the 12 o'clock mark, and asked eagerly in his mind. According to the system, as long as the Mid-Autumn Festival arrives, the event will start. It's just that Qi hasn't opened the door yet, so no one can participate. The store teleportation array will be distributed together at the beginning of the event, so when it arrives at 12 o'clock, it should have been distributed. System, host, you are really racing against time, even half a minute later. I'm learning from you, hurry up, don't screech. Qi hummed. Before, the system was in a hurry and woke Qi from his sleep in a second to pen the store. Now Qi also has to learn. System, the store teleportation array has been issued, please pay attention to the host to check it. As the sound of the system fell, a door frame with a gold edge appeared in the middle of Qi bedroom, and it was also engraved with complicated and mysterious lines. And some completely incomprehensible fonts. Qi could still recognize some of those lines. After all, among the skills that Qi has mastered, there is the item of mastery of magic. And magic proficiency naturally includes knowledge of magic circles. Those complicated and mysterious patterns are a variant of the way to transmit magic circle patterns. However, Qilu really didn't know the fonts that were added to the pattern. At least in Qilu's cognition, he has never seen a font like this. However, with the profound degree of systematic knowledge, this is probably a self-created font. System, host, this system usually asks you to learn something more than you know. The body of this font is derived from the runes of ancient times, and it is a common font used to engrave high-level magic circles. Before Qilu could finish thinking about the thoughts in his mind, the system's voice came out. Although it sounds like iron can't become steel in meaning, it sounds more like a mockery in tone. The ancient runes. Qilu slapped his mouth twice and tried hard to recall it, but did not recall any memory of the rune. The things of the ancient times are basically buried in the long river off time, and the only thing that can salvage good things from this long river is probably only the system. However, this only shows that the system is powerful. It doesn't mean that you can't. And many more. What rune is this? Is it something found in the ancient remnant soul? The more Qilu thought about it, the more likely it became. Thinking of the back, he asked directly, System, did you find something from the ancient remnant soul, and you haven't told me yet? System, host, what are you talking about? The ancient remnant soul has not been repaired. How could this system find anything from the ancient remnant soul? System, these ancient runes, this system was found in the Warhammer fragments. Isn't that the same? Qilu raised his eyebrows and said in his heart, if there were no Warhammer fragments, wouldn't we be half a caddy? What qualifications do you have to mock me? However, Qilu can't say this directly, but in a different way. System, according to what you said, you found the ancient rune from Thurhammer fragment. I have no credit or hard work. If it weren't for me traveling thousands of miles and going through all the hardships to the Dwarf King City and finding the sacrificial hall, you wouldn't have a chance to get these ancient runes. So, don't you think you should give me something? Qilu said very sophisticatedly that he is very familiar with things like wanting benefits. System, host, the acquisition of ancient runes can help the system to better upgrade the products after the upgrade, so the system feels that the reward should have been distributed to the host. Oh? Is that so? Qilu heard the words and was stunned. But the system is not unreasonable. If the role of the ancient runes is really a commodity after the upgrade, then Qilu really shouldn't ask the system for benefits. After all, the better the product, the greater the benefit to the store. And other things, in fact, have little meaning to Qilu. Since this is the case, then forget it this time. However, before you get the ancient runes, the store teleportation array should not have the blessing off these ancient runes. Qilu nodded and looked at the door frame in front of him. Although there are many styles of teleportation arrays, it is too unorganized to directly make them look like a door. There is no cool feeling at all. Although, the gold edge inlaid on the door frame is quite beautiful. System, the host is right, engraving these ancient runes can make the store teleportation array more stable and reduce the consumption of teleportation. System, by the way, the store teleportation array can only be used by the host and a clerk in the store. It's a little thing. Qilu waved his hand and didn't care about the words behind the system. Since the store teleportation array is all placed in his bedroom, Qilu is not ready to let others use it. At most, it is for Yu Shi'er and Yu Xuanhuan. So Qilu took the initiative to end this conversation and walked to the store teleportation array. If you say it's a door frame, it's really a door frame. Not even a single door is enough to show how stingy the system is. Just looking from the front of the door frame, what I see is not the situation in the bedroom, but a black vortex. In the middle of the vortex, there is nothing more. Nothingness that even light can't touch. Qilu looked at it for a long time before walking into the door frame. Then he saw darkness in front of his eyes, but in an instant, when the light came on again, Qilu found that he was still in the bedroom. However, the bedroom this time was the bedroom in the main store of Cloud Mist City. So soon, I'm not prepared at all. Qila looked around, looked at the familiar scene in the bedroom, and couldn't help sighing. The bedroom was clean and spotless. It seems that someone cleans frequently. Qila reached out and wiped the table lightly, and found that there was no dust at all, and a smile appeared on his face. This little girl. Cloud City, Qila's shop. In the lobby on the first floor, Yuxier was still sitting on the sofa as usual, staring blankly at the door of the store. Although I can meet Qi Lu in the New World mode. But Qi Lu is not there every night, so after Yuxier confirms that Qi Lu isn't in the New World mode, she will go offline directly without wasting time in it. Qi Lu has something to do, and he's not here today. But don't worry, I'll visit every night. If Qi Lu appears, I'll come and call you. Xuanhuan, who just got offline from the New World mode, jumped onto the sofa, squatted beside Yuxier, and comforted her. It's okay, Shao Shu, as long as the store manager is safe, it's okay to be busy. Yuxier reached out and hugged Xuanhuan into her arms, rubbing Xuanhuan's head and back gently. The soft hair is really comfortable to rub on the hands. Qi Lu is also really busy. It's been so long since he left. Xuanhuan said angrily. Okay, Shao Shu, I know it all, needless to say. A smile appeared on Yuxier's face, preventing Xuanhuan from continuing to speak. In fact, Yuxier's mood is not bad. It's just that every day at this time, Yuxier will feel a little lonely. However, with Xuanhuan's company, it's actually fine. It's just that Qi Lu is not in the store, and Yuxier often misses her. No, next time I meet Qi Lu in the Mechanical Bull Forest, even if I am caught by him, I will bite him twice to help you vent your anger. Xuanhuan raised her hairy head, raised her small paws, and said seriously. Although Xuanhuan would admit to cowardice every time she met Qi Lu, she still had to say something like this. Really? Why don't you just bite now? Just when Yuxier wanted to speak, a voice came from the stairs on the second floor. Suddenly, Yuxier was stunned. It made Xuanhuan froze even more. When you speak ill of others behind their backs, the most fearful thing is to be caught. Store manager. Really, is it really you? Yuxier said in disbelief, her voice stuttered. The combination of surprise and disbelief made Yuxier wonder if she was dreaming. No, why did this guy come back at such a good time? I didn't hear everything I said before. Xuanhuan shrunk in Yuxier's arms, a little restless. Of course it is me. Xier, I'm back, aren't you welcome? Qila walked out of the stairs, with a smile on his face, and came to Yuxier. Then he grabbed Xuanhuan, who was trying hard to indent into Yuxier's arms. By the way, and Shao Shu, I did hear what you said, but today, forget it. Yes, Qi Lu, you can't care about a cute kitten. Xuanhuan said flatteringly. Manager, Yuxier looked at Qi Lu, who was in front of her, and felt this familiar aura. The words she wanted to say came to her lips, and finally turned into 4 words. Welcome back. Qila, welcome back. Xuanhuan was held in Qi Li's hand, and she followed weakly. Understood, I'll let you go today. Qila smiled, then put Xuanhuan on the sofa. Then he reached out and rubbed Yuxier's head again, and said softly, Xier, during this time, it's really hard for you. Xier doesn't work hard. Yuxier heard Qi Li's gentle voice, and all her thoughts during this period of time were released. All the hard work for a long time has come to nothing at this moment. By the way, Qi Lu, you just said that today is an important day, isn't it? Xuanhuan was lying on the sofa, too lazy to run. Although the store is large, it is all under Qi Li's control, and it ISISless to go anywhere. Today is the day when the Mid-Autumn Festival special event starts. Hearing Xuanhuan's question, Yuxier quickly remembered and said. I came back on purpose, not for this event, but because today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. In my hometown, the Mid-Autumn Festival is a day to reunite with my family, do you understand, and Shao Shu. The smile on Qi Li's face remained unchanged, and he said softly. A family, with how much emotion? The store manager. Okay, I know that you have worked really hard during this time. I will tell you what happened during this time. It's probably a story about how I opened a new store. Qi Li stretched out her hands and took Yu into her arms. Qi Li's sudden embrace made Yu feel a little helpless. Not knowing whether to respond to Qi Li's hug or to push Qi Lu away, the whole person froze there immediately. But soon, Yu found out that Qi Lu was just holding her and didn't do anything else. The warm embrace made Yu gradually relax. In my memory, this seems to be the first time the store manager took the initiative to hug him. The word family in Qi Li's mouth made Yu's eyes full of warmth and emotion. In any case, this means that Qi Lu has acknowledged Yu's identity. Father, mother, and all the clansmen, have you all seen that Shir is not alone now, and Shir still has family members who are willing to accompany her. Shir is now very happy. Yu's stiff body relaxed, she slowly closed her eyes, and leaned against Qi Li's arms. No matter how Qi Li sees herself, Yu can be sure that no matter who ice in the family, she is willing to stay by Qi Li's side all the time. Why do I feel sour in my mouth? Xuanhuan, who was lying on the side, muttered to herself with a weird expression. Although she was very happy for Xuanhuan just felt a sour feeling in her heart. Think about it too, it's a bit inappropriate to let a cat eat dog food. Okay, don't be so sullen. Come back today, I have a serious business with you. Qi Li noticed Xuanhuan's expression and said with a smile. Then I picked out some things I could say about opening a branch, and said it in general. A new world. Manager, you haven't encountered any danger there. Is there really such races as elves, dwarves, and beastiers? What do they all look like? Yu and Xuanhuan's concerns are not in the same direction at all. As a cat, curiosity prevails. It's just to open a shop. What danger can there be? Don't worry so much. Qi Lu touched his nose and said with a smile. With the system to take care of it, if there are still dangers, then Qi Lu will be too lazy to open a store. Although the IQ of this Irby system is not high, the force value is still quite high. After answering Yu's question, Qi Lu looked at Xuanhuan again and said, since you are so curious, don't you want to go and see for yourself? I heard you say that the beast-eared tribe has furry ears, it should be very beautiful. Xuanhuan's ears perked up immediately, looking very energetic. Don't think too much about it, although the beast-ear tribe does have the blood of alien beasts, it is definitely not as pure as you. Qi Li looked at Xuanhuan's two trembling ears, and couldn't help joking. I'm just curious. I heard you say that the beast-ear girl is very cute, but I think it's just like that, so I want to see it with my own eyes. Xuanhuan shook her ears and explained. When did I say such a thing? Qi Lu was a little stunned when he found out that he had been turned against the First Army. Then I started to recall it in my mind, but I didn't recall the memory of the beast-ear girl. Just when you first learned about demi-humans. What? After being mentioned by Xuanhuan again, Qi Lu remembered it. That was a long time ago, when Qi Lu was not very familiar with demi-humans. When Qi Lu was not familiar with the demi-human race, he really thought about whether the demi-human race would have animal ears and tails. After all, the demi-humans have the bloodline of beasts and beasts. But later, Qi Lu discovered that the blood of the demon beasts and the blood of the alien beasts in the current demi-humans are quite thin. Therefore, the characteristics of these beasts and beasts will not be displayed under normal circumstances. Unless the demi-humans take the initiative to transform into beasts. So after seeing Yu take the initiative to transform once, Qi Lu stopped thinking about it. Because demi-human beastization requires energy, it is impossible for Qi Lu to keep Yuxier in a beastification state for this kind of thing. But the orcs are an exception. Because orcs and demi-humans are different. Demi-humans belong to the bloodline of ancient beasts or ancient beasts in their bodies, but the types and concentrations are different. But the Beastir clan is a relatively pure bloodline. In other words, it is a variant bloodline, although it is similar to the bloodline of demon beasts and alien beasts, it is by no means the same. Therefore, characteristics such as animal ears will appear. But Qi Lu can guarantee that he simply appreciates this kind of cuteness, and there are no other emotions mixed in it. That's all in the past, so I won't mention it now. Qi Lu waved his hand, and then quickly changed the subject. But I haven't seen you for a while. Your strength has improved a lot. When Qi Lu left Donghuang and headed to the northern mountain range, Yu Xia and Yu Xuanhuan were only at the peak of the master level. But now, after returning from Qi Lu, it has been discovered. Yu Xia and Yu Xuanhuan have both been promoted to the hero level. It is not surprising that Qi Lu could be promoted to Yu Xuanxu. After all, an ancient beast like the devouring cat has extraordinary talents, and promotion does not require a trial crystal. As long as it breaks through its own shackles, there will be no problem. What's more, Yu Xuanxu stayed in the store every day, eating a few pieces of equipment and taking a few pills. The equipment produced by the system, whether it is weapons or armor, or accessories or title badges, etc., contains a lot of energy. The devouring cat increases its strength by devouring these things. So for so long, it would be strange if Yu Xuanxu didn't get promoted. However, it was something Qi Lu did not expect that Yu Xia could be promoted to the hero level. Before leaving Donghuang, Qi Lu did give Yu Xia a hero-level trial crystal, which was the first hero-level crystal produced from the auxiliary function of the trial room. Qi Lu specially left it to Yu Xia. However, Qi Lu never thought that Yu Xia would be able to use it so quickly, and she was successfully promoted to the hero level. After all, a hero-level powerhouse is not a Chinese cabbage. Especially in Donghuang, where the first powerhouse-level power has not yet appeared, it is much more difficult to advance to the hero-level realm than in the Beishan Mountains. Of course, Qi Lu could probably guess. The fact that Yu Xia can be promoted so quickly should have a lot to do with the luck of heaven and earth given to her by the will of heaven and earth before. Originally, these heaven and earth luck were actually given to Qi Lu. However, due to some reasons that may be related to the system, these heaven and earth Qi rotations were given to Yu Xia. However, Qi Lu had no regrets about this matter, but felt quite happy. Because of the luck of heaven and earth, Qi Lu doesn't need much. Moreover, even if Qi Lu needs to use the luck of heaven and earth, it is much more convenient to find the system directly than to find the will of heaven and earth. Therefore, the fate of heaven and earth bestowed by the will of heaven and earth is not as good as giving it to Yu Xia. After all, Yu Xia is one of Qi Li's closest people. However, what makes Qi Lu feel the most regrettable is that after the level of the store manager was upgraded this time, the auxiliary functions of the trial room were not upgraded. To put it simply, the trial room cannot produce powerhouse-level trial crystals. However, Qi Lu can understand this. Because the powerhouse-level trial crystals need to be used together with heaven and earth. If you use the powerhouse-level trial crystal alone, if you don't have the corresponding heaven and earth luck, you can't be promoted to the powerhouse-level realm. So, it's not that the system can't produce powerhouse-level trial crystals. It's just that the system can't bear the fate of heaven and earth. Fortunately, the system is not particularly stingy towards its own people. For example, in the trial room, the powerhouse-level trial space is opened, and there is also the fate of heaven and earth in it. However, if there is no upgrade task, Qi Lu wouldn't go in and find abuse by himself, he didn't have that hobby. Hearing that Qi Lu suddenly mentioned the matter of strength improvement. As if thinking of something, Yu Xia hurriedly said, "Store manager, in fact, I've always wanted to ask you, when you were in the heroic realm, would you have a connection with this world? Huh? Do you feel connected to heaven and earth? Hearing this question, Qila looked at Yu Shi'er in surprise. To have a connection with heaven and earth is the so-called perception of the existence of the will of heaven and earth. But to have this feeling, at least it must be a powerhouse-level power to do it. Because the powerhouse-level Almighty needs to obtain gifts from the will of heaven and earth, and obtain the fate of heaven and earth, it is necessary to be able to perceive the existence of the will of heaven and earth. But in the realm of hero level, there is no such demand. Unless it is a half-step powerhouse like Gu Pingchuan, it is possible to be promoted to the real powerhouse level at any time. Then there will be a vague perception. However, it was unheard of for someone like Yu Shi'er to be able to perceive the existence of the will of heaven and earth not long after she was promoted to the heroic realm. So it's no wonder Qilu was surprised. Even Qilu himself is in the heroic realm now, but there is no way to perceive the existence of the will of heaven and earth. But the system is an exception. Otherwise, how powerful the system is, this guy can not only perceive the will of heaven and earth, but can also directly talk to the will of heaven and earth, and can negotiate conditions with the will of heaven and earth. This is something that has never happened since ancient times. So Qilu usually doesn't care whether he can communicate with the will of heaven and earth. A system is enough, isn't it? Well, it seems to have appeared from the moment I was promoted to the hero level. I can vaguely perceive the sound of this world, but I can only heart his sound, but there is no way to answer. And I also asked Dean Gu and the others, and they all said they didn't have such a situation. That's why I wanted to ask the store manager. After seeing the surprised expression on Qi Li's face, Yu Shi'er immediately continued. Being able to hear the voice of this world is a normal operation. The powerhouse level Almighty basically has this ability, but if you can talk Toth will of heaven and earth, then you are a system. Qila muttered silently in his heart. Of course, it is impossible for Yu Shi'er to know about the complaints. After all, the system is Qi Li's secret, and it is impossible to tell it to anyone. But on the surface, Qila still raised his hand to signal Yu Shi'er not to worry. Let me think. Gu Pingchuan and the others could not hear the voice of this world, which means that they have not been able to perceive the existence of the will of heaven and earth. So this is normal. The abnormal situation is on Yu Shi'er. But after Qila thought about it, he quickly thought of a possibility. That is the fate of heaven and earth, bestowed upon Yu Shi'er by the will of heaven and earth. In the hero-level realm, no, it should be said that it is the master-level realm, and the situation of obtaining the fate of heaven and earth is absolutely unprecedented. As for whether there will be no follower, no one can say for sure. Therefore, when Yu Shi'er was promoted to the hero level, she could perceive the existence of the will of heaven and earth, which might also be related to his matter. After all, this can be regarded as a number on the will of heaven and earth. It doesn't seem so strange to be able to hear the voices of heaven and earth. But Qi Lu was not sure, it must be the reason, so he asked the system cautiously. System, you should have heard the conversation just now, do you know the reason? System, actually, the reason is very simple. The host, the powerhouse level realm can perceive the will of heaven and earth, and the key link of its connection is the fate of heaven and earth. Needless to say, Qi Lu also understood. In this way, Qi Li's guess is actually correct. The key issue lies in the luck of heaven and earth. So Qi Lu told Yu Shi'er about this possibility. It turned out to be like this, I actually have the luck of heaven and earth, and it is the luck of heaven and earth that should belong to the store manager. Yu Shi'er was also a little surprised when she heard this. Yu Shi'er knew about the resurrection from the dead. But Yu Shi'er didn't know about the fate of heaven and earth. At this moment, Qi Li said it, and when she heard Qi Li's understatement, Yu Shi'er's heart was filled with emotion. It is self-evident how precious the luck of heaven and earth is. But Qi Li didn't seem to care so much. Whether it was to comfort herself or something else, Yu Shi'er knew that she had once again accepted Qi Li's love. Nothing is yours and mine. Since it is given to you, it belongs to you. I'm very happy that this luck in the world has been forwarded to you. Qi Li smiled and gently squeezed Yu Shi'er's face, letting Yu Shi'er know that she didn't care about this kind of thing. Well, I know, thank you, manager. Yu Shi'er lowered her head a little shyly. TSK, TSK, TSK. Xuanhuan was beside her with a sour expression on her face. Although my heart is sad, but I am embarrassed to say it, in short, it is very uncomfortable. Don't make this kind of expression. We agreed before. You have already agreed to help watch the store, so from tomorrow, you will be guarding the other store. Qi Li knew that Xuanhuan was being left out, so she kept making this strange sound. Can I go to the North Mountain Range too? Xuanhuan asked in surprise. The difficulty of breaking through the space barrier and crossing the heavens and the earth, as an ancient alien beast, Xuanhuan, even if the inheritance memory obtained is not many, but it is very clear. Of course, I built a portal, right in my bedroom, connecting the two shops. You can walk around the two stores at will in the future. Qi Li gave an affirmative answer. Then he paused, and said, Don't worry, that shop also reserved a bedroom for you. Wait, that's not right, Qi Li, didn't you say you wanted to give me something better than life and luck? That's why I promised to keep the store for you. After Xuanhuan was surprised, she immediately reacted. Trading at a loss is not the character of the devouring cat. Don't worry, I'll give it to you right away. Qi Li reluctantly took out a porcelain bottle from his arms and handed it to Xuanhuan. What is contained in this porcelain bottle is the system's treasured elixir, which is the only one in the legend. In fact, Qi Li already had such a plan. He used the transformation pill for Xuanhuan, so that she could help guard the store. Otherwise, the image of a kitten is really nothing majestic. What is this? An elixir? Qi Li, do you think a mere pill can buy me? Is my labor so worthless? Xuanhuan opened the cork of the porcelain bottle, glanced inside, and said with a grin. There is indeed an elixir in it, but it's not the same as the elixir you know before. If you still feel a loss after listening to the effect of this elixir, then I won't force you. Qi Li said lightly. It's just a pill, no matter how good this pill is, I can't give in. As a dignified kitten, it is absolutely impossible for you to oppress, Shi'er, you have to help me this time. Xuanhuan held her head high, as if she was not afraid of power and looked at death as if she were going to die. But the last sentence exposed Xuanhuan's true psychology. When he spoke, he had a dignified look on his face, but in the end, Yu Shi'er was the last relying on him. However, on this point, Xuanhuan was probably thinking too far. How could Yu Shi'er refute Qi Li's words? You can rest assured. I won't force you this time. The pill in your hand is called the transformation pill. Qi Li smiled, and then introduced the effect of the shape transformation pill. Then she saw Xuanhuan holding the porcelain bottle tightly in her arms, as if she was afraid that someone else would take it away. What's wrong with you? Didn't you say a mere pill? Qi Li raised his eyebrows and said jokingly. I don't think that you and I are so familiar with each other. It doesn't seem to matter if I take a loss, to help you keep the store. What does it have to do with this medicine pill? After Xuanhuan felt that she was unreasonable, she began to make excuses. Then why don't you return the pill to me? Impossible. Ha ha. Qi Li shrugged, as if he had expected it. As long as the effect of the transforming pill is known, it is almost impossible for anyone who can refuse it. It's the same regardless of race. It can help the user to permanently obtain the racial form of another race, as well as the corresponding bloodline power of that race. And it will purify the user's own blood power and the newly acquired blood power. Best of all, there are no side effects yet. This powerful effect is simply impossible for anyone to refuse. Who would think that their potential is too strong and their qualifications are too high? Cultivation, aptitude and potential, talent, these things, of course, the higher the better. The power of blood, of course, the stronger, the better. After all, who would think that their potential is too strong, or their qualifications are too high? For things like cultivation, aptitude, of course, the higher the better. The power of blood is naturally the stronger, the better. These things, no matter how high or strong, will not have any side effects. The only thing that may be met is the jealousy of others. But there is a saying that says that it is mediocrity not to be envied by others. As long as one's own strength is strong enough, others can only be jealous forever, and it is impossible to cause any threat to oneself. Since you have agreed to this matter, then hurry up and eat the transformation pill. You can't possibly want to guard the store in the shape of a cat. When Qi saw Xuanhuan holding the porcelain bottle tightly and refusing to let go, he knew that this was done. Although the effect of washing down is indeed very strong. But for Qi Lu, who owns the system, who knows if there is anything better in the hands of the system? So Qi Lu didn't feel pity at all. It can benefit the people around you, well, or a cat, that's fine too. Don't worry, let me think about what race I should become. Yu Shuangshi said while thinking. As an ancient alien beast, among the inherited memories, there are not a few powerful races known. Since one more race form can be obtained, and the relative power of blood can be obtained, then Yu Shuangshi must choose the most powerful or most suitable race. Don't think about it, just turn me into a human race. Qi Lu interrupted Yu Shuangxi's thinking and said aloud. What? Let me become a human race? No, no, no. When Yu Shuangxi heard the words, she quickly waved her little paws, saying that she couldn't do it. The blood power of the human race is notoriously weak and has almost no racial talent. Having finally obtained such a powerful medicinal pill as the transforming pill, Yu Shuangxi did not want to waste this transforming pill on this weak bloodline power. No matter what, the newly acquired racial form and the power of blood can't be weaker than his current one. Like dragons. No, the relationship between the devouring cat and the dragon clan is not very good, and it will not become the dragon clan anymore. So Yu Shuangshi fell into contemplation again. I said, don't think about it anymore, just become a human race. Qi Lu said it very seriously, with the meaning of not being able to refuse in his tone. The human race is indeed weak in the power of blood. But it is precisely because of its weakness that the human race has infinite possibilities. In fact, in history, the number of powerhouses that have appeared in the human race is no less than that of other races. Even a lot more. But the human race has more weak people, so the number of human race strong people seems to be rare. However, if I really want to mention those strong men who have appeared in the history of the human race, each of them is a famous person. However, a race cannot rely solely on top powerhouses for support. More importantly, it is the backbone of this race. The greater role of the top powerhouses lies in deterrence and protection, not combat. Few other races would dare to invade the race with the top powerhouses, because that would not be worth the loss. This is also the reason why the human race has become famous in history. However, up to now, the strong people among the human race have long since disappeared in the dust of history. Naturally, other races would not recognize the power of the human race. The situation of despising the human race is particularly serious in the northern mountain range. After all, just a little thought to understand. Danhuang is the home field of the human race. Even if there are many weak people among the human race, it is not something that other races can dictate. But the human race on the northern mountain range ranked fourth. In the eyes of other races, the weakness of the human race has become a deeply ingrained concept. Even if one or two of the top powerhouses of the human race occasionally appear to shock all races, it is difficult to reverse this concept. That's why Yu Shuangshu is so resistant to gaining the power of the blood lineage of the human race. However, there is a word called bystander qing. It is not without reason that Qi Le asked Yu Shuangshu to use the transforming pill to become a human race. Although the transformation pill can fuse the user's original blood power with the newly acquired blood power, and it will also be purified together. And it can be done without any side effects. However, this statement that there is no side effect is just that there is no side effect. In fact, when the power of the two bloodlines is fused under the power of the transforming pill, there are no side effects. It just means that the powers of the two bloodline powers can be fused together. That is, 1 + 1 = 2. Without any augmentation effect. However, this situation is actually the worst case after using the shape transformation pill. That is to simply superimpose the power of the two bloodlines in the simplest way. It's like putting two stones together. The two stones will not react in any way, but simply add another stone. However, after Qi Li's research and a cliché about the system, Qi Li found that since there is a situation where there is no amplification effect, there is also a situation where there is an amplification effect. In other words, the so-called fusion of two bloodline powers with a high degree of fit. When the two fused blood powers have a high degree of fit, it is like the fusion of wind and fire. The wind helps the fire, and the fire promotes the wind. The power of these two bloodlines will complement each other to form a more powerful force. It is for this reason that Qi Li will let Yu Shuangshu choose the blood power of the human race. Because the species of devouring cats relies on constantly devouring all kinds of treasures and treasures from heaven and earth, absorbing all kinds of energy to improve their realm and strength. Therefore, the power of the devouring cat's blood, the instinct to swallow, is quite terrifying. There is no compatibility with almost any other bloodline power. That's why Yu Shuangshu's idea of using the transforming pill to obtain a powerful bloodline power was wrong from the beginning. The power of the powerful bloodline will only arouse the phagocytic instinct in the cat's bloodline. On the contrary, the weak bloodline of the human race will not make the power of the cat's bloodline give birth to the idea of devouring. After all, a bloodline of this level is really not a treasure. Moreover, it is precisely because of the weakness of the human bloodline that the infinite possibility and plasticity of the human bloodline are created. Coupled with the phagocytic instinct of the devouring cat's bloodline, it can be said that the compatibility of these two bloodlines is actually very high. One is responsible for swallowing, and the other is responsible for integrating these swallowed energies to create a more powerful force. And most importantly, in the human bloodline, this almost infinite plasticity is a characteristic that is absolutely impossible to appear in the bloodline power of other races. This is also the main reason why Qi Li asked Yu Shuangshu to choose the bloodline of the human race. But Qi Li knew about it. Yu Shuangshu couldn't understand. Listening to Qi Li's unquestionable words, Yu Shuangshu glared at her and said, "Qi Li, didn't you say you wouldn't force me? You don't believe what you said. I'm talking about not forcing you to accept the transaction, but I know more about the use of transforming pills than you." Qi Li knocked on the armrest of the sofa and said slowly, "You always think that the blood of the human race is weak, but have you ever thought that I am also a human race? Do you think I'm weak?" When Qi Li said the last sentence, his eyes narrowed slightly. This look immediately made Yu Shuangshu's heart tighten, and the hair on her back stood up. As for Qi Li's strength, Yu Shuangshu still can't see the bottom line. Although it is unclear what the specific realm is, Yu Shuangshu can be sure that Qi Li's strength is not only not weak, but may even be the strongest in the entire eastern wilderness. So, is the blood of the human race really not weak? Since you said so, then I'll trust you for once. Yu Shuangshu looked at the transformation pill in the porcelain vase, and then at Qi Li. After a long while, she gritted her teeth and made a decision. Since Qi Li's words, it's all for this sake. Then choose the human bloodline. Xuanhuan stared at Qi Lu, imagining that one day she could surpass Qi Lu, and then she would definitely bite him twice in revenge. Then he poured the huashing down from the porcelain bottle into his mouth. The transformation pill immediately melted in Xuanhuan's mouth, turned into a stream of warm energy and flowed into Xuanhuan's body, and then formed a light film covering the surface of Xuanhuan's body. At this time it is the critical moment to choose the bloodline. Do you really want to choose a human race? It's not that I'm afraid of Qi Lu, it's that my little cat has faith in what says. When I say choose the blood of the human race, I will do it. After hesitating for a long time, Xuanhuan made up her mind. Together with this thought, the light film covering the surface of Xuanhuan's body immediately glowed, so dazzling that one had to look away, unable to see the situation inside the light at all. Originally just a group of light in the shape of a kitten, it slowly expanded and gradually turned into the shape of a child. And then, nothing changed. Huh? Shao Shu, are you still just a child? Qi Lu asked aloud after seeing the final size of the light. Originally seeing that Xuanhuan has always been in the form of a kitten, Qi Lu thought that the civet cat looks like this. Unexpectedly, this form turned out to be just the infancy of the devouring cat. It's no wonder that when Xuanhuan was brought back to the store by Qi Lu, Yuxier didn't recognize Xuanhuan's race at a glance, and she needed Tobe half-beast to sense the bloodline to recognize it. After all, the level of hatred caused by the species of the devouring cat. To be swaggering at a young age is undoubtedly an act equivalent to sending death. So there are only a handful of people who know what a civet cat looks like in its infancy. Fortunately, Xuanhuan met Qi Lu. If it were replaced by other powerhouses and encountered a devouring cat with only a master-level strength, I am afraid that Xuanhuan would be bitter on the spot. However, after this period of time, keep a low profile. Now that Xuanhuan has been promoted to the realm of hero level, it can be regarded as having a strong self-protection ability. Even if Xuanhuan is still in its infancy, it doesn't matter much. What's more, who has the ability to attack Xuanhuan in Qi Li's shop? Xuanhuan did not answer Qi Li's question. Probably because the effect of the transforming pill has not been fully exerted yet, so there is no way to speak. With the final shape of the light determined, the racial form seems to have been given. Next, is the empowerment of bloodline power. The light covering the surface of Xuanhuan's body instantly turned into fine fluorescent light, and then slowly fell on Xuanhuan's skin and merged into Xuanhuan's body. Although the scene is gorgeous, but not the slightest feeling of shock. Could it be that the blood of the human race is too weak, so there is no momentum at all? Qi Lu rubbed his chin and looked at the fluorescent lights in the shop, and couldn't help thinking in his mind. If this is to use the transformation pill, the dragon bloodline is selected, and it is estimated that the dragon power that is exuding now will rush to the outside of the store. It's a pity that the blood of the human race really has no such ability. Not to mention Long Wei, there is not even the slightest normal pressure. As the fluorescence was gradually absorbed, Xuanhuan's appearance in human form also appeared in front of Qi Lu and Yuxier. Long silver hair fell behind her hips, and a snow-white dress covered her petite body. With big eyes, a small nose, and a face with a little baby fat, he has a temperament mixed with cuteness and cuteness. Bullying Sai Shui's skin was like snow-white suet jade. And the most proof of Xuanhuan's identity is the pair of cat ears on top of her head and the wobbly cat tail behind her. Silver-haired cat ear, lowly. Shao Shu, can't you put away your ears and tail? Qi Lu looked at Xuanhuan's new image and asked subconsciously. A normal human should not have cat ears and cat tails. I'll give it a try. Xuanhuan tilted her head, as if thinking and trying. I have to say that after transforming into a human form, Xuanhuan's voice also changed a little. Became more velvety. It's like having a milk powder flavor. After a while, Xuanhuan shook her 2 cat ears, spread her hands, and said, "It doesn't seem to work, I can't put it away. Because the blood of the devouring cat merged with the blood of the human race, so it became like this." Cat ears. It doesn't seem to be impossible. Don't the beast ears all have beast ears? Shao Shu has a pair of cat ears, so it seems to be no problem. After listening to Xuanhuan's answer, Qi suddenly felt that pulling Xuanhuan to Beishan Mountain to guard the store was a very correct decision. After all, the number of races in Donghuang is quite rare, but there is no animal ear race. There is a tribe of orcs. But this green-skinned race has nothing to do with animal ears. Therefore, the current image of Xuanhuan would inevitably look a little strange in the eastern wilderness. However, doubts are certainly no one will doubt. Because the race with a humanoid appearance is not only the human race, the various races in the demi-human race, before the beastization, are basically similar in appearance to the human race. At most, the body is stronger, or more petite. Of course, the size of the body also depends on the bloodline possessed by the demi-humans. It's just that it has the shape of animal ears, which is more common in the North Mountain Range. What's more, the animal ear loli, isn't it cute? Of course, this is not Qi Li's preference. Who would have thought that Xuanhuan was just a juvenile devouring cat? Then the human bloodline she obtained would naturally not be able to become an adult. Wouldn't it be too weird otherwise? After all, the effect of the transformation pill only gives the user a new racial appearance and the corresponding bloodline power, but does not change the growth progress. Wow, Shao Shu is so cute. Yu Shi'er sat on the sofa and looked at the animal ear loli in front of her, and the girl's heart burst out. He pulled Xuanhuan to his side, and then reached out and touched the pair of cat ears that shook from time to time. Don't, Shi'er, don't touch my ears, it feels a little weird. Xuanhuan's face immediately appeared a little reddish. When I was a kitten before, it was okay to be touched, but now that I have acquired the human form, if I am touched again, I will feel a little shy. At this point, Xuanhuan's mentality changed quite quickly. I slept in the store here tonight, Shao Shu. Remember to familiarize yourself with your new body. I'll take you to the store over there tomorrow, to get acquainted with the situation. Qi Li looked at Yu Shi'er and Xuanhuan who were playing on the sofa, and said aloud. Now that Xuanhuan has turned into a beast-eared loli, she sits with Yuxier and looks like a pair of sisters. In this case, when she passes through the gate of the barrier and goes to their worlds to collect the power of faith, Yu Shi'er will not be as lonely as before. Qi Li thought silently in his heart. Let Xuanhuan choose human bloodline, of course, there is a reason for bloodline compatibility. But there are also reasons why Xuanhuan can transform into a human form and come to accompany Yuxier. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No, if you add Xuanhuan as a clerk, it should be considered a 3-in-1. Qi Li silently praised his witty move. Well, the store manager should go to rest first. Yu Shi'er rubbed the cat ears on Xuanhuan's head, and answered Qi Li's words for Xuanhuan by the way. Compared with the previous kitten form, the current moon frost snow ice obviously cuter. So rubbing her ears, Xuanhuan could only answer in a low voice. After all, the relationship with Yu Shi'er is so good, it seems that there is no problem rubbing the ears between girlfriends. Time seems to pass faster after falling asleep. The next day came quickly. Qi Li opened his eyes on time, sat up from the bed, took advantage of the wash time to wake up a little, and then walked to the hall on the 1st floor. Boss, good morning, what would you like to eat? Yu Shi'er got up earlier than Qi Li, and when she saw Qi Li go downstairs, she immediately asked cheerfully. Like the old one. Qi Li sat next to the small round table, and Yu Shi'er followed closely, put down what was in her hand, and said, bacon sandwiches and pure milk, right? It's a shame you still remember. Qi Li's breakfast is the classic combination of bacon sandwiches and pure milk. But this matter, also Yuxier is clear. By the way, what about Shao Shu Jiu? Qi Lu had said that he would bring Xuanhuan to the branch in Bishan today to familiarize himself with the situation. So I woke up half an hour earlier. This half an hour is used to eat breakfast and then prepare it, so as not to miss the opening time. Shao Shu Jiu is still sleeping, let me wake her up. Yuxier immediately stood up from the chair and said aloud. No need, sit down and have breakfast. I'll call her myself later. Since I'm going to sleep late, don't eat. Qi Lu waved his hand and said lightly. Anyway, if I eat less, I can't be hungry, but Xuanhuan will definitely be greedy. A breakfast doesn't last long, but what matters is who you eat it with. After drinking the last mouthful of milk, Qi Lu said goodbye to Yuxier with a faint smile, and went to the second floor to lift Xuanhuan from her sleep. Then, tucked under his arm, he walked into the store teleportation array. The darkness in front of me flashed away. After passing through the teleportation array, Xuanhuan, who was still a little confused, suddenly woke up. Where is this place? Qi Lu, where did you take me? The sober Xuanhuan looked around in panic, then stared at Qi Lu and asked aloud. I only knew before that cats can be fierce and cute. For example, a long time ago, it was made into an emoji package by Qi Lu, still in the membership card communication system, and the widely circulated I'm super fierce cat emoji in the forum. That was also the beginning of Xuanhuan's fame. And now, even if Xuanhuan turns into a cat-eared loli, she is also fierce. This is the new store I told you about, and it's also the store you will keep in the future. Qi Lu ignored the fierce Xuanhuan, opened the door and walked out, saying, come to the first floor quickly, I'll tell you about the situation first. The main thing that needs to be said is the distribution of forces in the northern mountain range and the situation of each race. However, the distribution of power actually needs to involve the distribution of various races. So what to say is not complicated. Anyway, Qi Lu is to open a store. It is enough to know a little bit about these things. The main thing is to understand the preferences of customers. If it really doesn't work, no one can beat Qi Lu anyway. Fortunately, Xuanhuan also realized what was going on, so she quickly followed. As soon as the store door opened, Yafei left the store. Originally, he wanted to continue walking in front of the snack vending machine, but Yafei's eyes were quickly attracted by Xuanhuan, who came down from the second floor. Manager Qi, who is she? Is she your daughter? Yafei asked, with interest. The second floor is Qi Li's bedroom, which is something that most customers know. Therefore, there has never been any unsightly customer who has thought about going to the second floor to take a look. But now, Yafei saw someone walking down from the second floor. And she's still a cute girl, so the fire of gossip in her heart suddenly raged. She is a new clerk in the store. You can just call her Shao Shu Jiu. She will watch the store for me in the future. You can get acquainted with her first. Qi Li's words directly interrupted Yafei's guess. Then he turned his head and introduced to Xuanhuan, this is Yaffer, the beast-ear clan you've always wanted to see. The beast-eared people really have beast ears. Xuanhuan looked at the round furry ears on both sides of Yaffer's head, and suddenly made a happy sound of curiosity being satisfied. Afur was immediately confused by Xuanhuan's words. Aren't you? Yaffer took a careful look at the cat ears on Xuanhuan's head, and repeatedly confirmed that he was not mistaken before asking aloud. Shao Shu Jiu is a special case. She is a human race, but you can think of her as a beast-ear race. Qi Lu explained a sentence next to him, answering Yafei's doubts. So that's the case, no wonder she said that, so there are such lovely people in the human race. Yafei nodded suddenly, and then communicated with Xuanhuan in a friendly manner. Racial opinion, in the North Mountains, is the least caring thing. Unless it is an extremely vicious race, such as the nightmare race. Attempts to be enemies of all other races. Otherwise, one race is seldom prejudiced against another. Besides, with Yu Shuangshu's cute appearance, no matter where she is, she will be very popular. Racial prejudice is really rare. But for something like the Appearance Association, that might be a problem. So it didn't take long for Yaffer and Yu Shuangshu to have a good conversation. If neither of them likes to drink, maybe they will start to enjoy drinking at this time. And there was an old customer like Yu Fei who came to introduce Yu Shuangshu about the customers in the store. In his spare time, he could also talk about the situation in the Beishan Mountains. Qilu was also happy to relax. Because the clerk's job is not complicated, that is, collecting spiritual crystals, charging membership cards, etc. Just replenish it once a day. Sometimes it can't be taken into account, and it's okay to let customers help themselves. Anyway, there are no customers who have the courage to escape orders in the Qilu store. So soon, Yu Shuangshu became friends with Lillian, Aluya, and others. Friendship between girls, sometimes so fast. Manager Qi, today should be the day when the Mid-Autumn Festival special event starts. At noon, Lan Qi and Shauna also came to the store. That's right, so you are here to occupy a seat. Qila raised his head and asked. If Manager Qi allows someone to occupy a seat in the store, we'll be fine. If not, then we'll wait. Lan Qi took Shauna to find a chair and sat down, and answered casually. Come here, Shao Shu, and I'll introduce a few people to you. Just as the few people were talking, Yu Fei ran over with Yu Shuangshu. Then he pointed to Lan Qi and introduced, this is Uncle Lan Qi, from the Dragon Clan, a giant dragon. But don't look at Uncle Lan Qi as a giant dragon, but he is very nice and often takes me to eat all kinds of food together. Then, he pointed at Shauna and said, this is Sister Shauna, from the Elf Clan. Being robbed by a pass from Yu Fei, Lan Qi didn't react for a while. On the other hand, Shauna had a smile on her face, and immediately reminded, Yaffer, you haven't introduced who the lovely girl behind you is. Oh, almost forgot. After being reminded by Shauna, Yaffer remembered and stuck out his tongue. Then he pushed Yu Shuangshu in front of him. Her name is Xia Xue, and she is a new clerk recruited by Manager Qi. Clerk? Lan Qi looked at Yu Shuangshu carefully, then glanced at Qilu again, frowning slightly. What's wrong? Qilu noticed Lan Qi's expression and couldn't help asking. I felt a tinge of discomfort from her, and I don't know if my feeling was wrong. Lan Qi said it without any hesitation. Hearing this, Qilu immediately glanced at Yu Shuangshu and found that the look in her eyes was also a bit wrong. It's a bit like the look in Yu Fei's eyes when he saw the food. Dragon race and devouring cat. Qilu immediately wanted to understand. Devouring cats in their prime, dragons are in their recipes. The dragon is full of treasures all over its body, and for the devouring cat, it is an extremely delicious meal. And the dragon also has a hobby of collecting treasures. This is particularly attractive to devouring cats. Therefore, the species and dragon race of the devouring cats have always been in the wrong way. Fortunately, the devouring cat has always been a single lineage, and there is only one in the world, so it does not pose any threat to the entire dragon clan. Under normal circumstances, both are well water and not river water. But once it happens, there is basically a big battle to happen. That's probably your feeling is wrong. Qilu replied to Lan Qi expressionlessly, then reached out and grabbed Yu Shuangshu behind the counter. Qila, what are you doing? Why did you arrest me here? Yu Shuangshu was caught behind the counter without any resistance, then pouted and stared at Qilu, and asked fiercely. I mainly want to remind you that you can't beat Lan Qi. And, don't use that kind of look on customers in the store. Qila said it directly. Under the right conditions, cats and mice can coexist, so why can't the cat and the dragon not? What are you talking about? I didn't, no, well, okay. Xuanhuan wanted to refute it, but Qi Li's eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything made her tone weaken. I'll try my best not to have such thoughts in the future. In the end, Xuanhuan seemed to be a little aggrieved. I really don't know what to do. Qilu was a little dumbfounded. But soon, Xuanhuan came out of the grievance, pointed to a customer who had just entered the store, and said to Qilu, Qila, I feel that she has a very powerful treasure on her body. Following Xuanhuan's fingers, Qila looked over. The person who entered the store was Tiana. The powerful treasure that Xuanhuan mentioned should be the holy light orb in Tiana. She does have a powerful treasure on her body, but what do you want to do? Qila stared at Xuanhuan and asked in a meaningful way. I don't want to do anything, I just look at the store. Xuanhuan immediately returned to her aggrieved appearance. It can be seen that epic weapons are indeed very attractive to Moonfrost Snow. After all, this is the only epic weapon that has appeared in the store so far, and the energy contained in it is naturally far more than those of the previous products. However, it can be seen from this that Devouring Cat's perception of treasure is indeed not covered. Even if the holy light orb has been absorbed into Tiana's body, it can still be perceived by Moonfrost Snow. Manager Qi, are you bullying Shao Shu? Shao Shu is so cute, why are you bullying her? After seeing Xuanhuan's aggrieved Baba's appearance, Yufei said immediately. I'm not, don't talk nonsense. Qila quickly denied it.